Chapter 1081 Resurrection. My warrior. It's difficult now. The situation was out of Leo's control. Whether Renaud personally told the fact that he had killed the Ash Lord, or Renaud took the initiative to seek death, it was not part of Leo's plan. Leo asked Renaud to lead the Scarlet Crusade to attack Akiris, with the intention of letting the Scarlet Crusade commander inherit the Ashbringer. Leo thought, since in the original history, Darien could inherit the Ashbringer, then Dalian's stronger Renaud will naturally have no problem. He holds Renaud's secret. After Renaud inherits the Ashbringer, isn't it a simple matter for him to take orders from Scarlet and join the Silver Crusade? But reality once again proved with ironclad facts how correct the word unpredictable things is. Renaud's unexpected behavior made things not proceed according to Leo's steps. It feels bad to have the situation out of his control. And that's not all that worries Leo. Scarlet next to him is the biggest headache for him. The female paladin stared at Leo with hatred. At this time, even a fool could see that Leo had already known the true cause of Ash Lord's death. As a paladin, Scarlet has deep admiration for the senior Lord Mograine of the Scarlet Crusade, and has always regretted that Mograine died in battle, and was resurrected by the Lich King as a puppet of the Scourge. When Leo knew that Renaud was the murderer of Ash Lord, instead of punishing this parasite guy, he even concealed the truth from him. Scarlet's reaction to this was anger. Well, Leo admitted that this silly girl Scarlet was really angry. Such a silly girl made him feel a lot of pressure. Scratching his face with a depressed look, Leo couldn't figure it out. He had no intention of revealing the truth of the matter. Renaud, the person involved, should be happy. How could he tell the truth on his own? This guy's brain was blocked. Clamped? If this guy Renaud hadn't exposed the truth of the matter, why would I, the mighty warlock demigod, be so stressed? Scarlet, a silly girl who is so stubborn that even 9 cows can't pull her back, is staring at me with murderous eyes? How depressed Leo was didn't affect Renaud. The fallen Ashbringer broke through his armor and slashed right into his chest. Half of the sword blade was cut in. The injury was so severe that not even a god could save him. Ah! Blood is flowing. Life is being lost. But his thoughts are firm. At this moment when he is about to die, Renaud's mind is extremely clear. The death aura that the fallen Ashbringer invaded into his body did not make him lose his mind. He only felt, I have never been so clear-headed in my life. And I have never known what I want so well. Father! You? Renaud's face quickly turned gray. And he used his last strength to say, can you forgive me? Even if you die, even if you take my life, I still want to ask for your forgiveness. This is what Renaud wants. The red blood stimulated Mograine's nerves. When the Ash Lord struck out with his sword, he did not expect that Renaud would let go of all his guard and come forward. He understood that it turned out that Renaud had shown resentment before, and that sharp sword. The attack is just for the final catharsis. When you say what's in your heart, you have no intention of living. Right, my son? Mograine looked at Renaud blankly. At this moment, something in his mind was shattered. Renaud's blood not only stimulated his nerves, but also awakened his sleeping will. Mograine's self-will is awakened. What does this mean? The Lich King used the power of Frostmourne to absorb the souls of the strong men who died in the battle, and resurrected them as puppets to fight for the Scourge. Since they are puppets, although these dead strong men still have wisdom, they have lost themselves and are lost in the world, in the negative emotions infinitely amplified by Frostmourne. Now, the awakening of Mograine's self-will means that he has found himself. Once the fallen Ash Lord is no longer lost, can he still be called the Fallen? Can the Lich King still control him? Does such a question need to be answered? Obviously, no need. If it were in the past, a strong man like Mograine would be the focus of the Lich King's control. It would not be easy for him to get rid of the Lich King's control. However, the Lich King was mentally traumatized when he plotted against Leo. The control over the entire Scourge was greatly weakened, and the Lich King took back all the remaining mental control in order to speed up the soul fusion of Nazul and Arthas. How could he control Mowgli? Are you waiting for the strong man? Even Lanethel was able to lead her Sarlane clan to rebel against the Scourge in Northrend, where the Scourge was the most powerful. How could Mograine not be able to do so in the Eastern Continent? A land far away from Northrend? Do it? Cut off the Lich King's control over his own mind and restore his true self. It only took a short moment to complete this matter. Outsiders saw hundreds of golden lights shooting out of Mograine's body, and holy power enveloped his body. A ray of symbolism, the gray-black aura of death, gathered into a daunting skull. Under the golden holy light, the skull roared unwillingly. But in the end it failed to withstand the power of the holy light. Like snow under the scorching sun, it melted. Without a trace. Mograine is back. The former Ash Lord is back. With their own commander free from the control of the Lich King and the Scourge. The Death Knights of the Ebon Blade fell into the same confusion as before the Scarlet Crusade. My child, I forgive you. Mograine ignored the confused Death Knight. He only had eyes for Renaud, his eldest son, who was about to reach the end of his life. Hearing Mograine's words, Renaud's spirit immediately relaxed. He was forgiven by his father. And he fulfilled his wish. As soon as the tight breath was released, Renaud, who had lost his support, his eyes quickly became distracted, and his body slowly fell down. Raider is dead. But the Ash Lord is free from the Lich King's control. Is this a gain and a loss? Obviously the overall gains outweigh the losses. So why don't I feel proud at all? Leo rubbed his eyebrows. The Ash Lord was free from the control of the Lich King. This was a joyful thing. But the news of Renaud's death diluted it a lot. With Renaud's death, the Mograine family was cut off. Leo was not willing to let it happen. Such is the deprivation of an heir. But it just happened. And this is what makes Leo depressed. By the way, the Mograine family is not dead. There is Whitemane. Although she is only the adopted daughter of Lord Ash. An adopted daughter is also a daughter. Thinking of Whitemane, Leo suddenly woke up. Why didn't the Scarlet Crusade Grand Inspector who fell in love with him react when Renaud died? This is not normal. Leo suddenly turned his head to look at Whitemane. Just as his eyes turned away, Whitemane's voice also reached her ears. Resurrection. My warrior. Hey. Did I hear correctly? Leo dug his ears. What did Whitemane just say? She said resurrection? Who is she going to resurrect? Who does she have the power to resurrect? Resurrection. This kind of heaven-defying ability can be possessed by Whitemane? What a joke. Leo was shocked. Was Whitemane going crazy or something? Renaud was already dead. So she still wanted to defy nature? Facts have proved that nothing is impossible in this world. Just as Whitemane finished speaking, Renaud's body floated up under the influence of an unknown force. At the same time, the power of death on Renaud's body was quickly disappearing, replaced by a mysterious force full of vitality. Hallucination? Leo blinked. Whitemane really resurrected Raynor. Are you sure this is not an illusion? This is really outrageous. Even Leo couldn't keep calm. Whitemane's resurrection spell had too much impact. Resurrection. That is resurrection. Reversing life and death. And giving life to the dead again. How could such an ability appear in Whitemane? It is really unbelievable. Renaud opened his eyes again. He touched his chest, which had fully recovered. If it weren't for Mograine standing opposite, and if it weren't for the blood stain still on the armor, Renaud would have thought it was a dream. A real one. Dream. Recovering from the shock of being reborn, Renaud found that he had an inexplicable connection with Whitemane. It was the connection from the deepest part of the soul. Through this inexplicable connection, Renaud knew the truth. Whitemane had transferred himself to the life force, was injected into his body, and signed a mysterious symbiosis contract with him. It was under the influence of this contract that Renaud was reborn. Of course, the conditions for signing such a symbiosis contract are extremely harsh, and the price paid is extremely heavy. In order to resurrect Renaud, Whitemane gave up nearly half of her life force, which cut her lifespan in half out of thin air. The dead person made a contract, and Whitemane's remaining life force had to be shared between the two. In this way, Whitemane only had a quarter of his own life force left, which meant that he could have lived for 100 years. Whitemane now only has 25 more years to live. Sally, you're so stupid. Renaud's lips trembled. He really didn't know what to say. Whitemane made such a big sacrifice to save him, which moved him to tears. Whitemane's face was pale, and she stood on the horse with strength. The sacrifices she made for Renaud were all worth it in her opinion. If she lost the person she loved deeply, what would be the meaning of life to her? When she was a child, her family members were infected with the plague and died. Whitemane, who was still a little girl at the time, personally killed her relatives who had become undead. After witnessing the death of her relatives, she knew that she would never be able to endure such pain again. As long as she could save no matter how big the price Renaud paid, she would never look back. The two lovers looked at each other across the battlefield. Renaud understood Whitemane's eyes. He puffed up his chest and shouted loudly, "Fight for you, my lady." Chapter 1082 Turning Sides. I value sex over friends. Is that true? I forgive my father when I see sex. Is that possible? After the kid Renault was resurrected, he didn't go to see his father Mograine. Instead, he set his sights on Whitemane. He also said, "Fight for you, my lady." How could the Ash Lord be embarrassed? Leo despised this. Extremely despised it. I finally got forgiveness from my father. But in the blink of an eye, I put my father aside and passed the autumn spinach to my daughter-in-law. How could there be such a person? Well, Leo would never say that he was jealous. Let alone that Scarlet's gaze made him very stressed. Mograine, you traitor to the Scourge. Come here and kill that shameful traitor. Renault came back from the dead. Mograine felt relieved, and the sad atmosphere in the field was dispelled a lot. However, there were some people who were ignorant and insisted on showing their existence. Baron Rivendell was in panic at this time, and Ash Lord Mograine had regained his self-awareness. No matter what the outcome of this battle was, it would be another major defeat for the Scourge. If I had known this would happen, I shouldn't have let Mograine and his men out. Even though Rivendell and Mograine are both Death Knights, and even though they are both in Akiris, you might think that they are close to each other. In fact, Rivendell and Mograine each have their own power, and each has its own power. There are various followers. Mograine is the great commander of the Knights of the Ebon Blade, who respect him, and Rivendell's force is its own, composed of the undead troops who originally guarded Stratholme. The Scourge Legion is not monolithic. Each powerful high-level undead has its own faction. Rivendell and the 4 Horsemen of the Apocalypse, who guard the important town of Scourge, are not the same faction. As early as when Mograine asked him to abandon Stratholme, Rivendell was already dissatisfied. If he hadn't understood that the Alliance army with the power of victory at that time was not something he could resist, Rivendell would not have been able to resist it. He followed Mograine's orders and evacuated from Stratholme, which he had guarded for many years. No one wants to see the power in their hands shrink. As a general who leads the army, he can be reused by the Lich King as long as he has soldiers. Rivendell knows this very well, precisely because he knew this. After seeing the Scarlet Crusade, Rivendell did not send his men to fight, but chose to stay in Akiris to defend. Rivendell did not like fighting the fanatical Scarlet Crusaders at all. Those crazy barons had already had enough. When the crazy believers of the Holy Light attacked Stratholme, Rivendell's men were seriously injured. Rivendell's little calculation was good, but unfortunately, he didn't expect that Renault would use his own death to awaken Mograine. It was such an unexpected thought that caused huge changes in the entire battle situation in Akiris. From Rainer's death, to Ash Lord's awakening, to Whitemane's resurrection of Rainer. The whole process sounds time-consuming, but actually takes less than a minute. Although the process was short-lived, the impact was huge. Renault's confession of his father's murder brought great shock to the Scarlet Crusade. Before the shock was over, he used his own life in exchange for Mograine's awakening. The return of the Ash Lord made the Scarlet Crusaders extremely shocked. The Crusaders were greatly excited, but it was not over yet. Whitemane resurrected Renault, which made everyone stunned. While digesting this series of events, Rivendell fiercely charged out of Akiris with a group of undead, and the Scarlet Crusaders suddenly became angry at being disturbed. Didn't you see that we are busy thinking about things? Why are you yelling so hard? You little boy? I won't take care of you. The Scarlet Crusaders changed their target and headed towards the direction where Rivendell was charging. What was strange was that the Death Knights of the Knights of the Ebon Blade did not stop them. Bromix, Kurtaz, and Sarajek, who retreated to her side, exchanged a few glances, and then nodded in unison. The Knights of the Ebon Blade are willing to follow the Grand Commander and follow me to kill these lackeys of the Lich King. No need for Mograine to say anything, let alone Mograine to do anything. Now that the Lich King's control has dropped to the lowest point in history, Bromix and the others rebelled. As among the 4 Horsemen of the Apocalypse, Bromix, Sarajek, Kurtaz and Mograine wear a pair of trousers, and they bear the mark of the Ash Lord faction. Now that the Ash Lord has betrayed the Scourge, the situation has changed. It is so disadvantageous to the Scourge Legion. If they don't know how to adapt to current events, that would be called stupidity. As the saying goes, those who understand the current affairs are heroes. Now that the Lich King has almost zero control over itself, in order not to die, the rebellion of Bromix and others inevitably happened. Even Lanethel dared to lead the Sarlane clan to stand on their own in Northrend. How could they be afraid in the Eastern Continent? The Lich King wants to deal with the betrayers, and Lanethel's Sarlane clan is his first target. As for the Knights of the Ebon Blade, they rank far behind. Besides, whether the Lich King is still capable of annihilating the rebels is a question mark. The expeditionary forces of the Alliance and the Horde are enough for him to drink from. Does the Lich King want to deal with us traitors? Humph. Let's wait until he saves himself. With Mograine taking the lead, Bromix and others had no worries, and decided to follow the Ash Lord all the way to the dark side. Lanafel's betrayal was a good start. Of course, this good was relative to the enemies of the Scourge. With her as an example, Bromix and the others had no pressure to betray the Lich King. After Mograine, the remaining 3 Knights of the Apocalypse held high the banner of rebellion and fought towards Rivendell. Their actions allowed the Death Knights of the Ebon Blade to find their backbone. And they were rebelling against Mograine. The Death Knights, who looked at each other in disbelief after leaving the Scourge Legion, hesitated for a while, and then followed them on horseback. Now that the leaders of the Knights have rebelled, do they have any other choice? Follow the Lich King? Don't be ridiculous. They are Knights of the Ebon Blade, trained by Mograine and the Knights of the Apocalypse. There is nothing strange about following the Commander-in-Chief. In order to speed up the fusion of the souls of Nazul and Arthas, the Lich King greatly weakened and even gave up control of his subordinates. And the consequences have already appeared. The betrayal of Lanafel and Mograine made the already bad situation worse for the Scourge. And the defection of the Lan and the Knights of the Ebon Blade dealt a fatal blow to the precarious Scourge. The Knights of the Ebon Blade turned against each other. And Rivendell was so angry that he jumped up and down. He never thought that Mograine would have such a great influence on the Knights of the Ebon Blade. When he rebelled, all the Death Knights followed suit. Get back. Get back quickly. Rivendell was furious. Even a blind man could tell from the current situation that Akiris was going to be doomed. One Scarlet Crusade left Rivendell uncertain. And with the betrayal of the Ebon Blade Knights, he was bound to lose. What to do? Do you want to imitate Mograine and become a traitor? Rivendell rejected the idea as soon as he came up with it. He was a knight. A noble knight. How could he do something contrary to the spirit of chivalry such as betrayal? The knightly belief in his heart prevented Rivendell from surrendering. Not to mention that he also had his own trump card. You shameful betrayers. Do you think you can win? Seeing that his men were entangled by the Death Knights of the Ebon Blade, and their retreat was extremely slow, Rivendell became anxious. If the troops retreat into Akiris and rely on the buildings inside for defense, no matter how fierce the attack of the Scarlet Crusaders and the Knights of the Ebon Blade is, they will be able to sustain it for a while. During this period, he can ask the Lich King for help. You may not lose. But now the Knights of the Ebon Blade, under the command of Bromix and others, are like waves crashing on the embankment, one after another, making Rivendell's men afraid of retreating and becoming defeated. Dell's plan couldn't work. If this continues, failure is inevitable, and Rivendell has to play his trump card. Damn guys, you forced me to do this. Cursing bitterly, the Baron took out a black stone that he kept close to his body. This stone seemed inconspicuous, but in fact, an unknown and powerful demon was imprisoned inside. I accidentally discovered it in a corner when the stone was touched by a clumsy undead. The power that the unknown demon unleashed frightened Rivendell. If the other party hadn't fallen silent after making a fuss, how dare Rivendell bring it with him? This black stone is an untimed bomb. Now, Rivendell is about to detonate this bomb. Let this devil of unknown origin take care of you. Rivendell thought and handed the stone to the ghoul beside him, who immediately jumped forward after taking the stone. Boom! The ghoul self-destructed, and the energy of the self-destruction shook the black stone in his hand. Which lowly creature who doesn't know how to live or die dares to disturb my sleep? The demon imprisoned in the black stone was angry. Uncle, I was sleeping soundly, but there was a guy who didn't know life and death came to disturb people's dreams. Are you looking for death or not? The demon in the black stone did not disappoint Rivendell. His power made people tremble. The moment he was awakened, the demon's unique aura disrupted the energy flow of Akiris, causing the place to blow up for no reason. The elemental tide. Scarlet pressed the hilt of the sword tightly. This demon's aura belonged to the same demon as the residual aura found when the Silver Crusaders entered Stratholme. If Scarlet's estimate was correct, it would be easy for the other party to defeat her. At least, he is a demon leader at the level of a demigod. How could a demon of this level cooperate with the Scourge? The female paladin's whole body tensed up and entered a state of preparation for battle. Not only her, but also Mograine, Renaud, and Bromix all stopped and waited. The demon in the black stone had not yet appeared. He brought it to everyone. The pressure makes people feel suffocated. Wow! Leo blinked and rubbed his chin habitually. Is this the legendary windfall? Chapter 1083 Meet again. Rivendell has created a demigod-level demon. Is things serious? Leo tells you very responsibly. Don't be nervous and stay calm. Isn't he just a demigod demon? What's there to be afraid of? Leo's confident appearance was in sharp contrast to the others. But Scarlet and the others did not notice this. All their energy was focused on fighting the upcoming demon. Despicable creatures. Weak ants. Tremble in fear. I will. The demon appeared, with blue-purple skin and a height comparable to a mage's spire. A terrifying and tyrannical aura enveloped the entire place, and its powerful spiritual power extended, locking everyone on the battlefield. The devil is synonymous with violence. The devil was disturbed while sleeping, and was full of anger. He wanted to vent his anger with a killing, even though he was just a soul that had lost his body. Many strong men in the field wanted to defeat him. The odds are still pitifully small. The power of demigods is not just a boast. Even if they are as powerful as Ash Lord Mograine, he is still no match for him. I didn't expect that Rivendell, a stinky salted fish, could turn around. He actually had such a powerful method. Did Rivendell contact this demigod demon in private? Or was it created by the Lich King? Mograine expressed concern about this. If it was the former, it would be fine. If it was the latter, there would be setbacks in the crusade against the Scourge. When the extended mental power fell on Leo, the devil's voice stopped abruptly. Leo smiled, showing his 8 teeth in a standard way. When the devil looked at him, he waved at him and said, "We meet each other everywhere in life. What a coincidence. We meet again." Skillful? The demigod demon doesn't think this is a coincidence. There is no such thing as a coincidence in the world. It was obviously premeditated by you. But this is not unacceptable. With the help of this lord, at least I no longer need to be trapped in that broken stone. And I no longer need to rely on sleep to regain strength. Thinking of this, the demon is full of expectations for his future. In the eyes of the demigod demon, Leo is no ordinary person. He is a strong man who understands the law of death deeper than himself, can go further, and has greater potential. Following him, his future is definitely bright. In the surprised eyes of everyone, the angry demon suddenly changed his temper. He put away his murderous intention, bowed to Leo respectfully, and said, "Great master, your loyal servant is at your service. Your command?" Shocked. "Are you?" What did the demigod demon call Leo that made everyone nervous? Owner? Did I hear it wrong? It's unbelievable that this kid Leo conquered a powerful demon at the semi-god level. Although a warlock's specialty is to study how to control more and stronger demons for his own use. Subduing a demigod demon is too shocking. Are you sure this isn't an illusion? The physique and power of demons are inherently higher than humans. Among the strong men of the same level, demons' combat power is far stronger than humans. This is an innate advantage. It is not impossible to make up for it with acquired skills. But it is not impossible. It's too difficult. It is for this reason that, except for a few genius warlocks, the demons controlled by the warlocks are weaker than themselves. Leo is a demigod warlock, and he actually subdued demigod-level demons. Mograine and others are unexpected. After the shock, there was joy. For Mograine, the emergence of such a talented warlock among the descendants of the human race is beneficial to the entire human race. Leo, a demigod warlock, can conquer demons of the same level. This means that he can stand up to several demigod-level experts by himself. As long as he is here, why should the human race not be able to rise? Ha ha ha. Mograine laughed happily. Rivendell was completely tragic now. The trump card he relied on was a demon subdued by Leo. It was really funny. Knights of the Ebon Blade. Kill them all. These lackeys of the Lich King. Mograine winked at Renaud and directed the Death Knights to kill Rivendell's men crazily. After receiving his father's hint, Renaud understood that Lord Ash wanted to shoulder the heavy responsibility of commanding the Scarlet Crusade. At this moment, Renaud felt a little hesitant, and he became timid. He himself told the crime of patricide. Will the Scarlet Crusade obey the command of a sinner? Renaud wasn't sure, but he knew he had to try. He was a man, and as a man, he had to shoulder his own responsibilities. Was Whitemane making such a big sacrifice to resurrect him just to keep him alive? No. Of course not. Scarlet Crusaders, move forward. Holding high the sword of the Scarlet Crusade commander, Renaud took the lead in rushing towards the battlefield. Hearing Renaud's voice, the Scarlet Crusaders were quiet for a moment, and then broke out into loud shouts. And they obeyed Renaud. The command of the Scarlet Crusade is still in the hands of Renaud. This shows how deeply the Mograine family's prestige is deeply rooted in the hearts of the Scarlet Crusade. It seems that if Shan Yo is to control the Scarlet Crusade, she must get the support of the Mograine family. Otherwise, Scarlet's wish to integrate the old forces of the Holy Knights of the Silver Hand will be in vain. Through observing the Scarlet Crusade, Leo determined one thing. That is, Renault, Darien, and Mograine must win over each other. If Scarlet wants to secure her position as the commander of the Silver Crusade, there is no way, absolutely no support from them. Fortunately, Mograine and Darien are both undead, and Renault is a man without ambition, so it is not difficult to get them to support Scarlet. After deciding to win over Mograine and his son, of course they had to take action. And now was a good opportunity to sell their favors. Teleporting to the side of the demigod demon, Leo stretched out his finger, and a ball of gray-black light the size of a fist sank into the demon's body. The light ball entered the body, and the demigod demon's face showed joy. At the same time, his body became more solid. Great Master, your servant thanks you for your generosity. Who says demons can only fight and kill? Look at this guy. Isn't he very skilled at flattering others? I said. Acker. Leo looked at the demigod demon up and down. What's going on with you? It's been so long since the battle on Mount Hyjal. Why hasn't your strength recovered? The demigod demon was none other than Archimonde, who was subdued by Leo during the battle of Mount Hyjal. The inability to bring out items from the eternal torrent of time does not mean that you cannot use the difference in time to arrange something in advance. Aren't the so-called rules used to break and exploit loopholes? When mentioning this matter, Archimonde looked unlucky. Originally, I was sleeping. Who would have thought that in a human city, I would meet a guy who didn't know how to live or die? He actually wanted to devour me to strengthen himself. Although I killed him, he himself was injured, and spent most of these years recuperating from his injuries. Well, Archimonde is an unlucky guy. He encountered a strong enemy when he was injured. It really complied with the saying, no blessing comes in pairs, and misfortunes never come alone. Speaking of which, it seems that there really is a powerful demon in Stratholme. Leo rolled his eyes. He had another little brother to support. Archimonde has not recovered much strength over the years. If he wants to become the polluter that makes the whole world tremble again, Leo must make great efforts to replenish his magic power. For Leo with the Eternal Vortex, it is just a trivial matter. The key is to reshape Archimonde's body, which is the big head. Rubbing his eyebrows, Leo had a headache. Why couldn't the productivity he possessed always satisfy the current production relations? Isn't this forcing myself to move forward? Not even giving me time to take a breath? What kind of trouble is this? Leo was very depressed. On the surface, it looked like he had another general under his command. But in fact, he had a huge hole that needed a huge amount of energy to fill. It was him, and no one else would be trapped. Die! With a few flicks of his fingers, Leo fired several gray-black energy balls into Archimonde's body, and the latter's body solidified for a few minutes again. You should have recovered a lot of your fighting power now. Go and help deal with the undead natural disasters that are stubbornly resisting. After this battle, you will go to my kingdom to recuperate. Although he could continue to replenish Archimonde's energy, it was too tiring. It would take a long time and a lot of effort to restore Archimonde's strength. And Leo was not interested in spending a month or two after repeating the same action monotonously for a long time. It is better to let Archimonde recover on his own. Anyway, there is a throne of elements in the kingdom of God, and the energy is very abundant, as long as Archimonde is not too tired. The speed of strength recovery is no faster than that of thunder. How much slower does AO help? You can go and recuperate after this battle. Archimonde's eyes lit up. He was very curious about Leo's kingdom. The kingdom of this mysterious powerful man who understood the law of death must be very interesting. Action was better than a heartbeat. In order to get to Leo's kingdom of God as early as possible, Archimonde began to draw circles on the ground. Well, this isn't about hiding in a corner and drawing circles and cursing so and so. It's about depicting a magic circle. When he invaded this world, Archimonde destroyed Dalaran. Faced with the awaiting magic city, the Defiler unexpectedly did not attack. Instead, he drew a magic circle outside the city. After the magic circle was drawn, countless grains of sand appeared out of thin air, forming a Dalaran that was shrunk countless times in the magic circle. After that, Archimonde squeezed the sand sculpture model of Dalaran hard. And then nothing happened. The majestic magic city of Dalaran, where countless mages gathered their efforts, collapsed like a sand sculpture in the magic circle in just half a minute. Everyone in the world has focused their attention on Archimonde's hand of death and finger of death. But they don't know that the Hand of Burning Magic Circle is the most powerful weapon to slaughter cities and countries. No matter how strong your fortress is, it will be destroyed in front of Archimonde. It's a pile of sand. Now, Archimonde is repeating his old tricks. Can Baron Rivendell be able to defend against him? Akiris is not as good as Dalaran. And Rivendell and his men are even less comparable to the Archmage Antonidas and the mages of Dalaran. Even Dalaran has no defense against Rivendell's spells. How can you resist? The suspense of the battle was killed the moment Archimonde discovered Leo. No matter how Rivendell struggled, the ending would not change at all. Chapter 1084 Sorfang's Troubles. The simple conference hall was crowded with people. Orcs, trolls, Tauren, undead. Sorfang sat in the main seat in the conference hall. The orc commander's mood was not as calm as his face showed. As he expected, after learning that they were going to attack Utgard Castle, there was a lot of opposition. In the words of the Undercity Avengers Expeditionary Force, they came all the way to Northrend in order to avenge the Scourge, not to explore ancient ruins, and not to waste strength in fighting the local indigenous people. If they fight against the Scourge, there will be no objections from the Horde Expeditionary Force. But if they attack Utgard Castle, which has no idea what is inside, Serurfa's orders will not be carried out. Although Sorfang holds the title of Commander-in-Chief of the Horde Expeditionary Force, and nominally the Expeditionary Force listens to him, the actual situation is not like this. As long as they do not offend against their own wishes and interests, other races will obey the orcs' arrangements. However, if the orcs' orders are difficult for them to understand, or even make them feel that their own interests have been violated, opposition will follow. Come! After all, a tribe is a union of races. The orcs and other members of the tribe are not superiors and subordinates, but equal partners. Only a fool would force other races in the camp to obey them. Thrall and Sorfang are obviously not fools. They know that doing so will only alienate the members of the tribe from the orcs. Once that happens, the orcs will. It's dangerous. No wise leader would do that to put his own race in danger. That was Twitch's prerogative. Facing the opposition in the Horde Expeditionary Force, Sorfang had to appease one by one. After all, he was not the orc commander in history who gained a high reputation in the Second War of Quicksand. Because Leo, a little butterfly fan, the hurricane that started has changed the history a lot. Who can be sent to Northrend as the vanguard of the counterattack against the Scourge? Which one is weak? Without enough prestige, how could Serurfa suppress this group of proud soldiers? How many people would listen to his orders? The entire conference hall was noisy, and the officers of the tribal expeditionary force were all talking. Serurfa's order puzzled them. The expeditionary force came to Northrend to counterattack the Scourge. Why should they provoke unrelated races? Not to mention the undead trolls and Tauren. Even the orcs themselves have some dissatisfaction with this. This situation makes Sorfang very embarrassed. Even if you say that outsiders don't understand him, why don't even the orc officers support him? In their eyes, Sorfang is a confused person who doesn't care about the overall situation. Commander Sorfang, please forgive my rudeness. I cannot execute your order unless you give sufficient reasons. Her Majesty the Queen has entrusted me with the important task of the expedition to Northrend. I cannot live up to her expectations and be forgotten. Your power is limited and cannot be wasted in inappropriate places. If you have nothing else to do, I will leave. The Avenger Expeditionary Force, the forward force of the Forgotten, was the first to leave. They did not give Sorfang even a little face. In the hearts of these Forgotten, they wanted to take revenge on the Scourge and turn them into human beings and ghosts. The Lich King's revenge is always the most important thing, and anything that hinders their revenge is their enemy. If someone takes the lead to leave, others will naturally follow. Seeing the Forsaken officer walking away with a huff, the troll could no longer sit still. The Great Witch Dr. Braddock, the leader of the Dark Spear Expeditionary Force, stood up and said to Sorfang, if there is nothing else, we will leave. You know, I still have a lot of things to deal with. Sorfang, Marshal, as the strength of the Dark Spear tribe increases, and the strength of the orcs weakens. Although Valjean has no dissatisfaction with Thrall, the relationship between the Dark Spear trolls and the orcs is changing. In the past, the Dark Spear trolls always acted behind the orcs. The Dark Spear trolls would not object to what the orcs wanted to do, but would strongly support them. The two were not so much allies as they were the boss and the follower. Things are different now. The younger brother has become stronger, and the boss has become weaker. The trolls no longer want to follow the orcs' lead. After all, the trolls also have their own interests. At this point, Valjean has not changed much compared to before. However, Braddock, Yalta, and others are different. Once they feel that the orcs' demands are not in line with the interests of the trolls, they will object. When they were in the Echo Islands, Valjean suppressed Braddock, and they didn't dare to show it too obviously. When they arrived in Northrend, where the sky was high and the Emperor was far away, they were far away from Valjean's sight. These were because they were optimistic about Valjean, and believed that Valjean could lead the gradual progress. The declining trolls, and the re-emerged strong trolls immediately became tougher on the orcs. Orcs want to tell us what to do. Okay. But this matter must be in the interests of us trolls. Otherwise don't blame me for ignoring you. After Braddock finished speaking, he left the table without looking at Sorfang's reaction. Venoxus, Zanza, and Yeklik, who were assistants to the troll witch doctor, immediately followed him. When the other troll officers saw that their leader had left, they had no need to stay. After the Forgotten Ones, the trolls also left, leaving a large area of the originally crowded conference hall empty. Sorfang was so angry that he wanted to hit someone with an axe. Among the three allies of the orcs, the Forsaken and the troll left one after another, without giving him any face as the commander of the expeditionary force. This shows that these guys did not take advantage of him at all. The commander-in-chief took it seriously. The burning anger finally lost to reason. Sorfang suppressed the urge to kill people and began to think about countermeasures. To take over Udgard Castle, the orcs alone might not be enough. He had to find a way to convince the Forsaken and the trolls. What? You said there are still Tauren? It's not that Sorfang looks down on the Tauren, or that the Tauren are not strong in combat. But Thunder Bluff is caught in the quagmire of war with its old enemy the Centaurs. There are only 200 to 300 Tauren who have joined the Horde Expeditionary Force and come to Northrend. No. What can such a small number of people do? Sorfang was troubled by the incident. And Leo, the initiator of such problems for the tribe, was also troubled. Mograine was awakened by Renault. The Knights of the Ebon Blade set things right. Akiris, the Scourge's nail on the eastern continent, disappeared. The Scarlet Monastery was officially included in the power of the Silver Crusade, and the reputation of Scarlet, the High Lord of the Silver Crusade. The sun is booming. This is all good news. So what is Leo having a headache about? The person who gave Leo a headache was none other than Scarlet. Because Leo concealed the cause of Ash Lord's death, Scarlet had not given him any good looks in the past few days, which made Leo very depressed. Once the silly girl becomes stubborn, things will be difficult to handle. For several days in a row, the female paladin's waist was not allowed to be hugged. Her hands were not held, let alone any other intimate gestures, which completely wiped out Leo's joy of finding a general. Could this be the legendary Cold War? Come on. It's too cold. I've been alone in an empty room for the past few days, and I really need a girl to warm my bed. Leo was lying listlessly on the bed. He finally understood that sometimes being silent and ignoring someone was more lethal than making a fuss. Crying, fussing and hanging oneself at once was simply too weak. What should I do to do well? Leo murmured to himself. In such a huge strong guard, he had the most leisure time. And it was so leisurely that it was uncomfortable. If I have nothing to do, I just go see my kingdom of God. As his mind turned, Leo's figure disappeared from the palace of Stromgard. Darkness. Boundless darkness. As a strong man who uses dark power, Leo's kingdom is filled with darkness. A darkness that makes people unable to see. Here, darkness reigns supreme. If ordinary people entered Leo's kingdom of God, they would be driven crazy by the boundless darkness within half a day. The question is, can ordinary people come in? Those who can be brought into the kingdom of God by Leo are not ordinary people. Look! Felina, North, Prince of Wind Sunderland, Defiler Archimond, which ordinary people? As strong men. These people all have a firm heart. How can it be so easy to defeat them with just darkness? Of course, there are no absolutes in the world. In the kingdom of God where darkness dominates everything, there is an area with light. And that is the Phoenix of Kael'dats. After being fostered by the Blood Elf Prince to Leo's kingdom of God, this phoenix flew into the air, constantly emitting light and heat. Leo's eyes only glanced at Ao, and then moved away. This phoenix was still early to undergo a qualitative transformation, so there was no need to pay attention to it now. Arriving at the location where the elemental throne was placed, Leo saw the Wind Prince Sunderland and the Defiler Archimond, both of whom were using the power of the elemental throne to regain their strength. Speaking of which, the Throne of Elements is indeed an artifact that condenses the original power of the world's elements. It not only contributes to Leo's transformation of the kingdom of God, allowing this dead world to gradually form the most basic elements of the four systems of earth, water, wind, and fire, but also to deliver energy to Sunderland and Archimonde. Ordinary energy sources would have withered long ago. How can they still be as energetic as a normal person like the Throne of Elements? God's perception is carefully on the Throne of Elements. After scanning it carefully, Leo felt relieved when he found that there was nothing wrong with this treasure. It was indeed a wise choice to bring the elemental throne to the kingdom of God. After thinking about it, it wouldn't take too long for his kingdom of God to be restored. The most basic element cycle can be formed under the influence of the Throne of Elements. Seeing Leo coming, Archimonde and Sunderland saluted quickly. These two strong men did not dare to put on any airs in front of their master. After waving to the two of them, Leo walked around the Throne of Elements. He didn't just go to the kingdom of God on a whim. He came here because he wanted to do an experiment. Poisonous Flower Vine and Loatheb were summoned. And with a thought from Leo, these two plant-type giants entangled and twisted with each other, forming a tree with a well-developed root system, a thick trunk, and a canopy covering a radius of 10 the weird tree inside. Seeing this big tree appear, Archimonde thought of something that seemed familiar. Could the master use the power of the Throne of Elements to cultivate it? Sunderland, Archimonde, watch it carefully, and report to me any situation at any time. After giving the instructions, Leo ducked out of the kingdom of God. Sarah, who was leading the Alliance's northern expedition, had new information to report to him. Chapter 1085 News. Sarah, who inherited the ability of Leoric, the King of Darkness, ranks among the top among Leo's subordinates. Her personal combat prowess and united combat ability are both unparalleled. It is precisely because of her outstanding ability that Leo will the important task of the expedition to Northrend was entrusted to her. At this time, Sarah was anxious to contact Leo. Is there something wrong with Northrend? Master, there is a dwarf who calls himself an explorer and his team sent us a message for help. But due to unknown factors, we don't know his location yet. It turns out that it is not a recurrence of the war in Northrend, but an inexplicable message for help. Sarah is not sure whether it is a trap. You must know that Northrend is the home of the Scourge. What kind of trap does the Lich King want to set? A breeze. A person hurriedly asks you for help, but does not clearly tell you his location. Or he wants to say, but is interfered by other external forces, which makes people think of other aspects. Explorer? Leo seemed to have a flash of inspiration in his mind. While searching for clues in his memory, he asked Sarah, do you know the name of this dwarf? According to what the dwarf said, his name is Brian, and he is from the Bronzebeard tribe. Brian Bronzebeard. Well, Leo knows who this guy is. He is the #1 troublemaker in the world. He loves to wander around and dares to go anywhere. But he is extremely lucky. If Leo's memory is correct, Brian Bronzebeard went to Northrend to do a big thing. This guy took his expedition team to dig up the Titan ruins, and ended up digging out a big secret. Did Brian go to that place? Leo's expression suddenly became serious. Brian is trying to kill himself. Why are you poaching everywhere? This is going to cause trouble. It's going to be a big deal. I just want to be quiet for 2 days. Why are you always looking for trouble for me? Leo was very depressed. If things were really as he thought, he would not be able to calm down even if he wanted to. Sarah, send someone to the Storm Cliffs to check. Leo thought for a while and said, tell Lanethel to let her subordinate Sarine go. These guys are local snakes, and have the ability to fly. Let them, it would be more efficient than our own people to do it. As you command? Master! Leo rubbed his chin. Although the dwarf Brian Bronzebeard was first-rate in getting into trouble, his ability to find things was also top-notch. The Titan City had been in Northrend for so many years, and no one else could find this guy as soon as he went there. It won't do anything to make people dissatisfied. I'm very interested in the Titan City of Ulduar. It seems that I have to put the trip to Northrend on the agenda. Scarlet originally wanted to ignore Leo. She was still angry at Leo for hiding the true cause of Ash Lord's death. But when Leo said he was going to Northrend, Scarlet couldn't sit still. You're going to Northrend? Why? The situation in Northrend is still unclear. In Scarlet and Leo's original plan, they would not set off so soon. Leo is not a person who will change his plan easily. At this time, he proposed to go to Northrend for sure. Something happened there that compelled him to go, and Scarlet was very nervous about it. After several days, this silly girl finally spoke to me. Leo remained calm on his face, but he smiled in his heart. Being able to talk to him was a good start. I have to go over to Northrend. Although the situation is great, I can't really feel at ease until I see it with my own eyes. I also need to go. Scarlet's answer did not surprise Leo. But Leo was a little surprised by the female paladin's expression, as if she was guarding against thieves. Thoughts swirled in his mind. And Leo knew the reason why the commander of the Blood Elf Northern Expeditionary Force was Fusel. A weird smile with some hint appeared on Leo's face. And Scarlet quickly blushed. She glared at Leo hatefully, and then turned around and ran away. Oh! This silly girl is still shy. Of course. Leo and Scarlet couldn't go to Northrend by boat like ordinary soldiers. They could still afford the cost of transcontinental transmission. Blood Moon Island is no longer an uninhabited island. The arrival of the Alliance Expeditionary Force has made the place noisy. With the help of military mages, buildings have risen from the ground. Viewed from a high altitude, the entire island is full of barracks. Here is a large military camp, since they did not conceal their whereabouts. The news that Leo and Scarlet came to Blood Moon Island spread immediately. This was a big deal. Scarlet, Queen of Arather, and Leo, the warlock demigod, are these two people who stand at the pinnacle of the entire human race and have the ability to influence the general trend of the world. When they come to Blood Moon Island, people can't help but think about it. With Leo and Scarlet arriving together, could something have happened to the situation in Northrend? In order to clear up their confusion, Varian, Ronan, and others contacted Scarlet and asked what happened. The leaders of the Alliance all looked for Scarlet instead of himself. Leo's evaluation of these guys was only 2 words: treacherous. Compared to Leo, it was too easy to get a trick out of Scarlet. How could Varian and the others find trouble even though it was so easy? It's a pity that Varian and the others had to find Leo in the end, because Scarlet didn't know the reason at all. She only knew that Leo decided to come to Northrend because of the help from a dwarf explorer named Brian. Going to Northrend for a dwarf explorer, Leo? Are you kidding me? With Leo's character, he would come all the way to Northrend for a dwarf he didn't even know, even if the sun came out in the west. Regarding the questions from Varian and other Alliance leaders, Leo's answer was very helpless. The situation is not clear. I will inform you after I have investigated clearly. But everyone must be prepared. This time it will not be a small matter. Once things go as I imagined, Air though, and even the entire Alliance may not be able to cope with it. Having said this means not saying it. Well, if you really want to think about it, getting the answer is more worrying than not getting the answer. For Leo to say that the entire Alliance may not be able to handle it, the matter is definitely not trivial. How can Varian and the others sit still? As a result, the leaders of the Alliance took action. And Stormwind Kingdom, Ironforge, Gnomeregan, Eagle's Nest Mountain, and other places all took action. As one of the 2 major camps in the world, every move of the Alliance attracts the attention of countless people. Usually, every small movement attracts the attention of all forces. Let alone the big move now where all forces are making the same move at the same time. The tribe began to prepare for war, and the atmosphere in Orgrimmar was extremely tense. Previously, Rexer wanted to take advantage of the Ian Alliance and use the demons of the Burning Legion to consume the Alliance's elites stationed at Watchfort. The storm over this matter has not yet passed. Although Thrall and Leo have reached an agreement, this matter is on the table. What's going on underneath? If the Alliance doesn't want to lose face and refuses to admit its fault, the orcs will only suffer the consequences of being dumb. Everyone is in a high position and has a race behind them. Who can guarantee that the leaders of the Alliance will not make concessions in principle for the benefit of their own race? It should be noted that there is no precedent for such a thing. The orcs' actions fell into the eyes of other races and were quickly misunderstood. Everyone is ignorant of the truth. When they saw the Alliance making a move, the orcs immediately showed preparations for war. Could it be that the Alliance and the orcs had been in trouble for a long time, and the conflict between the 2 sides was about to break out at this moment? The Horde and the Alliance have been fighting openly and secretly for so many years. Finally, both sides are impatient. Are they going to fight openly and openly? All forces, big or small, overt or covert, ambitious or not, are all taking action at this moment. Once the 2 camps start fighting, no matter whether you are willing or not, you will definitely be affected. No one is willing to sit back and wait to be killed. No one is willing to be a lamb to be slaughtered, knowing that the war will affect them. Fools do not make preparations. All forces are taking action, and the world is in turmoil at this moment. Just because Leo didn't explain the matter in a sentence or 2, the whole world was affected. Leo, the butterfly, flapped its wings, and what it blew was not a breeze, but a hurricane. It can be seen from this that as a demigod standing at the top of the world, Leo's words and deeds have a great impact on the entire world. If his bad taste breaks out, he can torment countless people to death. In this world where the strong are respected, a top strong person can influence the general trend of the world. The whole world was moving for his words. But Leo, the initiator, didn't feel it at all, because he didn't know that his words had caused misunderstandings among so many people. And he didn't expect that it was the misunderstandings of Varian and others that caused the subsequent misunderstandings. A series of chain reactions occurred. Therefore, now Leo can still ask Sarah about the specific situation without any pressure. Brian Bronzebeard is a dwarf who is first-rate in getting into trouble and digging ancient relics, especially the mysterious Titan ruins. Leo is not particularly interested in him. If possible, Leo really wants to fight with this world's best dwarf. The dwarf explorer gets a good dose of strength. You must know that in this world there was once a testing ground for the Titans. Aljur on the Storm Peaks was not the only city left behind by the Titans. These cities were of little value to the Titans. But to Leo, it was just the opposite. Titans are so powerful that what they look down upon is priceless in the eyes of humans. Brian Bronzebeard wants to discover these Titan ruins. And Leo wants it. Not only will he not stop the dwarf explorer from causing trouble, but he will also give Brian the greatest support to expose more Titan ruins. After all, it doesn't matter who excavated the Titan ruins. What matters is who can control the technology inside, who can get the information inside, and get benefits from the Titan ruins. This is what Leo values. As for the false reputation, Leo didn't care. In terms of purpose, Leo and Brian have no fundamental conflict. So why can't they cooperate with the dwarf explorers? Chapter 1086 2 Good News and 2 Bad News. After ending the magical communication with Thrall, Leo shook his head depressedly. He didn't expect that his evasive answer would have such a big reaction. The Alliance, the tribe, and even the entire world would be in turmoil. It's really speechless. Can't guys like Varian keep a low profile? Seeing how they made this matter so popular in the city. Did these guys do it on purpose or on purpose? Leo expressed doubts about the motives of Varian and others who were also leaders of the Alliance. He felt that these cunning guys might not do it intentionally, so that he could make his so-called speculation clear. The scheming guys should be like those heterosexuals. All burned to death. Only gay love. Ahem. Okay, Leo admitted. He is crooked again. When Leo walked out of his residence on Blood Moon Island, he saw a group of familiar faces. Varian, Magni, Cardros and other Alliance leaders arrived at Blood Moon Island at some unknown time. Leo was startled by these guys. No wonder there was so much movement in places like Eagle Nest Mountain in Stormwind City. Varian and the others knew it. It is to divert other people's attention and cover up one's own actions. These guys are indeed treacherous. Leo held a moment of silence for Thrall. The orcs were nervously responding to the Alliance's actions in case the Alliance launched an attack. Who would have thought that Varian and the others were just firing cannons? The orcs were nervous for nothing. Of course, other forces are equally pitiful. I heard that Sal was looking for you. Varian glanced at Sarah as he spoke. The latter did not hide what Leo was doing when she asked them to wait in the room. These Alliance leaders must give a justifiable reason. Of course, this was not the only thing that made Varian pay attention to Sarah. The King of Stormwind Kingdom made it clear through his investigation that the Northern Expedition commander recommended by Rother was Leo, who dug into the corner of his Stormwind Kingdom with a small hoe. Yeah. Leo rolled his eyes. It's not what you guys are looking for me. Thal asked me if the Alliance was going to tear up the agreement and launch a war against the tribe. I wouldn't mind taking down those beasts if the situation warranted it. Varian didn't say anything, but the expression on his face betrayed him deeply. He had a deep hatred for the orcs and wanted to kill them all. If it weren't for the responsibility of being the leader of a country that forced Varian to think about his people, Varian would never have gone to Theramore to negotiate with the orcs. But this time during the peace talks, something happened to Varian on the road. Although he didn't say it, in his heart, he became more and more distrustful of the orcs. His itinerary was a secret, even within the Kingdom of Stormwind. Only Bolvar knew about it. How could something happen on the road by such a coincidence? There is no other suspect except the orcs. It can't be Bolvar who betrayed him. Right? Varian has unconditional trust in Bolvar. Even if everyone else betrays him, Bolvar will never betray him. I originally had a grudge against the orcs, but I was finally persuaded by Jaina to initiate peace talks with the orcs for the sake of the overall situation. Who would have thought that something unexpected would happen? And I would put aside my hatred and negotiate with them. and they still wanted to put themselves to death. So cruel, the viciousness was outrageous. And every time he thought about it, Varian wished he could immediately find an opportunity to send troops to destroy the orcs. Leo felt Varian's disdain and hatred for the orcs. But he didn't say anything. If other people had experienced Varian's experience, they would have turned their hearts into actions long ago. And how could they be so forbearing? Everyone, this is not the place to talk. As he said this, Leo turned sideways and made a gesture to invite you in. Let's talk inside. A group of people poured into Leo's house. The house seemed very crowded. After all, Blood Moon Island was the temporary residence of the Alliance army. The conditions were simple, and the space in the house was extremely limited. Fortunately, this did not prevent everyone from talking. At worst, they could just stand. Everyone, I know the purpose of your coming here. Leo's eyes swept over everyone, and a soundproof barrier enveloped the entire room. Even when doing things on his own territory, Leo was still cautious. After all this, he said, "Two good news. Two bad news. Which one do you want to hear?" The room was in a state of silence. It was so annoying to be so pretentious. Who is the idiot here? And how could they let Leo lead the way? What do you want us to ask you? We don't. He scratched his face with a depressed look. What could Leo do if these guys in the room didn't cooperate? What else could he do besides continuing to talk? He had to stop talking. The first good news is that we may have discovered a Titan relic. Titan ruins? Now everyone couldn't even think about it. Especially Magni and Mekatork. As we all know, the dwarves have always regarded themselves as descendants of the Titans. And this is indeed the case. When it comes to the relationship with the Titans, the dwarves are undoubtedly the closest. And even the dragons cannot compare with this. The dwarves' habit of digging holes is not only related to their nature, but also has the purpose of excavating Titan ruins. As the cousins of dwarves, gnomes have similar habits to dwarves in this regard. Therefore, as soon as Leo finished speaking, Magni immediately asked, "Leo, are you sure?" "Of course. I won't joke about this kind of thing. In fact, the person who found the clues to the Titan ruins was none other than Brian, a very famous explorer in the Bronzebeard tribe. Brian Bronzebeard, a dwarf who is famous for his love of adventure. As the king of the Bronzebeard dwarves, how could Magni not know that after hearing Leo say that the news came from Brian? Magni was already 70 to 80% sure. Seeing no one said anything, Leo continued, "The first bad news is that Brian is in danger. He only had time to send out a distress signal. We can't even be sure where he is. Northrend is so big that it's not easy to find Brian's traces. But we heard that you sent people to search the storm peaks." The one who spoke was Mekatork, and the dwarf master craftsman told the information they had learned in a very shameless manner. The reason why he said it was not to give Leo face was because Leo had just said that he was not sure about Brian's location yet. Since Leo couldn't determine Brian's location, why would he send people to Stormcliff? Isn't this a contradiction between words and deeds? Technical guys just don't know the world. Everyone knows that Leo has something to hide. But everyone knows that there are some things that are better not to be revealed. Mekatork's words caused everyone in the room to curse for a while. Everyone was worried that Leo would not be able to get off the stage, which would lead to an embarrassing situation for everyone. That's true, Leo admitted without any strangeness. Although I can't determine the location of Brian Bronzebeard, I got very important information from Syndra. A woman with blue hair and blue eyes quietly appeared behind Leo. The appearance of this woman suddenly caused the temperature in the room to drop by more than 10 degrees. Blue Dragon Queen Syndragosa. The identities of Syndragosa and Sinisarea are already an open secret among the leaders of the Alliance. Seeing Leo move out of the Blue Dragon Queen, Varian and others looked solemn and raised their ears to wait for Leo's next words. Syndra told me that there is a Titan ruins in the Storm Peaks. No. To be precise, it should be a prison set by the Titans. Having said this, Leo paused for a moment. And then he spoke again after a little swaying everyone's appetite. The prison where the ancient god Yogg-Saron is imprisoned. This is the second bad news I want to say. We are likely to face another ancient god. Is Yogg-Saron, Lord of Thousand Maws, the second ancient god after Thousand Ithun, also about to be born? The expressions of Varian, Magni and others changed drastically. No matter how calm they were, no matter how strong their psychological quality was, they could no longer remain calm after hearing the news. What's the second good news? An unfamiliar voice came from behind everyone, and everyone looked to follow the sound, only to see Kael'dats enter the room at some point. The person beside the Blood Elf Prince was not the Blood Elf Commander Vizel on Blood Moon Island, nor Liadrin and other female Blood Elves, but Jaina, the Lord of Theramore. The appearance of Kael'thas did not surprise Leo. Varian and the others made such a big fuss. It was strange that Kael'thas did not come to him, to say that the Blood Elf Prince's movements were really fast. Varian when Lien and the others arrived. Kael'thas appeared on the back foot, just in time for him to catch up. But why is Kael'thas with Jaina? In dealing with the Scourge, the Blood Elves absolutely gave their full support, who allowed Kael'thas to lead the Scourge of the Undead to launch the invasion of Quel'Thalas and pollute their holy land. The Sunwell? Don't talk about national hatred. Just talk about personal hatred. Kael'thas will not let Alsos go. Let me ask you. The woman you fell in love with was picked up by someone. And the guy who picked up your woman destroyed your country and destroyed your home. What would you do? The name also has the word sauce in it. And he is also the prince of a kingdom. Poor Kael'thas was extremely miserable when compared with Alsos. Now that I finally have a chance to make a comeback, why not beat the opponent to death? It can be said that if something unexpected happens in the war in Northrend, no one will be the most nervous except Kael'thas. Looking back and forth between Kael'thas and Jaina, Leo winked at Kael'thas and answered his question with the Blood Elf Prince's unnatural expression. The second one is better. The news is that since this is the prison where the Titans imprison Yogg-Saron, there must be something in this city that can deal with the ancient god. Maybe we are just worrying in vain. And Yogg-Saron can only be his prisoner. After hearing what Leo said, everyone looked much better. Indeed, since that city can imprison Yogg-Saron, it must have something to deal with the ancient god. Besides, Yogg-Saron has been imprisoned for so long without any incident. It would not be such a coincidence that something happened when we found out. Well, our luck shouldn't have declined to this extent. You really don't need to worry. If so, why did you and Scarlet rush to Blood Moon Island? Well, Mechatork is just here to cause trouble. He is an incredible technical geek. Can you please stop throwing cold water on me? Grand Craftsman Mechatork. And everyone present. Don't you think that the Scourge has been free for too long? Leo raised his index finger and shook it. The lane has rebelled. And the Knights of the Ebon Blade have also rebelled. Coupled with the previous losses, what other powerful person can the Scourge Legion have besides the Lich King? The Scourge Legion, this evil force that threatens all life, is so weak at the moment. Shouldn't we do something? Chapter 1087, Strike First to gain the upper hand. The Scourge was once an affiliated force of the Burning Legion. In the eyes of the Burning Legion at that time, the Scourge was pitifully weak, and the undead Scourge was just a collection of cannon fodder. The demons would never have imagined that cannon fodder would have the guts to rebel against them and take action, taking advantage of the opportunity when the Burning Legion suffered a major setback in this world and lost its strength, and when it continued to grow and develop during the war. Nazul betrayed the Burning Legion and stood on his own. It was the betrayal of the Scourge that led Kil'jaeden to take action against Nazul, and the Frozen Throne was formed. The Burning Legion has learned from mistakes before, so how could Leo make the same mistake? In Northrend, the Northrend realm, the Scourge Legion is a local snake compared to the Alliance Expeditionary Force. They are too familiar with this continent covered with ice and snow all year round. Who can rest assured with such an enemy behind them? There are two choices before Leo and the others. The first is to ignore the Titan ruins in the Storm Cliffs and concentrate on destroying the Scourge. The second option is to temporarily put aside the action against the Scourge and explore the imprisoned you in the prison of Gezeran. If you are unlucky, you may have to fight with the Lord of Thousand Maws. Choose one of the two. Anyone knows what to do. The persimmons have to be picked on the weak. The successive rebellions of Selene and the Knights of the Ebon Blade have greatly reduced the strength of the Scourge. This is the period when its strength is at its weakest. If we don't take this opportunity to destroy it, will we still give it to the Lich King? A chance for a comeback? This time, the Lich King was finally no longer ignored by Leo, and the decisive battle with the Scourge was imminent. What? You said that the Alliance's northern expedition is on Blood Moon Island. If they want to land on Northrend, they have to enter the Grizzly Hills where millions of demons are raging. Everyone here is sensible, and no one knows what's going on inside. It's just that everyone has the same attitude. I know everything, but I just don't say anything. The millions of demons in the Grizzly Hills will not only not be an obstacle to the Alliance's northern expedition, but will become their assistants. Whenever there is any dirty work like opening a road to run away the ashes, Manaroth will let these demons do it first. The so-called making roads across mountains and building bridges across rivers is nothing more than this. There are no more than two strategies to exterminate the Scourge. The first is to start a war throughout Northrend and wipe out all the undead Scourge scattered throughout the Northrend. The disadvantage of this method is that it requires a lot of troops and consumes a lot of money. The longer the time, the greater the damage. The advantage is that it can eliminate all undead natural disasters without leaving any trouble. The second method is much simpler. Capture the thief and the king. Quickly open a passage to the frozen throne and kill them in the shortest time. Lich King. Once the undead Scourge succeeds, it will become a piece of loose sand, but doing so will leave a lot of consequences. At the military council on Blood Moon Island, everyone was discussing the matter of annihilating the Scourge Legion. In Leo's words, everyone has come. Why not stay for a while to destroy the Scourge Legion before going back? This will not only solve the old enemy of the Scourge Legion, but also show the friendly side of the Alliance to the Aspect Dragon. Look, our Alliance is working hard for your dragons. The leaders of the various races in the Alliance are not far away in order to destroy the Scourge Legion. After traveling thousands of miles to gather in Northrend, and comparing yourself with the Horde, you should know that you are closer to your own family. What does it mean to go with the flow? We don't have that many troops to fight the Scourge throughout Northrend. The weather here doesn't have much impact on the undead, but our soldiers can't fight for a long time in the wind and snow. Coupled with the long supply line, even if we launch the Alliance's strength cannot sustain a war of this scale. Varian's words were supported by other Alliance leaders. The first choice would indeed leave no trouble, and it could be said to be settled once and for all. However, the price paid for doing so was too high. Even Stormwind City, Stromard, and Ironforge would have emptied their fortunes. It may not be possible to fill this bottomless pit, and the war is too long, and there are too many variables. No one is willing to choose this path when there is a second option. The short consumption of tips and the advantage of the decapitation tactic made the leaders of the Alliance choose the second suggestion without hesitation. As for future troubles, they are also future troubles for the continent of Northrend, and Wormer's Temple will have to deal with them. Even the dwarves are not willing to stay in the Northrend realm, which is shrouded in ice and snow all year round. They will withdraw after killing the Lich Queen Alliance, and let the dragons have a headache with the restless undead natural disasters. Doesn't the giant dragon often say that it is noble? Doesn't the giant dragon think that it is powerful and despise us? We mortals have killed the Lich King. Is it possible that the noble and powerful dragon can't deal with a pile of scattered undead? Northrend is not the territory of any race in the Alliance. Of course, they don't have to worry about the aftermath. They don't have so many scruples when doing things, and they can do it as efficiently as possible. Since everyone agrees to deal with the Lich King directly, let's discuss how to attack Icecrown Citadel. Leo secretly observed Jaina during the discussion and found that the Lord of Theramore had no objection at all, which made Leo very satisfied. Jaina did not oppose or speak for the dragon, but considered the issue from the perspective of humans and even the Alliance, which shows that this woman's heart is still towards the human race. With two flicks of his fingers, a map of Northrend floated in midair under Leo's magic input, pointing to an island to the east of the map. Leo said, "This island is the Blood Moon Island where we are now. To get to Icecrown Citadel from Blood Moon Island, you must cross the entire Grizzly Hills from east to west into Dragonblight. Then go north deep into the middle of Crystalsong Forest, and then march northwest to break through the layers of defenses set up by the Scourge line, so that we can reach the Icecrown Fortress." Leo said while sliding his finger on the map, "I have estimated that aside from the distance from the eastern continent to Northrend, the distance from Blood Moon Island to Crystalsong Forest alone is thousands of miles away. It was not bad in the Grizzly Hills, and the environments of Dragonblight and Crystalsong Forest were pretty good. None of them are suitable for our soldiers to survive, which will put a lot of logistical pressure. Dragonbone Wilderness is a vast expanse of ice and snow, while Crystalsong Forest is filled with all kinds of alienated energy. For humans, dwarves and other races, these two places are definitely not good places. If you are not careful, people will die, no matter how well prepared the Alliance army is. Passing through these two places will cause non-combat attrition, and no commander would be happy to see such a thing happen. To make matters worse, the Alliance did not yet have a suitable supply point along this long front. So, my opinion is that we cannot choose this path." Leo retracted his finger and landed on the Grizzly Bear Hills again. Suddenly, his finger moved up and pointed directly at the land directly north of the Grizzly Bear Hills. "Zoldrak! This is the Kingdom of Zoldrak, the kingdom of the Drakari Frost Trolls. Look at its location. To the north is the Storm Peaks. To the west is the Crystal Song Forest. Near its junction with the Crystal Song Forest and Dragon Blight, the troll also built a fortress city. Daclin. Varian's eyes lit up. In fact, the king of the Stormwind Kingdom already understood what Leo meant when Leo's finger pointed at Zoldrak. Do you want to occupy Daclin Fortress first, and use it as a support point to march into Crystal Song Forest? With the temper of the trolls, they will never give up if we occupy their city. Even though he understood, Varian was still hesitant. He was not afraid of the Drakari Frost Troll, but he was afraid of trouble. After all, the Alliance Expeditionary Force is not as familiar with the area as local snakes like the Frost Trolls. Regardless of the strength of the Alliance's troops, they may not be able to gain the upper hand in a real fight. Besides, the Alliance Northern Expedition came to Northrend to deal with the Scourge, so there was no need to provoke the Kingdom of Zoldrak. Leo understood Varian's concerns, and since he raised them, he was sure to convince him. If we don't strike first, Zoldrak will become the territory of the Horde. King Varian, don't forget the Dark Spear tribe. You should have heard how fast Valjean and his men are expanding. What do you think? The Dark Spear tribe, which has been on integrating the troll forces and restoring the glory of the Troll Empire, will ignore Zoldrak? The power of the Drakari Frost Troll cannot be ignored even among the entire trolls. If the Dark Spear trolls capture Zoldrak first, wouldn't the Alliance have to make a large circle around Dragon Blight and Crystal Song Forest if they want to enter the Storm Peaks in the future? The Horde will even take advantage of their geographical advantage after occupying Zoldrak to get a hand in the Storm Peaks. When it comes to Titan Ruins and Yogg-Saron's prison, who dares to be careless? Varian did not answer. He began to repeatedly weigh the pros and cons. Magni, Kadros and others were not idle either. The two dwarves gathered together to discuss in a low voice. Leo winked at Kaeldats. The Blood Elves wanted to get a share of this matter. How could Kaeldats not help? He wanted to pretend not to see the wink Leo gave him. But Kaeldats couldn't turn his heart into action. The Blood Elf Prince had no choice but to stand up and express his support for Leo's plan. I agree with Leo's proposal. Quel'Thalas will give the greatest support to the attack on Daclin. Even Kaeldats, an outsider who does not belong to the Alliance, has expressed his stance. It would be unreasonable for Varian and the others not to make some expressions, even though they know that Arather and Quel'Thalas are now so inseparable that they are almost wearing a pair of pants. But if we can really get the help of the Blood Elves, it will not be too difficult to deal with the Drakari Frost Troll. Seeing the move of Varian and others, Leo added another heavy weight. Daclin Fortress may not need us to attack it ourselves. Maybe the demons of the Burning Legion have already taken it before we take action. Given the demons' eagerness to bring trouble to the Lich King, they may not care about Daclin. Yes, how could we forget those millions of demons in Grizzly Hills? If this is the case, I have no objection. With the violent and bloodthirsty temperament of demons, there is no doubt that the kingdom of Zoldrak will be destroyed in their hands. Varian showed his ruthless side as the leader of a country. Since he decided to take action against Zoldrak, he would do it more thoroughly. Chapter 1088 Cooperation. Boom! A stone table was smashed into pieces, and Braddock became angry. No wonder Sarah Law proposed to attack Udgard Castle. It turns out that there is such an inside story about the opening of the Dark Portal in the Cursed Land. After learning about what happened in the Cursed Land and the Alliance's requirements, Braddock suddenly realized that Sorfang's puzzling order was actually because of the Alliance. Rexer was also bold. In order to weaken the Alliance, he actually thought of opening the Dark Portal and put it into action. What makes people feel ironic is that although Rexer's action to open the Dark Portal was successful, the Alliance was not weakened in the slightest. Manaroth came out halfway, making everything Rexer planned come to nothing. What's even more ironic is that the Alliance used this to blackmail the orcs, forcing Sorfang to attack Udgard Castle. The one who wants to trick someone is the one who suffers in the end. Lexa steals the chicken, but loses the rice. And the trickster fails, and gets screwed instead. Well, Sorfang, you orcs have made such a mistake that you want the entire tribe to wipe your ass. Braddock gritted his teeth with hatred. Fortunately, he did not support Sorfang. Otherwise he would definitely regret it at this moment. How could the blood of troll warriors be shed for the orcs' mistakes? Yeklik, who was standing aside, asked, Great Witch Doctor, what should we do now? Go question Sorfang? Sorfang's approach made the trolls feel that they had been fooled. If Sorfang directly opened up the matter, the trolls would at most refuse. But now, not only did they refuse, they also became very unfriendly to the orcs. Idea? No. 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 That's not necessary. Braddock rejected Yekrik's idea. He had his own considerations. The Forgotten and us Dark Spear have clearly expressed their opposition. Even if we use this, the situation will not change if we ask Sorfang about it. In this case, we don't need to get too serious with the orcs. Among the 4 major tribes of the tribe, the Forsaken and the Dark Spear trolls have already expressed their opinions. Whether they know the secret behind the opening of the Dark Portal has no real impact. If they use this matter to question Sorfang, at most they will let those who support him, the Tauren, are disgusted with them. With the small number of troops the Tauren send to Northrend, it doesn't matter to Braddock whether they support the orcs or not. When I have time to question the orcs, I care more about Zuldrak. Braddock was right to the point. The Great Witch Doctor was indeed not an easy person to deal with. After getting the information about the opening of the Dark Portal, he immediately sensed the crisis, which was the crisis of the Kingdom of Zuldrak. Since the Alliance can make the Burning Legion give up attacking Netherguard Keep, why can't they let the demons and the Drakari Frost trolls have friction? With the demon style, I will destroy whoever dares to mess with me. If there is any trouble between the two sides, Zundawilku will be under full attack from the devil. Braddock's words shocked Yeklik and others. After the Great Witch Doctor reminded them, the troll priests realized the seriousness of the matter. The kingdom of the Drakari Frost trolls is close to the Grizzly Bear Hills. Not to mention that neither demons nor frost trolls are good-tempered beings. It is impossible for both parties to live in peace with each other. Even if they intend to do so, can't the Alliance create conflicts for them? With the Alliance's cunning, what can't they do? Venosa said hesitantly, the Alliance is going to attack the kingdom of Zuldrak blatantly. So he's not worried about our reaction? Speaking of this, Braddock was not angry at all. He took 2 steps irritably and said, this is exactly what I am going to say next. According to what the spies we sent to the kingdom of Zuldrak came back. News. The damn undead scourge has found a plague to deal with our trolls. Most of the current Drakari Frost trolls are infected with this plague, and they are becoming undead. Valjean's Dark Spear tribe wants to integrate the troll forces scattered around the world. The powerful Drakari Frost troll is naturally the target of focus. As early as the beginning of landing in Northrend, Braddock sent many spies went to find out the truth about Zuldrak. The scourge has unleashed an undead plague on Zuldrak that can infect trolls. This news was like a bolt from the blue, which shocked Venosis and others. Even with the physique of a troll, he could be infected by the plague. How serious is this plague? After being stunned, a burst of anger rushed straight to their foreheads. Venosis and others were so angry that their bodies were shaking. The scourge was so cruel. They wanted to destroy the kingdom of Zuldrak and kill the extremely important Drakari Frost giant among the trolls. The demons become undead. It's okay if they don't know this news. Now that they know, how can they prevent the trolls from hating the Scourge Legion? Originally, the trolls had no personal pain for the Scourge. They came to participate in the Northern Expedition just because of the situation and did not want to put in much effort. Now it seems that they can't do it without contributing. The experience of the Drakari Frost trolls angered Yek, Rick, and other high-level troll priests. Trolls, who are known for their cunning, are not a broad-minded race. The Scourge did such things to their own kind. If the trolls did not retaliate, they would not be trolls. What I'm worried about now is that the Alliance is marching into Zuldrak in the name of exterminating the undead Scourge. The hateful Scourge Legion has given the Alliance a perfect excuse. Braddock hated him so much that the main purpose of the trolls coming to Northrend this time was to win over the Drakari Frost trolls. After the Scourge launched a plague on Zuldrak that could deal with the trolls. The trolls had not yet taken action. Declared a failure. Jekrik. Braddock understood that there was no need to delay. And he did not dare to neglect this matter at all. The blood-capped Great Witch Doctor directly named Jekrik. When it comes to speed here, we only have you are the fastest one who can transform into a bat. Go to Blood Moon Island as soon as possible and tell us that Dark Spear intends to cooperate with the Alliance. Yeklik agreed without thinking, okay, I'll go right away. After saying that, the Bat Priest walked out, and with a twist of his body, a giant bat with a wingspan of more than 6 meters flew into the sky with a roar. Braddock asked Yekrik to contact the Alliance and express his willingness to cooperate with the Alliance. No one raised any objections, let alone objections. In the eyes of the troll priests, such as Venosis, there was no conflict between the Alliance and the Horde. Points. Only the interests of the trolls. And only the interests of the trolls are what they care about. For the sake of the Drakari Frost trolls and the kingdom of Zuldrak, why not cooperate with the Alliance? This is not the first time that the Dark Spear trolls led by Valjean have cooperated with humans. Even if the orcs know about it. So what? Braddock is not worried that Sorfang will fall out with them. This is not the past. And the orcs may not know way to get them. Hope it's not too late. Braddock sighed. It felt bad to be out of control. Very bad. While Braddock was worried about Zoldrak's situation, Leo also had an additional piece of information in his hand. Information about the kingdom of Zoldrak. Wow! Look what the Scourge Legion has done. Looking at the information in his hand, Leo couldn't help but whistle. When he fell asleep, someone would give him a pillow. The Scourge Legion was worried about what he wanted, and what he wanted. I thought, eagerly giving him such a good reason. Zoldrak's Drakari Frust trolls have been infected by the plague, and are turning into undead on a large scale. This is an excellent reason to start a war. The Alliance's northern expedition came to Northrend to eliminate the Scourge of the Undead. When they attacked the Scourge, they discovered that Zoldrak's Drakari trolls were turning into undead. It was only natural that they were killed without hesitation. They even made up excuses afterwards. No need. It saves a lot of brain cells. Now there is no obstacle to taking action against the Drakari trolls. How long will it take to take action? Sarah. Leo was about to ask Sarah to arrange the attack on Zoldrak, when his magic communication stone moved. Woking. Seeing the person who contacted him, Leo was stunned for a moment. What was the Dark Spear clan leader doing with him? Leo. I have something to ask you for help. Valjean didn't play tricks. He has cooperated with Leo so many times. He knows that it is best to get straight to the point when talking to Leo. The Scourge's attack on the kingdom of Zoldrak, an unknown plague, has been released. And most of the frost trolls there have become undead. But there are still a small number of people who are not infected. These people need help. You mean we cooperate with you to go to Zoldrak to rescue those frost trolls, who are not infected with the plague? Leo secretly thought that Valjean's news came too soon. Valjean contacted him just as the Alliance was about to take action against Zoldrak. Hearing Leo's words, Valjean breathed a sigh of relief. From Leo's reaction, he guessed the fact that the Alliance had not yet taken any actual action against Zoldrak. Fortunately, he caught up, and thanks to Braddock contacting him. Otherwise, he would not know what happened to Zoldrak. If the Alliance took action first, would those trolls, who had not been infected with the plague, be accidentally injured? There are no guarantees. Yes, I hope to get your help in this matter. The messenger of the Dark Spear tribe is already on the way, and will arrive at Blood Moon Island the day after tomorrow at the latest. Having said this, Valjean was once again glad that Braddock was cautious and did not pin all his hopes on Yekrik. After the Bat Priest left, Braddock quickly contacted Valjean and told him his analysis was fully told to the Dark Spear clan leader. Otherwise, how could Valjean have arrived in such timely manner? Cooperation? I have no problem here. Leo agreed to the cooperation proposed by Valjean. The troll's voodoo was hard to guard against. Who knew what Zoldrak had? With the addition of the Dark Spear tribe, the attack on Zoldrak would go smoothly. What I'm worried about now is whether there will be any accidents there. The relationship between the Alliance and the orcs is tense. As a member of the Horde, Valjean's Dark Spear tribe is too close to the Alliance. Anyone who is not a fool knows how the orcs will react. Even if Thrall understands Valjean, other orcs may not. The orcs had a conflict with the Dark Spear trolls, and Leo was happy to see it happen. Thal won't object. Just talking about Thrall and not the orcs. Doesn't it just mean that Valjean is also extremely dissatisfied with some people within the orcs? When Thrall is in the position of war chief, there won't be much of a problem. What if the orc war chief is no longer Thrall? Valjean replied, and Leo smiled. Chapter 1089 Zoldrak. The Dark Spear trolls showed extraordinary enthusiasm for joining the Alliance. No one, including Varian and Scarlet, resisted, and there was not even a single strange voice. None of the leaders of the Alliance is a fool. At this sensitive moment, the Dark Spear trolls cooperate with the Alliance. The relationship between the orcs and the trolls cannot be affected. Everyone here does not mind adding some trouble to the orcs. And no one I would object to trying to drive a wedge between orcs and trolls. As a qualified leader, one must put aside personal feelings, no matter how indifferent or disgusted Varian is towards the trolls. As long as they can make the orcs uncomfortable, they will agree to cooperate with the Dark Spear trolls. Let Valjean's Dark Spear tribe be a force that cannot be ignored. As the leaders of the Alliance waited for the Dark Spear trolls' army, disaster was approaching their target. Zoldrak. The Drakari trolls are an ancient race. Their history can be traced back to before the emergence of jungle trolls and forest trolls. In other words, The jungle trolls and forest trolls may be the migration of the Drakari frost trolls to other places. New tribes emerged later. The Drakari frost trolls implement a tribal system. It can be seen from their historical records that each of their tribes has its own territory. Once outsiders break into their territory, the trolls will expel them, even kill. As time went by and history developed, wars broke out between the various tribes of the Drakari frost trolls. One tribe conquered another tribe and enslaved their warriors. The enslaved trolls were forced to build vast new homes for the victors, and their children became part of the ruling tribe. Each tribe continued its war with other surrounding tribes, either winning or perishing, until the most powerful tribe established the kingdom of Zoldrak. Every tribe that resisted it was exterminated, and after all the tribes recognized the dominance of this powerful tribe, these tribes were allowed to retain their own territories, on condition that they obeyed all orders of the ruling tribe. This is where the kingdom of Zoldrak came from, compared with Arathur, the kingdom where humans were first born. The Drakari frost trolls' kingdom of Zoldrak is so similar, proving that there are always commonalities in history. After the kingdom of Zoldrak was officially established, there were still wars between the various tribes of the Drakari frost trolls. The king of Frost, King Zoldrak, believed that such wars would make his people strong and aggressive. So there is no objection to war within the kingdom. The Frost King's only response strategy was to form a border patrol and issued a stipulation that if the kingdom encountered a large-scale attack, all tribes must unite to form an army to fight back. The chiefs of the tribe thought the Frost King's strategy was foolish, until they encountered the scourge of the undead. The Frost Drakari trolls are powerful, and the power of the kingdom of Zoldrak cannot be underestimated. This can be seen from the fact that the scourge were expelled from the territory of the kingdom of Zoldrak, and were blocked from reaching the Daklan fortress. In Northrend, the continent where the scourge is mainly operating, the scourge has been defeated. The strength of the Drakari frost trolls has attracted people's attention. However, the good times do not last long. No matter how powerful the troll warrior is, it is difficult to resist the highly targeted undead plague of the scourge. What the Scourge Legion could not do with force, the plague they developed did it. This new type of plague targeting trolls is extremely latent. When the Drakari frost trolls noticed it, the plague had already spread throughout the Zoldrak kingdom. At the beginning of the plague, the priests of the Drakari frost troll were so confident that they dared to show off in front of the trolls, who were famous for their voodoo magic. Isn't this asking for abuse? However, as time went by, the initial full confidence of the troll priests had long since disappeared. When the Drakari frost troll discovered that the voodoo spells he was proud of could not deal with the plague of the undead, even when nothing could be done to stop its spread, all the trolls, including the king of Zoldrak, the Frost King, panicked. Unable to stop the spread of the undead plague, the Drakari frost trolls, who pride themselves on their bravery, had no choice but to gather together their uninfected tribesmen, while those who were infected allowed themselves to perish. Large tracts of land were abandoned. Large numbers of people became undead, and the population of the Drakari frost trolls decreased exponentially. As the population decreases, the territory controlled by the trolls is also shrinking, because the plague is constantly spreading. Until a way to combat this plague is found, the trolls can only retreat again and again in front of the plague. Now Zoldrak has lost all its territory except the altar and the capital Gudak, which are guarded by powerful forces. Even the Daklan fortress, which the undead scourge has not conquered for many years, is no exception. The Scourge Legion spent a lot of troops, but failed to capture the Daklan fortress. It became the territory of the enemy under the undead plague. There was not even a battle. It is really useless when you think about it. It can be seen from this that the Scourge Legions how terrifying are biological weapons. There is a word called natural disaster and man-made disaster. If the spread of the undead plague is the work of the Scourge, then what the kingdom of Zoldrak will face next is a man-made disaster caused by Leo, a human being. The wind blowing from the Grizzly Hills brought a pungent smell of sulfur, the scent of the devil. Demons poured in like locusts from the border between Grizzly Hills and Zoldrak. Their numbers were so large that they made people tremble. And they were so numerous that the half-undead Drakari frost trolls were afraid of them. The demons of the Burning Legion invaded the kingdom of Zoldrak. Kazak wielded a flat-topped sword that was comparable to a city gate. Every time his body that was tens of meters tall took a step, the ground shook for a while. With his twisted face, bloodthirsty eyes, and crazy laughter, this man the Doom Lord is unleashing his desires violently and fearlessly, venting the tyranny accumulated in being trapped in the cursed land for many years. Treat, mortals, be afraid, you lowly races, ha ha ha. The smell of killing and the pleasure of destruction are really intoxicating. With one kick, he trampled a Drakari troll who tried to block him into a pulp. Kazak licked his lips. The days of being a goalkeeper at the Dark Portal were finally over. Kazak, the Doomsday Lord, wanted to make this world record. To live by his name. He will make this lower world tremble under his feet. And he will make all races living in this world fear the name Kazak. As expected, killing and destroying suits me. Destruction is what demons like us should do. Kazak said so. Originally, Kazak was still a little dissatisfied with Manarotha's instructions to him. But now this dissatisfaction has been thrown into an unknown corner. Demons are all guys who have breasts and are mothers. They are cruel and ruthless. As long as it makes them feel satisfied. They don't care who you are. Millions of demons poured in. The resistance of the Drakari Frust trolls was meaningless in the face of such violent power. Any creature that entered the demon's sight, whether it was a troll or a beast living in this land, would be torn apart by the demon, into pieces, guarding the dark portal all year round, unable to fight with others or destroy as much as they want. These demons had long been simmering with anger. With great difficulty, Manaroth brought them to Northrend and asked them to attack Zuldrak. How could the demons do this? Don't seize the opportunity to vent properly. It is true to say that the demon army is like locusts. Wherever these guys pass by, life is extinct. The demons eager to release their desire to kill even the ants are not spared. The unique smell of fire and sulfur of the demons in Chitty Chinley has transformed the landscape and covered it with ice and snow. A burning land bursting with flames appeared on the continent of Northrend. Razlek and Kazak led their men to charge forward, while Manaroth, who was sitting in the center, marched forward unhurriedly. The only thing the saboteurs had to do was to scold the disobedient demons, and occasionally find a few kill the chicken that serves as a warning to the monkeys, so that the devil who is red-eyed by killing can wake up. If someone could grasp the entire situation of Zuldrak, he would find that the demons of the Burning Legion kill to kill, destroy to destroy, and their seemingly chaotic attacks are very regular. Most of those who fell to the demons were trolls infected with the undead plague, because the focus of the demons' attack was on the outbreak area of the Zuldrak plague. The Drakari Frust trolls, who were not infected by the plague, were lucky. The Frost King made a right decision. He gathered the relatively healthy tribesmen in one place. This place was Gurdak, the capital of the kingdom of Zuldrak. Gurdak's location is exactly in the northeast corner of Zuldrak, extending towards the sea. This location is contrary to the west where the demons march. Even if a small number of demons occasionally come to Zuldrak, the trolls can handle it. If Gurdrak was protected from the evil hands of demons due to its geographical location, then what about the several altars built by the Drakari Frost trolls in Zuldrak? It should be noted that these altars are all on the attack route of the demon army, with the devil style of leaving no grass behind. It is a miracle that these altars can survive millions of demons passing through intact. Is it because the devil is unable to destroy the altar? Just kidding. Millions of demons could flood the altar with a mouthful of sulfur. Is it because the devil can't bear to destroy the altar? Are you sure you're not kidding? It's not that the demons are incapable or they don't want to, but Manilos doesn't allow them to do this. Whenever a demon dares to attack the altar, Manilos and a group of his trusted demons who appear out of nowhere will immediately attack them. Kill these guys. Demons love to kill, but they don't like to be killed. Demons love to destroy, and they don't want to be destroyed by others. After hundreds of unlucky guys who were so red-eyed that they forgot Manarotha's orders died, the remaining demons became conscious. Even Kazak and Razlek avoided the altar. When the Alliance troops from Blood Moon Island entered the devastated Zuldrak 3 days after the demons invaded Zuldrak, all they saw were ruins and a traumatized land. With only a few well-preserved altars alone, was established on the land of Zuldrak, showing the world that a civilized kingdom once existed here. Chapter 1090 The Empty Altar. The powerful kingdom of Zuldrak has turned into a dead place. There is no sign of life in the land ravaged by demons. But all this cannot affect the mood of the Alliance warriors. Although I am frightened by the damage caused by demons to Zuldrak, I am only frightened and do not have too many thoughts. After all, Zuldrak is not the territory of the Alliance, and the encounter of the Drakari Frost Troll will not be in the Alliance. Resonate with the warriors. Out of disgust for the trolls and hatred for the tribe, many Alliance soldiers not only did not feel sad when the trolls slaughtered their cities and annihilated their country, but instead showed expressions of gloating. Poor kingdom of Zuldrak. Poor Drakari Frust trolls. Leo shrugged. Even if Zuldrak is not ravaged by demons, he cannot escape the vicious hands of the Scourge. When more than 80% of a kingdom's population is infected with the undead plague, and the plague continues to spread, the kingdom's end is already doomed. Is this the altar built by the Drakari Frost Troll? Standing in front of a well-preserved altar, Leo curled his lips. Why does it look like a tomb? Well, trolls and humans are two races. Can their aesthetics be the same? The spiritual power turned into countless small threads and stretched toward the altar, criticizing the aesthetics of the trolls. Leo would never underestimate this race that has been civilized for tens of thousands of years. The altar is a place where trolls pray to the gods they worship to obtain the gods' gifts. This is true for most troll tribes. But it does not apply to the Drakari Frost Trolls. As one of the oldest troll kingdoms, the kingdom of Zoldrak is different from other trolls. It is stronger than jungle trolls and forest trolls, has a longer history, and has a more prosperous voodoo civilization. The Drakari Frost Trolls treat the attitude of gods as not blind worship. The gods worshipped by trolls are all beast-type gods. Some of these gods are extremely powerful, while others are not so strong. As a god, it is natural to be powerful. Powerful gods are respected by people. But if you are a god with low strength, the situation is completely different. You can't even think about it. As far as Leo knew, not all the gods summoned by the altar built by the Drakari Frost Troll were powerful. Some of the lowest among the gods also came to join in the fun. Is it so easy to take advantage of trolls? These poor animal gods are not strong, but they still dream of taking advantage of the trolls. The ending is naturally tragic. They are captured by the trolls and trapped on the altar. And their power is extracted day and night for the trolls to refine the demons. Refined? If the spirit is strong, it will show its obedience. If the spirit is weak, it will capture it and turn it into a supply of magic spirits for its own tribe, bullying the weak and fearing the strong. This is the attitude of the Drakari Frost Trolls towards the gods. The trolls didn't care how they treated the god Leo who answered their call. What he cared about was what he could get from Zoldrak's altar. In order to explore the secrets of the Drakari Frost Trolls, he did not wait for the Darkspear Trolls' army to arrive, but in the name of sending a vanguard army to explore the road, he allowed the Alliance's troops to advance into Zoldrak first. If Leo was not harvested, all this work was in vain. It felt bad to have wasted effort. At least to Leo. When Leo penetrated the altar with his spiritual power, he felt like there was nothing inside like a plate that had been licked by a dog. Zoldrak's altar is actually empty. Leo's face darkened, and he thought of a possibility. That is, when the Frost King asked his subjects to evacuate to Gerdek, in order to prevent the Scourge from taking advantage, he ordered the Drakari Frost Trolls to bind them to Gerdek. The animal gods on the altar were taken away, and even after taking away the animal gods, the trolls erased the spiritual imprints on the altar and destroyed all the important items on the altar. In other words, the troll altars that Leo asked Manaroth to preserve were all empty. LS. Master, should we? Sarah said, as she raised her palms and cut diagonally downwards, her face full of murderous intent. Leo wasted a lot of effort and was in a bad mood, sensing his master's dissatisfaction with the troll. Sarah had murderous intentions towards the Drakari troll who had angered her master. Destroying a troll kingdom has no psychological burden on Sarah at all, who gave the Drakari Frost Trolls a bad reputation. It is said that these trolls like to eat human flesh. In Sarah's opinion, these guys are no different from ogres. They were destroyed to protect mankind and eliminate harm for the people. Waving his hand, he signaled Sarah not to be impulsive. Leo felt that he had not thought things through this time. Since the Frost King could transfer his subjects to Gerdek before the plague completely broke out, why couldn't he turn the altar into an empty Son? The altar is the biggest secret of the trolls. The animal gods controlled by the Drakari Frost Troll are things they cannot give up. How could the Frost King let them be outside of his control? You must know that these animal gods regard themselves as the Drakari Frost Trolls, who use the magic essence extract and hate them deeply. And they will inevitably take crazy revenge once they are free. Imprisoned for thousands of years, with magic essence extracted by the trolls every year. These animal gods have engraved their hatred for the Drakari Frost Trolls into the deepest parts of their souls. If they were to escape once, the consequences would be horrific. It shudders to think about it. He waved his hand and created a vortex composed of countless gray-black mist that enveloped the altar. When the vortex disappeared, the altar also disappeared. As the saying goes, thieves never make mistakes. Although Leo is not a thief, he does not want to gain nothing this time. Even if the troll altar is an empty there is still something worth studying. The troll's method of setting up altars to call upon the gods may or may not be useful. Leo rubbed his chin, not knowing what his intention was. Master, what about Gudek? Sarah is still unwilling to give in. No matter how weak the Drakari trolls are, they cannot be ignored. How can they safely fight against the scourge without eradicating them? If the battle between the two sides reaches a critical point, and the troll stabs the Alliance in the back, it will kill someone. As the commander of the Alliance's northern expedition, Sarah must be responsible for the Alliance's soldiers. She will not allow factors that threaten her own army. It is not impossible to attack Gudek with the Alliance's military strength. Gudek is a thorn in the way of the Ice-Crowned Citadel, and the Alliance must remove it. But it cannot be done this way. Or in other words, it cannot be so reckless. Now that the Alliance has formed a coalition with the Trolls and Blood Elves, you can't do whatever you want to deal with Gudek. Otherwise, where will you put these two allies? Gudek has to wait. But what about Darklawn Fortress? That place is the fulcrum that the Alliance has discussed to use to march into Crystal Song Forest and into Storm Cliffs in the future. It must be in its own hands. When Sarah raised this question, Leo did not stop her. Due to the importance of its geographical location, Darklawn Fortress has become a battleground for the Alliance. Moreover, it has already been occupied by the undead natural disaster. The Alliance can completely eliminate the undead natural disaster. Enter there in the name of. Note: enter, not seize. As for after entering, it was natural that Liu Bei borrowed money from Jingzhou and never repaid it. The undead in the Darklawn Fortress do not require Alliance warriors to deal with it. Before the Alliance army arrives, the demons commanded by Manaroth will eliminate all resistance forces in the fortress. The demons of the Burning Legion such as Kazakh and Razlek are Leo's cannon fodder. Manaroth under Leo's remote control will let these demons clear the obstacles to the Frozen Throne according to Leo's needs, so as to ensure the smooth progress of the Alliance. Make a way. If there are no accidents, Manaroth will soon enter the Crystal Song Forest, Leo muttered in a low voice. At this point, Leo suddenly slapped his forehead. He thought of something. Something about Jinga Forest. As the name suggests, Crystal Song Forest is a forest made of crystals. Those crystals are as tall as big trees, just like they are plants growing from the ground. Not only that, the surface here is also crystal. Because of this, the entire forest presents a winter-like scene throughout the 4 seasons. A crystal forest. Beautiful and peaceful. However, how many people know where this beautiful scenery comes from? There is a theory about the origin of Crystal Song Forest. It is said that a long time ago, the Black Dragon and the Blue Dragon had a fight in the Crystal Song Forest, and many blue dragons died in that battle. There was a powerful blue dragon spellcaster who cast a powerful magic in order to freeze the Black Dragon. Unexpectedly, this magic resonated with the magic elements and produced an extraordinary bonus effect, turning the entire primeval forest into crystal. In the face of super magical power, everything is so insignificant. The trees, land, and even the dust floating in the air in the Crystal Song Forest have turned into crystals. There is only one exception: the giant tree, which is protected by the magic of the Emerald Dream. Giant tree. In the Crystal Song Forest, only 2 races can survive: the Green Dragon and the Crystal Stone people. The Lich King's Scourge Legion had also entered this forest. The Lich King, who coveted this magical forest, would not have thought that the Crystal Forest was so disgusted with the undead scourge that when the undead explored this land, they encountered the biggest resistance is not the Crystal Man or the Green Dragon, but the forest itself. As long as there is an undead natural disaster approaching the forest, the crystals in the forest will condense into spikes and make harsh sounds. Even if the undead can withstand the attack of the spikes, they will be shaken to pieces by the echoes of the forest. This is what worries Leo. The forest does not welcome the scourge. But what about the demons of the Burning Legion? The demon army commanded by Manaroth was Leo's cannon fodder force used to consume the Scourge Legion sea of undead. He did not want the demons and Crystal Song Forest to lose both sides. Thinking of this, Leo quickly contacted Manilos and asked him to change the route. Fortunately for Leo, in order to completely eliminate the resistance forces in Darklawn Fortress, Manilos stayed there for a little longer. Under his control, the demon army did not actually enter the Crystal Song Forest. Master, do you want me to lead the army to bypass Dragonblight and Sholazar Basin? That's right. You can stop by and see how things are going at Terraclaw's place, and help him if appropriate. Chapter 1091. I have no objection. Gurdak, the capital of the Drakari Frost Trolls, is the royal city of the Kingdom of Zoldrak and the last bastion of this ancient troll empire. Although the Drakari Frost trolls had tried hard to save the collapsing kingdom, the cruel reality forced them to face the bitter consequences of failure. After discovering that they could not stop the spread of the undead plague, the Frost King of Zoldrak recalled his people who had not been infected by the plague back to Gudrak, gathering his last strength to defend the kingdom's royal city. In order to protect the last hope of the kingdom, the Drakari Frost troll is willing to pay any price, and can also do crazy things that no normal person can imagine, to attack this fortress-like city. If you are not fully prepared and don't have enough troops, failure is the only outcome. After millions of demons wreaked havoc, Zoldrak turned into a piece of scorched earth, and no longer had the undead plague. The fire and high temperature once again showed their lethality. Although the plague of the undead is terrible, it cannot withstand the high temperature. Manaroth led the demon army to attack Zoldrak first. In addition to using the demons as cannon fodder, Leo also used their power to disinfect Zoldrak with high temperature. Judging from the current situation, this move works well. With an army of millions of demons crossing the border, it is impossible for the Frost Trolls and Gudrak not to know. When the trolls huddled in Gudrak find that the undead plague that plagues them has disappeared, even a fool knows what actions these guys will take. With the temper of the trolls, they don't care whether the Alliance's army helps them or not. They will only treat foreigners who step into their territory as intruders. What would the Frost Trolls do if their own land was invaded? Of course it's war. In other words, without the threat of the undead plague, the Drakari Frost Trolls will send troops to recapture Zoldrak. If the Alliance wants to obtain a strategically located stronghold and a stable rear in the war with the Scourge, it will inevitably conflict with the Frost Trolls. War between the two is inevitable. In the eyes of the Drakari Frost Trolls, the Alliance and other outsiders are intruders occupying their territory. For the Alliance that wants to run a stable strategic rear area, Gudrak is like a thorn in the back. Can't dial it. The Alliance cannot give up this continent because of the Drakari Frost Trolls, which is the most convenient way to fight against the Scourge, and is also the most convenient to enter the Storm Cliffs. The Frost Trolls cannot allow the Alliance to occupy their own territory. The contradiction between the two is inevitable. Possible reconciliation. War would soon break out. Strike first and gain the upper hand. Strike later and suffer disaster. When war is unavoidable, Leo likes to strike first. Since you must fight, I will use my strength to knock you down first. Things like not firing the first shot won't work with Leo. In his opinion, the so-called not firing the first shot means reacting when you know someone is going to hit you, and you have to take a hit. That's not stupid. What? Can a man remain tough when he is used to being beaten first and then acting? A person must be strong. And a country must be aggressive enough. Because peace is not negotiated, but fought. In this chaotic world, only swords, magic, and iron-blooded wars can win peace. It is imperative to attack Gudrak. Considering the current situation, it is most appropriate to attack Gudrak. In the front, there are millions of demon armies controlled by Manaroth to attract the attention of the Scourge. The Lich King is in the process of fusing souls, and cannot use his hands to engage in any conspiracy. But in the rear, in addition to the Alliance's own army, there are also Blood Elves who are happy to destroy a troll kingdom. Most importantly, Vol'jin's Dark Spear tribe also joined the attack on Gudrak. Bloodscalp Great Witch Dr. Braddock is by no means a soft-hearted person. In order to realize his dream of revitalizing the trolls and restoring the glory of the Troll Empire, he betrayed his own tribe and plotted against the chief of the Bloodscalp tribe. Now this Great Witch Doctor wants to strengthen his power. The strength of the Dark Spear tribe once again raised the butcher's knife against his fellow tribesmen. The voodoo culture of trolls has always been mysterious, and voodoo spells are hard to guard against. To attack Gudrak, various voodoo traps will give people a splitting headache. If Braddock helps, the situation will be much better. After all, there are only a handful of people who know as much about voodoo as the blood-crested witch doctor. Sarah walked behind Leo and said softly, "Master, the army of the Dark Spear tribe entered Zoldrak." But Braddock did not appear. Our scouts discovered Braddock near several altars in Zoldrak. The figures of high-level troll priests such as Doc, Yekrik and Zanza. Leo was not surprised. The actions of Braddock and other high-level troll priests had already been expected by him. As the oldest troll kingdom, Zoldrak, the altar of Frost Trolls, has great influence on trolls from other tribes. The allure of the priest is so great that outsiders can hardly imagine it. Just because they were afraid that I would seize these altars, Braddock and the others rushed over in a hurry. They even risked falling out with Sorfang and used the tribe's troop transport ship to send the army directly from Howling Fjord. Arrive at Blood Moon Island. Although this allowed the Dark Spear Trolls' army to join the war against the kingdom of Zulvrak in time, it also made the conflict between them and the orcs increasingly fierce. Judging from the actions of Braddock and Yekrik, the high-level troll priests did not pay too much attention to this, and there was not much opposition within the Dark Spear tribe. It seems that the Dark Spear tribe is not willing to take second place. There are not a few who are inferior to the orcs. Leo rubbed his chin, thinking that maybe he should do something. Sarah, go urge Sorfang and tell the orcs that our patience is limited. The Alliance did not react violently to Rexer's opening of the Dark Portal. One of the conditions was for the orcs to capture Utgard Castle and hand it over to the Alliance Northern Expedition. However, until now, the Orc Expeditionary Force in Howling Fjord there was no movement. If we didn't urge them, would we just let them pass? The orcs wanted to default on their debts. But of course, that was not possible. Not to mention that this was part of Leo's plan. Even if it wasn't, he wouldn't be able to let Sorfang get away with it. The Alliance has now occupied the Grizzly Hills, and their army has also marched into Zuldrak. But we are nesting in Howling Fjord. In order to prove the bravery of the Horde warriors and to shut up the Alliance scum, we must do something. Sarah's urging was effective. Just half a quarter of an hour after her conversation with Sorfang, another military meeting of the Horde Expeditionary Force was convened. The credibility of the orcs is generally good. At least Sorfang does not really want to default on his debt. Since Thrall has agreed to capture Utgard Castle for the Alliance, the orc commander will not let his war chief break his promise. To people, the reason why Sorfang waited until now was just to obtain accurate information that would be enough to convince the Avengers Expeditionary Force and the Dark Spear Troll in the Undercity. Although Braddock's departure with the Dark Spear Trolls went beyond Sorfang's expectations and compromised the strength of the Horde Expeditionary Force, making the orcs almost fall out with the trolls in anger. This also reminded Sorfang, you have to take action when it's time to take action. If you hesitate, something will happen. Without the Dark Spear Trolls, it is enough to have the support of the Forsaken and the Tauren. This was the case, and Sorfang could only accept it. Do something? Before Sorfang could finish speaking, the commander of the Avengers Expedition interrupted him coldly. Sorfang, what you said about doing something is not attacking Ukraine. Castle de Garter. Right. Obviously, the Avengers Expedition is still opposed to attacking Utgard Castle. The orcs were forced to agree to the Alliance's conditions in order to quell the trouble caused by Rexer opening the Dark Portal. It was the orcs themselves who made the mistake. Why should they use the soldiers of the Forsaken to pay for the orcs' mistakes? Every soldier of the Revenge Expedition came to Northrend not for anything else but to avenge the Lich King. Apart from dealing with the Scourge, they did not want to waste their strength elsewhere. The rudeness of the commander of the Avengers Expedition did not anger Sorfang. The orc commander was not a reckless man. Since he dared to hold a second military meeting, he was naturally confident of persuading the other party. Senior Executive Officer of Helm, listen to what I have to say. Sorfang looked at the Avengers commander, who interrupted him, and said confidently, our scouts sneaked into the castle called Utgard. Wherever they go, they bring valuable information. Seeing Sorfang's determined look, Helm also became interested. What kind of information? I hope you can convince me. Sorfang, I will. There was an unquestionable look on Sorfang's face. Utgard Castle is not an empty castle. There is a race called the Vrykal living there. This race is full of hatred towards outsiders. Hostility. Just because they are hostile to outsiders, we are going to attack them? Helm looked like you were joking. Obviously, the senior executive did not agree with Sorfang's words. What if these Vrykal are in cahoots with the Scourge? Sorfang's rhetorical question made Helm stunned, and the undead High Archon thought to himself, could it be that the orcs really have evidence? Do you know the Valkyrs and the Scourge? These winged guys are the form of the female Vrykal after they join the Scourge. At this point, Sorfang emphasized his tone. There is no doubt that the Vrykal have taken refuge. After defeating the Scourge, these natives became the lackeys of the Lich King. Senior Archon Helm, do you think we can let them go? If this is the case, then we have to fight. And both the Scourge and its lackeys will die. Helm did not doubt Sorfang. The lie in this matter was too easy to be exposed. As long as he entered Utgard Castle, he would know the truth immediately. Out of hatred for the Scourge and the purpose of eliminating all forces that support the Lich King, Helm no longer objected. He nodded and agreed, I have no objection. I hope the truth is as you said. Sorfang. Marshal. Chapter 1092 Attack on Gudak. The tribe is in motion. After convincing the Avengers Expeditionary Force, Sorfang immediately sent troops to Utgard Castle, and the war between the Horde Expeditionary Force and the Vrykul was about to begin. When the Alliance was about to attack Gudak, the Horde was forced to take action. When you are busy, you should not let others be idle. When people are free, it is easy to think about things. If you think too much, your heart will be moved. After the heartbeat comes action. And after the action, who can tell the consequences? In order to avoid unexpected situations, the tribe must find something to do. Now that the tribe has something to do, the attack on Gudak can begin with confidence. Leo nodded to Sarah and said, Sarah, you are also attacking. In the attack on Gudak, the main force was the Alliance's army, with the Blood Elves and Dark Spear Trolls only supporting them. Who put the Alliance in the position of initiator in this war to attack Gudak? Gudak is the capital of the Kingdom of Zoldrak. From a distance, this Frust Troll Royal City looks like a huge altar. To capture this city, you must attack from the bottom up step by step. Only Gudak was finally captured by capturing the Frost King's throne at the top of the city. Any commander would have a headache when attacking a fortress city, because the attacker has no advantage at all. Galala. Amidst the grinding sounds that made people feel sour, the siege machinery started to move. With the dwarfs who were good at engineering, the Alliance didn't have to worry about whether there were enough siege equipment. Fire the gun! Fire the gun! The dwarf mechanics set up a fort, and thousands of artillery were aimed at Gudak. When the order to start the war came, the roar of the artillery resounded throughout the world. Boom, boom, boom! Balls of sparks exploded on the city wall of Gudak, and the loud noise made people feel deaf. Covered by such fierce firepower, the Drakari Frust Troll, who was originally standing on the city wall, had to find a bunker. Acting bravely in front of the artillery group is not courage but foolishness. The Frost Trolls were so bombed that they did not dare to show their heads. Some Alliance warriors whistled and looked at the enemy's embarrassed appearance. These warriors were happy. Going to the battlefield means fighting with your head high. In order to reduce the pressure on the soldiers, the officers do not mind the small actions of the soldiers. Of course, all this has a premise. That is, it cannot affect the battle. Military law is only 2 words when spoken. But when implemented, it is as heavy as a mountain and cannot be exceeded by anyone. The artillery roared with force, and the dwarfs showed off how powerful the war machines they built were. On the surface, it seemed that the Alliance had the upper hand in the battle. But was this really the case? Looking at Sarah's face that didn't show any hint of joy, you can know the actual results of the bombardment. On the surface, it seems that the Drakari Frust Trolls were beaten very badly. But if you really want to calculate their losses, you will be surprised. It is not that the Frost Trolls suffered too much losses, but that they were so slight that it is unbelievable. Gudak is worthy of being the capital of the Kingdom of Zoldrak. The Drakari Frost Troll arranged a magic barrier covering the entire city for his royal city. All the dwarf artillery bombarded this magical barrier. It seemed that the momentum is overwhelming. But in reality, it cannot hurt the Frost Trolls in the barrier at all. Hundan. We were fooled. Sarah was not the only one who could see the problem. There were angry shouts and curses in the Alliance army formation. And the Alliance soldiers, who learned the truth, turned red with anger. The Drakari Frust Trolls protected by the barrier did not have to worry about being injured before the barrier was broken. But they pretended to avoid it, which made the Alliance soldiers happy in vain. Those soldiers who whistled and laughed at their opponents were after knowing the truth. His face felt even hotter, as if he had been slapped hard. The ugly and barbaric skinny bamboo poles actually dared to play tricks on us. They are looking for death. The soldiers were angry, and the anger of being played by their opponents made them want to rush into Gudak immediately and chop to death all the Frost Trolls that were in eyesore. There was some commotion in the originally neat Alliance army formation, but the commotion quickly subsided under the officer's scolding. There were military orders, but Sarah, as the commander, did not give them. The soldiers did not dare to move even if they were angry. There was a bit of annoyance on Galdara's face. As the high-ranking priest of the Kingdom of Zoldrak, he was now responsible for the safety of Gudrak. As for the Frost King of the Kingdom of Zoldrak, his whereabouts were mysterious. Even Galdara also didn't know where His Majesty the King had gone. The intruders outside the city are difficult to deal with. I deliberately provoked them, but they did not attack Gudak immediately. We encountered a troublesome guy. Galdara said this, and the faces of several high-ranking priests around him showed worried looks. After the undead plague of the Scourge, the high-ranking priests of Zoldrak are no longer as arrogant as before. Their helplessness before the undead plague made them understand that other forces in this world are difficult to deal with. If the trolls can no longer adjust their mentality, with his nostrils turned upward, and his attitude of being the boss of heaven, the earth, and himself, the kingdom of Zoldrak, which has been passed down for thousands of years, is in danger of collapse. No high-level priest would accept the demise of a kingdom that had been inherited for thousands of years in his own hands. Even if the Frost King suddenly disappeared and left the people of the kingdom of Zoldrak in Gerdek. Even if the king gave up, the high-ranking priests will not give up. They will fight to the end. For Zoldrak, and for the honor of the Drakari Frost Trolls, we will never give up. A city protected by a barrier. Sarah's lips turned up slightly with a disdainful smile. Let me see how long your barrier can last. Commander, tell the people of the Dwarf Craftsmen Association not to be stingy with ammunition. Following Sarah's order, the dwarf engineers started busy again, and the number of forts outside Gudak doubled in just half an hour. S.H. Ling. S.H. Ling. Or S.H. Ling. The roar of the artillery continued to destroy the nerves of the soldiers, making them numb. Some soldiers even yawned out of boredom. These veterans are oily. Seeing the soldiers yawning, the Master Chief did not scold him. As the vanguard of the Alliance's northern expedition, no one was a newcomer to the battlefield. They were all veterans, who had been stained with blood and injured on the battlefield. Don't look at how careless they are now. It seems that once Sarah issues the order to attack, these soldiers will immediately transform into bloodthirsty wolves. Gudak is very well prepared. And this is not the way to go. After catching Gudak and running for a whole hour, Sarah didn't even cast a shadow on the opponent's barrier. Sarah didn't want to waste any more time. Go and notify Commander Fusel. Just say that we need the Blood Elves' help. Artillery bombardment is a physical strike. Since physical strikes don't have much effect, let's change the attack method and use magic attacks to see the effect. The Blood Elves, who have fought with the Amani trolls for thousands of years, are very good at dealing with the trolls. Knowing that such a large barrier is not easy to deal with, Fusel directly sent out the Magister troops in his hands, and the masses exploded under the gunfire. In the flames, the splendor of magic rules the sky. The effect of the addition of the Blood Elf Magister troops was immediate. Under the double blow of magic and physics, the barrier covering Gudak was established in less than 5 minutes. Seeing that the attack was effective, everyone's spirits were lifted, and the bombardment and magic bombardment became more fierce. The barrier guarding Gudak was rippled by the bombardment of the Blood Elf Magister and the Dwarf Cannon. Its color is gradually fading as the waves spread. According to the current situation, it would take at least 2 hours to break Gudak's barrier. Sarah was not satisfied with this because it took too long. So she asked the messenger to convey a new order. The power of darkness is surging, and the chattering demonic language adds new noise to the battlefield. The summoner army of the Arathar kingdom took action, and the warlock summoned the demon imps, who had signed a contract with him. Demon imps who were equivalent to half a mage joined the attackers. With their joining, the progress of breaking Gudak's barrier was much faster. However, Sarah was still not satisfied. Even with the addition of the Summoner Legion, it would still take an hour and a half to destroy Gudak's barrier, which was still too long in Sarah's opinion. The time has come for the trolls to do their part. If Braddock wants to benefit from the battle with Gudak, how can he do it without doing something? Do you think it's enough to solve some voodoo traps? Nothing in the world is so cheap. Sarah had no intention of being polite to Braddock at all. She directly asked the messenger to bring her order. The Blood Elves Magister troops are all in battle. How can you, the Dark Spear Troll, still hide and tuck you in? You must know that the Alliance and the Blood Elves only want to break through this city, not occupy it. Only the Dark Spear Troll has a need for Gurdak. They can't justify it unless they put in a lot of effort. Braddock responded very quickly. Or it could be said that the Dark Spear Trolls had already prepared to go into battle. A troop of elite Dark Spear Hunters arrived at the front of the battle formation. The sound of whizzing spears broke through the air, and smeared the tip of the spear filled with an unknown liquid reflected a deep purple light, making it obvious at a glance that this was not something fun. It was different to have a great witch doctor who was well versed in voodoo techniques. As soon as the Dark Spear Hunter took action, everyone saw the hope of quickly breaking the barrier. The spears coated with an unknown liquid pierced Gudak's barrier, and the sound of corroding objects was heard along with bursts of black smoke. Everyone looked closely, and fist-sized holes were exposed wherever the spears were struck. Gudak's barrier was penetrated. It is indeed a wise choice to bring in the Dark Spear Troll. Using the voodoo technique that the troll is proud of to fight against the voodoo technique is really effective. Leo held his chin. If the Drakari Frost Troll had no backup plan, Good Axe barrier would soon be broken. Being able to quickly deal with the enemy was supposed to be a good thing. But Leo somehow had a feeling that the appearance of the Dark Spear Troll in the sequence of the attackers would bring variables to this war. Chapter 1093 Gudek. His subordinates gave him a face. But Braddock's face was not happy at all. Because he knew that once the Dark Spear Troll's army appeared in the attacker's sequence, the Frost Troll's reaction would be extremely fierce. Whether it is as small as an individual or as large as a race. The hatred for betrayers is stronger and deeper than that of the enemy. Especially those who collude with foreigners to invade the territory of their own race. Which makes people hate them to the core. The Dark Spear Hunters appeared in the army attacking Gudek. What does this mean? This shows that the Dark Spear tribe has united with humans, blood elves, dwarves and other foreigners. Together with the foreigners, they raise the butcher knife against the Drakari Frost Troll. No matter what the purpose of the Dark Spear tribe is, or the fate of the Dark Spear tribe, whether the starting point is good or bad, in the hearts of the Frost Trolls, the Dark Spear Trolls have been labeled as betrayers who cheated on others. Traitor, traitor. Galdala's eyes were red. And the appearance of the Dark Spear Hunter made him almost crazy with anger. There are shameful traitors among the trolls. They have tarnished the sacred glory of the trolls. I want them to die. I want these traitors to die. As a high-ranking priest, Galdala, how could he not see that the reason why the spear thrown by the Dark Spear Hunter can easily cause damage to Gudak's protective barrier is because of the special coating on the tip of the spear? Voodoo potion. The person who can make that kind of potion must be at least a high-ranking priest. This is by no means the private behavior of a few trolls, but the involvement of a large tribe. In other words, there is a large troll tribe that colluded with foreigners such as humans and blood elves to attack Gudek. They betrayed the trolls. Colluding with foreign tribes against one's own tribe is an unforgivable act for any race. The high-ranking priests of the kingdom of Zoldrak, who have a strong sense of honor, hate these Dark Spear Hunters to the core, and also hate the tribes where the Dark Spear Hunters belong. The values soar directly to the top. Anger is anger, and you still have to do what you have to do. Galdara understands that the current situation is extremely unfavorable to itself. The appearance of the Dark Spear Hunter makes Gudak's protective barrier no longer a barrier to the opponent. Under the attack of those spears coated with special voodoo venom. At most for a moment Gudak's protective barrier will be shattered. I originally expected that the barrier would be able to block the opponent for a few days. But I didn't expect that they would be entering into hand-to-hand combat so soon. The trend of the battle worried the high-level priests of the Frost Trolls. The attackers were obviously well prepared, and they would not retreat easily. Defending Gudak was much more difficult than they expected. Damn intruder. It was you who forced me. After hesitating for a while, Galdala bit him bitterly, and decided to use the prepared backup plan. Let the priests start the final plan. As soon as Galdara finished speaking, Sladlin and Marabi, both high-ranking priests, opened their eyes wide and asked repeatedly, Galdala, are you sure you want to do this? Although those intruders are powerful, our ancestors' Drax warriors may not be afraid of them. Now that they haven't even touched the edge of the city wall, why are they launching their final plan? The so-called final plan was made by the Drakari Frost Troll, just in case. It was only launched as a last resort to defend the royal city, when Gudak could not stop the enemy's invasion. Since it is a last resort, it is certainly very unusual. How can it be used until the last moment? Sladlin and Marabi didn't understand that they had to resort to last resort as soon as the fight started. Galdala must have been confused. Two idiots. This is Galdara's evaluation of his companions. In terms of strength, Sladlin and Marabi are similar to him. But in terms of brains, they are no match for Galdara. This is why Gudak has three. The reason why the high-ranking priest was in charge was not Sladlin and Marabi but him. Galdala. The enemy obviously has a plan. With those betrayers, do you think the voodoo traps in the city can really stop them? Galdala pointed outside the city and looked in the direction he pointed. Sladlin and Mo, what the rabbi saw was a mass of black heads, which they called the invaders. Their army is 10 times or even dozens of times larger than ours. Do you think that with the help of betrayers who are familiar with voodoo magic, we will not use it? Can the last resort defeat them? But it would be too hasty to use the last resort now. Sladlin argued in a low voice, but was met with a loud roar from Galdala. If we don't fight hard now, we won't have time to fight hard. Don't expect the enemy to give us a chance. Do as I say. Seeing that Galdala was showing signs of going crazy, Marabi quietly touched Sladlin. Since Galdala decided to do that, just follow his wishes. There is no need to make trouble with him. Everyone should work together to deal with it. For an enemy, Gerdak, like a giant altar, raised 4 pillars of light soaring into the sky, and the incomprehensible troll language echoed throughout the city. It was the prayers of the Drakari frost trolls. The enemies outside the city are attacking the city, but the trolls inside the city are running to pray. Could it be that the frost trolls realize the strength gap between the two sides, and in despair they can only place their hope of retreating on the illusory gods? Leo dared to conclude that this was absolutely impossible. After the light pillar and the frost trolls' prayers appeared, several powerful auras appeared. At the same time, the originally bright sky became dark, and a strange loud noise, like the roar of a beast, echoed over Gerdak. This is... Leo frowned. He was too familiar with the power carried by the powerful breaths in response to the frost trolls' prayers. Divine power. Animal gods. The Drakari frost troll summoned an animal god. Leo clenched his fists, and a flash of excitement flashed in his eyes. Others were afraid of fighting the gods, but he was not afraid. Not only was he not afraid, he actually had a little desire. The gods are strong, but Leo is not bad either. If the animal god summoned by the frost trolls can be killed, can Baal be unlocked? Among the 3 dark demons, Leo, the soul stone of Baal, the demon god of destruction, is worried about being unable to unseal it. If he kills a few gods, maybe the conditions for unlocking the golden memory will be met. Roar! Amidst the thundering roar, an ice bear that was all white and without a trace of color appeared. As the ice bear breathed and breathed, countless ice slag fell. These ice slag fell from the sky, actually forming the hailstorm forced the Alliance's mages to cast spells to protect their own soldiers. And the temperature in Gerdak began to drop. Hiss. After the ice bear appeared, a wind snake also came to join in the fun. Facts have proved that joining in the fun is not a unique hobby of humans. Gods, especially animal gods, prefer to join in the fun. Just 2 breaths after the ice bear and wind snake appeared, the shadows of a snow leopard and a rhinoceros appeared in the sky above Gerdak. Ice bear, wind snake, snow leopard, and rhino are 4 animal gods, and they are animal gods that have not been weakened. Interesting. Really interesting. The Drakari frost troll also has this trick. Although the 4 animal gods are not very powerful, they are gods after all, and they are enough for me to have fun with. Leo rubbed his chin. Others saw fear in the eyes of the frost troll summoning the 4 animal gods. But he was different. He only had excitement. The excitement of a predator after discovering its prey. Master, how can an opponent like this be worthy of letting you take action? Leave them to us. Sinasarea's voice reached Leo's ears. After receiving Diavolo's inheritance, she wanted to try her own strength. In response to the prayer of the frost troll, the animal god who appeared in Gerdak appeared in the eyes of the Black Dragon Queen. It is not a high-level god that she needs to look up to, but a tool for her to test her own combat power. The Black Dragon Queen opened the door, followed closely by the Blue Dragon Queen Sindragosa. Zinasarea is right. How can an inferior god of that level be worthy of his master to take action? Leo scratched his face. Why did he listen to the 2 Dragon Queens' request for a battle so much like the master of the scene? Let go of that beast, and let me do it. Well, Leo is out of town again. Braddock's expression was frighteningly ugly, even though he had a very high estimate of the kingdom of Zoldrak in his heart. During the actual battle, he found that he still underestimated the opponent. The foundation of the kingdom of Zoldrak, which can be passed down for tens of thousands of years, is far deeper than Braddock expected. The Bloodcap Lich had expected that the Frost Troll could summon gods, but he never expected that it was already powerful. They were so bad that they were able to summon 4 animal gods at once. These are 4 gods. Not 4 cats or 4 dogs. They are real gods. Gods with powerful power that make people fear. Why is this happening? How do they do it? Yeklik's face turned livid. Gods. They are existences that look down on mortal beings from high above, let alone letting them come. It is not easy to let them respond to prayers. How much effort did the Jungle Troll Empire put in to let Haka come? How did you do it? Of course you did it through prayer. If I'm not wrong, there is something weird in the city of Gerdak. The Great Witch Doctor was the Great Witch Doctor, and Braddock quickly saw the mystery behind it. It was not for nothing that the Drakari Frost Trolls turned their royal city into a giant altar. The city of Gerdak does not look like an altar, but it is an altar in itself. It is worthy of being the longest-standing troll. The high-level priest of Zoldrak is indeed not simple. If we can get Gerdak? Braddock's eyes were hot. In his eyes, Gerdak was a huge treasure. He vowed that no matter what the price, he would get this city, able to easily break space barriers and summon gods to come. Gudak's secrets are enough to drive any troll tribe crazy. Zanza, contact Chief Wijin quickly and tell him the situation here. We need help. Enough help. At this point, Braddock's tone increased. Gudak must be captured. As long as we understand the situation. The secret? The rise of the Troll Empire is no longer a dream. Chapter 1094. Just cripple him. Gods are also divided into levels. In the world of gods, the classification of levels is not much different from that in the mortal world. The gap in strength between gods is wider than in the mortal world. Don't look at the fact that the Drakari Frost Troll summoned 4 gods at once, with a posture that is unbelievably powerful. In fact, as long as you can stay calm under the power of the gods, you will find that no matter whether it is an ice bear, a snow leopard, or even a rhinoceros, the wind snake is not too strong. And these 4 animal gods are not to the point where people cannot fight against them. Cinesarea and Syndragosa were right. They were just 4 inferior gods who responded to the Frost Troll's summons. To say they were gods would be an insult to the gods. These 4 guys were just powerful animal spirits. They can possess divine power after burning incense for who knows how many lifetimes. Braddock is not Leo. He is not familiar with divine power. He can only feel the divine power of the ice bear and other 4 animal spirits, but cannot detect their true reality. However, even if Braddock can detect it, the Bloodcap Great Witch Doctor interest in Goodacre hasn't waned one bit either. No matter how lowly a god is, he is still a god. As long as he can make them respond to his call, he can get help from them. Who wouldn't be happy to have gods as helpers? The troll here is urgently contacting Valjean, while Leo is calmly releasing his breath to counter the power of Gudak's 4 animal gods. Although the soldiers of the Alliance are all veterans who have been on the battlefield and are iron-blooded warriors who have fought in the flames of war, they are mortals after all. Their fighting spirit has been weakened to the lowest point under the shock of divine power. The soldiers and officers are not much better. Leo, if we don't take action, the Alliance's army will collapse without the help of Frost Trolls to attack. Using his own power to resist the power of the 4 gods, Leo's breath immediately attracted the attention of the 4 animal gods who were descending on Gudak. Under the pressure of the gods, some mortals dared to resist. Is this a provocation? The 4 animal gods were angry. They felt that they were being despised. When a mere mortal saw the gods, instead of paying homage to them, they emitted their aura to fight. This was blasphemy. Anyone who blasphemed the gods would be punished by the gods. Kill this blasphemer. No communication was needed. And the 4 animal gods, including the ice bear, snow leopard, and others reached a consensus in an instant. As gods, if they are provoked by mortals and do not respond, their prestige among believers will definitely decline, which will cause believers to no longer believe in them. The loss of followers of low-level gods, like Ice Bear, is a terrible disaster. In order to maintain, believers have faith in themselves, and they will do everything possible to show their strength. Pathetic guy. Leo shook his head. He knew what these 4 guys were thinking when the Ice Bears and others locked their minds on him. In this regard, should Leo say that they overestimated their capabilities or overestimated themselves? If you want to kill Leo, let alone Gudak, there are only 4 low-level animal gods. Even if there are twice as many, it is impossible to do it. Ice Bear and the others think too highly of themselves. Underestimating your opponents and overestimating yourself often results in failure, and the price you pay is often your life. For low-level gods with empty divine power. Zenitharea, since you took the initiative to ask for a fight, I'll leave it to you. Having glimpsed the reality of the 4 animal gods of Gudak, Leo was not interested in fighting them. These 4 guys were much worse than the crow god Ansu. They were not Leo's opponents at all, and they would not be able to fight with them. It's not exciting. So let's leave it to my subordinates. The Ice Bear and Snow Leopard could not arouse Leo's interest, but Gudak himself was different. The Drakari Frost Troll can summon 4 animal gods to come. The reason is very attractive, and Leo is not particularly interested in it. While fighting against the 4 animal gods, Leo's spiritual power extended through the gap opened by the Dark Spear Hunter in Gudak's protective barrier. He wanted to explore Gudak's secret. For the caster, spiritual power perception sees better than the eyes. The 4 of Gudak are gods after all. Galdara and the others are not strong enough to sense Leo's spiritual power. But they are different. When Leo's spiritual power extends to Gudak, they feel it. We haven't come to trouble you yet, but you have the audacity to provoke us. The 4 gods who were descending in Gudak were roaring angrily. They were angry. Since when would a mortal dare to start a group to mock and despise the gods? They were hateful. Couldn't this damn arrival be faster? The shadows in the sky were shrinking, and their bodies became smaller as they got closer to the ground. By the time they arrived at Gudek, their sizes were different from those of ordinary animals. When the gods came, everyone still felt frightened, but when they actually completed their arrival, this feeling was gone. People are often like this. They will feel anxious before things happen, but they calm down once things are a foregone conclusion. There is no way to avoid it, and no matter how scared you are, it is useless. In this case, it is better to face it directly and find a way to solve it. Sarah, let the army continue to attack. I will deal with those 4 beasts. Leo signaled to Sarah, asking her to command the army to continue attacking Gudek. The worst thing about this moment is that the commander is not decisive enough. The soldiers were originally worried because of the coming of the gods. As the backbone of the army, if an officer hesitates again, his morale will plummet. Without morale, how can we fight a war? The trumpet sounded, which was the order to attack. Are you still going to attack at this moment? Didn't you see a god coming in Gudek? When they heard the marching horn, the officers and soldiers were stunned for several seconds. However, despite the heavy military orders, they did not dare to hesitate and had to shout loudly to cheer themselves up. This guy Leo. Kaeldats watched the Alliance army press forward and muttered in a low voice. The Blood Elf Prince knew what Leo was going to do. That kid was really crazy. For gods came to Gudek. Leo was not afraid at all. Is he confident or arrogant? However, I like what this guy did. Kaeldats is also an arrogant guy at heart. The power of the ice bear, snow leopard and other 4 animal gods made him very unhappy. He didn't like to be looked down upon. He didn't like someone to appear in front of him in a condescending manner. He didn't like it. I like to see myself as an ant. Challenging for gods? Just thinking about it makes me excited. The corners of Kaeldats' mouth turned up slightly, and the Blood Elf's belligerence was provoked. How can you not count me in this kind of thing? The Blood Elf Prince's fighting spirit soared. Since he was promoted to demigod, his goal has changed. Above the demigod is the god. The god is Kaeldats' new goal. It would be really fun if I could slay one of the troll gods. Kaeldats thought about it and said to Fizzle, send the order and let the army assist the Alliance. The Alliance has now officially launched a siege against Gudek. What can they do to assist them? Siege? Of course. The Blood Elf and Alliance armies have moved. How can the Dark Spear trolls watch the battle from behind? Braddock was very angry at the actions of Leo and Kaeldats. In his opinion, attacking Gudek now was to find abuse. You must know that the Drakari Frost Troll summoned 4 gods at once. And Kaeldats, no matter how powerful Sass and Leo are, can they still deal with 4 gods at once? You know, the 4 animal gods joining forces are not as simple as 1 + 1 = 2. It's okay if you go crazy. Please, can you please look at the time? In this situation, if you go crazy, don't you force me to jump into the pit with you? Braddock was extremely depressed. At this time, he really wanted to shout that I am not going to play anymore. But he could only think about the idea of withdrawing from the coalition. The Dark Spear Hunters had appeared, and there was no death between the Dark Spear tribe and the Frost Trolls. No end. Once the hatred is formed, how can it be let go so easily? Not to mention that Braddock is also salivating over the Frost Trolls' method of summoning the gods to come. Anyway, there are 2 strong demigods, Leo and Kaeldats, at the front. If the 4 gods are looking for them, they will look for them first. What should I be afraid of? Without hesitating for long, Braddock made the decision to attack. The 3-party alliance not only did not retreat after Gudek summoned the gods, but instead pressed forward with force. The offensive became more fierce, and Galdara felt a little confused. Shouldn't the enemy retreat at this time? How dare they attack under the pressure of the gods? After the confusion, there is anger. An anger where things are beyond one's control and one's authority is challenged. Since you are seeking death, I will help you, and use your blood to scare all those who have evil intentions against Gudek, and let them understand that we Drakari Frost Trolls are not easy to mess with. Galdara's face was livid, and he winked at Sladlin and Marabi. Years of tacit understanding made the latter 2 understand what he meant. Now that you have decided to establish your authority, you must establish it thoroughly. The kingdom of Zoldrak has been silent for too long. It has been so long that people have forgotten its glory and its power. Look at now. All cats and dogs dare to provoke powerful people. Drakari Frost Trolls? It's time to give them some color. Gudek looks like an altar, and its interior is also filled with altars of all sizes. After tens of thousands of years of operation, the Drakari Frost Trolls have accumulated a frightening amount of money. even if they are affected by the undead plague of the Scourge Legion. They were so embarrassed that few people could resist them if they really broke out. Sladlin and Marabi each found the 2 closest altars. After entering the altar, they did not worship the great being in the void like ordinary priests, but directly recited the incantation. The ancient troll language lingered over the altar, and a strange scene appeared. As the spell continued, the bodies of Marabi and Sladlin were twisting and changing. In the end, a sturdy mammoth and of the green viper replaced Marabi and Sladlin. And if there was a faint divine power, it spread on the mammoth and the viper. With 2 more gods, the Drakari Frost Troll has a lot of trump cards. Outside Gudak, Leo snapped his fingers, and several figures appeared behind him. Pointing at Gudak, Leo said, "Go and have fun with those 6 guys." At the end, he added, "Just cripple him. Don't kill him." Chapter 1095 Braddock's Resentment. Mortals, you lowly races dare to offend the majesty of God, and you have to pay the price for it. Angry roars came from Gudak, and the roars echoed over the ancient city, and the divine power stirred up people's hearts. The other armies had already lost their fighting spirit under the impact of the divine power. But the attacker was Leo. Under the protection of such a powerful demigod, the surging divine power cannot waver the soldiers attacking the city. Provocation. Shigwig was provocation. The majesty of the gods cannot be violated. Even the weak ones among the gods do not allow anyone to offend them. Even these weak gods cannot hold their heads up in front of other gods. So they care more about the awe from mortals, because that is there the only remaining place where you can enjoy the awe and experience the feeling of being high above. From this, it is not difficult to understand why the 4 animal gods, the ice bear, snow leopard, wind snake, rhinoceros, were furious. A white shadow with no trace of color on its body rushed out of Gudak. Its fur was whiter than ice and snow, setting off his arrogance. This was the ice bear among the 4 animal gods, who came to Gudak. Gulu. The throat was twitching, and the sound of swallowing saliva was clearly audible. Come yet? Seeing the ice bear, the soldiers rushing forward were trembling. The guy opposite looked beautiful, but everyone knew that it was extremely beautiful and dangerous. As mortals, they really wanted to attack a god. Attack? Are they ready to face the gods? The ice bear was like a predator standing at the top of the food chain facing a group of overestimated ants. It glanced at the many soldiers on the opposite side with contempt. This glance made the soldiers shocked and angry, but also fearful. He was frightened that he had to face a real god, and was angry that the ice bear despised him. But he was afraid to move forward because he knew how powerful the other party was, and he dared not speak out in anger. The soldiers did not dare to rush forward, and the offensive was immediately blocked. As the saying goes, it is full of energy, then weakened, and exhausted in 3 attempts. How can an army that has lost its vigor take down a strong city like Gudak? Sarah frowned when she saw this, put her hand on the hilt of her sword, and was about to take action against the ice bear herself. But someone beat her to it at this moment. Roar! A bearman as tall as 2 people burst out of the Alliance's military formation. The bearman's eyes were red, which was obviously the sign of using the bloodthirsty technique. Sarah took a closer look and saw who it was if it wasn't Neralak. The appearance of Neralak did not reassure Sarah, because she understood that Neralak's strength was far from enough to fight a real god. Even if he used the bloodthirsty technique to enhance his combat power, it would not change the final outcome. Does the master want to train Neralak's ability and let him experience the power of the god personally in the battle with the ice bear god, so that Neralak will not be unsure when he is promoted in the future? As her mind turned, Sarah understood what Leo meant. Opportunities like these to fight against real gods are rare but rare. Wouldn't it be a pity not to take advantage of them? As for whether Neralak will be killed by the ice bear, Sarah is not worried at all. You must know that Neralak is a summoned creature that signed a contract with Leo. As long as Leo does not die, Neralak can be resurrected indefinitely. As the god of Ice Bear, he was actually attacked by a bear man. This was a slap in the face of the god of Ice Bear. How could a god develop followers when he couldn't even shock his own kind? It was so embarrassing and embarrassing. Ice Bear's face was burning, as if someone had slapped him in the face. And Neralak immediately became a thorn in his side. Despicable fellow, I will crush your bones. With an angry roar, the ice bear crashed towards Neralak without taking any defensive measures. It was clear that he wanted to eat Neralak forcefully with his body. Due to his thick skin and thick flesh, the ice bear did not take Neralak seriously. As a god, he and Neralak were not on the same level at all. In the ice bear's view, Nerlak's attacks were only worthy of scratching his own itch, let alone hurting him. It was impossible to even make him feel pain. Just when the ice bear carelessly bumped into Nerlak, Leo curled his lips. Although you are a god and Nerlak is indeed no match for you. You underestimate Nerlak too much. You really think that you are immortal? The creatures in the world can't do anything to you? If you dare to look down on me, I will let you know how powerful I am. Anger is not exclusive to ice bears. The eyes of Nerlak, who was despised, became even redder. The bloodthirsty spell was even more effective with the blessing of anger. Nerlak's combat power increased to the peak since his birth. The soldiers who were shocked by the power of the ice bear held their breath and stared at the field intently. They were waiting for the outcome of the collision between the bears. The soldiers did not ask Nerlak to defeat the ice bear. They only asked Nerlak to persist for a few more seconds, so that they could see that the gods were not incapable of fighting, and build their confidence in fighting the gods. Just when everyone's eyes fell on Nerlak and the ice bear god, several rays of light under Leo's feet rippled gently, and the energy halo, the undead halo, etc. quietly dispersed. Seeing that the ice bear god was about to collide with Nerlak, his forward body suddenly trembled. This tremor made his fierce momentum release. At the same time, Nerlak's speed suddenly increased, speeded up a few minutes. Bang 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 bang. The powerful and heavy bear palm shot out countless phantoms. Under the blessing of Bloodthirsty, Nerlak's attack was dazzling. Except for a few strong men such as Leo and Kaeldats, no one could see his attack clearly. From the attack trajectory, the soldiers could only hear the pounding sound like a heavy rain. With Leo's secret help, Nerlak gave the ice bear god a head-on blow. Ouch! 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 The ice bear god was beaten so hard that he screamed in pain. Nerlak's attack power exceeded his expectations. The ice bear god's proud body could not completely prevent the opponent's slaps, and he was beaten in pain. Despicable guy. You pissed me off. Being beaten so badly by a mortal that even his carefully maintained fur was messed up by the opponent. The ice bear god was so angry that he roared and slapped the bear with his paw. Experts will know if there is one as soon as they take action. It was not surprising that the ice bear god's attack was so powerful. What was surprising was the speed of his attack. Everyone could only see a blur in front of their eyes. When they came back to their senses, Nerlak was already lying on the ground with blood. He was bleeding all over the ground, not knowing whether he was alive or dead. What a terrifying attack speed. What a powerful attack power. Despicable bastard. The ice bear god looked down at Nerlak, who fell on the ground with a victor's attitude. As he was speaking, a golden light fell on Nerlak, and the giant bear priest stood up again unsteadily. It's the holy light. It was the holy light that healed the bear man's injury. Seeing this scene, the Alliance soldiers, who had been shocked by the ice bear god, cheered. The beast god summoned by the Frost troll were strong. But were they, the believers in the holy light, weak? Warriors of the Alliance, we have nothing to fear under the protection of the holy light. What do a few beasts mean? Sarah shouted at the right time to boost the morale of the army and free the soldiers from fear of the beast god. Right now, for the sake of the holy light, for the honor, and for the Alliance, move forward bravely. The holy light is with us. Kill! Morale is a wonderful thing. When it is lost, even the most elite army will collapse. When it is gained, even a ragtag group of people can burst into infinite combat power. The warriors of the Alliance have regained their confidence. They believe that under the guidance of the holy light, victory will belong to them. Fusel glanced at Sarah from a distance. She was very surprised when she learned that the commander of the Alliance's northern expedition was a little-known female knight. Later, she learned that this female knight named Sarah was Leo's disciple. After poaching a corner in the kingdom of Stormwind, Fusel's surprise turned into surprise. Leo could risk offending Varian to poach someone. This Sarah was by no means an ordinary person. Facts have proved that Fusel was right. After having contact with Sarah, Fusel recognized the other party's ability. The only thing that made Fusel uncomfortable was that Sarah was a girl, and a target of thunder. A girl whom Ao highly admires. The female elf complained in her heart more than once that Leo, a soulless soul, had kidnapped another girl. The morale of the Alliance's army is high, and we blood elves cannot lose to them. Fusel drew out the long sword used by the commander, and pointed the tip of the sword diagonally at Goodak. For the glory of the Sindorii, charge! If he hadn't taken the Darkspear troll's face into consideration, Fusel would have added, kill all those damn trolls. They have fought thousands of battles with the Amani Empire established by forest trolls. The blood elves have no favorable impression of the trolls. Although the ones in Gurdak are not forest trolls, but frost trolls. They don't care so much. What could be more satisfying than killing trolls? And hacking to death all those guys who have been shouting that elves are mutants from trolls? How could our noble and beautiful elves be related to such savage and ugly guys as trolls? The actions of the two allies forced Braddock to issue the order to charge. The Bloodcap witch doctor originally wanted to wait for Valjean to arrive before making a decision. Who would have thought that his two allies would be like idiots in a very short period of time? Within a short period of time, the battle was pushed into the most intense confrontation. Didn't you say that Leo was sinister and cunning? Didn't you say that Kael'dats was extremely intelligent? Braddock wondered why I didn't see it at all. Wouldn't they avoid the edge of the frost troll? You must know that summoning 4 animal gods at the same time. Gurdak can't afford to support them. As long as we retreat temporarily, the frost trolls will be in chaos after waiting for a while. He is not afraid of opponents who are like gods, but teammates who are like pigs. Braddock really wants to kill his two allies at this time. Don't these two guys know that impulsiveness is the devil? He winked at the high-ranking priests such as Yeklik, Zanza, and Venoxus, telling them to conserve their strength for the next battle. Braddock commanded the entire Darkspear troll army to press forward. Those who looked like they were gnashing their teeth thought that he had an enmity with the Drakari frost troll. Chapter 1096 Trouble and Threat. The god of Ice Bear was angry. He originally thought that he would be able to shake the place when he came out. Who would have thought that not only were those lowly mortals not afraid, but they attacked more and more fiercely? Are these guys fools? Don't they understand what kind of existence they are facing? What you have to face is God. The God you worship. A God far higher than you. You should remain humble in front of God. Why do you lowly creatures dare to wave your sword at me? The Ice Bear god was frightened and angry. And when mortals no longer feared him, he became afraid. No. This is impossible. How could a powerful god be afraid of a group of mortals? The Ice Bear god has a murderous intention. He wants to kill all the mortals who dare to swing his sword at him. Only in this way can he wash away his shame. Where are you looking? Naralak, whose injuries were healed by the holy light spell, pounced on him again. Your opponent is me. Being severely injured by a slap from the Ice Bear god did not affect Naralak's fighting spirit. As early as the moment Leo assigned himself to fight against the Ice Bear god, Naralak was ready to die. As the saying goes, those who are aggressive are afraid of being stunned, and those who are stunned are afraid of losing their lives. Naralak's attitude of risking his life made the Ice Bear god deeply afraid. The latter did not want to be hit again, and tasted it at the hands of mortals. The feeling of pain is not pleasant. Naralak looks like a mad tiger, and the Ice Bear god is very jealous. If the disparity in strength between the two sides is not too great, Naralak will probably make his opponent more embarrassed. Unfortunately, there are no ifs in reality. So when the Ice Bear god recovered from Naralak's desperate attack, the giant bear priest was knocked down again. Still a slap. Another serious injury. The golden holy light fell, and Naralak stood up again. There are many priests in the alliance, so it is not a problem to send a few to keep an eye on Naralak. Is it over yet? The Ice Bear god was very irritated. He could seriously injure Naralak, but could not kill his opponent. It was not because of his lack of strength, but because the bear priest's skin was too thick and his flesh was too thick. More importantly, whenever he wanted to attack Naralak, whenever Lark strikes, a force of law with a strong sense of death will emerge, forcing him to concentrate on fighting, greatly reducing the effectiveness of his attacks. There is a strong man hiding in the dark. I have to be careful. The power of the law of death made the Ice Bear god work hard to deal with it. Even if he was as strong as the Ice Bear god, he would not dare to underestimate the obscure but rich aura of death. He was even regretting it now. If he had known, he would encounter it. An enemy who understands the law of death should not answer the call of the troll priest. He knocked Naralak to the ground again and again, and seriously injured the giant bear priest again and again, but had no chance to kill him. The Ice Bear god had never fought such a useless battle. The more he fought, the more irritated and frightened he became. The Ice Bear god can feel it. Every time Naralak stands up again, his strength is stronger than the last time. Who wouldn't be frightened when facing an opponent who gets stronger and stronger but cannot be killed? No matter how stupid someone can be to become a god. The god of Ice Bear quickly figured out the other party's true purpose. Naralak clearly used the pressure he brought to him to slowly improve by fighting with himself. Own strength. You lowly mortal dare to use me as your sparring partner. The Ice Bear god was filled with hatred. He had never thought that a member of his race could look so hateful. Now he found out that there was such a guy who made him want to kill no matter how he looked at him. This guy was his current opponent. Naralak. You just watch like this. Let me tell you. Don't think you can stay out of it. Under the interference of the unknown law of death. The Ice Bear God tried all methods, but still could not kill Naralak. In desperation, he had to ask for help. The Ice Bear God is not the only one who is offended by mortals. The Snow Leopard, Wind Snake and Rhinoceros, who came to Goodak with him, are all examples of being provoked. Only the blood of the blasphemer can appease their anger. Ha 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 ha. He laughed without hiding it. The Rhinoceros God became the second god to appear. You can't even kill a mortal. You are such a waste. As a god but unable to do anything to a mortal. The performance of the Ice Bear God is no different from that of trash in the eyes of the Rhino God. It is too embarrassing to be associated with such a guy. The Rhinoceros God then thought about it. And the Ice Bear God's incompetence was not without benefit to him. The more incompetent the other party was, the easier it was for him to win over the other party's believers, and win over the other party's power of faith to himself. As long as he could accept the lore it kills. Is it difficult to kill Naralak? Rhinoceros Demigod's answer, too simple. I'm not that stupid bear. And my strength is completely incomparable with that trash, who can't even kill a mortal. The Rhino God thought while exerting force. And his huge body was like an out-of-control locomotive, crashing into Naralak as fast as lightning. He is not an idiot. The Ice Bear God is a god after all. If Naralak is not weird, how could he not be killed? It's just that no matter how weird you are still immortal after all. I can kill even gods on the same level as me with one full blow. If I use it on you, a mere mortal, you can still survive? The Rhinoceros God did not underestimate Naralak. If his collision was real, Naralak would definitely die. After all, the impact of a rhinoceros is several or even 10 times more terrifying than an ice bear. If no one helps Naralak, the bear priest will definitely die. However, the most important thing Leo has is short of his manpower. It's not enough to rely on duo to win. I also hope that the ice bear will make Naralak stronger. With a thought in Leo's mind, a huge monster rumbled up and intercepted the Rhinoceros God halfway. Mosh, king of Tyrannosaurus. Originally, the Rhinoceros God didn't want to pay attention to Mosh. Even though he was big, he thought he was very strong. In the eyes of the Rhinoceros God, Mosh was not a strong enemy at all. If he was not cursed. Is the Rhino God cursed? Yes. As the person involved, the Rhinoceros God guaranteed with his own godhood that he was cursed. And there were more than one curse. Putting a curse on the god sounds like a joke. The Rhinoceros God also wanted to laugh. But unfortunately, he couldn't laugh because he was really cursed. Under the negative state imposed by these curses, his strength dropped sharply. It got to the point where Mosh's threats could no longer be ignored. No wonder that stupid bear couldn't kill a mortal. It turned out that there was a strong man who was good at cursing hiding in the dark. The Rhinoceros God understood. This was the reason why the Ice Bear God could not kill Naralak. What made him angry was that the Ice Bear God knew that someone was hiding in the dark, but did not remind himself as a companion. It was obvious that the stupid bears are really nothing. In the past, I used to laugh at others for my cheating, but when something went wrong, I blamed others for not reminding me. The logic of the Rhinoceros God is indeed powerful. Mosh alone can't stop that rhinoceros. Huma, you and Malarak go and help Mosh. Leo said 2 more men. Huma, who had become a liger, and Malarak, who was good at multiple spells, to join the front battle group. And together with Mosh, they fought against the Rhinoceros God, who was weakened by Leo's curse. The Rhinoceros God carefully confronted the 3 of Mosh. The person who made him so cautious was not Mosh, Huma, or Malarak, but the person who secretly cast the curse. Although these mortals are not very powerful, it still takes a lot of effort for them to join forces to solve the problem. What's more, there is a guy hiding in the dark. When this battle is over, he must ask for sufficient rewards from those believers. As soon as he saw that the enemy was strong, he wanted to ask for more benefits from his followers. The Rhino God only had so much potential. No wonder he was still the bottom among the gods after so many years. There are many of you. And there are also many of us. Just wait, mortals, and you will soon know how foolish you are. During the confrontation, a trace of pride flashed in the eyes of the Rhino God. However, before this trace of pride disappeared from his eyes, a flash of surprise replaced it. Less than 100 meters away from Mosh, an ice sculpture suddenly appeared, and a snow leopard was lifelike in the ice sculpture. Snow leopard? It is the snow leopard goddess, who descends on Goodak. You only do things in secret. How can you be considered a god? Sindragosa flew over, her waist-length blue hair fluttering in the wind. It was not the Blue Dragon Queen who was able to break through the sneak attack of the Snow Leopard Goddess and freeze her. Crack, crackle. The ice covering the Snow Leopard Goddess shattered, and Sindragosa's ice-sealing spell failed to trap the enemy. The appearance of Sindragosa made the ice bear, rhinoceros and snow leopard feel frightened. In Sindragosa, they sensed the aura that only gods can have. God! The Snow Leopard Goddess looked at Sindragosa bitterly. It felt uncomfortable to be frozen. No wonder these lowly mortals have the courage to raise their swords against us. It turns out you are supporting them. Do you think if you can defeat 4 of us by yourself? Then you are making a big mistake. The Snow Leopard Goddess smelled danger from Sindragosa. If Naralak and Mosh could only cause them some trouble, then Sindragosa could turn these troubles into threats. Enough to threaten them. The Snow Leopard Goddess and their 4 lives were threatened. They are confident enough to face a group of mortals. The Snow Leopard Goddess. But they have no confidence to face Sindragosa, who is also a god. How can these 4 guys be just the bottom of the gods? 4? Sindragosa looked at Goodak. It should be 6. The guy is distracted. Chance. The Snow Leopard Goddess didn't pay attention to Sindragosa's words, and she moved when the latter looked away from her. Different from the ice bears and rhinoceroses who pursue strength with thick skin and thick flesh, the Snow Leopard Goddess takes the agile route. Her speed ranks first among the 4 animal gods who came to Goodak. The Snow Leopard Goddess is sure to defeat Sindragosa. Rip the other person's throat out before reacting. If you dare to be distracted while confronting me, isn't this looking for death? The Snow Leopard Goddess, who rushed towards Sindragosa at lightning speed, had already felt the pleasure of tearing open the opponent's throat and drinking the opponent's divine blood. This feeling stimulated her and made her very excited. Careless guy. I will tear your divine body to pieces, drink up your divine blood, and devour your divine personality. Chapter 1097 Suppression. Boom! The Snow Leopard Goddess hit the ground hard, and her body had frozen. It turned out that just when she was about to pounce on Sindragosa, the ice element around the Blue Dragon Queen went into chaos. As a result, the Snow Leopard Goddess was frozen again. Ice sculpture. Not to mention that the sneak attack was in vain. But she was in danger. The Snow Leopard Goddess regretted it. She knew that she had fallen into the opponent's trick. The blue-haired woman deliberately exposed her flaws in order to lure her into action. But she actually fell for it. Thinking of this, the Snow Leopard Goddess felt regretful. It was only because she was too confident in her own speed. I originally wanted to catch my opponent off guard, but I didn't expect that others had already dug a hole for me. I only regretted it after the sneak attack failed. Isn't it too late? Crackle. The Snow Leopard Goddess once again cracked the ice, sealing her. To her surprise, Sindragosa did not take action at such a good opportunity. Is that blue-haired woman too confident in her own strength? Or does she simply look down on me? The Snow Leopard Goddess moved her body carefully and slowly opened the distance from Sindragosa. Her instinct told her, leave this woman quickly. She is in danger. Are you leaving? The corners of Sindragosa's mouth turned up slightly, and the Snow Leopard Goddess saw clearly that it was a mocking smile, as if she saw a clown who did not know his own abilities. Who is that blue-haired woman laughing at? Who else but me? The Snow Leopard Goddess felt extremely humiliated. She really wanted to pounce on him again, but she was not as strong as others. She could only humiliate herself if she went up. In the end, the Snow Leopard Goddess chose to retreat. Little did he know, her choice made Sindragosa look down on her even more. As a strong person, she lost her courage and her heart to challenge powerful enemies. The path of the Snow Leopard Goddess has come to an end. No wonder she is only the bottom among the gods. Even if such a guy gives her more time, she will still be a waste. Since it is waste, there is no need to keep it. Sindragosa's eyes were cold, and his sapphire-like eyes shone with an intoxicating light. However, in the eyes of the Snow Leopard Goddess, this light was like a talisman. Very terrifying. She's going to take action. She's going to take action. The Snow Leopard Goddess roared in her heart, and the feeling of crisis made her hair stand up. In the eyes of outsiders, this appearance was no different from a big cat with exploded hair. The Snow Leopard was locked by Sindragosa's chi machine. How can a goddess be even remotely noble and elegant? Hundreds of fist-sized ice picks appeared around Sindragosa, which were the product of ice elements gathering under divine power. With the sound of whooshing through the air, the ice cones turned into thin lines and struck at the Snow Leopard Goddess at a speed that exceeded human visual reaction. If an ice pick with concentrated divine power has the ability to injure the Snow Leopard Goddess, then hundreds of such ice picks have the potential to kill the snow leopard goddess. My feeling was indeed correct. That blue-haired woman was really dangerous. I would die if I couldn't take her attack. The snow leopard goddess was horrified. Before meeting Sindragosa, she never thought that there would be an existence that would pose a fatal threat to her in the mortal world. If I had known it would be so dangerous, why would I join in the fun? The snow leopard goddess smiled bitterly. For a god with low strength like her, safety is the most important thing. But in many cases safety is not what you want. Sindragosa's energy locked onto her, and the snow leopard goddess knew that hiding was no longer an option. She could only rely on herself at this moment. As long as she could block the opponent's attack, her helpers would arrive. The ice bear rhinoceros and the wind snake, who have not yet appeared on the same front as her, will not watch themselves being killed. With a low roar and cheering up, the snow leopard goddess mobilized her divine power. Her body surface was quickly covered by a layer of ice armor. She did not choose to attack with attack, but chose to defend. Such a response method fell on Sindragosa. The look in her eyes made the blue dragon queen completely disappointed with this snow leopard goddess. This snow leopard is really hopeless. Even if she doesn't have the courage to fight and attack, she can't do such a stupid thing. She is a snow leopard. A snow leopard is known for its speed and agility. What does it mean to add a layer of ice armor to herself? Is it stupid to reduce the dexterity and speed that I am good at to enhance my defense that is not very good? If this is the so-called god, Sindragosa's eyes became colder. You really disappoint me. When the word disappointment was spoken, hundreds of ice picks gathered around Sindragosa again. Pop! 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 Ice chips are flying. The ice picks hit the snow leopard goddess like a heavy rain, and the bursts of impact made the snow leopard goddess scream in pain. Under the continuous blows of the ice picks, the snow leopard goddess felt like a small boat in the storm, in danger of being destroyed at any time. Help me quickly. Seeing Sindragosa's second wave of icicle rain coming, the snow leopard goddess's ghosts emerged. One wave of icicle rain was enough for her. It was strange that she was not injured by the second wave. If you were injured in front of a powerful enemy like Sindragosa, what guarantee would you have for your life? In order to survive, the snow leopard goddess didn't care about the majesty of any gods. She asked for help. Roar! Roar! The ice bear god and the rhino god roared. Sindragosa's power frightened them. Sitting on the same boat as the snow leopard goddess, they knew that they could not let the snow leopard goddess be seriously injured or even killed by Sindragosa. Otherwise, they will be the ones to get hit with the ice pick next. Saving the snow leopard goddess means saving themselves. No one cares about their own lives. How dare the ice bear god and rhino god not go all out? The strength of Mosh and Nerlac alone could not hold back the two animal gods, who were fighting desperately. Fortunately, Leo did not lack his men. As early as the moment the snow leopard goddess asked for help, Leo once again released several figures. Subordinates. Kill on command. Taligammon stepped forward and swung the two swords as tall as a person in his hands, like windmills rotating at high speed. The sound of the sharp blades breaking through the wind could be heard far away. A sword shadow struck at the rhinoceros god. How could the rhinoceros god not sense the power of Taligammon? How can a demon guard with strength comparable to that of a demigod defeat me? The rhinoceros is famous for its thick skin. Even the ice bear dare not rank it first in terms of its defense power. Taligammon's strength is not weak, but it is nothing in the eyes of the rhinoceros god. In order to rush to the rescue of the snow leopard goddess in time, the rhinoceros god did not care, and acted as if I was going to withstand your attacks and rush over. Facing an opponent with thick skin, high strength and high attack and defense, Mosh, Huma and Malrak had no choice. They tried their best, but could not stop the rhino god. The thick skin on the rhino god's body could not stop him. Down all their attacks. It's good to have confidence in yourself, but being blindly confident without knowing your opponent's cards can lead to trouble. Puff! Puff! The sound of the sharp blades chopping flesh was as loud as a scream. Taligammon's double swords cut through the thick skin of the rhinoceros god as effortlessly as chopping tofu. These two swords made the rhinoceros god let out a shocking roar. The blades of the two great swords were completely engulfed in the body of the rhinoceros god. A ghostly strike that ignores defense. The rhinoceros god paid the price for his self-confidence. He would never have expected that Taligammon would have the ability to ignore defenses and inflict damage to targets. No matter how thick the skin was, it would not be much better than a piece of thin paper under the attack of the ghost. Blood spattered and pain penetrated into the bone marrow. The rhinoceros god's wail resounded throughout the battlefield, and time seemed to freeze at this moment. Injured. Can God get hurt too? Hearing the miserable howl of the rhinoceros god in their ears, and watching Taligamon's two swords cutting into the rhinoceros god's body. At this moment everyone realized a fact that they subconsciously ignored. It will hurt. Being injured means that you can be killed, and being killed means that you can defeat it. Taligamon can severely injure the rhino god. Why can't we? At this moment, the morale of the attacking coalition forces was greatly boosted. Once the myth of the invincibility of the gods was broken, it was replaced by the thought of killing the gods that filled everyone's minds. Slaughter God. What a crazy word. What an exciting word. What an exciting feat. The heavy breathing came from the mouths of the coalition soldiers. Even the elegant blood elves were no exception. By killing those guys, we can slay the gods, become heroes sung in the epic, and have the qualification to be remembered by future generations. Although slaying the gods is dangerous. But why not? God is nothing more than that. Taligamon was so excited that he was trembling all over. He injured a god? He seriously injured a god with one blow. He listened to the screams of the rhinoceros god, and watched the golden divine blood splash out from the opponent's body. Then he looked at it. Feels great to see the disbelief in the eyes of the rhinoceros god. Taligamon, finally showed my face. And I finally cheated for a while. Let's see how that little bitch Ilsa can still be arrogant in front of me in the future. The hungry man's resentment is not as deep as usual. He was suppressed miserably by Ilsa. He is obviously a demon guard with a higher level than the succubus. But his strength is far inferior to Ilsa, and he is not as favored by Leo. On the other side, Taligamon was so aggrieved that he wanted to cry. Taligamon was excited when a sharp scream that could tear his eardrums came from his head. A flesh wing fell next to Taligamon. The hungry man looked up and saw Ilsa with a pale face. A wind snake faced off. The succubus's bone whip was shattered, and blood was flowing from the corner of its mouth. The scene happening above his head was like a basin of biting ice water, chilling Taligamon from head to toe. He knew that if Ilsa hadn't saved him, he would have been killed by the wind snake hiding in the dark. The wind snake was hiding in the dark, just to trick someone. Originally, his target was Sindragosa, who asked the Blue Dragon Queen to suppress the Snow Leopard Goddess and beat her. But after seeing Taligamon attacking the rhino after the god was seriously injured, the wind snake changed his mind. If it weren't for Ilsa, the wind snake would definitely be able to succeed. After the successful attack, Taligamon was so carried away that he even lost his most basic vigilance. After walking at night for a long time, he finally encountered a ghost. When the wind snake met Ilsa, when the wind snake who wanted to attack Taligamon met the succubus, who had long been invisible in ambush, he was destined to be a tragedy. Who let the wind snake and the others come? There was so much movement. And when he didn't show up for a long time, who wouldn't be on guard? Ilsa succeeded in breaking off the wind snake's wings by calculating with intention, but without intention. The four animal gods who came to Gudak in response to the Frost Troll's call all appeared. But Leo's side still had many trump cards to play, and the balance of victory began to tilt at this moment. Chapter 1098: The Speculation of the Ice Bear God. Relying on a sneak attack on Ilsa, she fought with the wind snake in a losing battle, at the cost of breaking her own weapons and being injured. One of the wind snake's wings was broken off. This shows that Ilsa's strength is still far behind that of a real god. There is no difference between letting her fight against the wind snake and sending her to death. A big snake covered with blood-colored scales and with 3 heads joined the battle group. It was the 3-headed sea snake demigod trickery prepared by Leo for Ilsa. Having lost one of its wings, the wind snake hissed in pain. A pair of triangular eyes stared at Ilsa, filled with hatred and killing. From the wound where the wing was severed, golden divine blood was dripping down. Divine blood is blood that contains divine power. It is a product of liquefaction of high-level energy. Someone will not let such a good thing go to waste. If someone observes carefully enough, he will find that no matter whether it is an ice bear, a rhinoceros, a snow leopard, or a wind snake, the divine blood flowing out of their bodies does not actually drip to the ground, but disappears the moment it touches the ground. Trace. Leo had a smile on his face. A smile of satisfaction. Needless to say, all the disappeared divine blood was collected. Waste is shameful. The divine blood you shed is better for me than for others. Sacrificing the little you to complete the big self. I will not thank you. In the field, the 4 animal gods were fighting with their men. Outside the field, Leo was constantly collecting the scattered divine blood. Leo felt extremely comfortable listening to the reminders of increased energy that Goldfinger kept reporting. This is the advantage of having more younger brothers. It feels good to let the younger brothers go first if there is something to do without having to do everything personally. Your pet Nerelak died. In the moment of triumph, Leo's spiritual connection with Nerelak was disconnected. As if to attack him, Goldfinger also sent an unprecedented reminder, which made Leo so angry that he couldn't even lift it up. Soul Dan, you are angry with me on purpose. Leo was very angry. The death of Nerelak was not beyond his expectation. In order to let Nerelak truly understand his own shortcomings, and to let Nerelak understand the power of the gods, Leo did not send helpers to the giant bear priest. In order to rescue the snow leopard goddess, the ice bear god gave up the fight with Nerelak. The giant bear priest tried his best to stop his opponent. This desperate effort gave the ice bear god a chance. The latter seized Nerelak's flaw and used to kill the opponent with a critical hit. Finally got rid of this annoying guy. The ice bear god did not feel happy about killing Nerelak, who had made him depressed. It took such a long time for a god to deal with a mortal like Nerelak. What a shame. After dealing with the opponent, the ice bear god strode towards the snow leopard goddess. Under Sindragosa's attack, the snow leopard goddess was already scarred. Waves of ice picks came at her, without giving her any time to breathe. After 3 waves of ice picks, dozens of scars appeared on the snow leopard goddess body, all of which were stabbed by the ice picks, although these small wounds are inconspicuous. After this beginning, the situation of the snow leopard goddess is extremely dangerous, because she has exhausted her divine power in the previous battle, and Sindragosa only needs 3 or 5 more waves of icicles to defeat her. Kill the snow leopard goddess. We cannot let the other party kill the snow leopard goddess. Otherwise we must do it without a doubt. The ice bear god roared, and his whole body was like a cannonball. He rushed towards Sindragosa with a roaring wind, and slapped out his thick bare paws with such force that the space trembled. Sindragosa looked intently, seemingly unaware of the ice bear god's attack, and seemingly ignoring the ice bear god. Seeing her like this, the ice bear god was not angry, but only worried and afraid. It was impossible for the other party not to notice her. There was only one explanation for her to be confident in such a posture. Seeing that he was about to hit Sindragosa, the ice bear god showed no joy at all. He had a feeling in his heart that the danger was getting closer and closer as he approached Sindragosa. Facts have proved that the ice bear god's sense of danger was correct. Just as he was approaching the 10-meter range of Sindragosa, flames with a destructive aura tore through the void and appeared between the ice bear god and Sindragosa. Between saw coming, the ice bear god's heart trembled. He was already prepared, and his movements turned into silence. And he stopped in an instant. Is the breath of destruction the law of destruction? Looking at the flames burning in front of him, the ice bear god was horrified. The blazing flames melted the space. The aura revealed in the flames made people uncontrollably scared and feared from the bottom of their hearts. The feeling of wanting to burn up everything in the universe and destroy everything. What else is it if it's not a characteristic of the law of destruction? God. Who is our opponent this time? The ice bear god almost wanted to cry, but he didn't understand. Isn't it just a mortal world? Why did he first sense the power of the law of death, and now an enemy with the law of destruction appeared? Is this still the inferiority of mortal life? Why is the world more dangerous than the higher world where gods gather? Could it be? The ice bear god thought of a possibility. Of course, it was impossible for a low-level mortal world to have strong men who could fight against or even kill gods, unless this low-level mortal world was favored by a powerful god system. Could it be that we are really so unlucky to have broken into such a world this time? Cold sweat dripped down his face. The ice bear god was frightened to death by his guess. Although the probability of such a thing happening is very small. No matter how small the probability is, it still exists. Who dares to say that he has not hit the jackpot this time? What is the difference between an inferior god like the ice bear god, who is at the bottom of the list, and meddling in the affairs of a powerful god system without permission, and a longevity star who is impatient to live by eating arsenic? The more I think about the ice bear god, the more correct my guess is. The more I think about the ice bear god, the less willing I am to fight. The more I think about the ice bear god, the more I hate the frost trolls in Gudek. If he hadn't responded to the frost trolls' call, or if he hadn't been greedy for the frost trolls' tribute, would he have been involved in this matter? Any fanatical believers or devout sacrifices are all bullshit. Those mortals have dug a sinkhole for themselves to jump into. Without fighting spirit, the ice bear god naturally does not want to fight anymore. To be precise, he does not dare to fight anymore. If his guess is correct, and the opponent is indeed a god, then there is no doubt that he will attack Gudek. Those mortals are the spokespersons chosen by this god system. And the other party is launching a war to unify the world. Intervening in such a war and preventing the opponent's chosen spokesperson from clearing out opponents is tantamount to declaring war on that pantheon. And the Ice Bear god cannot afford the consequences. What bad luck. So bloody unlucky. The Ice Bear god cursed secretly, turned suddenly, and ran towards Gudek. He gave up rescuing the snow leopard goddess. At this time, the Ice Bear god had only one thought in his mind. He must return to the altar and leave this world through the altar. As for the snow leopard, rhinoceros and wind snake, these three guys have no friendship with him. Even if they have friendship, it is not worth risking their own lives. They can only seek their own happiness if they are dead Taoist friends rather than poor Taoists. Is this the so-called god? Zenitharea looked at the Ice Bear god, who abandoned his companions and ran away, and sneered. Inferior gods are inferior gods. Killing you will dirty my hands. Nakos. That bear, there you go. The Black Dragon Queen has no interest in killing the Ice Bear god. How can an opponent who has lost his fighting spirit make her want to fight? How could she be allowed to test her fighting ability? Just throw it to me if you're not interested in it. And I'm not interested in that stupid bear either. Dragonakos muttered in a voice that only he could hear. After all, he was also the devourer of all things. So why did he have such no status in the eyes of Zenitharea? Of course, Twilight Dragon only dared to talk about this in private. And he did not dare to offend Zenitharea unless he got Leo's support. The depressed Twilight Dragon roared and opened the space between the Ice Bear god and Gudek, cutting off the Ice Bear god's retreat. The appearance of Zenitharea made the Ice Bear god glad that he was smart enough and did not provoke the black-haired woman. He was proud of his timely response when Dragonakos unexpectedly appeared again. Do you want to kill them all like this? I don't even want to fight. So why don't you let me go? The Ice Bear god wanted to fight desperately. But after sensing the aura of destruction from Dragonakos, the fighting spirit he had so easily ignited disappeared. Another creature with the law of destruction. When did the law of destruction, which can only be understood by a very small number of top experts among the gods, become a cabbage on the roadside? Stop fighting. I surrender. The Ice Bear god was trembling with fear. He realized that the system he had provoked was definitely not simple. Gods with top-level laws that he had only heard of in legends, such as the law of death and the law of destruction, appeared one after another. Killing him is like crushing an ant. The more he resists, the faster he will die. The more he resists, the more miserable his death will be. It is better to just wait for the other party to do what he wants. This way, there may still be a glimmer of hope. Hallucination? As early as the Ice Bear god fled without a fight, many people were shaking their heads. They didn't believe their eyes, thinking that they were under an illusion or even hallucinating. Now, hearing the words of surrender from the Ice Bear god, they began to pick their ears hard again. Visual hallucinations, auditory hallucinations. What a powerful illusion. How did this spineless guy become a god? Dragonakos was filled with hatred. The Ice Bear god showed himself ready to be slaughtered. The remaining desire of the Twilight Dragon to attack disappeared. It was a failure to bully a guy who didn't even dare to resist. Feeling, even though this guy is a real god. Look at how bear-like you are. Come with me to meet the master. Stretching out two fingers to pick up the Ice Bear god, Dragonakos flew towards Leo. Despite the Twilight Dragon's seemingly unsuspecting appearance, the Ice Bear god really dared to have any bad thoughts. Destruction, the dragon's breath will spray on him immediately. Owner? The Ice Bear god's body trembled. To be called the master by Dragonakos. Could he be the powerful person of the divine system that he had guessed? Chapter 1099. Why kill me? Boom! Dragonakos threw the Ice Bear god to the ground, and the latter's body made contact with the earth, making a dull impact. Raising his head, the Ice Bear god met Leo's eyes. His body shook violently. Countless information seemed to be flowing in those deep black eyes. Ordinary people didn't know what this meant. The Ice Bear god, who is a god, is different. Cold sweat dripped from the forehead of the Ice Bear god. Oh my god! What did he see? Why do those deep black eyes make him feel like he is facing the dark side of the universe? How do the circulating information look like laws being conceived? What kind of existence is this person in front of me? After all, the Ice Bear god has been a god for many years, although he is a hot commodity among the gods. You must not underestimate such people. It is precisely because they are not strong enough that they pay more attention to all kinds of news. Because only those who are well informed, only by doing this can they avoid offending those strong men they can't afford to offend. The eyes of the black-haired man in front of him reminded the ice bear god of some legendary strong men. Without exception, these strong men who stood at the pinnacle of the entire universe had something special that people would never forget once they saw them. There are countless laws contained in his eyes. Even though this black-haired man's current strength is far inferior to those who stand at the peak of the gods, as long as he is given time to grow, his achievements will never be worse than anyone else. Thoughts were running through his mind, and the ice bear god seemed to understand something again. I'm afraid that my previous guess may not be correct. What I encountered this time was not that a powerful divine system was intervening in the mortal world, but that the prototype of a certain divine system was being born in this mortal world. A pantheon in the making. The ice bear god's heart was pounding. There were countless gods in the universe, but there were only a few gods. Countless gods were trying to join in, but only a few could succeed. It is true that gods are higher than mortals, but gods also have desires. If they want to increase their strength, they must have sufficient resources. These resources not only include hard power in material terms, but also soft power in other aspects such as believers. The universe is so if you want to occupy more resources. Struggle is inevitable. It is obvious that the organized pantheon has an advantage in the battle. This is also true. A large part of the resources in the universe are in the hands of the gods, who have joined the pantheon. Especially those high-level resources. For a god like Ice Bear, even if he cries and shouts that he wants to join the god system, others will not even look at him. The only treatment given to him is to throw him out or even ignore him. Who makes him too weak? No one wants to raise him. A waste. Not to mention this guy is still a wallflower and extremely unreliable. Opportunity. Great opportunity. Realizing what he had encountered, the ice bear god no longer looked at Leo with fear, but like a pervert seeing a beautiful woman or a greedy man seeing a golden mountain. So hot that he was about to spit out fire. What's going on with this guy? He was scared to death before. So why did he suddenly change? Leo was startled by the changes in the ice bear god. My lord, I surrender. Please forgive me for my offense. In order to atone for my sins, I am willing to be your servant. Before Leo could open his mouth, the ice bear god shouted at the top of his lungs. With a humble attitude and a sincere expression that left him with a lot of snot and tears. Leo blinked. What is going on? Is this ice bear afraid that I will kill him? This guy is too spineless. A god who is afraid of death. Judging from the performance of the ice bear, it is not just as simple as fear of death. There must be other reasons. Holding his chin and looking at the ice bear with a playful look, Leo said nothing. This put a lot of pressure on the ice bear god, making the bear feel that his purpose had been seen through by Leo. Whoever can establish a divine system is a simple character. Maybe the black-haired man in front of me doesn't know about the divine system, but it's impossible for him not to see that I'm acting. Realizing that his little trick was discovered by Leo, Ice Bear began to giggle. His honest look matched his status as a god, which looked funny no matter how he looked at it. Looking askance at the Ice Bear, Leo decided to give this guy a chance. Say it. I'll listen. The Ice Bear's eyes lit up. He knew that this was his chance. If he could say something that interested Leo, his life would be saved. If he could go one step further, he could make Leo feel that he, the Ice Bear, was still alive. With some use, he might be able to become one of his subordinates and join this still nascent pantheon of gods. My lord, do you know about the gods? Ice Bear didn't dare to hide anything from Leo. Even if he concealed it now, he would inevitably face the fate of being settled by Chiho in the future. Instead of doing this, it would be better to explain it honestly and clearly from the beginning. Originally, Ice Bear thought that no one in this low-level world knew much about the gods. Unexpectedly, as soon as his words came out of his mouth, Leo showed a knowing smile. You have good eyesight. Go on. Good guy. Luckily my old bear didn't play tricks on me. Ice Bear secretly rejoiced. But he didn't know that Leo, as a time traveler, had been influenced by the online army and knew a lot about the so-called divine system and the like. As great as you are, of course you are wise and wise, but as small as I am, how dare I show off in front of you? Ice Bear smiled with a smile on his face, looking like a dog-legged slave. A lowly animal god like him is very familiar with this kind of thing. It's all my fault for those guys who don't know how to praise me. They deceived me. If I knew that they dared to disobey your will, I would not care about them even if my godhead was annihilated. A certain bear looked angry, as if the frost troll of Gerdak had exploded his asshole, making him want to sleep on his skin and eat his flesh. It is undeniable that the Ice Bear is a little person. A very self-conscious little person. Bullying the weak and fearing the strong is their essence. Judging the situation is their basic skill for survival. Being able to follow the wind is their attitude towards life. When facing a stronger person, the first thing they think of is preserve yourself. The things you said are not enough to impress me, Leo said and shrugged. He wanted to hear something that interested him, and the value of the Ice Bear God. But the Ice Bear God disappointed him. Leo had already seen through Ice Bear's little thoughts. Seeing that this guy couldn't be beaten and couldn't run away, he wanted to surrender. However, a guy like this who abandons his companions and runs away is not lovable anywhere. Of course, these are not the best. The main reason why Leo didn't want to keep the Ice Bear God was because of the gods he mentioned. Leo is not a bumpkin. He knows exactly what a god system is. The establishment of a god system represents the rise of a line of powerful spiritual forces. There are only so many resources in the universe. Every time an additional god system is created, the old system will be replaced. The resources of gods will be divided thinly. Since ancient times, the rise of new forces will take away the cake of the old forces. How could the old forces who understand this not take precautions? Killing new forces before they arise is the simplest and most effective way. If your own strength is not enough, you have to keep a low profile. Leo doesn't want to expose himself rashly. He doesn't talk much about the divine system even in front of his own people, let alone outsiders like Ice Bear. The Ice Bear was summoned by the Frost Trolls in Gudek, who were his followers. But this guy sold those troll followers in a blink of an eye in order to survive. Not only that, Leo believed that as long as he opened his mouth, the Ice Bear with the bear will not hesitate to rush into Gurdek and kill all the trolls who believe in him. How can you expect such a guy not to betray you? How can you expect such a guy to keep your secrets? Maybe Leo didn't notice, and he took the news about Leo to those established forces in exchange for benefits. Of course, maybe not. But will Leo take the risk? Risking his own life on Ice Bear's character was something Leo couldn't do. Hearing that Leo was dissatisfied with himself, the Ice Bear God smiled and scratched his head. But he didn't know that the more naive and flattering he looked, the more Leo's attitude towards him, the lower the level of trust. Before the Ice Bear God could speak again, Dragonako sprayed the breath of the Destruction Dragon on him, swallowing and digesting Zinrose. The Twilight Dragon, the Queen of Destroyers of all realms, is better than Zenaiza in understanding the law of destruction. Raya is even better. The Ice Bear God did not expect that Dragonakos would take action at this time. He was hit by the Destruction Dragon breath without any precautions and immediately let out a pitiful scream. They really want to kill me. The screaming Ice Bear was horrified. He didn't know what he had failed to do to trigger the other party's murderous intention. He had acted so humble and submissive. So why didn't the other party let him go? This guy will never think until his death that it was his behavior that was so spineless that led Leo to not let him go. If he had acted a little tougher, Leo would have been reassured. The screams of the Ice Bear God did not last long. He was hit by a Destruction Dragon breath without any defense. Not to mention one Ice Bear God or even 10 Ice Bear Gods were useless. The lethality of the law of destruction, it's not something an animal god of his level can resist. Seeing that the Ice Bear God was silent, Leo waved his hand and took his body into the kingdom of God. No matter how useless the Ice Bear was, he was still a god. His body was the divine corpse. It was a good thing with treasures all over it. With the contribution of the Ice Bear God, it was much easier for Neralac to advance. The Ice Bear God was killed, and the Snow Leopard Goddess, who was struggling to support Sindragosa, and the Rhinoceros God, who had been severely injured by Talagamon, soon followed in their footsteps. The god is dead. Seeing the three animal gods, the Ice Bear, Snow Leopard, and Rhinoceros, die in mourning, the battlefield became quiet for a moment. The Frost Troll did not want to believe that the three gods he had summoned died in battle, and the soldiers of the coalition were knocked unconscious by happiness. After winning this battle, they will be able to stand tall in front of others and show off their achievements loudly. What's the matter, Uncle? I am a person who participated in the battle of killing gods. Tell me what you have done. Let your uncle listen. Well, for the vast majority of soldiers, participating in this battle is the greatest honor and most proud capital in their lives. Chapter 1100 Braddock's Jealousy. The situation changed too fast. In the blink of an eye, the three companions of the Ice Bear, Rhino and Snow Leopard were killed by each other. The Wind Snake God who was fighting Ilsa and Triggery was shocked. If the appearance of Sindragosa surprised the Wind Serpent God, then Caesarea and Dragonakos turned this surprise into fear. Two strong men who have understood the law of destruction. How can the wind serpent god resist such existences? Realizing that the situation was not good, the wind serpent god said nothing. After spraying dozens of venom to force Ilsa and Triggery back, he quietly disappeared. He didn't even want to avenge Ilsa's broken wing. In order to save his own life, the wind snake god immediately chose to escape. If you can't fight, then run away. The 36 strategies of walking are the best. The wind snake god is decisive enough. However, what makes him feel sad is that he can't escape even if he wants to. Previously, Ilsa had seen through the invisibility of the god of wind serpent and was able to successfully attack. At that time, the location of the god of wind serpent was not even determined, and the demigod succubus could find him. How could the god of wind serpent be allowed to do so now? Is God slipping away under your nose? The green poisonous mist exploded, and with a hissing roar, the hidden figure of the wind snake god appeared. This wind snake is also cunning. Judging from the position where he was blasted out by Ilsa, he did not go straight to Gudek like the ice bear god. This guy chose to take a detour. If it weren't for Ilsa, if you can see through his invisibility, relying on experience to intercept him will most likely fail. When a person is in a dangerous situation, he will subconsciously flee to the safest place, he thinks. The god of wind snake did not do that, which shows that this snake still has some brains. Unfortunately, it was his misfortune to meet Ilsa. The wind snake god should not have come to Gudek. The muddy waters of this world are not so easy to navigate. After being caught out of invisibility, the wind snake god wanted to eat Ilsa. The demigod succubus first broke off one of his wings with a sneak attack, and now prevented him from escaping, suffering 2 losses at the hands of Ilsa. In normal times, he would have had to theory with Ilsa, wiping away the blood on the corner of her mouth. Ilsa giggled, "You broke my sister's whip. So you want to accompany me?" The succubus's bone whip is a treasure. Ilsa has always carried it with her since she was born. The bone whip has been with her as long as she is old. Not only that, the succubus returns the favor with her own when she is fine. Use magic power to cultivate the bone whip, so that the toughness and attack power of the bone whip will continue to increase. Today, this bone whip was damaged by the god of wind serpent, and most of the whip was broken into pieces. How can you not let Ilsa feel heartbroken? How can you let Ilsa let go of the god of wind serpent? A little frightened in his anger, the wind snake god suddenly discovered that Ilsa's eyes had been staring at his body when she was talking about compensation. What did this mean? This shows that the demigod succubus is very interested in the body of the wind snake god. Well, okay. This seems to be ambiguous, making it easy for people to think of other places. In fact, Ilsa did take a fancy to the body of the wind serpent god, but she was interested in one thing and not the other. To be precise, what Ilsa wanted was the wind serpent god's spine. The wind snake has a long and slender body. In Ilsa's opinion, if his spine is extracted and a little polished and refined, a top-quality bone whip will be born immediately. If you dare to break my whip, use your body to repay it. The succubus licked her lips. Her appearance made people angry. She was indeed a succubus, who was famous for her charm. The wind serpent god, who was so numbed by Ilsa, didn't want to get entangled with him. This guy didn't have the aloof attitude that a god should have when facing a mortal. In order not to be killed, the wind serpent god turned around and ran away. You can't hide from the opponent by being invisible, so just rely on speed to escape. Don't think that if I have a broken wing, I will be very slow. Without wings, it's not that convenient to fly at most. As a snake, the speed of gliding on land is the speed of the wind snake god. Ask yourself no less than anyone else. In terms of speed, few of Leo's men can match the god of the wind serpent. After all, this guy is also a genuine god, although he is a little miserable and weak in strength. After all, he still has 2 brushes. The question is, why do you want to compete with the wind snake god? Zenitharea threw out the flames of destruction, and the flames that wanted to burn everything directly penetrated the space and appeared on the escape route of the wind snake god. Turns out, running too fast can lead to tragedy. The appearance of the flame of destruction caught the god of wind snake off guard. The poor wind snake had no time to break and plunged into the flame of destruction. Hissing screams spread out along with the aroma of meat. Wow! The god of the wind snake was burned to death and could not die anymore. Ilsa stepped forward, grabbed the tail of the wind snake god, and shook it hard. The cooked snake meat shook off, leaving only a whip-like snake bone in the succubus hand. Triggery swallowed the snake meat into his mouth as quickly as possible, as if he was afraid that if he was a step too slow, someone would snatch it from him. Zenitharea was very measured in her actions, while the flames of destruction burned the wind snake god to death. It did not damage the snake bones that Ilsa wanted. Not only did she not hurt them, she also used the law of destruction to help Ilsa burn and forge them. After cutting the snake bones, the quality of the snake bones will be improved to a higher level. Ilsa bowed to Cisarea to express her gratitude. As the saying goes, the old will not go, and the new will not come. In this battle, the demigod succubus lost the previous bone whip, but gained a divine whip. She made a lot of money from the new weapon made of bones. The ice bear, rhinoceros, snow leopard, wind snake, and the 4 animal gods summoned by the frost troll were killed. And the overall outcome of this battle was decided. Witnessing the opponent's gods being slaughtered by their own strong men, the morale of the coalition forces rose to the limit. Just like when 2 armies faced off in ancient times, a one-on-one battle between generals was always the best way to boost morale. Watching one's own strong men kill the other's strong men, the soldiers felt war in their hearts. The meaning rises. Even gods can be killed. With such powerful men, will we still fail? Kill! The cry of killing filled the world and was deafening. The soldiers of the coalition were shouting and roaring. They longed for battle. They longed for honor. And they longed for victory. All of these can be found in Gudek. The frost troll can give them battle. Frost trolls are mobile honor in their eyes. And they can taste victory by defeating these frost trolls. I would like to ask, how can the attack of the coalition soldiers not be crazy? Kael'thas teleported to Leo. The blood elf prince's expression, in Leo's words, was dissatisfied. The fighting spirit was aroused. Before Kael'thas could find a chance to take action, the ice bear and other 4 gods were killed by Leo's men. How can you make him feel better? You've killed all the enemies before I even started fighting. How should I vent my fighting spirit? Leo rolled his eyes and pointed at Gudek. Kael'thas did not use his mental power to explore the frost troll city, so he had not discovered the 4 animal gods including Gudek's relay ice bear. Then 2 more faint divine powers appeared. In fact, Kael'thas was not the only one who didn't notice the last 2 divine powers. Bloodcap Great Witch Dr. Braddock also didn't notice it. The latter's attention had long been attracted by the battle between Nerlac and the 4 ice bear gods. There is still time to care about other things. Leo is so powerful. Aren't those strong men who killed the 4 animal gods including the ice bear god and the rhino god his pets? A few men alone can kill gods. His strength is much stronger than that of Zul'Gurub. No wonder Valjean keeps warning us not to provoke him. Exchanging glances with Yekrik and other high-ranking priests, Braddock could clearly see the shock on the other person's face. And at the same time, he saw himself with the same shocked look in the other person's eyes. For no reason, Braddock became jealous. He was jealous of the human race. Why could humans like Leo appear? If Leo was a troll, it would no longer be a problem for the trolls to rise again. In the past, Braddock had not been too impressed by Leo's strength. Valjean, the leader of the Dark Spear clan, who he believed could make the trolls rise again, was often afraid of Leo in Braddock's eyes. It was a joke. The Bloodcap Great Witch Doctor didn't understand at the time that Valjean was so afraid of a human being with his ability. So much so that he couldn't help but warn the tribe not to provoke Leo or offend Arother easily. Now, Braddock understands. Valjean is right. Humans have a genius like Leo. If he doesn't rise as a troll, he can't even look at it. Only the strong will be respected. In this world where strength is respected, Leo's display of powerful force made the blood-capped Great Witch Doctor, who originally didn't care much about him, realize that this is an existence that needs to be treated with caution. Trolls are the best. Maintain a friendly relationship with him. Having such a friend makes people feel at ease. And having such an enemy makes people sleepless and uneasy. The rise of trolls requires friends. Especially powerful and powerful men. Leo meets both criteria. Since Valjean has a good relationship with him, it would be a fool not to make good friends with him. Things to do. Without much communication, the troll priests, including Braddock, reached a consensus. With the dream of reviving the troll empire, Braddock, Yekrik and others always put the interests of the race first. For the rise of the trolls, they can join forces with humans and coexist with the blood elves. Such people, how could he offend Leo? Showing force and making people realize how powerful you are is always the best and fastest way for a strong person to win the respect of others. Leo's display of force was very successful this time. No, Braddock and other troll priests were shocked. Despite being separated by a long distance, the changes in the eyes of Braddock and others looking at him still could not escape Leo's mental perception. He pretended not to know about this and said to Kael'thas in a calm tone, "I've dealt with those 4 beasts. And there are still 2 guys in Gudek. If you are interested, I will never interfere. Are there 2 other gods in Gudak? Kael'thas was startled. And then he let go of his senses, and used his mental power to sense the situation in Gudak. With this induction, the 2 faint divine powers in Gudak were invisible. Although the 2 guys hiding in Gudak are much worse than the Ice Bear God. An opponent of this level is more in line with Kael'thas' wishes, because the strength of the 2 sides is closer. I want one of those 2 guys. Don't fight with me. Leo. Chapter 1101 Internal Strife. How would you feel if a person is usually supported by you with good food and drink, but at the critical moment, when he needs to step forward, this guy drops the chain? Disappointment? Anger? Or something else? Galdala did not expect that the Ice Bear God and the others would lose so quickly. And he even did not expect that the Ice Bear God and the others would fail at all. You must know that those are 4 gods. 4 real gods. How come they were defeated when facing a group of mortals? How could they lose? At this moment, Galdara had the heart to eat people. The 4 majestic gods. Not to mention the mortals who attacked Gudak were defeated and defeated thousands of miles away. They couldn't last even a quarter of an hour. Are these 4 animal gods too cowardly? Or are their opponents too powerful? Galadar could still remain calm. But Sladron and Marabi could not. The latter 2 high-ranking priests of Drakari turned pale with fright. Even gods could not stop each other. So how could they do it? It seems that Gudak really can't hold on anymore. Could it be that the kingdom of Zoldrak, which has been inherited for thousands of years, is about to be destroyed? How can Sladlan and Marabi stay still when they think of the demise of their kingdom? Even though they've acquired abilities that belong to gods through some mysterious means, they are strong enough to look down on most of the creatures in this world. In fact, they knew in their hearts that their own strength was not enough. Even the Ice Bear God and 4 other real gods were killed by the other party. Can the 2 fakes who temporarily borrowed the power of the gods be the opponents of others? Sladlan and Marabi couldn't figure it out. The kingdom of Zoldrak had recently been too late to deal with the undead plague spread by the scourge. So how could it provoke such a powerful enemy? Could it be true that misfortunes never come singly? Gardara. What now? Marabi was impatient. Seeing that Sladlan had no intention of speaking, he couldn't help but ask Galdara. Among the 3 of them, Galdala was the wisest and had the most ideas. He had no choice in the current situation. Just because the rabbis didn't have the means didn't mean that the Gardala didn't have the means. Why are you panicking? Seeing that Marabi was as anxious as an ant on a hot pot, Galdala couldn't help but yelled. The Frost King was missing for some reason. The 3 high-ranking priests were the backbone of the Frost Trolls. They were the only ones who behaved calmly and behaved. If they are confident, the Drakari Frost Trolls guarding Gudak will not riot. If the 3 of them panic, the trolls' morale will immediately be exhausted. To be honest, Galdala was also very irritable. But he knew that he must not show his irritability. Not even a little bit. Especially now that Marabi and Sladlan were panicking. They are not afraid of opponents who are like gods. But they are afraid of teammates who are like pigs. They are both high priests of Drakari. Not only can Sladlan and Marabi not be able to help Galdala, but they want him to give words of comfort. What a deal. If there wasn't still a glimmer of hope in his heart, if he didn't have the last resort to suppress the situation, Galdara would have thrown away his sleeves and left long ago. Why are you panicking? Why do you think we are panicking? Sladlan's tone was very bad. After turning into a giant snake, he always made a hissing snake sound unconsciously when he spoke, and his ears were sharp and sharp, which made people feel more irritable. Even more, the invaders have already stormed the city wall, but our soldiers have lost their fighting spirit. Why do you think we are panicking? You Galdala are high-ranking priests. That's right. Aren't Marabi and I the same? I see that you are very clever, and your method of doing things is very convenient and effective. So I am polite to you. You really think of yourself as a person. Do you really think you can be superior to me and Marabi? You think too highly of yourself. Galdara. Although Sladlan did not say these words directly, his expression and eyes had already revealed this meaning. He had long been dissatisfied with Galdara's bossy behavior. Everyone was a high-level priest, and no one could. You are no more noble than anyone else. So why should you? Galdala? Sit on my head? What's going on now? Sladlan actually got angry with me. Is he stupid? Galdara never expected that at this critical moment. Sladlan, who had always obeyed him, would actually show dissatisfaction with him. You must know that even when the kingdom was stable before, Sladlan did not dare to confront him. During the confrontation, he would only complain secretly. Although Marabi was short-tempered, he was not stupid. When he noticed the strange atmosphere between Sladlin and Galdara, he took 2 small steps. This move revealed Marabi's position, because it was through these 2 moves that he and Sladlin stood together. The negative consequences of Galdara's usual strength and oppression of the other 2 high-ranking priests were revealed at this moment. As the saying goes, where there is oppression, there is resistance. Galdara's strength forced the other 2 high-ranking priests to the high-ranking priests Sladlin and Marabi came together, and the high-ranking priests of Drakari, who were originally a 3-legged force, turned into a confrontation between 2 forces. This change was invisible at ordinary times, but at this critical moment it gave Galdara an extremely headache. In fact, Galdara failed to understand that it was precisely because Gudak could no longer see hope of holding on. And it was precisely because the kingdom of Zoldrak was on the verge of destruction that Sladrin would burst out the dissatisfaction and resentment it had accumulated. If we don't show Galdara a little bit of his power now, let him know that he is dissatisfied with him, and let him understand that he is no worse than him, then there will be no chance when Gudak is breached. Some people in despair will burst out with powerful strength to try to turn the tide, while others in despair will break the pot and fall into the final madness. It is obvious that Sladlin chose the latter. The enemy was facing the enemy, and the country's capital was about to be defeated. However, the 3 high-level priests, who were the backbone, started fighting in their lair. Seeing this scene, the Frustrakari troll suddenly panicked. Sindragosa and the others killed the Ice Bear God and 4 other gods, which had already damaged the morale of the Frost trolls. The trolls had expected their priests to lead them to fight against powerful enemies, who expected that Galdala, Slaw, Delan and Marabi not only did not stand up, but their own people confronted each other. How could the Frost trolls not feel chilled by the actions of the 3 high-level priests? The Frost trolls without a leader are just a mess. Most of the trolls are so disheartened that they throw down their weapons and run away without being attacked by the coalition soldiers. The few trolls who want to fight can't save the overall situation. The coalition soldiers have nothing to do with the Frost trolls. You are welcome to occupy the city wall of Gudak in the shortest possible time, and use it as a base point to quickly attack the city, constantly expanding the territory you occupy. When Gardara came back to his senses, the troll priest sadly discovered that 1/3 of Gurdak's territory had been lost. How can a city be defended with no reinforcements from outside, and no fighting spirit within? What to keep? 2 idiots. Galdala glanced at Sladrin and Marabi with a malicious look, and then turned his head and ignored these 2 guys. In his heart, Galdala no longer regarded them as companions, and even considered them as companions. These 2 guys are on the must-kill list. When the kingdom is in crisis, instead of working together, they fight among themselves. Sladrin and Morris should be better off. Die! Emotions made Galdara want to kill Sladrin and Marabi, but reason told him that now was not the time to deal with these 2 guys. It was what he should do to save Gurdak and the royal city of the kingdom of Zoldrak. Don't think that killing us to worship the gods will destroy Zoldrak. Invaders, I will let you know the power of the troll kingdom that has been passed down for thousands of years. With anger in his heart, Galdala recited a spell, and a layer of vague power reverberated in Gudak, as if an appointment had been made. The altars in the entire city began to flash at the same frequency at the same time. The light was very weak at first, so weak that it was difficult to detect, and then gradually increased in intensity, until it was so strong that it was hard to open the eyes. Do you think the powerful Drakari troll will place its hopes on others? Do you think the kingdom of Zoldrak can only rely on those gods? How do you think the great troll can be passed down for thousands of years? Galdara's cry reached the ears of everyone on the battlefield. As the light from the altar in Gudak became more and more dazzling, the feeling of restlessness became more and more obvious. Leo held his chin, seemingly casually, but in fact his mental power had already covered the entire Gudak, and every move in Gudak could not escape his perception. Through the information fed back by his mental power, Leo discovered that Galdala was launching a mysterious ritual. Let's not mention what this ritual is, but just saying that he made such a big noise, its effect must be insignificant. It seems that this is the ability of Drakari Frost Troll to keep the bottom of the box. Let me see what kind of noise these thin bamboo poles can make. The skilled man is bold, but Leo is powerful. He is not too worried about the anomaly in Gudak. Even if Galdara uses his trump card, Leo is confident enough to suppress it with force. This is the self-confidence of the strong. Do you think there is nothing you can do if you kill the great Drakari troll, the god we worship? Galdara's nonsense continues. Well, in Leo's opinion, all talk without practice is just a lie. Instead of talking endlessly, The troll priest should take some practical actions. Look! The gods you killed are crying out for revenge. Every drop of blood you make the gods shed will be absorbed by Gudak's altar. Under the guidance of me, Galdala, they will turn into sharp blades of revenge. Heal you all. Now, pray. Pray that you can live a little longer. Cry. Tremble in front of Gudak. Absorb divine blood and turn it into a blade of revenge? Leo scratched his face. He looked at Galdara with a strange look. The half-smiling expression made people feel that he was not looking at a high-ranking troll priest, but at a fool. A clown making a joke. Chapter 1102 Next step. What should I say? Say I'm looking forward to your revenge blade? Leo blinked. He was really looking forward to it. Looking forward to Galadar completing the ceremony. Holding his chin. Someone is smiling mischievously. Something interesting will definitely happen at that time. Galdala didn't know that a certain human demigod was waiting to see his joke. And he was single-mindedly activating the altar initiation ceremony. Galdara believed that as long as the ritual was successful, with the help of the power of the divine blood, his people would have extremely strong combat power in a short period of time. And those invaders would be repelled. Boil, blood of the gods, and give your power to the great Drakari warriors, so that they can become unrivaled warriors of the gods. Galdala raised his hands high. And the troll priest was waiting. Waiting for the completion of the ritual. Waiting for the divine blood to give the tribe strength. Waiting for the shocked face of the invader. Waiting for the moment when defeat became victory. The greater the hope, the greater the disappointment. The troll priest's confident and hopeful ceremony did not give him the slightest response. The light of the altar in Gurdak suddenly went out after reaching its peak. The dazzling light disappeared. But the divine blood did not boil. Nor was it given to the Drakari frost troll. Half strength. Wow! A certain warlock demigod whistled, with a hint of ridicule in his tone. Nothing happened. Galdara was stunned on the spot. Without the power given by the divine blood. What was going on? Did the ceremony fail? I obviously didn't make any mistakes. How could I fail? Galdala couldn't figure it out. He didn't understand why he failed. He really couldn't figure out why he failed when he started the ceremony without making any mistakes. Maybe it's not me. In the end, Galdara, who really couldn't figure out why he failed, finally found a reasonable reason. That is, there was something wrong with the ritual that the Frost King told him. Maybe the Frost King left something behind. Maybe the Frost King Wang was simply deceiving him. In Galdala's mind, the latter possibility was more likely. If it wasn't for lack of confidence or a ghost in his heart, why did the Frost King disappear? As the king of the kingdom of Zoldrak, the silent disappearance of the powerful Frost King has always been a problem that has troubled Galdala. Now, the Drakari troll high priest has finally found the reason. Frost King, you have such a weak soul. I am so loyal to you, but you actually treat me like a fool. I am not done with you. Hatred can overwhelm a person's reason, destroy a person's principles, and even make people make unexpected choices. Seeing the situation in Guddak that was getting out of control, Galdala made a choice under the trend of hatred. A choice that Sladlin and Marabi never thought of. As early as Galdara started the initiation ceremony, Sladrin and Marabi killed them. They had conflicts with Galdala. And indeed dissatisfaction with Galdala broke out at this time. But this was not a reason for them not to fight. As the second of the three high-ranking priests of the kingdom of Zoldrak, ordinary frost trolls can give up and flee. But Sladlin and Marabi cannot. Even if they knew they were outmatched. Even if they knew they would die if they charged forward. They could not retreat. How could the high-ranking priest of the kingdom of Zoldrak show weakness in front of the enemy? The forward charge of Sladrin and Marabi gave hope to the retreating frost trolls. In fact, the addition of these two powerful priests did put great pressure on the coalition forces attacking Guddak. Through Drakari, the high-ranking priest's secret method temporarily possessed the combat power comparable to that of the gods. Sladlin and Marabi were able to hold off the tidal wave of offenses by the coalition forces with only the strength of two people. The attack was blocked, and the fanatical coalition forces were not reconciled. The strongest among them attacked Sladlin and Marabi. Courage is commendable, but strength is lacking. This is Leo's evaluation of them. Even if they have a numerical advantage, they still cannot escape the ending of failure in the face of absolute strength. One by one the strong men were seriously injured, and one by one they were defeated. No matter the blood elves or humans, they could not shake the defenses of Sladlin and Marabi. The two high-level priests stood there like rocks, withstanding wave after wave of crazy attacks from the coalition forces. The retreating frost trolls regained the courage to fight, and at the same time bought the trolls time. It's not that the strong men of the coalition are not strong, but that Sladlin and Marabi who use the secret method are too strong. If it weren't for the extremely large number of strong men in the coalition, plus the 2 troll priests who want to block the entire coalition, now it was not the result of a group of strong men being seriously injured, but a large group of people dying in battle. This situation continued until Kael'dats appeared, and the Blood Elf Prince's goal was clear Marabi. Compared to fighting the green snake of Slytherin, Marabi, who transformed into a mammoth, was obviously more to Kael'dats' taste. At least in the eyes of the Blood Elf Prince, fighting a mammoth would not be so disgusting. Marabi's combat power is comparable to that of a god. It sounds scary, but it is only comparable. After all, he is not a real god. When facing a powerful mage and demigod like Kael'dats, Marabi has to use all his strength. It is true that Kael'dats' combat power is not as good as Marabi at this time, but Kael'dats is a Blood Elf Prince. How can his equipment be comparable to Marabi? Don't think that relying on equipment is bad. You have to understand that good equipment is also part of your strength. Without the help of Marabi, Sladlin alone could not maintain the defense line. At this moment, Braddock and other troll priests also came to kill them. The Blood Scalp Witch Doctor is a man who understands. The Darkspear Trolls cooperated with the Blood Elves and the Alliance to attack Gerdek. The Blood Elves were the least concerned. They just came to kill the trolls to satisfy their cravings. As for the outcome, Kael'dats did not too concerned. What about the Alliance? In the previous battle, the Alliance had killed the 4 animal gods summoned by the Frost Trolls, and they contributed the most in this battle. In comparison, the Darkspear Troll's contribution was negligible. In this way, can the Darkspear Troll really win over Gerdek after the war? Braddock felt that this matter was very suspenseful. If it were him, he would never be so generous. The blood-captured Great Witch Doctor used himself to save others, and he believed that Leo would not easily hand over Gerdek to the Darkspear Giant, who had made little contribution. Demon, even if he wants to give it, he will put forward very harsh conditions. If they don't want to be blackmailed by the Alliance after the war, Braddock and the others must make enough contributions in this war while the war is not over, and get enough credit. What better credit can there be than killing Saw, who blocked the Alliance's advance? Delenn and Marabi are bigger? Marabi became the target of Kael'dats' hunting, and Braddock and the others had no choice but to choose Slytherin. In fact, this was exactly what the Bloodcap Witch Doctor wanted. The giant snake incarnated by Slytherin does not have many attack methods. The most powerful one is his snake venom. The troll civilization is based on voodoo. Braddock, the Great Witch Doctor, has little knowledge in the field of poison. How could he be afraid of meeting an opponent who uses poison if there are others? Without the obstacles of Slytherin and Marabi, the coalition's offensive rose again. The Frost Trolls, who had finally recovered some morale with such ferocious force, were completely desperate. The trolls were defeated by the enemy in their own city. They retreated steadily and were defeated, with corpses lying all the way. The balance of war is completely tilted, and unless a miracle occurs, the Drakari Frost Trolls cannot make a comeback. Leo doesn't have the energy to pay too much attention to Gerdek's battle situation right now. There will be no problem with the Alliance's army under Sarah's command. His mind has been elsewhere. While Kael'dats was fighting Marabi, Leo's communication stone rang. Alliance leaders such as Varian and Kaderos did not participate in the attack on Gerdek. They led another army to Darklawn Fortress. Although Leo promised to have complete control over the army of millions of demons, they were millions of demons after all. This power was so powerful that everyone who knew it could not rest assured. In order to avoid mistakes, in the shortest possible time, they occupied Darklawn Fortress, and Varian and the others personally led the army. Leo was not dissatisfied with this. If he were Varian, he wouldn't be relieved. If he were in Varian's position, he would personally go to Darklawn Fortress. Whether that city can be brought under the control of the Alliance is closely related to it. The layout of the entire Northrend is something that everyone is interested in, with Darklawn Fortress and Grizzly Hills occupied. If Lagrol successfully recruits the Ursine tribe of Northrend, and obtains Udgard Castle from Sorfang, the southeastern part of Northrend continent with everything in my hands, it's time to make the next strategic plan. Leo is constantly weighing the situation. Northrend, which is covered with ice and snow all year round, does not have a lot of good land in total. The territory occupied by the Alliance on this continent cannot be expanded any longer. Everything must be done in a certain way. If the territory is too large, it will make it difficult for the original territory. The small expeditionary force is scattered, and it can easily cause a backlash from other forces, leaving the Alliance struggling to cope. How much energy can be devoted to fighting the Scourge? Territory on land can no longer be acquired. Once acquired, it will be a burden. But not in the sky. Leo clearly remembered that Naxxramas was not the only ziggurat of the Scourge. Although the other ziggurats were not as good as Naxxramas, their materials were not bad. If they could be used to help future operations. Great. The Dracolic must be released. And the ziggurat must be taken down before others take advantage of it. Not every ziggurat has the strength of Naxxramas. As long as there is no strong man like Kel'Thuzad sitting there, the strength of the Dracolic Legion can completely handle it on its own. Nefarian and Pollution, they are not vegetarians. How many powerful men of Kel'Thuzad's level are there in the Scourge? Leo was not worried at all about capturing the Psychic Tower. After deciding the next action, he withdrew his attention and put it on himself. It had been a long time since he killed the Ice Bear, Rhinoceros and other 4 animal gods. But Goldfinger's prompt had not arrived yet. And Leo couldn't help but wonder. Soul Stone, Golden Memory is activating. Suddenly, Goldfinger's voice sounded in Leo's mind, making his heart tremble several times. Can the Soul Stone containing Baal, the Lord of Destruction, be successfully activated this time? Chapter 1103. Scarlet discovered a strange situation. Leo, who was always energetic, had been listless in recent days and seemed to be unable to cheer up. The female paladin found it really strange. With Leo's ability as a demigod warlock, he shouldn't be like this unless he encountered something. In order to find out what happened, Scarlet found Leo for questioning. And the answer she got surprised her. It turns out that it's sad that the opponent is too weak. Tell me, why can't we have a stronger enemy? What kind of answer is that? Scarlet felt that asking was in vain. Leo must have gone crazy again. God, give me a strong man. Well, no, give me a powerful enemy. Leo is not crazy. He is dissatisfied with his desires. Only powerful enemies can bring enough energy for him to successfully activate the Golden Memory. Characters such as Ice Bear can kill several in a row to no avail. At most, the Golden Memory can be activated. Give yourself a hint with your finger and listen. At Leo's level, there are really few places in this world that he can call a formidable enemy. There is Yogg-Saron and Ulduar. But it's not the time to provoke the Lord of Thousand Maws yet. In order to avoid it, to be taken advantage of by the Lich King, you must first find bad luck with the Scourge. Master, the general has arrived. The news brought by Caesarea cheered up Leo. The transfer of General Abindus from Honor Castle to Northrend was not a decision made by Leo on a whim, but after careful consideration. A strong human warrior wearing heavy armor strode up to him, and after giving a respectful salute, he stood next to Leo. The first generation of General Abis was a man of few words. A man who spoke more with his hands than with his words. Leo nodded, which was a response to Abis. And then he asked, "You should know why I called you here. And what are you going to do?" "I know." "How could I not know?" Abis was silent for a while before speaking. "I will convince Bridget. And as for the Dreadlord, I will take care of it." When he talked about the Dreadlord, there was a murderous aura in Abis' body. He was really angry at the creature like the Dreadlord. If the Dreadlord hadn't been doing evil in secret, the Scarlet Crusade would have gone astray. It's best if you have confidence. Leo tilted his head. He had no doubt whether Abis could do it. "I'm waiting for your good news. I will bring back Bridget and her Scarlet Expeditionary Force." "Master," Abis said and retreated. He was going to find his daughter, the current Scarlet General Bridget Abis, who led the Scarlet Expedition to Northrend. After Uther's death, the Holy Knights of the Silver Hand quickly split. The reason for their split was that the leaderless knights had differences in their understanding of the Holy Light. As a dazzling new star among the paladins, the young Bridget Abis believes that the Holy Light will only shine on mankind. The sanctity of the knights is inviolable. She will not allow other races to tarnish the Holy Light. Surprisingly, Bridget, it is strange that this concept is agreed by most members of the knights. Perhaps out of distrust of other races. Or perhaps because of the sense of crisis caused by Arthas' betrayal and Uther's death. Most of the Knights of the Silver Hand chose to support Bridget. With the help of Balnazar, the Dreadlord disguised as Dathro Khan, more and more people support Bridget. Seeing that the members of the Knights had become blind and fanatical, and realized that continuing in this way would deviate from the way of the Holy Light, Baron Maxwell Tyrosus withdrew from the Holy Knights of the Silver Hand after his opposition to no avail, and joined forces with his supporters founded the Argent Dawn. The withdrawal of Baron Tyrosus not only officially split the Holy Knights of the Silver Hand, but also eliminated the opposition from within the Knights. With the support of most of the remaining key members, a new organization, the Scarlet Crusade, was established. It turns out that General Obbies is one of the founders of this organization. Soon after, Ash Lord Mograine was killed. And General Abedis also died protecting his daughter during the attack of the incoming Scourge. After repelling the Scourge's attack, young Bridget took over her father's position and became the current Scarlet General of Bendis. Over the years, Bridget Obbies has been praying devoutly. One day, a voice responded to her call. Bridget thought it was the guidance of the holy light. But the breath she exhaled became frozen and atomized. People are uneasy. As the undead army in the Plague Land grows stronger, and the Plague Land falls, Bridget Abedis plans to follow the guidance of the holy light in her heart, and lead the troops to the continent of Northrend. There, Bridget Abedis met Admiral Barry Westwind in front of her camp. The Admiral guided Bridget Abedis in the name of the holy light. But Bridget soon noticed that there seemed to be something strange in it. Out of her devotion to the holy light, she decided to obey without any conclusive evidence. In line with her persistent pursuit of her father's cause, and her devotion to the holy light, even though she discovered something strange about Admiral Barry Westwind, Bridget Abedis still led the Scarlet Expedition alone to fight in Northrend. Natural disaster. This army does not have the support of the entire alliance like the Silver Crusade. Their commander Bridget does not have as much influence as Tyrion Fordring. They even have to deal with it themselves in the snow-covered Northrend. Supplies and difficult conditions did not defeat them, because they had a firm belief in eliminating natural disasters. But even so, they would not have completed their mission if Leo left it alone and allowed the Scarlet Expedition to develop according to its original historical trajectory. Although Bridget and her men have shortcomings of one kind or another, no one can deny their shining points. This is a respectable force. They are not likable, and their ideas are extreme. But it was the first force to counterattack Northrend and successfully gain a foothold despite the obstruction of the Scourge. Leo didn't want to see tragedy happen. Bridget and her men shouldn't die in obscurity. And the tragedy of the Scarlet Expedition shouldn't happen. Even Renault, who committed the crime of patricide, can be redeemed. Why can't Bridget Obbies? With Abendis' current strength, knowing that Barry Westwind is the transformation of the Dread Lord, and with the assistance of Fartola, he is not afraid that the Dread Lord will rise to the sky. And if there is no special accident, the Scarlet Expeditionary Army will be incorporated. It's a foregone conclusion. As a result, the last Scarlet Crusaders were also included in the bag. And Scarlet's position, as the Silver Crusaders became more and more stable. The only thing that is worrying is that the Silver Crusaders and the Black Crusaders, who have incorporated a large number of Scarlet Crusaders, will there be any friction among the Knights of the Edge? Leo was thinking silently. He was considering whether to intervene in the Storm Peaks in advance. He remembered that in the original history, the Silver Crusade led by Tyrion Fordring chose the Storm Peaks as their base camp in Northrend. It's really nerve-wracking to fight against each other in the nest. After scratching his face, Leo felt that he couldn't worry about this alone. He had to pull Scarlet along and listen to this silly girl's thoughts. Leo is very democratic? If you really think so, you are totally wrong. The real purpose of this guy is to use his hands and feet to take advantage of things when talking about things. Compared to Grizzly Hills and Zoldrak, the environment in Storm Peaks is more than 10 times more difficult. It is a real land of ice and snow. All you see in that area is ice and snow. And the biting cold wind blows all year round. Even a strong warrior could not stay in that place. Therefore, Scarlet hesitated. And the female paladin took out the map and looked at it carefully, while also analyzing it. Due to the existence of Ulduar, the Alliance army will have to move past Storm Peak sooner or later. If you are lucky enough, the prison where Yogg-Saron is imprisoned will be fine, and they will leave soon. But what if you are unlucky? You have to be prepared for the worst in everything. This is what Scarlet learned from Leo. Only those who are well prepared will not be knocked down by emergencies. When dealing with a terrifying ancient god like Yogg-Saron, it is extremely difficult to deal with it. Don't take any chances. Otherwise the consequences will be disastrous. You have to enter the Storm Cliffs sooner or later. It is better to do it early than to do it late. The advantage of establishing a stronghold in the Storm Cliffs early is that you can choose a better place and occupy a more favorable position. But, is it appropriate to enter Storm Cliff now? I don't blame Scarlet for hesitating. Not to mention the harsh natural environment of the Storm Cliffs. If the conditions are just difficult, some well-trained soldiers will not be unable to stay. If they want to settle down in the Storm Cliffs, the biggest problem lies in the indigenous people there. Even though Storm Cliffs never sees sunny days all year round, and it is windy and snowy every day, there are still creatures there, surviving in such a harsh environment. The combat effectiveness of these species is needless to say. The Iron Giants and Iron Dwarves, who are all over the Storm Peaks, are not hospitable races. Of course, you have to say that they are hospitable, provided that you become their victim. In addition to these two races, the Archosaurs will not let go of any foreign creatures easily. In their eyes, humans are like the mantra of the jackals, fresh meat. After thinking for a long time, Scarlet made a decision. It is not the right time to intervene in the Storm Cliffs now. There is not enough reason to cause the Wormers Temple to interfere. The fact that there are Titan ruins in Storm Cliffs cannot be hidden from the dragon. If the Alliance is too enthusiastic about this, it will inevitably attract unnecessary resistance. Although Scarlet knows that Leo is powerful and may not be afraid of the dragon. But trouble can be avoided after all. If the time is not right, then let it go for now. Leo shrugged indifferently. Now we not only have to manage Grizzly Hills and Darklawn Fortress, but we also have to prepare to take over Utgard Castle. I think Sorfang news is coming soon. Chapter 1104 Dalaran's Invitation. Leo put away the magic communication stone with a strange expression, with excitement and a little worry on his face. Before, he was clamoring to ask God to give him a powerful enemy. Unexpectedly, God was so effective and a powerful enemy appeared. Dalaran asked for my help. Syndra, what do you think? The sad look on Syndragosa's face, who was standing behind Leo, flashed away. Dalaran's request seemed to be nothing at first glance. It was just that the magical creatures imprisoned by them had rioted, and Ronan needed help. Repression? The actual situation is not that simple. Arago's soul was corrupted by the ancient god Thun. Your guess is correct, Master. Syndragosa is the Blue Dragon Queen, and Arago's is her son. Her son's soul was corrupted and his character changed, from guarding the world to destroying it. Even though Syndragosa had been killed by Leo a long time ago, I was reminded. But even after the news was confirmed, it was still hard to accept. Taking a deep breath to calm down her fluctuating emotions, Syndragosa suggested to Leo, through Azorigus, we have all the whereabouts of Arago's. Do you want me to take him? Catch him? Glancing at Syndragosa, Leo shook his head. What are you trying to capture him for? The key to this matter is not Arago's, but Thun. Without Arago's, Thun can find someone else. A puppet. And we may not be able to find this person in time. Arago's was controlled by Thun. Leo had long known that the reason why he had not touched him was to monitor the actions of the Blue Dragon Prince in order to control things within his control. The biggest fear when playing tricks is being discovered. Now that Thun's conspiracy has been discovered by Leo, the threat from the ancient god has been reduced by more than half. Leo certainly does not allow Syndragosa to alert the enemy. This guy Thun. I thought he would calm down for a while after suffering a loss in the Temple of Entourage. But he didn't expect to come out to cause trouble so soon. If he and Yogg-Saron were allowed to join forces, we would be in big trouble. Leo held his chin and paced back and forth for several times. Syndra, don't worry about Arago's for now. Let Azorigus continue to follow him. Come with me to Dalaran. Zenitharea stayed in Northrend to protect Scarlet. Although the magical creatures imprisoned in Dalaran are powerful, Leo is stronger, and the latter really doesn't take them seriously. Speaking of which, this was Leo's first time entering Dalaran. This city deserves to be called the capital of magic, with towering mage spears, magic fountains everywhere, magical elements that are 10 times more active than the outside world, and streets. Magic item shops can be seen everywhere on the street, and people will know at a glance that this is a gathering place for spellcasters. In Dalaran, if a stone is thrown randomly from a high place onto the street, 9 out of 10 people hit are magicians, and the remaining one is a magic apprentice. This analogy has no other meaning. It is just for the sake of it shows that mages are really worthless in Dalaran. What is incompatible with the ornately decorated spears and intoxicatingly beautiful streets in the city is a remote corner surrounded by thick walls. In this corner, Dalaran has deployed a lot of defensive forces. Obviously, that inconspicuous corner there is something that mages are afraid of. This corner is the destination of Leo and the others. The Violet Prison. The culprit that triggered Leo's trip to Dalaran. The prison houses countless criminal prisoners and powerful magical creatures with a desire for destruction. If there's a problem with this prison, the safety of Dalaran will be seriously threatened, and the entire world will even be in turmoil. In view of the seriousness of the situation, Luo Ning had to seek help from the outside world. On the surface, it seems that this is just a riot by prisoners seeking freedom. But in the eyes of those who know the inside story, things in Violet Prison are not simple. Dalaran has a unique ability to imprison violent magical creatures for so many years. as the guards of the Violet Prison for so many years. No matter how careless the Dalaran mages are, they cannot let the prisoners in the prison escape in a very short period of time. They broke through all the defense lines in a short time. If Kael'thas hadn't accepted Ronan's invitation and traveled to Dalaran with Jaina as a guest, these magical creatures would have broken out of prison by now. From this, Ronan concluded that this was a conspiracy. Someone destroyed the restrictions set by the Dalaran mage in the Violet Prison, which made the situation get out of control. During the subsequent investigation, Kael'thas this is also proved. The restrictions in the prison were destroyed by someone. The other party was able to destroy all the restrictions in Violet without anyone noticing, and make the restrictions invalid at the same time. The destroyer's attainments in magic are no worse than mine. Kael'thas said this, and his words made Ronan and the mages of Dalaran very nervous. No one knows a mage better than a mage. A strong man hiding in the dark is scary. What's even more frightening is that this well-intentioned strong man's magical attainments are comparable to those of the Blood Elf Prince Kael'thas. With Dalaran alone, the city might not be able to handle it. After several visits to the entire world, there were only a handful of people who could compare with Kael'thas in terms of magic. The mages of Dalaran couldn't convince themselves no matter how hard they tried, because those strong men had no reason or motive to destroy the Violet Prison. In the end, the mages could only classify the destroyer as an unknown strongman. It was this speculation that led them to invite Leo and Egwin. "Nice to meet you, Ms. Egwin." Leo walked to Egwin and said with a smile, "Who do you think will destroy the Violet Prison?" Egwin glanced at Sindragosa indifferently and asked, "What do you think?" Leo shrugged and did not answer. From Egwin's reaction, he knew that the human female magic goddess knew something inside, but she had no intention of telling it. What was the reason for Egwin to hide this? Or, what does Egwin want to gain from this? In an instant, many thoughts passed through Leo's mind. Countless speculations were made and denied immediately. Leo found the answer a few seconds later. Why do humans have eyes in the front? This is because God allows us to see the way forward and allow us to move forward better. Pointing to his eyes. Leo's answer made people confused. Ronan and Kael'thas on the side were confused. But Egwin and Schindler Gotha showed understanding smiles. You are right. Moving forward. This is the law of all things. Anyone who violates this law, no matter how powerful he is, will surely fail. Egwin and Leo exchanged a look, and both of them laughed at the same time. Their riddle made Kael'thas and Ronan extremely uncomfortable. If the latter two were not idiots, how could they not see that Leo and Egwin had already learned the identity of the man who destroyed Violet Prison? Why didn't Egwin and Leo reveal this man's identity? Ronan and Kael'thas fell into deep thought. How could it be possible for a magic god and a god-killing warlock demigod to keep a secret? It seemed that the world was about to undergo major changes. Thinking of this, Ronan and Kael'thas were wary. Big changes are accompanied by big crises, but also big opportunities. People who are prepared when changes occur are better able to seize the opportunities. From the performances of Egwin and Leo, it seems that these two people are not prepared to give opportunities to outsiders. You are such a heartless guy. Kael'thas rolled his eyes at Leo, and Leo could only spread his hands to express that he was helpless. Some secrets cannot be revealed until the right time, and some things should be eaten alone. Leo knew this, and Kael'thas also knew it, so the Blood Elf Prince did not really complain. Okay, Leo, I won't force you to tell me this, but you have to step up and help me collect materials. This is the purpose of Kael'thas. Leo has said before that he has a way to solve the problem of Blood Elves' addiction to magic. This method is not to purify the sunwell, but to create a turbulent needle. The materials are easy to tell. Shafar is now my subordinate. It is not difficult to collect the materials with his power. The problem is, Leo said, and stretched out his hand in front of Kael'thas, rubbing his thumb and index finger together. You gotta pay. I want money! Kael'thas really wanted to punch Leo twice in the face. Even if he created a needle of turbulence and emptied the treasury of Qualthalas, it might not be enough. How dare Kael'thas do that when he's spending a lot of money? He had no money to pay on credit. But with Kael'thas' pride, it was difficult for him to say this. With a naughty smile on his face, Leo was convinced of Kael'thas' character. If the Blood Elf Prince hadn't been so proud from his soul, he wouldn't have ridiculed him so much. Someone likes to see others embarrassed. Bad taste. Leo, what are you talking about? Jaina intervened at this time, just in time to relieve Kael'thas. She and Luo Ning were both curious about what kind of material could make Kael'thas behave like this. You must know that the Blood Elf Prince is not a money-hungry owner. Leo smiled and said nonchalantly, Nothing. Just a gadget related to magic. Are you lying to a fool? If a gadget can really stump Kaildats? Everyone didn't believe it. Seeing that Leo was unwilling to tell it, they didn't get to the bottom of it. Only the mental fluctuations that were difficult to detect by others except Egwin sent a message to Leo, Shafar. That ethereal spirit has taken refuge with you? What if I didn't? Wrong guess. What you made for Kaildats should be the turbulent needle. It's not that Egwin is too smart, but the answer is really not difficult to guess. Shafar Egwin, whom Leo mentioned, also knows that he is the leader of one of the three major forces of the ethereal. He can make Kaildats nervous and need to use the forces of the ethereal. In addition to the turbulence needle, it can also be what? It is almost impossible for people in this world to collect all the materials to create the turbulence needle. But it is not difficult for the ethereal spirits running around the universe. The turbulent needle can affect the magic elements of the entire world. Maligos cannot let others possess it. You promised Kaildats before this happened. It seems that you have long been determined to fight the Blue Dragon King. Egwin said and laughed. You are a prophet who can predict the future. Leo curled his lips. What does it mean to be able to predict the future? Do you think I am just a deceitful and fake person? Elemental creatures, titans, and dragons all have their own era in this world. Mortals like us in the dragon's eyes have been ruling this world for tens of thousands of years. Why can't we create our own mortal era? If someone wants to hinder the arrival of the mortal era, this guy who goes against the trend will be severely crushed by the wheels of history. Crushing him ruthlessly. Chapter 1105 Violet Prison. Gloomy and depressive prisons always give people the impression that this kind of place is always unpopular. And Leo is no exception. I remember that the last time I went to prison was in Stormwind City. It was during that experience that Leo really saw the dark side of the world, which changed his character a lot. Of course, the interior of the Violet Prison is not as simple as what Leo saw in the Yamaguchi Mountain game. There are several passages inside the prison, and each passage contains corresponding prisoners or magical creatures. It is not known whether they sense danger. When Leo and his party entered the Violet Prison, they didn't see many rioting prisoners except for a few people who didn't open their eyes. With almost no enemies that could be called obstacles, everyone successfully arrived at the big fork in the prison, from where they had to separate. Leo didn't care which path he took. With his strength, there was no danger in either path. However, after he noticed that Sindragosa kept looking at one of them, Leo immediately made a decision. I'll go this way. Everyone, remember to contact me if you have any questions, Leo said, as he took the lead and chose a fork in the road. This fork in the road was exactly the one Sindragosa was looking at. After he made his choice, it was natural for others to not fight with him. Everyone was here to clean up the rioting prisoners. Which way is not a fight? With Leo taking the lead, Luo Ning and others quickly made their choices. They randomly chose a fork in the road and walked in. Soon the sounds of fighting could be heard from all the forks. When everyone gathered together, because there were many people, and all of them were strong, the rioting prisoners were not sure of defeating them. So they all hid. Now that they are separated, many prisoners think that this is because they are alone. I couldn't help but jump out at the opportunity to kill them. The fate of these impatient guys could be imagined. Leo walked slowly and leisurely through the corridors of the prison, not even glancing at the prisoners who jumped out from both sides from time to time. With Sindragosa as a guard, it would be impossible for these prisoners to even get close to Leo, let alone hurt him. What's more, with Leo's strength, even if they stand and let them beat him to death, they can't even hope to hurt Leo. Harry. About a quarter of an hour after they separated from Luo Ning and others at the fork in the road, Leo spoke. Sindra, what did you find? If he hadn't noticed that the Blue Dragon Queen kept looking towards this road, he might not have chosen this road. So Leo needed an answer. While Sindragosa was cleaning up the prisoners on both sides, he answered Leo's question. On this road, I feel the breath of my own race. Kamalin? Leo raised his eyebrows. As Sindragosa is the queen of the Blue Dragons, aren't her kin the Blue Dragons? This boy Arygos is not cautious enough in his work. How can he let the Blue Dragon do it himself? With such an important witness, it is impossible not to ask Maligos for details, etc. Perhaps Arygos' purpose is to let people discover this Blue Dragon. Blue Dragon King Maligos has been hiding from the Eye of Eternity since the incident with the Blue Dragon clan. It is too difficult for this otaku to go out. Instead of working on Maligos, it is better to lure people from the outside to find him. And then by playing tricks before and after the two parties meet, Arygos, who is hiding in the dark, has a lot of room for him to show off. Rubbing his chin, Leo quickened his pace. He wanted to see who the unlucky blue dragon sent to Violet Prison was. Didn't this child understand that he was an abandoned child? Human. You shouldn't be here. A female blood elf came towards him, and her appearance made Leo understand that the real master had arrived. Shrugging, Leo looked relaxed, not at all nervous about the appearance of the blood elves. Give me a reason. Because you're going to die soon. The blood elf's words were fierce, and his actions were equally fierce. The arcane energy with a chaotic aura rushed towards Leo, and the intensity of the energy was enough to injure the legendary strongman. With the blood elf's ability, if she encountered a legendary strongman, she would definitely be in bad luck. But she was so unlucky that she happened to meet Leo. Want to fight? Leo put his hands on his chest, ignoring the oncoming arcane torrent. Your opponent is not me. See me! Sindragosa's voice appeared along with a wave of ice cone rain. The blood elf hit Leo, but the arcane torrent was immediately defeated by the ice cone attack. Not only did it fail to attack Leo, but he was swept back by the ice cone. Cyane is the name of the female blood elf. To be precise, 2 words should be added after Cyane, Gusa. Cyane Gusa. Yes, the female blood elf who attacked Leo as soon as she appeared was a blue dragon. It was she who broke the restrictions on the prisoners in Violet Prison, thus triggering this riot. When she cast a spell to attack the enemy and someone attacked her in turn, Sindragosa was in a panic. Fortunately, she was very strong and could hide in time without being injured. Of course, the embarrassment is certain. Just when Sindragosa was preparing to counterattack after dodging the ice pick and the arcane torrent that rolled back, she was stunned. A woman with blue hair and blue eyes stood less than 5 meters away from her. Sindragosa felt a familiar aura from this woman, which belonged to the blue dragon Queen Sindragosa. Queen, how could it be you? Sindragosa simply couldn't believe it. She actually saw the long-dead Sindragosa. If the blue dragon hadn't been extremely confident in his own strength and firmly believed that no one could let her fall into an illusion without her noticing, she would have thought it was a hallucination. Of course it's me. Cyane, why did you come here? Don't you know the consequences of doing this? Who asked you to do this? Sindragosa's question made Sindragosa recover from the shock. Although Sindragosa didn't know what happened to Sindragosa, nor how the long-dead blue dragon queen came back to life. Yes, but she was 10,000% sure that the person standing in front of her was the real blue dragon queen. Knowing this is enough. As long as Sindragosa is real, Cyane will not and dare not hide anything from her. The king asked me to come. The king said that mortals have endless greed and desires. Once they master powerful power, the world will be destroyed in their hands. So we must take back the power of magic from mortals. The king in Cyane's mouth was naturally the blue dragon king Malygos. Leo was wrong. It was not Arygos who sent people to trigger the riot in the Violet Prison, but the blue dragon king Malygos. The matter was more serious than imagined. From the fact that Malygos sent people to create a riot in the Violet Prison, it can be inferred that the blue dragon king probably had Arygos' way, and Thun used the blue dragon king's trust in his son to plot against him. A fight with the blue dragon flight before attacking Ice Crown Citadel? No. This is not what Leo wants to see. With Sindragosa here, it is not impossible to let the blue dragon army serve him. Leo is not willing to lose too much of this potential stock. Besides, the blue dragon legion is not someone to be trifled with. No matter how weak the blue dragon's strength is, it cannot be underestimated. How can it be possible to suffer less damage from fighting with it? What makes Leo even more worried is that, after all, the guardian dragons come from the same lineage. Fighting the blue dragon, the red dragon, the green dragon, and the bronze dragon, there is no guarantee that they will have other ideas. They are in urgent need of more support from more forces in their rise. The human race that is recognized by more forces is extremely disadvantageous. It's really a headache. The Scourge's matter has not been resolved yet, and Thun has created such a trick, deliberately making it difficult for others. Leo rubbed his face. His balls hurt so much. Can this world stop being so troubled and let me kill the Lich King quietly? Could it be that the Lich King is really a little lucky, blessed with great luck, and when he encounters a real crisis, someone will jump out to help him share the burden? Pressure? Nonsense. Sindragosa is on fire, and Malygos wants to take back the magical power of mortals. Does he think he can do it? Would powerful mortals like Leo, Egwin, Kaeldats, and the like just sit back and watch this happen? Malygos thought things too simply, and he underestimated the strength of the mortal race so much that he pushed the entire Blue Dragon clan to the brink of danger. Seeing that Sindragosa was angry, Cyane quickly lowered her head like a child who had made a mistake and was being scolded by her parents, and stood there without daring to move. Let me ask you, what does taking back the magical power of mortals have to do with this matter? Don't you know how much impact it will have on the entire world once the magical creatures imprisoned in the Violet Prison escape? What you have done is this what Blue Dragon should do. Leo had never seen Sindragosa like this. The Blue Dragon Queen was probably very angry. She was worried about Malygos being plotted by Thun. She was angry that Cyanogosa had done such a stupid thing. The future of the Blue Dragon flight is in doubt. As the Queen of the Blue Dragons, Sindragosa is worried. Nonsense. What a bastard. Sindragosa's chest rose and fell rapidly. No. I have to stop Malygos. With that said, Sindragosa was about to go find Malygos. But when she turned around and saw Leo, she paused. If she wanted to go to Malygos, she had to ask Leo for permission. Sindra, calm down. Impulsiveness won't solve the problem. Leo raised his hand to stop Sindragosa. He held his chin and paced back and forth. Sindragosa on the side looked strange. Who is this black-haired human? He could actually make the queen listen to him. You must know that even Lord Malygos does not dare to touch Queen Sindra when she is angry. Time passed second by second in Leo's thinking. As Sindragosa spent seconds like years, Leo finally stopped. Malygos should be in the Eye of Eternity. Right. Leo glanced sideways at Sindragosa, and the Blue Dragon nodded under his gaze. After receiving a positive answer, Leo clapped his hands and said to Sindragosa, then go to the Eye of Eternity and have a look. It would be best if you can persuade the Blue Dragon King to change his mind. If not, at this point, Leo paused, challenging the great Spellweaver in the Eye of Eternity. Something that no one before me could imagine. Why am I so looking forward to it? Chapter 1106 Eye of Eternity. The Eye of Eternity. This is the domain of the Blue Dragon King Malygos. Since the betrayal of Deathwing, Malygos has buried his head in the sand like an ostrich. He hides in the Eye of Eternity all day long, letting the outside world the world was turned upside down without even taking a single step. Speaking of which, Malygos must bear a lot of responsibility for the Blue Dragon Legion's current situation. If the Blue Dragon King could cheer up, and if Malygos didn't feel so sorry for himself after being betrayed by Neltharion, the Blue Dragon clan would never be as talented as it is now. Because the Blue Dragons control the magical power of the entire world. Nor will he become the last person among the Guardian Dragons. It is naturally not that easy to enter the Eye of Eternity. The realm of Malygos cannot be entered by just wanting to enter. The Blue Dragons will not let irrelevant people disturb their king. Any outsider who tries to approach the Eye of Eternity will be threatened by the Blue Dragon. The dragon is driven away ruthlessly. If it weren't for Sindragosa, Leo would have had to go through a lot of trouble to enter the Eye of Eternity. Are we going in like this? Don't we need some help? Standing at the entrance of the Eye of Eternity, Sindragosa stopped hesitantly. As the Blue Dragon Queen, she knew the power of the Blue Dragon King Malygos very well. She was responsible for controlling the magical power of this world. And she had the King of Magic, the title of Spellweaver. His power makes Sindragosa worry about him. Although Leo is strong, he may not be able to defeat Malygos. Sindragosa admitted that Leo's strength was beyond the reach of ordinary demigods, and even weaker gods were no match for him. But he was facing the great Spellweaver, and the outcome was unpredictable. To say that Leo wasn't worried would be a lie. The Guardian Dragons are different from other dragons. They are 5 dragons given the ability to protect the world by the Titans. Their strength is different from other dragons. If you guess the Dragon King's ability based on the strength of other dragons, when you'll find out how wrong you were when you fight the Dragon King. Although there is no absolute certainty of defeating Malygos, Leo still will not flinch in the slightest. Some things cannot be avoided. No matter how worried you are, you have to face them and solve them. In fact, when the news about Yogg-Saron came out, Leo wanted to take a look at the Titan creation and weigh its strength. Varian Scarlet and the others thought that the most powerful enemy in the prison where Yogg-Saron was imprisoned was the Lord of Thousand Maws. But they didn't know that the real focus of Ulduar was not Yogg-Saron. Others don't know Ulduar's true face. But Leo knows that sometimes it's not a good thing to be alone when everyone is drunk. It's because he knows Ulduar's true secret that Leo is anxious. And Leo is better than others. Many more worries. The strength of the Dragon King can be roughly inferred through the fight with Malygos. Leo can also use this as a standard to determine the combat power of the Titan creations. After having an intuitive understanding of the peak combat power of this world, the next plan can be make sure nothing goes wrong. Leo meant if he could defeat Malygos in the Eye of Eternity without others such as Alexa noticing, and take it for his own use. Leo would have a lot more room for action. Now that we have gone, there is one more card that can be played. And this card is still a trump card that can determine the outcome. Returns often coexist with risks. If you want to obtain huge returns, don't be afraid to bear the corresponding risks. With enough awareness, Leo would certainly not hesitate or even change his mind after reaching the end of the field. Sindragosa's question was really unnecessary. If Malygos refuses to listen to persuasion, I don't mind using force to persuade him. After receiving Leo's answer, Sindragosa knew that he had made up his mind. So she said nothing more. She only listened to her mouth reciting the spell quickly. And the real entrance to the Eye of Eternity appeared. The domain of Blue Dragon King Malygos is like a large whirlpool in the void. This large whirlpool is composed of nothing but magical elements. All magical elements such as wind, fire, water, and earth can be seen here. They are the spell weavers. Proof of being able to control all types of magic. This magical whirlpool alone is daunting. Because it is telling everyone, cherish life and stay away from the Eye of Eternity. Opening the entrance to the Eye of Eternity requires a magic spell, which eliminates the possibility of someone sneaking in. No one can enter the domain of the Blue Dragon King without alerting the Blue Dragon Legion. Leo followed Sindragosa into the Eye of Eternity, and Sindragosa was left outside. The Blue Dragon never figured out why the proud queen was so respectful to the black-haired human. The interior of the Eye of Eternity is very special. If I had to use one word to describe it, Leo felt that crazy is the most appropriate word. The magic elements here are surging like crazy. Any creature that is not strong enough to set foot here will be torn to pieces in an instant. And this minimum standard that is not strong enough is the legend. Legend? That's right. To enter the Eye of Eternity without getting hurt, you must at least have legendary level strength. If you are not a legendary strongman, you are not even qualified to enter my house. Even if you reluctantly come in, it will be a dead end. This high threshold alone reflects the level of the Dragon King. What made Leo complain was that the internal entrance to the Eye of Eternity actually opened in the void. If the creatures entering here could not fly, they would fall directly into the void. He didn't know where they would fall. He didn't want to think about it. Where Malygos, the Blue Dragon King, lies. Are there any dragons that can't fly? There is a platform in the center of the Eye of Eternity, where Malygos, the Blue Dragon King, rests. It is also where the Turbulent Needle, an artifact that controls magical elements, is located. The reason why the magic elements inside the Eye of Eternity are so violent is because the Turbulent Needle is pulling it. The Turbulent Needle is an artifact. Wherever it is the center of magic in the world. If it comes out of the Eye of Eternity, all the magic elements in the world will be affected by it. Looking at this Turbulent Needle, Leo's eyes flashed. And he didn't know what he was thinking. Sindra? Is that you? A thunderous sound exploded in Leo's ears. And the entire magical element of the Eye of Eternity became even more violent because of the sound. Blue Dragon King Malygos. Leo trembled and looked away from the Turbulence Needle. He followed the sound and his eyes were solemn. On one side of the Eye of Eternity, a giant blue dragon that is more than twice the size of Sindragosa is flying towards the entrance of the Eye of Eternity. Needless to say, this giant blue dragon has no one other than Ma. There is no one else in Lygoth. This is the real dragon. The dragons I have seen before are like children compared to Malygos. If the Dragon King's true body looks like this, not to mention the special abilities that the Dragon King has, just rely on his physical body. It's enough to crush everything. Seeing Malygos appear, Sindragosa became excited. But this excitement was not the feeling of seeing a lover who had been separated for many years meet again, but an emotion called resentment. Can Sindragosa not hate him? When she died alone, when she needed Malygos the most, the Blue Dragon King was going crazy. Not to mention this, what makes Sindragosa even more uneasy is that when she was resurrected by Arthas with the power of Frostmourne and became the puppet of the Lich King, for such a long time, Malygos actually did not take some action. With what Malygos is capable of, what he wants to do, can the Lich King stop him? Just kidding. What kind of couple are they if they don't save themselves when they have the ability? In Sindragosa's heart, her love for Malygos has long been replaced by hatred. As deep as she loved before, she now hates her as deeply. Although she hated Malygos in her heart, Sindragosa hid it well when she saw the Blue Dragon King, because she understood what kind of existence she was facing and wanted to persuade Malygos. You can't fall out with him without giving up on his quest to reclaim magical powers from mortals. Unfortunately, Sindragosa's restraint was in vain. After Malygos came closer, The Blue Dragon Queen was shocked to find that the situation of this Blue Dragon King was extremely bad. His aura was chaotic and crazy. His state was extremely unstable. And his eyes were a look of struggle flashed across Zhong Huan from time to time. Anyone who sees Malygos knows that he is in a very dangerous situation. Thun's corruption of the Blue Dragon King is far more serious than Sindragosa expected. The power of the ancient god is about to destroy him. With complete control, Malygos is now more like Thun's puppet than the Blue Dragon King. Hurry. I'm about to lose my mind completely. I need your help. I'm about to lose it. Malygos' face was distorted. And the appearance of Sindragosa made his emotions fluctuate greatly. Thun seized this opportunity to break through the spiritual defense line held by the Blue Dragon King. I'm going crazy. Help me. Before Sindragosa could react, Malygos' painful shouts filled the entire Eye of Eternity. And his psychic defenses collapsed completely. Ha ha ha. It's too late. Malygos' voice changed. As if another existence was speaking through Malygos' body. Insignificant mortal. I remember you. My hatred will devour you, and your soul will be tormented for eternity. The Blue Dragon King stared at Leo, as if Leo and him had a sworn hatred. If he didn't know that it was the ancient god Thun who corrupted Malygos, Leo would really be confused. Can't figure out the situation. Leo shrugged and curled his lips, showing an expression of complete indifference. But secretly he had already gathered strength and was waiting intently. I didn't expect the situation to get so bad. It seems that after Thun suffered a big loss in the Temple of Encourage and lost an eye, in order to get revenge on Leo as soon as possible, he spent a lot of money on corrupting Malygos. A lot of effort. You are quite vindictive. Thun. Do you know me? Malygos raised his voice. There was no one else in the Eye of Eternity except Leo and Sindragosa. Thun did not hide his identity. In his eyes, Leo and Sindragosa is a dead person. And a dead person will not reveal his secrets. Don't worry. I will make your death painful. And your meaningless life will be destroyed in my hands. Blucking is not taxed. Do you have that ability? Leo's fingers fluttered. And several powerful atmosphere appeared in the Eyes of Eternal. I guarantee you. I will beat you worse than last time. Chapter 1107 Malygos. I won't give you any chance. Even if you kneel on the ground and swear allegiance to me, I will kill you. Malygos was completely lost in the temptation of the ancient god Thun, and was corrupted by the power of the ancient god. The Blue Dragon King is no longer the guardian dragon whose mission is to protect the world, but a powerful destroyer. Kneel on the ground and beg for help. Leo said, Malygos thinks too much. Really thinks too much. I really can't think of anyone who can make me kneel on the ground and beg. Maybe there is, but it will definitely not be you. Because you? No. Not worthy. Leo didn't want to talk nonsense with Malygos. He didn't know if there would be some mysterious connection between the aspect dragons, or if Malygos' strange behavior would be noticed by other dragon kings. And he wanted to catch up with the Red Dragon Queen to resolve this matter before Alexstad and others react. They must deal with Malygos before things change. Stretching his right hand forward, his index finger pointed at Malygos. Leo's finger was clearly the finger of death. Ordinary spells will not pose any threat to Malygos, and will even be used by the King of Magic to deal with himself. Only by using the power of law to fight with him can he be harmed. Facing the finger of death, Malygos showed no sign of weakness, opened her mouth wide, and sprayed out a secret dragon's breath. If the finger of death is a point attack, then the secret dragon's breath is a surface attack. Not only Leo was attacked by the secret dragon's breath, but also the Blue Dragon Queen Sindragosa and several of Leo's subordinates summoned. Malygos! Sindragosa roared, and the true form of the Blue Dragon appeared. Her opponent was the Great Spellweaver. Sindragosa did not dare to fight him in human form, because only by returning to the dragon form could she exert her full strength. The biting cold wind howled non-stop in the Eye of Eternity, and Sindragosa's counterattack began. The Frost Dragon's breath went against the Secret Dragon's breath, and large groups of ice were formed out of thin air. Bang bang bang. The two dragon breaths collided head-on, and the explosion sound of the energy collision was like fried beans. In the dense explosion sound, the ice cubes mixed in the Frost Dragon breath were shattered into pieces. These cracked ice cubes turned into large snowflakes. The Secret Dragon's breath and the Frost Dragon's breath are scattered everywhere, and the scenery is really beautiful. Is Sindragosa too boring? Pursuing magical light and shadow effects when fighting Malygos? Of course not. No one knows the power of Malygos better than the Blue Dragon Queen. When fighting the Spellweaver, Sindragosa was cautious before it was too late. So how could she come up with something flashy? The fluttering snowflakes melted quickly, and with them disappeared Maligo's secret dragon breath. Syndragos's Frust dragon breath didn't know what method she used, but she actually blocked Maligo's attack by herself. Before Syndragosa obtained the inheritance of Mephisto, the Lord of Hatred, and before Syndragosa fused the blue soul stone with herself, she would have been able to block Maligo's secret method. Longshi will definitely not be so easy. The secret dragon's breath was cracked, and Maligo's hesitated for a moment. Syndragosa's power surprised him. In his memory, the Blue Dragon Queen was not that strong. The accident only stayed in Maligo's mind for less than a 10,000th of a second before it had to be put aside because Leo's finger of death struck. Even a powerful spellweaver dare not underestimate the finger of death. Before the dark red energy reaches him, the breath of death rushes towards him. Maligo shakes his head, and the arcane blade flies towards the finger of death. Impact, shattering, space collapse, until annihilation. This is the whole process of the collision between the arcane blade and the finger of death. Where the arcane blade and the finger of death meet, there is a space crack that is 10 meters long and cannot be closed for a long time. This crack is like an insatiable mouth greedily devouring everything it comes into contact with. And all magic elements that come close to it were swallowed up by the cracks without a trace. A crack appeared in the originally well-sealed Eye of Eternity. Through this crack, the magical elements in the Eye of Eternity were flowing away. Maligo saw it with pain in his heart. These magical elements were all spent through the turbulent needle. The magic essence gathered over tens of thousands of years was now lost like this. And the Blue Dragon King was so angry that his body was shaking. My patience has reached its limit. I want to get you out of here. His home was destroyed, and he realized that he would suffer a lot by fighting Leo in the Eye of Eternity. Leo was not afraid of smashing the Eye of Eternity to pieces. But Maligos was afraid. I have the final say in this territory. As soon as Maligos finished speaking, Leo found that the space he was in had changed. Unknowingly, they were moved to another space by the Blue Dragon King. The space transition was so easy. This was the first time for Leo to see that Maligo's strength was indeed extraordinary. Change of location. Well, that's not the point. The point is, why does Leo feel familiar when he looks at this place? Just when Leo wanted to investigate further, a shield that could be formed appeared beside him. This shield was cast by Maligos. The Blue Dragon King certainly wasn't out of his mind. He couldn't do such a thing as casting a protective spell on the enemy. It sounds like the Blue Dragon Shield is a protective spell, but in fact it does not only have the function of protection. No one stipulates that the shield cannot be attacked. And even if someone stipulates it, it is not necessary to abide by it. Boom! The Blue Dragon Shield exploded, and Leo's dark shield shattered with a pinging sound under the torrent of energy. Fortunately, his bone armor was strong enough, buying Leo a thousandth of a second of buffer time. It doesn't make any sense to be someone else in such a short period of time. But it's different when it comes to Leo. 1,000th of a second. Enough for Leo to react and teleport. Leo, who appeared in another direction, secretly said that it was dangerous. If he hadn't had double insurance, he would have been tricked by Maligos. Blue Dragon Shield. This spell is too insidious, coupled with Maligos' strength. How many people can escape it when used to instigate people? I didn't expect that the majestic Blue Dragon King would have such a wretched spell. Almost being tricked by Maligos. Leo didn't dare to be distracted anymore. He didn't bother to check where this place was at this time. Maligos told Leo with the facts. You dare to be distracted when fighting me. Court death. Before Leo could take a breath, Maligos raised his head and took a deep breath. Let me go. There is no need to kill them all. And take a deep breath to attack in all directions. Leo waved his hands continuously and cast Dark Shield, Evil Armor, Magic Armor, Energy Shield, Bone Armor, and other protective spells at once. The lethality of the dragon's deep breath is definitely not a joke. It is a big kill. It's not an exaggeration to say that it's a tool. Faced with deep breathing, you can't avoid it. You can only resist it. If you resist, you will survive. If you can't resist, you will die, teleport, and be eaten to death in the face of an all-round attack like taking a deep breath. Maligos smiled contemptuously. In the eyes of the Blue Dragon King, Leo's behavior of casting a protective spell was just a useless death struggle. As the King of Magic, shouldn't he be tolerant of a person who is about to die? At least let him live for a second longer. 1 second is just a blink of an eye. This little time is only enough for Leo to cast the protective spell. As for the means of counterattack, there is absolutely no time to cast it. When the bone armor covered Leo's body, Malygos took a deep breath. The energy of the secret method, the energy of frost, plus the unique corrosive power of the ancient gods, attacked Leo in this wave of deep breaths. The first two were within Leo's expectations. Malygos had used arcane breath and arcane blade against the enemy before. Neither of these could hurt Leo. How could the Blue Dragon King not add new attacks? Means? The Blue Dragon is best at using the power of frost. Leo would be surprised if Malygos' deep breathing does not contain the power of frost. Anticipating the opponent's attack methods, Leo naturally had a way to deal with it. He believed that under so many protective spells, even a deep breath as strong as Malygos' could not hurt him. However, reality once again proves how correct the word unpredictable things is. Leo guessed Malygos' attack method correctly, but he didn't expect that Thun would also intervene. The corrosive energy of the ancient god was mixed with the deep breathing of the Blue Dragon King. The result of the combined force of the two was definitely not 1 + 1. Simple. Ziz. The sound of objects being violently corroded came out on the dark shield. This shield was being corroded. The moment Malygos took a deep breath and sprayed it, the dark shield became riddled with holes. The originally perfect protective spell, it has become a big sieve full of loopholes, with no protective ability at all. It was within Leo's expectation that the dark shield was broken. But Leo did not expect it to be broken so easily. How could Thun's power appear in Malygos' deep breath? Leo was shocked. Although Thun corrupted Malygos' mind and made the Blue Dragon King crazy, it was only a mental corrosion. Malygos, who was fighting Leo, could only exert the Blue Dragon King's own strength is just right. And it is impossible to have the corrosive power of Thun. However, the impossible has already happened. So what is the point of asking whether it is possible now? No wonder Malygos was so confident. It turned out that Thun was hiding behind him. The Blue Dragon King and the Lord of Thousand Eyes were both evil people. Leo had just been tricked once, and he was tricked again immediately. The traps came one after another. I must trick Leo to death. This attack was Thun's intention to plot against Leo, so he was extremely well prepared. After eroding the dark shield, Leo's energy shield and evil armor could not withstand it. In less than 10 minutes, declared broken in 1 second. In a short period of time, Leo's protective spells were broken down one after another, leaving only the bone armor. Fortunately, the Necromancer spell, which is different from the power system of this world, is strong enough. Even though the surface of the bone armor was terribly corroded, it still protected Leo and prevented Thun's power from invading Leo's body. Blocking Thun's corrosive power is not enough. Don't forget, there is also the arcane energy and frost energy of the Blue Dragon King Malygos. The combination of these two energies is the deep breath of the Blue Dragon King. Only protection can the greatly weakened bone armor be able to stop it. Chapter 1108 The Powerful Spellweaver. A big black hand shot out. The Hand of Death. It's not Leo's style to just defend without counterattack, using Dark Shield and other protective spells to buy time for himself. Leo gathers all his strength, and the Hand of Death is his counterattack. This blow came in time. If he had been a step slower, Malygos' deep breath would have been sprayed on Leo. The bone armor was now broken to the extent that it would never be able to block the Blue Dragon King's attack. But the Hand of Death might not be able to stop it. Boom! With a dull impact, the Law of Death collided with Malygos' secret energy. The space was like a smashed glass, cracking into countless pieces, and then falling down piece by piece, revealing a certain alien being isolated by the barrier. Space. Why is it called a different space? Because no matter how hard Leo looked, he couldn't connect it with the endless void. After the world space barrier is broken, shouldn't the space rift be directly connected to the universe? The endless void? Doubts flashed across Leo's mind. It wasn't that he didn't want to think about it, or that he didn't want to pursue it, but that he didn't have the time or energy to get to the bottom of it. Because Malygos' deep breathing didn't only have arcane energy. The Blue Dragon is also known as the Magic Dragon. Among the 5 dragons, the Blue Dragon is the best at using magic. It is said that the magic of other dragons is also taught by the Blue Dragon. Among all the magics, the Blue Dragon is the most favored and the most popular. He is good at ice magic. Several times, the strongest one in the entire Blue Dragon clan is none other than Blue Dragon King Malygos. The power of frost exerted by the Blue Dragon King has reached the limit that this world can bear. And its lethality is no joke. If Leafeo can't take it, we can't rule out the possibility that he will be directly frozen into a popsicle. Even the gods did not dare to say that they would be able to take the Blue Dragon King's deep breath when facing Malygos. Can Leo succeed? The key to success or failure lies in the hand of death. Ping ping ping. Like solid ice being struck by an iron tool. One after another. Crisp and sweet. Of course. This is the feeling of bystanders. It is never a big deal to watch the party. As a person involved, Leo has a completely different feeling. The hand of death is frozen. It turns out that when the power of frost reaches a certain level, even the power of law can be frozen. He has learned a lot. Leo has learned a lot. Blue Dragon King Malygos is indeed the king of magic. Spellweaver is strong. He is the first existence that Leo has encountered that can completely freeze the law of death. The frost is spreading, and freezing the hand of death is not enough. The purpose of the Blue Dragon King is to kill Leo. How can he stop his power just because he freezes a hand of death? If you want to freeze me into an ice sculpture, how can one deep breath be enough? Leo's eyes narrowed. He was not fighting alone. Golden light illuminated the entire space. Holding a sword in one hand and a hammer in the other, Usuer spread his wings to block Leo. Compared with before, Usuer's image is very different. He is wearing a golden armor, and each piece of armor is engraved with beautiful patterns. These patterns not only give the armor a beautiful appearance and set off Usuer's image, but also add to it shows the strength of Izu. Because these patterns are not engraved to look good, but can help the wearer gather the power of light, so that Izuer can exert more and stronger power. With this set of bright armor, Usuer's strength can be exerted to 200% of his own strength, which is a huge increase. Drink. Usuer didn't have time to make too many preparations. The hand of death had been completely frozen. Malygos' deep breath was about to hit him. He flicked one arm, and the power of Menethil burst with dark blue light. It smashed over with a loud sound, hitting the hand of death squarely. Ping pong. This hit was very hard. The attack of deep blue fury was no joke. The ice that froze in the hand of death immediately shattered. The external attack combined with the internal impact of the law of death broke through the ice blockade, and the big hand shrouded in black air was resurrected. The ice shattered, and the hand of death resurrected. Leo's crisis was immediately relieved. Malygos' deep breath was blocked by Izuer and the hand of death, and Leo was able to calmly patch himself up with a new bone armor. As a spellcaster, no matter how strong his physical fitness is, he will never feel safe enough without spell protection. With the bone armor, Leo feels at ease now. Welcome the light's punishment. Blue Dragon. While Leo was replenishing the bone armor, Usuer attacked. The sword of heaven slashed down, and the fist of heaven struck head-on. The golden light hit Malygos' eyes. The Blue Dragon King narrowed his eyes slightly. Leo's hand of death was captured when his vision was reduced. In front of him. You want to hurt me with this little trick? Malygos expressed disdain for this. The hand of death, which had been weakened by taking a deep breath, could not enter the Blue Dragon King's eyes. Malygos flapped his wings, and the mystical storm blew loudly. The hand of death had not yet touched the Blue Dragon King. The power of the Dragon King's body laws was exhausted. The power of light? Humph! After solving Leo's hand of death, Isel's attack arrived just in time, and Malygos used the Blue Dragon shield to block it effortlessly. What a strong shield! Usuer rolled his eyes at Leo. This person is really... Is he too busy, or something to come here to challenge Malygos? Does he think his life is too comfortable? Even if you want to cause trouble for the Blue Dragon King, wouldn't it be better to bring Angwin? The human female magic goddess can even kill the demon god Sardras. With her help, it is not so difficult to deal with Malygos. Leo had Leo's plan. He went to the Eye of Eternity to brush Malygos alone. Wasn't he just going to eat alone? As the saying goes, a person can't get rich without windfall, and a horse can't fatten without night grass. How can one get rich without finding some extra money that others don't know about? After glaring at Izuer, Leo shouted in a low voice, "Stop chirping and get to work quickly. We are very tight on time." Izuer was speechless. Even if you are me, you can't bully others like this. Did I say anything? Did I really say anything? My dear, I solemnly tell you, you are an unscrupulous foreman. With a shout, Usuer swung his sword towards Malygos. Complaints are true. Usuer can still tell clearly what to do. If he doesn't kill Malygos, Leo will not be able to fall. Leo himself will not be easy on him. The life of this clone is not pleasant either. I'm the foreman. What are you? A coolie moving bricks? Or are you still thinking about me when you are moving bricks and firmly believe that one day I can also become a foreman and an ambitious coolie? Aren't ambitious coolies still coolies? Leo curled his lips and responded to Usuer's complaint. Of course, a Usuer was no match for Malygos, and with the addition of a blood god clone, He could barely fight a few moves. Amidst Jie's strange laughter, a blood-colored blood god clone rushed out of Leo's body. This guy did it simply. He twisted his body and turned into a bloody sword, following Izuru's sword of light and slashing towards Malygos. Anyone else would have been frightened to death when faced with two false gods. However, Leo had to deal with Spellweaver Malygos. The two false gods had not yet been taken seriously by Malygos. Summoning two clones. It goes without saying that Leo's purpose was to rely on numerical superiority to deal with the Blue Dragon King. Is Malygos so easy to deal with? Of course not. A powerful mage is never afraid of siege, because powerful spells can carry out range attacks. For sparks were generated under the magic power of the Blue Dragon King. They were sparks of power. At the same time as the sparks of power appeared, two blue dragon shields wrapped Yizhuor and the blood god clones. The shields trapped them, making them temporarily unable to get away, just as Yizhuor and the blood god clones hit the shield. For sparks of power crashed into them. The blue dragon shield traps the enemy, and the sparks of power hit them. Malygos' spells are all in one go, leaving people overwhelmed. When the Blue Dragon King was dealing with Yizhuor and the blood god's clone, Leo began to call Sindragosa and several of his other subordinates. What surprised him was that he was clearly in contact with Sindragosa, but could not summon it to you. Don't waste your efforts, human. Malygos was mocking Leo. He used space transfer not only to remove the battlefield from the Eye of Eternity, but also to separate Leo from Sindragosa and the others. Don't count on Sindragosa. Della and the others can help you. I have the final say in my field. This is the second time Malygos mentioned the realm. Last time the word was ignored by Leo, but this time he didn't. Could it be that the Eye of Eternity is not actually a sealed space, but is actually Malygos' private domain? If you think about it carefully, it is really possible to expand the domain with the strength of the Blue Dragon King. I see. I was wondering why there was no trace of Sindragosa and the others after the space transfer. I thought Malygos had transferred them to another place. You have worked really hard to deal with me. You can think of separating me from my men. This must be Thun's handiwork. Leo shook his head and clicked his tongue. Suffer a loss once and learn to be good once. Look, the lesson I taught Thun last time was profound. Well, Thun admitted that he was really miserable in the last fight with Leo. The majestic ancient god actually suffered a big loss at the hands of mortals. Every time Thun thought about this, he wanted to kill all the mortals. Kill. Now, Leo revealed Thun's scars and taunted him, making the Lord of Thousand Eyes furious. Under Thun's influence, Malygos also became violent. Violent? Did you read that right? The Blue Dragon King went berserk. Is it Leo's own fault? Malygos' rage was no ordinary rage. Not only was his mind still clear, but his improvement in strength was astonishingly terrifying. After the rage, the Blue Dragon King's combat power more than tripled. Malygos was already very strong, but now she went berserk. Her strength soared like a rocket. Was it really hard to survive? The strength of the Dragon King is really terrifying. At this moment, Leo was still feeling emotional. Is he just a big nervous guy, or is he confident? I said. That guy's control over the field will be weakened after he goes berserk. The sudden increase in power will have a certain impact on his spirit. What don't you want to do during this time? Leo began calling Goldfinger, who called him his host. Isn't the energy that makes up the realm to your taste? I found unknown energy. Do you want to absorb it? Hearing this, Leo smiled. Chapter 1109. Keep a low profile when you are a person, and vote when you read a book. Never underestimate Goldfinger's thirst for energy. This guy is a bottomless pit. At least as far as Leo knows. Nothing can fill his belly. Goldfinger is indeed a big foodie. As soon as he has the energy to devour, he moves faster than anyone else and eats harder than anyone else. No, less than half a second after Goldfinger started eating, Leo noticed the difference. He could summon Sindragosa and the others. Ah! Malygos screamed in horror. The unexplained loss of domain energy made him fearful. The unknown is the scariest thing. Even spellweavers are not immune to this. What's going on? What happened to my realm? Human. What did you do? Leo shrugged, innocence written on his face. In the conscience of heaven and earth, I haven't done anything. If you want to find someone who is tampering with your field, don't come to me. Well, it was not Leo who absorbed Malygos' domain, but the mysterious existence that called him the host. Leo didn't lie. Malygos' panic made Leo smell something. Why did the spellweaver care so much about his domain? Why did the Blue Dragon King panic? Isn't it just that the realm has been broken? Why does it feel like the sky has fallen in Malygos? It's too exaggerated. It's not like Leo has never seen a domain before. It's not like Leo hasn't seen a domain that can be broken. Think about the previous battle outside Akiris. Didn't Duchess Bromix's void domain be broken by someone? The consequences how? It was just a little injured. And it wasn't serious. Therefore, Malygos' reaction was too intense and abnormal. As the saying goes, something out of the ordinary is a monster. So Leo couldn't help but think of other places. Malygos is so anxious. Could breaking this realm cause huge harm to him? Thinking of this possibility, Leo immediately encouraged Goldfinger to step up his efforts to absorb the energy of the domain, while he himself recalled Sindragosa and other men to his side. With the Blue Dragon Queen and other helpers, Leo is confident. He and 2 clones of Malygos can handle it. Then with the addition of Sindragosa, Shina Soraya and others, the Blue Dragon King can still handle it with ease. After waving his hand, Leo shouted with great momentum, "Don't give me face. Beat me to death." Of course you don't have to hold back when beating Malygos. After all, the Blue Dragon King is one of the 5 aspect dragons given power by the Titans. So he is not that easy to beat. Leo held it with one hand, and the gray-black mist gathered into a long-handled scythe. The aura of death was so strong that Sindragosa and others quickly retreated aside. Malygos stopped arguing now. The gray-black scythe in Leo's hand made him feel danger. His intuition told Malygos that this scythe had the ability to seriously injure or even kill him. How could a mortal possess the power to threaten me? Malygos couldn't believe it. If the facts weren't in front of him, he would never believe it. What is the mortal race? In the eyes of the Blue Dragon King, they are synonymous with vulnerability and lowliness. And they are greedy and stupid parasites. How could such a race give birth to a strong man who threatens the life of the great spellweaver? Just when Malygos was shocked by Leo's strength, Sindragosa and Zenitharea fought in front of him. The 2 dragon queens joined forces to serve as vanguards. Others did not have such treatment, and only Malygos could enjoy it. However, the Blue Dragon King did not want to have such preferential treatment. Zenitharaya's flames of destruction, Sindragosa's soul frost. Malygos enjoyed the 2 layers of ice and fire. The flames of destruction burned his body, and the soul frost froze his soul. The body was burned to pieces, but the soul was frozen into ice. The strong contrast made Malygos want to die. The Blue Dragon King roared and twisted his body. After the violent force, he was so powerful that he shattered Sindrago. The 2 dragon queens were blown away by the wings of Malygos due to the protective spells of Saw and Zenitharea. The dragon's scales were shattered and dripping with blood. Sindragosa and Zenitharea were in such a sorry state. The power of Malygos' blow was so powerful. It was terrifying. The encounters of the 2 dragon queens failed to scare the latecomers. Yuzur and the Blood God clones, who survived the Blue Dragon Shield and Power Sparks, formed the second echelon. As he flew out, he attacked Malygos, not giving the Blue Dragon King any chance to breathe. The Blood God transformed into a bloody sword. Yuzur flicked his wrist, and the power of Menethil struck out with blue fury again. Then Yuzur grabbed the Blood God's clone from behind and grabbed it in his hand. Look at the sword. The great sword transformed by the Blood God's clone, and the sword of the Silent Crusader slashed at Malygos under the swing of Yuzur. The power of light erupted at this moment, and a large golden cross was dazzling. The cross of light slashed. Malygos reached out with one claw and grabbed Yuzur's cross of light. Then the dragon's claws tightened slightly, and the dazzling cross was immediately crushed to pieces. The combined attack of Yuzur and the Blood God's clone seemed extremely weak in front of the violent Malygos. With a song of the dragon's claw, Yuzur quickly placed the swords in his hands in front of him. With another flick of the dragon's claw, Yuzur rolled and flew into the distance, as if he had been hit by a locomotive running at full speed. The physical strength is strong enough to ignore many things, such as body protection spells. Yuzur and the Blood God flew away, but Malygos still couldn't get a rest. And the third wave of offensive came. The bright white electric current crackled like a lightning spear, piercing Malygos at a speed that made it difficult to react. At the same time, a huge purple dragon flew over Malygos and took a deep breath. Sunderland waved the fury of thunder. Dragonakos took a deep breath. Lightning javelin and destruction dragon breath. This was the third wave of offensive. Malygos stretched out the other front paw to grab the lightning javelin, trying to recreate the scene of breaking Yuzur's cross of light. The Blue Dragon King was full of confidence, but the result was far beyond his expectation. Do you want to succeed with the same move twice? Leo sneered. Malygos thought that he was so stupid that he fell into the same pit twice. This was looking down on him too much. The moment the dragon's claw caught the lightning javelin, the latter crackled and exploded. Malygos was stunned. His dragon claws were covered by several electric currents that were visible to the naked eye and were as thick as a water tank. Even the Blue Dragon King's dragon scales made a crisp sound under the current. Tiny lightning can actually hurt me? Although only slightly injured. Malygos was still stunned. Injured. This word was so far away from him. So far away that Malygos had forgotten what it felt like. Now he tasted the feeling of being hurt again. And at this moment, he was at a loss. Malygos' reaction could only mean one thing. That is, the Blue Dragon King never thought that he would be injured. In fact, it is not to blame Malygos for being arrogant. The aspect dragon is too powerful for the creatures in this world. What? You said any mortal could hurt the aspect dragon? If you don't see it with your own eyes, 10 out of 10 people will think you are joking. Malygos was stunned and gave Dragonakos a chance. The Twilight Dragon's destruction breath spurted out and hit Malygos. Ah, how dare you! Dragonakos took a deep breath and beat Malygos until he screamed in pain. Before Malygos' dragon tail could swing over, the Twilight Dragon flew far away and avoided the painful action of the Blue Dragon King. A fatal counterattack. Spellweaver? Take your time and savor the good things I have given you. Dragonakos looked up to the sky and groaned proudly. He could not help but feel proud that he could injure a guardian dragon. The Twilight Dragon was proud. And Malygos was about to be furious. You said you, Dragonakos, took advantage. So why did you show off? Don't you know that this is exciting? Or are you simply provoking? Malygos has never been so idle. Even when he was betrayed by Neltharion, no one dared to be so angry with him. Dragonakos is too arrogant. He doesn't give the Twilight Dragon some strength. Look at this kid. How high and how thick. The extremely angry Blue Dragon King didn't think much. He flapped his wings and chased after Dragonakos. This was the tragedy for the Twilight Dragon. Malygos came to him in a flash of his wings, and was nearby. In terms of distance, the flying speed of the Blue Dragon King is almost the same as the mage's teleportation. Before Dragonakos could react, the Blue Dragon King slapped him on the head with his claws. Malygos' strength after going berserk was so terrifying. Although Dragonakos was strong, he was beaten to a bloody head. Judging from the confused look in Twilight Dragon's eyes, it was estimated that this blow probably gave him a concussion. And he didn't know whether it was mild or severe. Fortunately, with the dragon's recovery power, it only takes a few days of rest to recover. Otherwise, Dragonakos might not be able to take care of himself. One claw could not calm Malygos' anger. The Blue Dragon King flapped his wings again, and the broad dragon wings were like two big slaps, making Dragonakos' body snap. After being violently beaten by Malygos, Dragonakos finally failed to hold on. The Twilight Dragon was completely stunned. He stopped flapping his wings and began to fall freely, smashing a ball on the ground with a thud. Deep pit. Dees. You deserve to be called Dees. If you don't have some defensive talent, don't taunt. You'll get beaten. Kid. To be a Loki person, to read a book is to vote. Do you understand this truth? Dragonakos used his own experience to prove to everyone how ugly his death would be if he were not a professional human shield to fight against the big boss. The Twilight Dragon was beaten so hard by Malygos that it made him dizzy. He lay in the pit groaning for a long time, and couldn't get up. His sacrifice was not worthless. At least the Blue Dragon King felt good about beating him. More or less let out a bad breath. And what about Leo? What was Dragonakos doing when he was being beaten? What Leo did was very simple. He just raised his head when Marinus pained Dracankos, raised his arms. His wrist trembled, and the dead god's sickle chopped the past as Malinus' abdomen. At this moment, Malygos howled, and Goldfinger ate his domain clean. Chapter 11:10 Hot Potato. The protective capabilities of the place where the digestive organs of any creature are located are not high. This is true for humans, and the same is true for giant dragons. The abdomen is a common weakness among human dragons and other creatures. After wielding the death scythe, all Leo had to do was wait, and wait for the result. In order to teach Dragonakos a lesson, Blue Dragon King Malygos did not hesitate to expose his abdomen to Leo's attack. This behavior can only be described as beating in 2 words. The death side was slashed out, and all the scales on Malygos' body stood up. The furious Blue Dragon King then remembered that he was not the only enemy he had to deal with, Dragonakos. But there was another enemy on the ground that he was afraid of. Opponents are watching. That human took action. That human that made me feel that my life was in danger. Malygos' heart was trembling. He found that he had fallen into danger because of his impulsiveness. To his chagrin, his enemy did not miss this opportunity to come to his door. He gave the opportunity to the other party, and put himself in a crisis. This feeling was terrible. At least for Malygos. The Blue Dragon King really wanted to concentrate on dealing with Leo's Death Scythe. But unfortunately it backfired. The moment Leo slashed out the Death Scythe, his domain was completely swallowed up by Goldfinger. If the realm is broken, for others, it will be a little injured at most. But not for Malygos. The screams of the Blue Dragon King resounded throughout the space. And Malygos, whose territory was broken, was like a car being run over by 18 elephants. Leo, who was waiting for the Death Scythe to give him good news, discovered a new situation. The body of the Blue Dragon King Malygos was shrinking at a speed visible to the naked eye like a burst balloon. Let me go! What is this for? Seeing this, Leo was immediately confused. What tricks was Malygos playing? He couldn't be trying to avoid the Death Scythe by reducing his size. Don't you know that my Death Scythe is mentally locked? The majestic Spellweaver has an unrivaled understanding of magic. Malygos should not be so stupid. Leo really couldn't figure out why Malygos did this. Until Goldfinger's prompt came. Energy absorption is completed. The target area has been destroyed. The host has gained control of the Eye of Eternity. Puff! If Leo was drinking water, he would spit it out. If someone happened to stand in front of him at this time, the unlucky guy would be sprayed in the face by Leo. By destroying Malygos' domain, you gain control of the Eye of Eternity. Is Goldfinger kidding or kidding me? After hearing the prompt, Leo's first reaction was that he was being fooled. But when he thought about it again, he denied the idea of being fooled. Combined with Malygos' performance, Leo knew that this was true and not true. Goldfinger is spoofing. I seem to have discovered something. Leo held his chin and looked at Malygos, who was distracted by the destruction of his domain and was struck in the abdomen by the Death Scythe. After sensing that the aura of the Blue Dragon King was rapidly weakening, Leo realized something. If Leo's guess was not wrong, he should have found the secret of the power of the Spellweaver. No. To be precise, the secret of the power of the Aspect Dragon. When Titan left this world, he selected 5 dragons to take on the responsibility of guarding the world. In order to give these 5 selected dragons sufficient abilities, Titan gave them special powers. This is why the 5 Dragon Kings are so powerful. Because of other dragons. With the abilities given by the Titan and its own outstanding strength, the Aspect Dragon has always been an insurmountable existence. At least for the creatures in this world. It is invincible. The most critical point here is that the Guardian Dragon became invincible only after the Titan gave it power. Without the special abilities given by the Titan, would the Dragon King still be so aloof? The answer is not just spoken, but proven by facts. Just like now, the domain was broken, and normally it should be shattered and disappeared. However, the control of the Eye of Eternity fell into Leo's hands. This means that Leo's previous inference was correct. The Eye of Eternity is the domain of Malygos. Leo's conclusion is correct, which proves that this domain is not owned by Malygos itself, but was given to the Blue Dragon King by the Titans. The size of the Blue Dragon King is astonishing. According to Leo's visual inspection, this guy is actually more than twice the size of Sindragosa, the Blue Dragon Queen. As far as giant dragons are concerned, the bigger they are, the stronger they are. There is such a big difference between one king and one queen. It is not normal. After Malygos' domain was destroyed, his size shrank to only 2 circles larger than Sindragosa. So it was considered normal. With the power given by the Titan, it is understandable that Malygos was so strong before, without the special ability given by the Titan. How could he be so strong? Leo's heart moved. Usuer and the Blood God clones came back to kill again. Sunderland, Sindragosa, and Sinisarea also launched attacks at the same time, targeting Malygos. If the Blue Dragon King is still as powerful as before, this attack will at most cause him a little trouble. Well, there is no such thing anymore. After being hit by Leo's Death Scythe, the domain power was broken again. Malygos performed very poorly this time. He managed to block the attacks of Usuer and the Blood God clone, but was unable to do so. Blocking Sunderland and others caused him damage. The Blue Dragon King was injured, and the injury was not serious. The Thunder Javelin of Wind Prince, Sunderland pierced its dragon claws. The frost of Sindragosa's soul weakened his breath again. Sinisarea's destruction, the flames burned his skin to pieces. The appearance of the Spellweaver. who was majestic and arrogant a moment ago, can only be described in 4 words: so miserable. Leo watched this scene silently, and his speculation was confirmed. Without the control of the Eye of Eternity, and without the power given by the Titan, the Blue Dragon King Malygos was no longer an insurmountable mountain. The Dragon King who has returned to his normal level of strength is still the Dragon King. However, the normal Dragon King will not be able to face a monster-level existence like Leo. Enough. Look! I didn't even play the card of Archimonde, and you are like this. As expected. It is true to that sentence. A phoenix with fallen feathers is not as good as a chicken. Without the power given by the Titan, the aspect dragon is not that scary. Ilsa. Leo snapped his fingers, and summoned the demigod succubus. If you are interested, go up and try. If you are not interested, help me protect the law. Interested in? No. Never. Ilsa's answer was, not interested. No matter how you say it. Malygos is still the Dragon King who stands at the top of the food chain in the entire world. Even though he is so miserable in the hands of Yizhuer and others. In fact, this is also the result of the siege by everyone. If he fights alone and is abused, it is not Malygos. It's Yizhuer and the others. With Ilsa's current strength, facing off against the Blue Dragon King would not be a fight, but a courtship of death. Who is willing to risk death? Ilsa didn't know what other people thought, but she wasn't even remotely interested. Leo's request for Ilsa to protect him was not just talk, but that he really had something to do. Goldfinger snatched the control of the Eye of Eternity from Malygos and handed it over to Leo. It would be strange if Leo didn't study it. Who is not curious about the power given by Titan? It is precisely because of this that the Blue Dragon King Malygos has insurmountable power. Leo is definitely lying if he says he is not tempted. And even children will not believe such lies. His mind sank into the Eye of Eternity, and Leo suddenly found that his mental power was like entering a terrifying swallowing whirlpool. Magical energy that was so violent that even Leo's mental power could not control was spinning around the turbulent needle. The power contained in magical energy is like a wild horse running wild, with the joy of breaking free and the violence of losing restraint. Don't let these energies get out of control, Leo secretly thought. The turbulent needle affects the magical elements of the entire world. If the magical energy here loses control, will the entire world not be in chaos? Just imagine. What would it be like if the destructive magic lost control? Just thinking about it is terrifying. Leo quickly calmed down his mind and increased the input of mental power, hoping to redirect this power that could disrupt or even destroy the world to its original trajectory. At this time, Prince Sunderland of the Wind suddenly stopped attacking Malygos. Master, you must not let the magical energy here get out of control. I can feel that this place called the Eye of Eternity is very important to suppressing it. The importance of the 4 elemental lords. If destructive magical energy is allowed to flow into the world, I am afraid that the elemental age will come again. Elemental age. Sunderland didn't say it was okay, but when it came to Leo, he was under a lot of pressure. What is the elemental age? That was before the Titans came to this world, and the entire world was ruled by the 4 elemental lords. The world of that era was not suitable for the survival of any species except elemental creatures. If the elemental age comes again, because of Leo, he will die by then. How many people? How many species must be exterminated? Leo's sin is too great. I just wanted to control the Eye of Eternity. Why did I get into so much trouble? Is there any reason for this? Leo was speechless. He now understood why Malygos was the king of magic. And he also understood what the Titan's responsibility was for the Spellweaver to protect the world. The Blue Dragon King Malygos. The Titan gave him the ability to control the magical elements of the entire world. Not only to give him the power to protect the world, but also to allow him to control the Eye of Eternity, and make the elemental age a thing of the past forever. As long as Malygos doesn't go crazy and doesn't let the energy in the Eye of Eternity riot, the 4 elemental lords will not be able to come to this world in person. They can only stay in the exiled alien space. Each of the 4 elemental lords is easy to deal with. Leo has no confidence that he can subdue these 4 guys when they arrive in person. Besides, even if he can subdue Leo, he can't do it just for the sake of 4 more subordinates. Once the elemental age comes, can people still live in this world? Eye of Eternity is such a hot potato. The weak soul of Goldfinger screwed me over so badly. Chapter 1111 Winner. What is a pit? Goldfinger is called a trap. Leo feels that there is no one more capable of cheating than this guy, throwing out the control power of the Eternal Eye. It is not a benefit to Leo. He is clearly taking the benefits and leaving the trouble to Lei. Profound. To tame the wild horse again. It takes a lot of effort. Judging from the total amount of magic gathered in the Eye of Eternity, Leo would never be able to tame it without using all his strength. It's good to succeed if you put in all your strength. But the biggest fear is that you still can't succeed even if you try your best. If possible, Leo would not take this big trouble on himself. The question is, does he still have a way out now? The answer is no. Leo cannot retreat. Once he retreats, it will affect the entire world. Returning to the elemental age, not only 1 or 2, but tens of thousands of creatures will die. Leo now knows what it feels like to be forced into trouble. Goldfinger, this unscrupulous soul, is trying to force Leo, keep putting pressure on Leo, and prevent Leo from having an easy and comfortable life. To deal with the huge energy of the Eye of Eternity, recklessness will not work. At least with Leo's current strength. He cannot act recklessly, so he can only use cleverness. Mental power penetrated the out-of-control energy vortex, and Leo began to try to guide it and get it back on track. The question comes again, how can we get back on the right track? After scratching his face, Leo felt that this question must be asked to Malygos. But with the current relationship between the Blue Dragon King and Leo could not get the result from the other party's mouth. Well, after all is said and done, we still have to rely on fists. First, beat Malygos to the ground. Anyway, the Eye of Eternity will not be messed up for a while. Leo won't show mercy when he beats someone up. Archimonde, Leo shouted. The Defiler's figure appeared in this space, and Archimonde's first battle after becoming Leo's subordinate began. As one of the 3 giants of the Burning Legion, Archimonde, who killed the world into rivers of blood, is so powerful that even if he can challenge Malygos alone, it will not be a problem. Although the current Defiler's strength has not yet recovered, Malygos it's not the Spellweaver who has the power given by the Titan. The 2 sides are evenly matched. Malygos was originally at a disadvantage. If it weren't for the powerful body of the dragon, he would have been defeated long ago. Now the people who besieged him were joined by Archimonde, a fierce man. Malygos as the situation is not as simple as being at a disadvantage, but a real crisis, where one may be killed at any time. From birth to now, Malygos has never suffered such a big loss. When has the majestic Blue Dragon King, the great Spellweaver, been forced into a life-or-death crisis? Malygos was angry. Malygos wanted to kill people, but he had just lost the power given by the Titan. He had not yet passed the period of weakness after losing power. He was barely able to control his body and fight. So how could he kill the enemy? People? The saying taking advantage of your illness and taking your life against the enemy is the truth. It is obvious that Leo will not go against the truth. The weakness of Malygos can be felt by an individual. The performance of the Blue Dragon King after losing the power given by the Titan can only be described as horrific. If we don't inflict maximum damage on him while he has not yet adapted. Is it possible? Do you have to wait until Malygos regains his strength to watch the hard fight again? Leo wasn't that idle yet. In order to solve the problem of Malygos in the shortest possible time, Leo did not hold back. He reached forward with both hands and grabbed the Blue Dragon King with his death hands from left to right. This time, both hands were used together to achieve the same effect as before using one hand. On the other hand, if Malygos is caught, it will be impossible for the Blue Dragon King to break free in a short period of time. Being trapped for even 1 second when fighting Archimonde and other powerful enemies can be fatal. Malygos wanted to struggle and resist. But how could Cinesaria and the others agree? At the same time that Leo's double hands of death were released, Sindragosa and the others shouted loudly, and everyone used all their strength, vowing to prevent Malygos from being distracted. Flame of Destruction, Finger of Death, wait! Which one is not a powerful killing move? In the face of such a killing move, let alone the current Malygos, even if he has not lost control of the Eye of Eternity, he may not dare to take it head-on. If the Blue Dragon King deals with Leo's death hand, he will have to be attacked by Archimonde and others. Although Malygos is confident in his own strength, he is not sure whether he can resist it. In desperation, he can choose not to deal with the hand of death. In critical moments, the biological instinct once again manifests itself to deal with the current fatal attack first. As for the future, let's talk about it later. It only takes a moment to survive. The instinct of greed for life and fear of death has been engraved into every living thing's soul, body, and every cell at the beginning of its birth. Ouch! Malygos' painful roar echoed throughout the space again. The Blue Dragon King tried his best to only block Archimonde's Finger of Death and Sunderland's Lightning Javelin. As for other attacks, Malygos was powerless. The Blue Dragon King's body added another scar. Before Malygos could roar out the pain of his injury, Leo's death hand grabbed him firmly. As soon as the two big gray-black hands came together, Malygos' body was tightly grasped. The remaining parts above the neck can move. How could Dragon's Breath alone stop a wolf-like enemy like Izol Archimond? A group of strong men circled around the blind spot where Malygos' Dragon Breath could not spray. They hit the Blue Dragon King on the back of the head in a very ungrateful way. The beating made Malygos' eyes flash with stars, and his head was buzzing. I almost fainted. The death scythe that cut into Malygos' abdomen also became powerful at this time. The death scythe made of death energy was eroding Malygos' body. As the Blue Dragon King's spirit became trance, the erosion speed was accelerating, and the death energy was eroding Malygos' body. The threat to Malygos grows. It's now. From the gradually weak resistance of the Blue Dragon King, Leo saw an opportunity. The mirror of the soul world flashed, and countless resentful souls rushed towards Malygos crying from the mirror world. Elegy of the soul. Just like the sight of a small-yield nuclear bomb exploding, the entire space was shaking. The lethality of tens of millions of resentful souls has long been proven. It was terrifying energy enough to kill gods. Malygos couldn't even utter a cry now. In a daze, he suffered a severe blow from Leo. Even as powerful as the Spellweaver, most of his life was lost. It was hit hard. The Blue Dragon King was hit hard. Malygos was already dying after the attack of Soul Elegy. It seemed that the overall situation was determined. Leo defeated or even killed the Spellweaver. The closer we get to a critical moment, and the closer we get to the moment of victory, the less we can relax. An injured enemy is dangerous, and a dying enemy is terrifying, because you don't know if he will risk everything before he dies, just to drag you to H.L. with him. Malygos gasped for air. His whole body was exhausted and motionless. In fact, he couldn't move even if he wanted to. Leo's death hand held him tightly. In the current state of the Blue Dragon King, I really don't have the ability to break free. I told you, I would beat you worse than last time. Leo looked at Malygos with a look that conveyed that he was the victor. Of course, this was not said to Malygos, but to Thun, who used the Blue Dragon Prince Arygos to corrupt the Blue Dragon King. There was anger burning in Malygos' eyes. When would a little mortal dare to show such an expression to the great Spellweaver? Malygos was very unconvinced by his failure. If the other party hadn't used unknown means to take away his control over the Eye of Eternity, how could he, the majestic Spellweaver, have lost? Using conspiracy and trickery to defeat me is nothing. I don't accept it. Malygos wanted to fight again, but his body did not allow him to do so. The reality made the noble Blue Dragon King feel extremely humiliated, because no matter how unwilling he was, failure was inevitable. No one wants to be a loser, but there are always winners and losers in battles. Since there is a winner or loser, one party will lose. Unfortunately, Malygos lost in the battle with Leo. As the loser, he must accept what a loser deserves. Thun, I know you are very unconvinced. The majestic ancient god has been defeated again and again at the hands of a human being like me. Do you feel useless? Why not? I will give you another chance. You used your power to corrupt March. Leo's soul has affected his mind. I would like to see your attainments in the law of souls. When Leo spoke, his spiritual power had penetrated into Malygos' body and penetrated deeply into the soul of the Blue Dragon King. That affects Malygos' mind, and its corrosive power acts on the soul of the Blue Dragon King. Leo, as a warlock, is not particularly interested in this. The best thing that warlocks are good at is soul spells. Every powerful warlock has great attainments in soul spells. Especially a warlock like Leo who possesses soul laws is beyond the reach of ordinary people. Even though Leo gave the soul stone of Mephisto, the Lord of Hatred, to Sindragosa, it would seem that Leo's soul law has been weakened. Let me ask, if Leo hadn't understood the soul law of the Lord of Hatred, how could he give the soul stone to Sindragosa? Leo has never underestimated the power of the three demon gods of H.L. In fact, Leo values the power of these three demon gods no less than the law of death. If you want to create a force like the Legion of Hell, how can you ignore the power of the three demon gods of H.L.? The battle for the soul seemed peaceful on the surface, but secretly it was extremely dangerous. If you were not careful, you would suffer a huge defeat. When the power penetrated Malygos' body, Leo was already prepared for a fierce battle with Thun. But, yes, but, once this word is used in anything, the situation will develop in the opposite direction. Thun flinched, and the old god, the Lord of the Four-Eye, flinched. Leo successfully replaced Thun's role and controlled Malygos from the soul, stamping Leo's brand in the deepest part of the Blue Dragon King's spirit. From then on, as long as Leo did not die, Malygos it's his min. The whole process was very smooth. So smooth that it was surprising. So smooth that it made Leo uneasy. Thun is not a good person. He cannot be afraid of him. What on earth is this guy playing? Leo frowned. And at this moment, a blue figure squeezed in from the crack in the space that was penetrated. Chapter 11-12 Thun's Conspiracy. The Blue Dragon Prince Aragos? Leo had a bad premonition. Aragos didn't appear earlier than later. It would be too coincidental to wait until Malygos was defeated and controlled by Leo before appearing. The Blue Dragon Prince is no longer the same person he was before he rushed into the Temple of Entourage. Aragos is a puppet controlled by the ancient god Thun. In addition, Thun gave up control of Malygos. Leo knew that he must have been plotted by Thun. But now, he still didn't know exactly what Thun's plan was for him. Don't panic when things get tough. If you get confused before the other party makes a move, you will definitely fail. Therefore, Leo stood there calmly, waiting to see Aragos' next reaction. What have you done? What have you done to the great Spellweaver? As soon as Aragos entered this space, he shouted at the top of his lungs. He looked shocked and angry. People who didn't know it would have thought that Leo had caught him, because of his facial expression skills. It would be really great if he didn't do it as an actor. Pity. Damn it. Ouch. Aragos was roaring and suddenly screamed. What did you do to me? Human. Leo did nothing. But Aragos looked like a victim. Seeing the Blue Dragon Prince acting like this, Leo secretly said that Thun's conspiracy had been launched. Aragos twisted his body in pain, and the scales on the Blue Dragon Prince's body were falling off piece by piece. And his body also made a sizzling sound, as if it was being corroded by something. Wounds appeared one after another, and flesh and blood fell off one after another. In just 2 or 3 seconds, Aragos was covered in scars. His miserable howling became lower and lower, and only the entire dragon remained. Last breath. What are you doing? Leo frowned. He could feel that it was Thun's power that made Aragos so painful. During the 1,000 years that the Blue Dragon Prince had been in the Temple of Entourage, the ancient gods had already transformed him from body to soul. All corroded, it can be said that Aragos' life and death has long been controlled by Thun. If Thun wants Aragos to die, there is no need to wait until now. In this way, Thun wanted to use the death of the Blue Dragon Prince to launch a conspiracy against me. Leo still didn't react at all. His opponent had already set up a trap, so he could only try and exploit him. Only when he saw clearly what Thun was planning could he make targeted responses. At this moment, a red dragon broke in along the crack where Aragos entered. When he saw the miserable state of Aragos, his eyes widened. The red dragon was with Aragos just now, but for a short time, in just a few seconds. How did the Blue Dragon Prince, who was fine before, become like this? Red Dragon was about to ask when he discovered a scene that shocked him even more. Who is that blue dragon lying on the ground with wounds all over his body? Titan on top. Isn't that Spellweaver Malygos? How was the Blue Dragon King injured? And who seriously injured the powerful King of Magic? The Red Dragon was stunned for a moment. The sight of Malygos dying made the Red Dragon's mind go blank. He never thought that a being as powerful as Malygos would one day be seriously injured and dying. Blue Dragon King Malygos is an existence of the same level as Red Dragon Queen Alexa. As one of the 5 guardian dragons given the power to protect the world by the Titans, Malygos should not stand at the top of the entire world and look down upon her. Everything? So why is he now seriously injured and dying? The Red Dragon's eyes began to move around. So Leo and others entered the Red Dragon's field of vision. Humanity? The Red Dragon was stunned for a moment. Wait. I remembered. What did I hear Aragos say when he came in just now? After being stunned, the Red Dragon looked at Leo with a look full of hostility, hurting the Blue Dragon King Malygos, and then putting Aragos in such a miserable state after being discovered. These people are enemies. I see. Seeing the Red Dragon that entered this space after Aragos, Leo finally understood what Thun was trying to do. The Lord of Thousand Eyes was indeed an old monster, and the word cunning was a perfect word for him. No wonder there is a blue dragon left in the Violet Prison. It's not that Thun is negligent, or that Thun's plan is not thorough, but that Sinagosa is the bait placed in the Violet Prison. This bait is catching no one else. It's Leo. Aragos has been trapped in the Temple of Entourage for thousands of years, and does not understand the situation in the outside world. Therefore, he did not make any moves when he first escaped. The Blue Dragon Prince observed everything silently, and gradually mastered the entire situation. World information. Arygos knew as much as he knew about Thun. After understanding the situation, the ancient god launched a conspiracy against Leo, who made Thun suffer such a big loss when the alliance was in the Temple of Entourage, who makes Leo a key figure in the alliance. The first thing Thun has to deal with is not who else can he choose? As long as Leo is eliminated, the alliance will inevitably be in turmoil, and Thun's resentment in the Temple of Entourage will be over. However, judging from the current situation, Thun's purpose is obviously not just as simple as getting rid of Leo. Or in other words, killing Leo is only part of the plan. There was a riot in the Violet Prison, and Dalaran was unable to suppress it on its own. Luo Ning was bound to ask for help from everywhere, and it was impossible for Luo Ning to not use such a great helper like Leo. In this way, it is logical that Leo, who has the Blue Dragon Queen Sindragosa, discovers something fishy. From this, no matter how Leo responds, Malygos, the King of Magic, will be involved. Maybe Leo came alone. Or maybe Leo told the news to others, and it was a group of people who came to question Malygos. To Thun, there is not much difference between the two, because as long as someone finds the Eye of Eternity will inevitably have a battle with Malygos. If Malygos wins, more people will come to trouble the Blue Dragon King. If Malygos loses, those who fight him will not feel good. After all, the Blue Dragon King is also a strong man who stands at the top of the entire world. To defeat it is even impossible to kill him without paying a certain price. What Thun didn't expect was that Leo actually dared to kill the Eye of Eternity alone. Fortunately, Thun had backup. If Malygos could kill Leo, Thun would be defeated. Losing one eye's evil aura is good. If Malygos was not Leo's opponent, Thun would have already made arrangements. No, the backhand is coming. In today's world, among the 5 series of dragons that Titan has given the important task of guarding the world, the Black Dragon plays a game of destruction with their boss Deathwing. Due to Deathwing's plan, they are in the incubation period, and the Green Dragon is fighting with the ally priests, and after the battle with Hacker, he has not left the Emerald Dream for many years. The Bronze Dragon God is mysterious, and has the eternal enemy of the Endless Dragon, which has faded out of people's sight. Not to mention the Blue Dragon. Only the Red Dragon still maintains a strong force. Not only has its influence in the entire world not weakened, but it has expanded a lot because of Krasis. Let a Red Dragon see the dying Malygos, coupled with Arygos' misdirection. Do you have to think about what will happen next? This is bad. Knowing Thun's conspiracy, Leo quickly thought about how to deal with it. Kill the Red Dragon and silence him? Inappropriate. How could Thun's mind not think of this? If he really wanted to take action against the Red Dragon, I'm afraid that it would be just like Thun's intention. Taking action would be the last resort. If you can't use your hands, then use your words. First, stabilize the Red Dragon. Let's go! Leo was about to speak when Arygos suddenly exploded. The dying Blue Dragon Prince slammed the Red Dragon into the space rift. Not good. Leo's expression changed. If the Red Dragon really ran back to Lungmian Temple in an attempt to escape, something might happen. Stop him. Reaching out his hand, Leo tried to use his death grip to pull the Red Dragon back. Unexpectedly, Arygos roared, and his whole body exploded with a bang like a lit dynamite. Arygos self-destructed, and the violent energy flow blocked Leo's death grip. Looking at the hatred-filled eyes from the Red Dragon's departure, Leo could already imagine how much trouble this Red Dragon would cause when it returned to the Wormer's Temple. A storm. No. He must be stopped. It's not that Leo doesn't have the courage to fight against Wormer's Temple. And it's not that Leo is afraid of the Red Dragon. It's just that it's really inappropriate to fight Wormer's Temple at this juncture. Leo still hopes to go to Wormer's Temple when Deathwing destroys the world. Being a vanguard. Thun. You thousand-eyed monster. I remember you. Leo was so angry that he wanted to chase the Red Dragon. But the situation did not allow him to do that. Arygos' self-destruction triggered an energy riot in the Eye of Eternity. After Malygos lost control of the Eye of Eternity, the energy here was in an uncontrolled state. The explosion of the Blue Dragon Prince restored the original energy. The energy flowing according to inertia is completely disrupted. Going after the Red Dragon. What should I do with the Eye of Eternity? Leo couldn't guarantee that this space could be easily re-entered after exiting. It would be a lot of fun if he couldn't. Don't worry about that Red Dragon. Come and help me. The huge energy flow was rioting. After Leo hesitated for a while, they had the tendency to break through the Eye of Eternity. Under the critical situation, Leo could not care much. He took the Blue Dragon King Malygos, who was only breathing, into his god. After the war, he summoned Archimonde, Sunderland and others to assist him. When it comes to understanding the Eye of Eternity, no one can surpass Malygos. After Leo moved the Blue Dragon King to a safe place, he immediately asked him for a solution. The energy of the Eye of Eternity is too huge. No one except the Titans can control it. I was able to use it to enhance my strength because the Titans fuse my soul with the Eye of Eternity. However, soul fusion is very dangerous. I don't agree with you, Master. I feel that Master's body is very special. Maybe you can find a way from this. Malygos' suggestion made Leo's eyes light up, and he found a way, waiting to let Archimonde and others stand behind him. Leo slowly let go of his body in a violent energy flow. The energy in the Eye of Eternity seemed to have encountered something that attracted them and began to gather towards where Leo was. The Eternal Vortex was of great help at the critical moment. Chapter 11:13 Inspiration. Letting go of the Eternal Whirlpool in his body, Leo discovered something that made him happy. Perhaps because the Eternal Vortex, which was born out of the Well of Eternity, and the Eye of Eternity, which is a riot of energy, are both produced by Titan. There is a vague connection between them. It was through this connection that Leo made a surprising discovery. He can direct the energy flow of the Eye of Eternity. Being able to command does not mean that they will obey whatever Leo wants the energy flow of the Eternal Eye to do, but it means that Leo can smoothly integrate the energy into the Eternal Vortex. Only under this premise can the energy flow will listen to Leo, inhaling the energy flow of the Eye of Eternity into his own body. Leo's purpose is not for anything else but to merge the two. The Eye of Eternity has so much energy. Can Leo not be greedy when looking at it? Isn't it stupid to keep good things by yourself instead of taking them into your own hands? Leo's Eternal Vortex can directly connect him with the dark side of the universe. For ordinary mages, possessing the Eternal Vortex means inexhaustible mana. The Eternal Vortex can meet their needs. However, for Leo, the help provided by the Eternal Vortex is not enough. Mana is a thing that Leo will hardly think of when facing a strong enemy. At Leo's level, the real competition is the power of law. Whoever has stronger laws, and who can use more power of law can have the last laugh. However, what the Eternal Whirlpool provides is mana, not the power of law. Leo has a treasure mountain, but it is of little use to him. Do you think this is depressing? The Eye of Eternity is different. Think about it. Something that can make the Blue Dragon King Malygos soar in strength cannot mobilize the power of law. The Eye of Eternity is said to be the magical energy that controls the world. In fact, according to Leo's personal experience, those energy flows are not pure magical energy. They contain the power of laws. Leo didn't know why he could possess the power of law even though it was magical energy. But he knew that the special ability of the Eye of Eternity would bring him a leap. A leap in strength. Although Goldfinger likes to trick people, this guy is not a mess. Leo, as his host, has benefited a lot from him, even though there are often such small twists and turns. Just like this time, when Leo discovered that the Eternal Vortex in his body could establish a connection with the Eye of Eternity. He understood Goldfinger's true intention in giving him control of the Eye of Eternity. Goldfinger, who is accustomed to cheating people when giving good things, clearly wants to use the Eye of Eternity to strengthen Leo's strength and solve the problem that the Eternal Vortex cannot provide the power of law. The stronger Leo is, the greater the benefits will be to Goldfinger, who will of course find ways to make Leo stronger. The riot of the Eye of Eternity's energy flow is no longer a problem. The question now is how long it will take Leo to complete this thing. Time passed minute by minute as the creations produced by the two titans merged. Leo's mind was slowly immersed in it. He was observing. And the sight of the Eternal Vortex, when it merged with the Eye of Eternity, inspired him. Leo's temperament, which focuses on the Eternal Whirlpool, is slowly changing. This change is difficult to describe. If Leo was a sea that felt unfathomable before, now this sea is alive. It turned into a monster that can attract and swallow everything. And this monster has a scientific name of black hole. Even light can be eaten, and nothing can escape. Its appearance represents the endless darkness, symbolizing death and destruction. Even the gods call it a forbidden area where it appears. Black holes are so terrifying. In the endless torrent of time, the Well of Eternity gave Leo a little hint, allowing him to summarize the prototype of his own path to power. Now, Leo, who has been inspired again in the Eye of Eternity, is perfecting this prototype. Perhaps after the Eternal Eye and the Eternal Vortex complete the fusion, the prototype is no longer a prototype. 1 day, 2 days, 10 days. Leo, who is immersed in perfecting the understanding of power, lost the concept of time. He couldn't stop exploring the path of power. But he didn't know that there was already a huge quarrel in the outside world because of his matter. When the Red Dragon returned to Wormer's temple and told the news that Blue Dragon King Malygos and Blue Dragon Prince Arygos had been killed, the entire Wormer's temple exploded. From the bottom of their hearts, no dragon is willing to believe this news. This does not mean that the dragons have no doubts about Leo's character, but that the dragons cannot accept that someone as powerful as Malygos can be defeated. A human hand. What is a human being? A mortal race that is weak, greedy, and full of all kinds of desires. How can such a race have a strong man who can defeat Malygos? It's a joke. However, the dragons could only accept this fact, because they knew that no dragon dared to make fun of the Dragon King. Malygos, the king of magic, is on the same level as Alexa, the queen of the red dragons and the giver of life. Since that human can severely injure Malygos, it means that he can also inflict serious injuries on Alexa. The red dragons reacted immediately after getting over the initial shock of humans being able to threaten their Dragon King. Alexa, we should go and arrest that human being. He dared to attack the Spellweaver. Such a person must have taken refuge in the evil forces and must be eradicated as soon as possible. It was Crassus who said this. This red dragon who has penetrated deeply into human beings knows too much about human beings. If humans know that their own race has given birth to a strong man who can defeat or even kill the Dragon King, no matter who this strong man is, no matter what the character of this strong man is, humans will send people to contact him. Humans who can threaten the Dragon King must die. Crassus cannot let such a powerful human being alive. Otherwise, what else can the dragons do to restrain humans? And how can they maintain their current status? This is a business matter. In terms of private matters, Crassus, who regarded Queen Alexa as someone who wanted to protect her with his life, could not tolerate anyone who could threaten her life, especially after the red dragon used magic to recreate the scene. And Crassus discovered that the human being was actually Leo. He couldn't allow it. Leo didn't have any respect for dragons. From the moment he knew that he enslaved the two dragon queens Sindragosa and Zenisarea and used them as his subordinates, Crassus had murderous intentions towards him. If he hadn't been afraid of Leo's strength, or if he hadn't had a suitable opportunity, Crassus would have launched an attack long ago. For Crassus, who has always wanted to deal with Leo, isn't now a good opportunity given by God? Crassus didn't care why Leo wanted to fight Malygos. He only needed to know one thing, which was to use this news to define Leo's status and make all dragons his enemies. Human beings, don't you want to rise? Don't you want to be on an equal footing with us dragons? Then let me see what choices you will make when facing the dragon's wrath. Living in human society all year round, constantly observing the lives of mortals, and constantly trying to figure out the thoughts of mortals, Crassus asked himself that he knew mortals very well. He firmly believed that those Philistine and greedy mortals would not and dare not because of a Leo and a powerful person, with the dragon as the enemy. Even a small group of idiots cannot affect the overall situation. Leo, you weirdo. I think you won't die this time? I don't believe you defeated Malygos on your own. The powerful king of magic is the nemesis of spellcasters. You, a mortal who loves to play tricks. Let's see how long you can survive being hunted by Wormer's temple. Thinking of this, Crassus's face turned a bit ferocious. The red dragon, who was immersed in his own thoughts, did not notice that just when he looked ferocious, a trace of displeasure flashed in the eyes of Red Dragon Queen Alexa. It is true that Crassus deserves most of the credit for the Red Dragon clan to have such great influence today. However, after all, the king of the Red Dragon clan is Alexstad, not Crassus. In the eyes of Alexstrasza, the latter is nothing more than she is one of her many consorts. Although she is the most talented, one of her consorts is just one of her consorts. How can her status be compared with that of her as a queen? Alexa should be responsible for the affairs of Wormer's temple, and it should not be up to Crassus to dictate what she wants to do. Crassus is guilty of both. No matter how much Alexa thinks of him, there will inevitably be dissatisfaction. That human should be Leo. Right? I remember him. The new warlock demigod of mankind. Alexa's face was calm, from her expression and tone. You can't tell at all who this Red Dragon Queen is, he thought. This is a woman with a profound knowledge of the city. Go find him and bring him to Longmian Temple. Don't do anything until the matter is clarified. This, Crassus hesitated for a moment. This was not what he wanted. The human warlock named Leo had threatened the dragon. It was impossible for Alexa to be unclear. Why not take this opportunity to get rid of him? Crassus didn't understand. What a great opportunity. Should he let it go in vain? Yes. My queen. Crassus could not disobey Alexta's order. The unwilling Crassus saw that Alexta had no intention of changing his mind. So he had no choice but to leave. Watching Crassus leave, Alexta's expression was very complicated. The former was capable and loyal enough to her. But as his power in the clan gradually expanded, his transgressive behavior gradually increased. In this way, subordinates are dangerous to any superior, because you don't know whether their hearts will change with power. Cleostras, you must not disappoint me. Alexta sighed silently in her heart. The Red Dragon Queen was really unwilling to lose this humoral minister. But if the time came to make a choice, she would not hesitate. Chapter 1114, A Show of Force. After moving his body, his bones made a crackling sound. Leo could only feel one thing at this time: comfort. The integration of the Eye of Eternity into the Eternal Vortex went very smoothly. While the former solved the problem of the Eternal Vortex being unable to extract the power of law, it also strengthened Leo's body. In terms of physical fitness alone, Leo is now stronger than many legendary warriors. More than one step ahead. The good news is that he made a lot of money this time. Not only did he successfully capture Malygos, the king of magic, which greatly increased the strength of his men, but also made a leap in his own strength. The bad news is that Thun has tricked him. There must have been a reaction in the Wormer's temple, and he has to find a way to deal with the dragon. Thinking of the reaction of Lungmian temple, Leo suddenly woke up. Since it was in an independent and closed space, Leo didn't know how long it took for the Eternal Eye and the Eternal Vortex to merge. If it was short, it wouldn't matter. If it was long, it wouldn't matter. It's hard to say what will happen. 1 month is not a short time, especially when something happens. 1 month is enough to determine the outcome of the whole thing. Hurrying through the space, Leo found that he was in a dense virgin forest. If his mental perception was correct, this was the hinterland. No wonder I felt familiar when fighting Malygos. It turned out that I was in the hinterlands. If this is the case, it makes sense why Arygos and the Red Dragon appeared so coincidentally. Don't forget that there is a special place in the hinterlands. Thradon, the entrance to the Emerald Dream. It's not surprising that the Blue Dragon Prince and a Red Dragon, who had a good relationship, came to Saradan to chat with the Green Dragon. On the way to and from Saradan, they discovered an abnormality. After a closer look, they found that Leo was seriously injured. The Dragon King is a matter of course. Who? The roar of the giant dragon broke the silence of the forest and also interrupted Leo's thoughts. As for why it was the dragon that roared, it was because Leo saw the other party at the first time. A green dragon flew from a distance. Judging from the opponent's size, Leo concluded that it was an adult dragon. The appearance of the green dragon let Leo know that his location was very close to Saradan. Otherwise, how could the green dragon guarding the entrance to the Emerald Dream appear here, not wanting to cause trouble for himself, nor letting the green dragon cause trouble for him? Leo disappeared and teleported away. Leo would not have any contact with the dragon until he found out whether anything major had happened within this month. It is not difficult for Leo to understand the situation. He can learn the latest news about Wormer's temple from Sarah. Master, the reaction of Wormer's temple is very strange. They didn't raise an army to punish you. They just sent a message for Red Dragon Queen Alexta, asking you to go to Wormer's temple. Leo was puzzled by the information he received from Sarah. What does Alexta mean? Wormer's temple just let go of such a good opportunity to deal with me? Or is Alexta trying to trick me and want me to go to his territory and have another attack? No. This kind of childish trick is not something Alexta would play. With my strength, if I really want to cause trouble, the Dragon Sleep Temple may not be able to suppress it. Besides, if I have an accident in Wormer's temple, can the dragon still get support from the Alliance to deal with the Scourge? Now, crushing the Scourge's actions in the vortex of evil is Alextad's biggest concern. It seems that I have to go to Wormer's temple once. Only by talking to Alexta in person can I understand what the Red Dragon Queen is thinking. Leo thought for a while, and decided to go to the Dragon Sleeping Temple. The Wormer's temple, located in the center of Dragonblight, is the holy land of the Dragon Clan. Strictly speaking, it is also part of the Titan ruins, because the builder of this temple is the Titan. As the holy land of dragons, Wormer's temple has always been the focus of the entire world, at least until the end of the Age of Dragons. Because of this, Wormer's temple has always been the focus of the Scourge Legion's protection. Protection? That's right. It's protection. Regardless of the fact that the Scourge had always been very strong before the two major defeats at the hand of Tyr. In fact, just think about the comparison of the strengths of the two sides to understand the gap between the Scourge and the Dragon. The most powerful Lich King of the Scourge Legion is only a demigod. And he is not a demigod promoted by his own strength. He is a demigod achieved by Frostmourne. And what about Wormer's Temple? Leo, who had fought against the Blue Dragon King Malygos, knew very well the strength of the Dragon King. How could a demigod be killed by Alexa? As long as the Red Dragon Queen thought about it, she and her Red Dragon army would kill her. The Frozen Throne couldn't be simpler. The reason why the dragons keep the Scourge Legion is not because they don't have the ability to destroy the Scourge Legion, but to make human dwarves and other mortal races more dependent on them to maintain their influence among the mortal races. Of course, these are just Leo's guesses. Only they know whether the dragons have this idea. The Dragon Sleeping Temple is right ahead. The weather here is really bad. A human figure appeared in the Dragon Bone Wilderness, in a place covered with ice and snow all year round. A human appeared, and he was still single. The last time this scene appeared, I don't know how many years ago. The indigenous creatures living on this land had long forgotten one thing. Humans who dare to walk alone in Dragonblight are not to be messed with. It is very difficult to find food in the ice and snow. No creature that can survive in the Dragonblight is a kind person. How can they not be tempted when they see a lone piece of food? Food? In the eyes of these indigenous creatures, what are humans if not food? Humans are small and weak. If such a creature is not food, what other creature can be food? The indigenous creatures who regard Leo as prey have forgotten the truth that the relationship between hunter and prey is not absolute. From the moment he stepped into the Dragonblight Wilderness, Leo has been under attack by these indigenous creatures. If he hadn't been in a hurry, these indigenous creatures who regarded him as food would have died along the way. With Longmian Temple in sight, Leo's footsteps stopped. He teleported all the way here, but stopped when he reached the door. What did he want to do? What Leo has to do is simply to give Longmian Temple a punch. Roar! The dragon's roar shook the sky, and a blue dragon soared into the sky. The unique aura of the Dragon King emanated from the blue dragon. Blue Dragon King Malygos. Leo summoned this king of magic. When Malygos appeared, Leo's figure also disappeared. He teleported to Malygos' head. Use the Blue Dragon King to show your strength to the Longmian Temple, and tell the proud dragon an unchanging truth. There is no creature that will always stand at the top in this world. As long as the strength is strong enough, humans can also stand on the head of the dragon. Leo didn't know what Alexstad wanted to talk to him about. He only knew one thing, and that was that he must not show his timidity in front of the dragon. If the dragon is arrogant, you should be more arrogant than them. The dragon relies on its own strength to be powerful. If you look down on the mortals in their eyes, you have to let them understand how weak they are in front of you. Use any method to deal with any kind of person. Only by severely attacking the dragon's self-esteem and defeating their reliance, you can have a fair dialogue with them. The appearance of Malygos, the Blue Dragon King, caused the red dragons outside Wormer's Temple to panic. The visit of a Dragon King was a big deal. Some red dragons hurriedly ran to inform Alexa. Another group of red dragons rushed to greet them in a panic. Great Spellweaver. Welcome to The red dragon who came out to greet Malygos spoke, and his eyes suddenly widened. Oh my god! What did I see? A human actually stood on the head of the great Spellweaver. The red dragons all shook their heads. An illusion must be an illusion. The majestic Blue Dragon King. The great Spellweaver. The king of magic who controls the magic power of the entire world. How could Malygos let a human stand on his head? Even if he wanted to. Which human would dare to stand on Malygos? Reality is often cruel. Just like now. The red dragons don't want to believe what they see. But what they see is the fact. There is indeed a human standing above the Blue Dragon King Malygos. What happened to this world? Why could a being as great as the Spellweaver tolerate a human being so arrogant? The red dragons didn't understand. They weren't calm anymore. They were going crazy. They really wanted to rush up and pull Leo off and ask him loudly, "How could you do that? How dare you do that?" Taking in the red dragon's shocked expression, Leo felt happy in his heart. Shocked? Can't believe it? Is it unacceptable? Do you feel crazy? You dragons really think that you can always stand at the head of other races. You always think that other races should be inferior to you. I will tell you to wake up today. A sneer crept up the corner of Leo's mouth. After such a fuss, Alexa should have seen clearly who Leo was, and what his attitude was. She still wanted to use the opportunity to make Leo surrender. It's good to put it away obediently. I am not Egwin, who is begging you to resurrect Medivh. If you want to seize my leverage and force me to give in, how can it be that easy? A red dragon warrior flew out from the Dragon Sleeping Temple. This was Crassus, Leo's old acquaintance. As early as when he flew out of Wormer's temple, Krasis saw Leo standing on top of Malygos. A trace of anger appeared on the red dragon's face. Krasis, who was very deep in the city, would make him the thoughts in his heart were directly expressed on his face, which showed that he was truly angry. Leo successfully drew the hatred of Krasis for being so frivolous and trampling on the dignity of the dragon so wantonly. Leo clearly didn't take the dragon seriously. This human being who has no respect for the dragon must be eliminated as soon as possible. Krasus's desire to get rid of Leo became more and more determined. Fortunately, he had a very deep self-cultivation and restrained the desire to do it. The Great Spellweaver. Cleistres welcomes you on behalf of His Majesty Alexstad. Chapter 11:15 Dialogue. Unlike Krasis and other red dragons, Alexstad was not in dragon form when he met Leo, but in humanoid form. The high dragons all have a habit of turning into elves when they use humanoid form. Perhaps it is because among the mortal races, only the elves are recognized by the dragon. In the dragon's mind, only the elves among the mortal races can do this. Talk to yourself as an equal. Leo was very satisfied with this. Alexa was clearly expressing goodwill to him by doing this, showing that in the heart of the Red Dragon Queen, Leo was a strong man on the same level as her and deserved enough respect. In terms of her attitude towards herself, the Red Dragon Queen made a very good first impression on Leo. If Alexa maintains her dragon form and meets Leo, there will be no comparison in size between the Red Dragon Queen and Leo. During the conversation between the two, Alexa looks at Leo from a downward perspective, and Leo looks at him. When Alexa was looking up, this form of conversation would inevitably make Leo dissatisfied. After all, no one wanted to be looked down upon by others. It was very tiring to talk to others with their head raised. When others give him face, Leo will certainly not fail to give Alexa face. When he saw the Red Dragon Queen, Leo teleported from the head of Blue Dragon King Malygos to the ground. Malygos was in Leo's presence. He moved while leaving the top of his head, and he transformed into a human with short blue hair. Great giver of life, I wonder if you have anything to tell me. Leo looked at the Red Dragon Queen. Strictly speaking, the humanoid form Alexa transformed into was actually very different from the elf. The most obvious thing was that the elf transformed by Alexa was taller than the real elf, with 2 heads. Such a height would never be born naturally among the elves. People would know at a glance that she is not a real elf. She did not immediately answer Leo's words, but glanced at Krasis first. Alexa signaled the latter to retreat far away, and she wanted to talk to Leo alone. Although Krasis was extremely reluctant, he could not disobey Alexstad's order, and the Red Dragon could only retreat far away with full of unwillingness. I really don't know what Her Majesty the Queen is thinking. Leo, a human being, poses too great a threat to our dragon status. Why not take this opportunity to get rid of him? Doesn't Her Majesty the Queen feel the threat from this human being? This is impossible. Not to mention the Black Dragon Queen Zenisarea and the Blue Dragon Queen Sindragosa, who have been enslaved by Leo for a short time. Nor the Twilight Dragon of Dragonakos. After he came to Wormer's temple, he actually stood arrogantly on the head of the Blue Dragon King Malygos, using the king of the Blue Dragon clan as a mount, which was enough to show that Leo had no respect for the dragon. Even the Dragon King dares to enslave him. If he is allowed to become stronger, how can the dragon's status in this world be guaranteed? The dragon's intimidation to the mortal race, and the dragon's control over the mortal race, will be strongly challenged by Leo's existence. Mortal races have ambitions that are completely unmatched by their weak bodies, and humans are greedy creatures. Once they have the power to fight against the dragon, the endless greed and desire in human hearts will prompt them to attack the dragon. Challenge. Krasis would never allow such a thing to happen. But he didn't care what he thought about Alexa. After Krasis retreated, the Red Dragon Queen nodded to Leo first as a greeting, and then she said to Malygos, "Long time no see. Malygos, if you can survive me, very happy. I didn't expect to meet you under such circumstances." Malygos' expression was very embarrassing. He, the majestic king of magic, the great spellweaver, and the king of the Blue Dragon clan, had actually become a human subordinate. The change in his identity made Malygos confused. Time is difficult to accept, because the time is too short. The spellweaver has not adapted to his new identity. The 2 dragon kings began to reminisce about the past, but Leo did not disturb them. He understood that Alexa had deliberately hung himself up in order to dampen his spirit and make him less aggressive. Now the dragon has not really declined, and the rise of the mortal race has not yet been completed. The center of the entire world is still the Wormer's temple. There is no doubt about this. Leo regards Malygos as his mount. Such arrogance is not a slap in the face of the dragon. as the Red Dragon Queen. Alexa cannot let her aura weaken. However, this move was of little significance to Leo. He was not idle even when Alexstad and Malygos were talking. Wormer's Temple was a creation of the Titans. Leo, who was very interested in the Titan ruins, watched it with great interest. Stand up. Titans things give people the first impression of being big. Perhaps because the Titans themselves are a huge race. The buildings they built can only be described as big in human perception. A single pillar in the Longmian Temple is larger than Era. The meeting hall of Soa Palace occupies a large area. What do you mean if it's not big? The conversation between the two Dragon Kings did not last long. Alexada could not leave Leo aside for a long time. After 2 or 3 minutes, Alexada ended the conversation with Malygos, and the Red Dragon Queen turned her attention to Leo's office. I think you must be very confused now, why I didn't have any drastic reaction to what happened to the Spellweaver. Yes, you are right. I am deeply puzzled by this. I wonder if Her Majesty the Queen can explain it to me. Leo is the key to the rise of the human race, and he is also an indispensable strongman who has the confidence to challenge the dragons. To those who challenge his status, it is a normal reaction to hate, suppress or even have murderous thoughts like Krasis. Why is Alexa not like this? Leo couldn't understand this question, and understanding Alexa's thoughts was one of Leo's purposes in coming to Wormer's Temple. Speaking of the reason, Alexa's expression became serious, and an invisible soundproof barrier covered her and Leo. It's mysterious. What's the hidden thing in it? Leo raised his eyebrows and waited for Alexstad to speak, paying no attention to the livid face of Krasis in the distance. The Red Dragon overheard the critical moment, but unexpectedly a soundproof barrier was created. How could he not hate it? Although the enchantment was released by the Red Dragon Queen Alexada, Krasis would not place his hatred on the Red Dragon Queen, so he could only hate Leo. If it weren't for Leo, how could Alexada keep him away? If it weren't for Leo, how could there be a soundproof barrier? Leo didn't care at all about the hatred that Krasis had drawn. The hatred that should have been drawn had been drawn long ago. The Red Dragon had long wanted to kill him, and it was not even close to this hatred value. After Neltharion's betrayal, Isra and I went to Nozdormu. Alexa said this. It seems that the amount of information contained in this short sentence is not generally large. The Red Dragon Queen and the Green Dragon Queen went to find the Lord of Time. What did the 3 Dragon Kings say after they got together? Leo noticed a piece of information in Alexada's words, which was that Nozdormu was approached by the 2 Dragon Queens, and this time was after Deathwing betrayed the mission of the Aspect Dragon. The Bronze Dragon King Nozdormu is known as the Lord of Time. The Titans gave him the right to control time in this world, as evidenced by the eternal torrent of time in the Cave of Time. Did Nozdormu, who controlled the flow of time, know that Neltharion would betray? The answer is yes. The other 3 Dragon Kings didn't know about the betrayal of Earth Guard Neltharion, but Nozdormu definitely knew it. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been so late in that battle. It would be too unkind of Nozdormu to not give him a warning when he knew something was going to happen. Of course, Alexstad and Isra would seek an explanation from him, not to mention the mission given by the Titans. Let me ask. You are in the midst of 2 Dragon Queens. Wouldn't you be angry at the position? Would you let Nozdormu go easily? Even Deathwing will betray and become his enemy. What else can't happen? Wouldn't they ask Isra and Alexstra when they found Nozdormu? Will Nozdormu be allowed to make it clear about their own future or that of the dragons? Leo rubbed his chin. He felt that he would definitely ask the question. Break the casserole and ask to the end. If Alexa and Isra really learned from Nozdormu about the future that the Lord of Time saw in the eternal torrent of time, some things would make sense. The Red Dragon Queen is obviously capable but indifferent to the Frozen Throne, which is on the same continent as Wormer's Temple. Isra also became a homebody after Deathwing's betrayal, staying in the Emerald Dream all year round without showing up. The 2 Dragon Queens had the ability, but did not rescue Sindragosa, who was enslaved by the Lich King. Presumably it was because they did not destroy history. Destroying the historical trajectory must be opposed to the Bronze Dragon, because the mission given to the Bronze Dragon by the Titans is to maintain history in the Torrent of Time. Alexa Tower and Isra did not want to let the Aspect Dragon split again, so Isra went to the Emerald Dream to do it. There was an ostrich, but Alexa did nothing. However, not destroying does not mean that Alexa and Isra do not want to destroy. Why is Nozdormu crazy? Why did the Endless Dragon clan appear that was against the Bronze Dragon? Isn't it because Nozdormu discovered that the so-called eternal torrent of time is not eternal? And endless history has an end? It is true that everything Alexa and the others have been given by the Titan, and they are obliged to obey the Titan's orders. But after all, the Red Dragon Queen and the others are intelligent beings with their own independent will and thoughts. Since they are intelligent beings, survival is their instinct. Who wants to be destroyed? Who wants to watch himself die? Therefore, the Dragon Kings were in a very contradictory mood. On the one hand, they wanted to maintain the will of the Titans. But on the other hand, they did not want to harm themselves or even their own race. This contradiction was painful. So Nozdormu went crazy and hid. No one was seen in the torrent of time. And Isra went to sleep in the Emerald Dream. Only Alexata had to preside over the Wormer's Temple, and had nowhere to hide. Leo understood why Alexata did not hate him. Because he, Leo, was the destroyer of history. His appearance gave the Red Dragon Queen in trouble the hope of breaking out of the ban. Only Leo, the destroyer of history. Only by destroying the historical trajectory set by the Titans beyond recognition can Alexata and the others find a glimmer of hope in the chaos. Chapter 11:16 Something big happened. What Alexa meant was for me to be a disruptor of history. Destroying the historical trajectory planned by the Titans for this world. Leo rubbed his chin. He knew in his heart what the Red Dragon Queen had in mind. It was nothing more than to leave it to him to do what the Dragon Kings wanted to do, but couldn't make up their mind to do. Wanting to save their own lives, but not wanting to disobey their creator. The Titans. Isn't this a dilemma? Let me work as a coolie while you take advantage of me. How can this be such a good thing? Leo couldn't help complaining. Although Alexstad's tacit attitude towards his actions of destroying history was of great benefit to Leo, allowing him to do it freely without worrying about resistance from Wormer's Temple. But this kind of the feeling of being taken advantage of still made Leo unhappy. If you let me serve as a gun, aren't you afraid that my gun will go off? There was no expression on his face, as if he had agreed to Alexata. But in fact, Leo's heart was not as it seemed. When he left Wormer's Temple with Malygos, no one except Leo himself knew what was going on in his mind. Master, is what Alexata said true? Malygos felt very awkward when calling Leo his master. After all, the change in identity takes time. Besides, the Blue Dragon King was not resurrected by Leo after killing him, but a subordinate directly controlled by Leo using the law of the soul. Malygos' awareness of his own situation is far less than that of Zenitharea and the others. Giving Malygos a sideways glance, Leo asked, "What do you think?" Malygos fell silent, and he knew in his heart that Alexstad did not need to lie to him. And with the pride of the Dragon King, there was no need to collude with a human to act in the historical trajectory set by the Titans. Malygos, the Blue Dragon King, will eventually become a victim and become the first Dragon King to die when the mortal era comes. And his value is to hand over destructive magical power to mortal hands. Am I just a consumable in the eyes of Titan? Am I a victim destined to perfect other races? Malygos was filled with resentment. He was the noble Blue Dragon King, and the king who controlled the magical power of the entire world. However, in the eyes of the Titans, everything he was proud of was nothing. Although you have given me great power, I, Malygos, am by no means your doll, let alone your slave, and I cannot be arranged by you however you want. Before learning the truth, Malygos had always regarded the Titans as his faith, and believed that the Titans' words could not be violated. But it was different now. The fate that the Titans arranged for Malygos was actually to go crazy and be killed. Becoming this, Malygos could not accept the sacrifice that came at the end of the age of dragons in the world. He felt that he had been insulted and betrayed. All his admiration for the Titans turned into resentment. He hated the Titans and hated them. Such contempt for myself. She was resentful towards the Titans, but grateful towards Leo. Malygos knew that if it weren't for this human being, he would surely perish. No wonder the Red Dragon Queen would tell him that he was alive when she met Alexstad in Wormer's Temple. Very happy. No matter what. This human saved me and changed my destiny. Follow him and see what kind of person he is. If he is not worthy of my service, I will not listen to him even if I risk my life. Malygos is arrogant. He will not obey the orders of a mediocre person, let alone work for a mediocre person. This is generally the case for capable people. If you cannot make him obey, you will not get his loyalty. Leo, the current master of the Blue Dragon King, can more or less feel the thoughts of the Blue Dragon King, but he doesn't take it to heart. He is very confident that he can return the King of Magic to his heart. Only mediocre people will be afraid of their subordinates and worry. Do you have enough control over your subordinates? He is Leo and full of confidence. Blue Dragon King Malygos, I will let you know how powerful I am and let you work for me wholeheartedly. Malygos, go to Darklawn Fortress. Leo gained a lot from his trip to Wormer's Temple. knowing that Alexstad, the only active dragon guardian, was not angry but supportive of his efforts to disrupt history. Leotun felt his whole body relax. With many concerns, he decided to move quickly. If Alexsta won't restrict me, then I can play a lot more cards. And some of the powers that were previously hidden can be brought to the table. Leo thought as Malygos carried him quickly towards Darklawn Fortress. The huge body of the Blue Dragon King appeared in the sky of Dragon Bone Wilderness. The Dragon King's aura scared a group of indigenous creatures to kneel down to worship, making the entire Dragon Bone Wilderness jump like crazy. The news that the Dragon King was born was quite explosive. The ignorant native creatures only knew fear. The leaders of various races who received the news were different. They all thought about the meaning behind it. The news that Blue Dragon King Malygos was seriously injured by Leo is so shocking. As long as it is a dragon with a normal IQ, it will not be spread. Especially if one does not understand Alexsta's true attitude towards Leo. The dragon will talk about this matter to outsiders. This can be known from Sarah telling Leo that the Red Dragon's message to the Alliance was just to let him go to Wormer's Temple. So far, except for the Red Dragon in Wormer's Temple and Leo, no one else really knows about Leo and Malygos. And no one knows that Malygos was soul-stamped by Leo, Leo's men. Therefore, when the figure of the Blue Dragon King appeared in the Darklawn Fortress, riots inevitably occurred. It's not that Leo deliberately wanted to be high-profile, but many times you can't get people to follow you unless they see your power. Worshipping the strong is a common trait of living things, especially in this world where strength is respected. Showing that you have only with the absolutely powerful side of dominance will others have enough confidence in you. Roar. The roar of the Blue Dragon King echoed over the Darklawn Fortress. Malygos' huge body covered the sky of the fortress. After Leo marked his soul with his own brand, he gave Malygos control of a world. With the power of magic, the body of the Blue Dragon King has returned to the size it was in the Eye of Eternity. How can it not be frightening to be so huge that it is comparable to 3 or 4 Sindragoses? Why wasn't Alexsta surprised when she met Malygos? It was because the size of the Blue Dragon King was the same as in her memory. But the problem was that the Eye of Eternity had been integrated into the Eternal Vortex by Leo. And the magic of this world had also no longer controlled by Malygos. How could Leo give the Blue Dragon King his power? The answer is very simple. That is, the Kingdom of God. Leo's Kingdom of God. Although Leo's Kingdom of God is still in its infancy, it is still a world after all. Isn't it just a matter of Leo to give Malygos the control of magic in the Kingdom of God? The King of Magic is still the King of Magic. But he is no longer the King of Magic in this world, but the King of Magic in another world. Leo did not change the general trend of history, because this result was beneficial to mankind. When the destructive magical power was no longer in the hands of others, the development of the mortal race would inevitably be more rapid. Looking at the behemoth in the sky, the soldiers guarding the fortress were trembling from body to mind. Malygos' body, as huge as a fortress, was suffocating. Even veterans of many battles were stunned when facing the Blue Dragon King. You will feel fear. Your legs will tremble, and you will want to escape. It's the Blue Dragon King Malygos. Egwin stood in the Darklawn Fortress, looking up at the creature so huge that it covered the entire sky above the fortress. Why is he here? Could something big have happened? Ever since he was betrayed by Deathwing, and the Blue Dragon was nearly exterminated, Malygos has been staying in the Eye of Eternity. As far as Egwin knows, the Blue Dragon King seems to be mentally abnormal, or that he was unwilling to accept the reality of Neltharion's betrayal. So he fell into the spiritual world he built and locked himself up. The Blue Dragon King Malygos, who had not been seen for many years, appeared in Darklawn Fortress. Egwin's first thought was that something big had happened. Something big happened? Of course. Especially after Malygos fell to the ground and Egwin saw a person standing on the head of the Blue Dragon King. Even though he had experienced countless strong winds and waves, his expression remained unchanged while he was recuperating. Egwin couldn't help but be stunned for a long time. Leo standing over Malygos? Egwin's brain suddenly stopped. Leo stands over Malygos. Well, when he realized what he saw, Egwin was so shocked that he almost jumped up. How could the Dragon King's arrogance let others stand on his head? There was only one condition for this scene to happen. It couldn't be that Leo fought with the Blue Dragon King Malygos. And then, Egwin quickly stopped and thought about it. Previously, the Red Dragon Krasis brought a message from Alexsta, saying that he wanted to invite Leo. Egwin was wondering when the group went to Wormer's Temple. Now she understood why Alexsta came to Leo. This kid was so bold that he actually dared to challenge the Dragon King. What was even more unexpected was that he succeeded. Egwene felt a surge of blood and her heart was pounding. Leo could defeat Malygos. What did this mean? This means that humans have the power to fight against the dragon. And it means that humans can loudly say no to the dragon. Leo, who can defeat Malygos, and Malygos, the king of magic, are powerful enough to defeat the dragon. You must know that there are only 3 world enemies except Deathwing, the current Dragon King. Leo had accomplished such a big thing without knowing it. This boy was indeed a key figure in the rise of the human race. Egwene couldn't help but be excited. Before Leo appeared, her line of guardians was the most powerful force in the human race. However, she was alone and had to give in on many things. But now it's different. Egwene believes that the guardians and Leo are enough to support the human race. Looking at Leo standing on top of Malygos, Egwene thought to himself, the era of mortals is really coming. Chapter 11:17 Intelligence. The arrival of an era must have countless people working hard and paying for it. The mortal age is just a general term. Just like the term mortal race. It does not include a single race, but a general term for multiple races such as humans, elves, and dwarves. There are so many races, and when the mortal era begins, they will inevitably be prioritized. As a human, Leo naturally hopes that humans will unveil the prelude to the great era and be led by humans. Dominating the mortal era is not Leo's wishful thinking. Human beings now have this strength. Among the mortal races, humans have the military strength second only to the elves. The number of strong men is not necessarily less than that of the elves. The most important thing is that humans have the guardian lineage of the magic god Egwene and the full-fledged Leo. There is a word called doing one's duty without giving in. Since humans have this ability, don't they think it's too fake to be humble and give it up to others? The reason why Leo rode Malygos and swaggered through the city instead of hiding the news for later use was to show his power. Let the humans understand how powerful he is, and let other races know how terrifying the power humans have, so that they think carefully when they want to do something. In this world where strength is respected, only the strong and only the strong can make people awe, whether it is respect or fear. As long as other races understand the power of human beings and know that human beings are not matchable by them, human beings want to dominate everything in the mortal era. The resistance won't be that great. Shocking news is always delivered very quickly. In less than half a day after Leo arrived at Daklon Fortress, everyone who needed to know knew it. The leaders of the Alliance were both surprised and delighted. They were shocked and delighted by Leo's power, while the leaders of the tribe were completely opposite. Rexer's mood has not been better since the Dark Portal plan failed. He paid a heavy price to open the Dark Portal. As a result, instead of bringing losses to the Alliance and weakening the Alliance's strength as he wished, the Alliance used its strength to fight, causing the orcs themselves to suffer heavy losses. Sorfang paid a high price to capture Udgard Castle. Even the elite Korkrone troops died in the battle with the Vrykul. More than 200 people. He wanted to take advantage of the Alliance, but he was the one who ended up getting injured. There was always a tight feeling in Lex's chest that couldn't be released, which made him feel extremely uncomfortable. Ever since he met Leo, Rexer, has never had a good time. The human warlock has become a shadow in his heart. If he doesn't get rid of Leo, this shadow will always affect him and prevent him from ever going further. But how easy is it to get rid of Leo? Singled out? Rexer knew himself, and he was going to die if he went to challenge Leo in a duel. Gang fight? I'm afraid it wasn't him who beat Leo in a group, but Leo's men who beat him in a group. Leo has the backing of Arather and the Alliance, and his personal strength is very strong. Even Rexer is no match for him. So how easy is it to get rid of him? There was originally a gap in strength between the two sides, and now news came that Leo had conquered the Blue Dragon King Malygos. Rexer felt his eyes sparkle. His head was buzzing, and the dizziness made him unable to think. The brain is in a blank state for a long time. Lexa didn't understand why Leo's strength became stronger so quickly, and at such an unreasonable rate. This can't continue like this. Leo is getting stronger faster than me. The longer time passes, the bigger the gap between me and him is. If I don't take action now, I won't be able to kill him in the future even if I want to. After thinking about it carefully, Rexer finally made up his mind and found Thrall. You want to go back to Draenor? Thrall was surprised by Rexer's proposal, although he had expected that Rexer would take action after receiving the news from Darklon Fortress. What Thrall did not expect was that his old friend would think go to Draenor. If a large army goes to Draenor, there is no other way except Thrall. The Dark Portal. The Horde is not an alliance, and they do not have Naxxramas who can easily travel through the endless void. But if one or two powerful ones, like Rexana, if someone wants to sneak across, Sal can still think of a way. Rexer has a good idea. If they can't find reinforcements to fight against the Alliance in this world, it may not be possible to return to Draenor, the homeland of the orcs. When the orcs invaded the human world through the dark portal, they did not move the entire clan, but left some of the clansmen behind in Draenor. If these orcs could be found and persuaded, the situation of the orcs would be much improved. Let me think about it. Thrall did not answer Rexer immediately, but carefully considered the pros and cons. The orcs in the world of Draenor are not like the orcs under his command. They have not escaped the influence of demon blood and are still cruel and warlike. When in contact with these orcs, not to mention the attitude of the Alliance, even the tribe itself will have opponents. Seeing that Thrall was still hesitating, Rexer became anxious. The Alliance was getting stronger and stronger. With the hatred between orcs and humans, was it possible for the two sides to reconcile? If we don't act now, will we really regret it when a human knife is put to our neck? Rexer has made up his mind. No matter what Thrall's answer, he will go to Draenor. His character is not one to sit still and wait for death. The person who watched helplessly as the enemy became stronger and stronger, and the gap between himself and the opponent became wider and wider, was definitely not Rexer. Thrall knows Rexer's character well. He knows that he can't stop Rexer, since saying it is in vain. It is better to follow his wishes and let him go to Draenor. Anyway, Rexer's strength can protect himself. There will be no problem. If he can succeed, it will be of great help to the orcs. I trust your mind, and I believe you will find the help we need. I'm waiting for your good news, my friend. Lexa was relieved to hear Thrall's answer, although he had made up his mind that he would do it even if Thrall wanted to stop him. It was always a good thing to get Thrall's support. Don't worry. I will. Rexer nodded solemnly, indicating that he understood what Thrall meant. He would not just find allies in Draenor, and those orcs who were still under the control of demon blood were not the ones he was looking for. Watching Rexer leave, Thrall felt tired for no reason. Under his leadership, the living environment of the orcs had finally improved. Unexpectedly, it had deteriorated to such an extent in just 2 or 3 years. Forcing him to Rexer had to go to the world of Draenor to find the tribesmen who stayed in his hometown. Is it really so difficult for the orcs to thrive in this world? There is no clear line between whether something is difficult or not difficult. The difference in strength will change personal perceptions. Those with sufficient strength will feel it is nothing, while those with insufficient strength will feel the opposite. Thrall is worried about his race, but Leo has no such worries at all. He is watching Varian and others with interest in the Darklawn fortress. Just half a quarter of an hour ago, a weapon was sent from Stromgard. It was this intelligence that diverted everyone's attention away from his subjugation of Malygos. Arathur's scouts discovered something interesting in the Alterac Mountains. What do you think? Leo observed the expressions of others as he spoke. After he finished speaking, he stretched out his hand and made a gesture of invitation, signaling others to express their thoughts. After showing his absolute power of dominance, Leo's status in the Alliance has been raised to a new level. A strong man who can conquer the Dragon King, a strong man who can make the Blue Dragon King Malygos surrender, is worthy of everything people respect. This kind of respect has already been shown. For example, in this meeting, Leo became the host by everyone's acquiescence. If the information in this intelligence is correct, the strange thing that appeared in the Alterac Mountains is the race called Draenei. It's really surprising that the Draenei broke into our world. I thought I would never see them again. There are no more people of this race. Varian was the first to speak, and his words expressed everyone's feelings. It was a coincidence. What a coincidence. The endless void leads to countless worlds, and the Draenei happened to come to the world where they were. What is this? Destined? Or is someone secretly manipulating it? If it's the former, it doesn't matter. If it's the latter, you have to take certain measures. Judging from the detailed information, there should be no mistake. The Draenei who were defeated in the Void Storm came to our world. The place where they appeared is in the Alterac Mountains. Regarding the details of these people, I think King Magni and Prince Kedros can help us contact the Stormpike Dwarves and ask them to help us, Leo said and looked at the 2 dwarf leaders. The latter 2 patted their chests and agreed. Isn't it just asking the Thunderspear dwarves to pay attention to it? This is simple. The location where the Draenei appeared is very good. Egwin pointed to the map hanging on the wall. There is a conspicuous mark somewhere in the Alterac Mountains. This is where the Draenei are. Look here, and note how close it is to Hammerfell. It can be seen from the map that the distance between the Draenei's foothold and Hammerfell can only be described as close in one word. Heading from Hammerfell toward the depths of the Alterac Mountains, you can reach the Dreenii spaceship in only 5 days' journey. Such a distance can be discovered by Hammerfell's scouts just by looking forward. What does Egwin mean by that? Leo glanced at Egwin, and he found that the Guardian was not a soft-hearted person. At least Egwin did not lack ruthlessness when dealing with races of different camps. None of the people here are idiots. How could they not understand what age meant? Even if Scarlet showed a look of surprise, it was even less likely that the others would be confused. Hammerfall is the territory of the Alliance, but it is now occupied by the Horde. The reason why Rother has not taken it back is because this place is very special. Once the Alliance's army forcibly captures it, it will inevitably trigger an all-out war with the Orcs and even the Horde. Egwin, there was a pause at this point. So, if a non-Alliance force captures Hammerfell, what if the Alliance army appears in time to capture Hammerfell from this force? Chapter 1118 Dreenii in a Foreign Land. There is snow all year round in the depths of the long Alterac Mountains, and the biting cold wind blows on the face, making people feel as uncomfortable as a knife. Veland's heart is as cold as the weather here. Since the defeat of the Void Storm and their escape, even Adal, who he had used as a spiritual pillar, was captured by Kil'jaeden and fell into the hands of the demons of the Burning Legion. Only Volas, the only one left in the Nara clan, fled with the Dreenii. In addition, the Dreenii lost their last city, Storm Fortress, and the revitalization of the race became increasingly slim. The crisis of extinction was just around the corner, and Veland was exhausted mentally and physically. The Dreenii, whose strength has declined greatly, not only have to worry about being chased by demons, but what is even worse is that the world they come to, or the place where they land, has a very harsh environment. It is covered with ice and snow. The weather is freezing, and there are only rocks and accumulations. Snow, no matter how you look at it, does not look like a suitable place for survival and reproduction. This place is not a place to stay for a long time. After adapting to this world, Veland decided to go out and explore the world. Coming to a strange world, especially the climate here, is very harsh. It is not easy to go out and explore. There are too many unknowns and too many unpredictable dangers. Veland originally wanted to explore gradually, but who knows? An accident just happened. Action. Are you sure those creatures you found are orcs? Veland's expression was ugly. He did not expect that there were orcs in this strange world, and he had no favorable impression of the orcs and Dreenii, who let the orcs' hands be stained with the blood of the Dreenii. The memory of the war that nearly led to the genocide of the Dreenii was still fresh in Veland's mind. In the name of the Holy Light, Action replied without thinking that although the skin color of those orcs was different from that in Action's memory, their appearance had not changed. Action dared to slap his chest and swear that the guys he saw were orcs. What? Do you think it would be a different race if the skin color is different? You think Action, don't understand anything. Don't you think those orcs had brown skin at the beginning? But look what happened to them later. Didn't the orc skin change color under the influence of the demon's blood? Most of those green-skinned orcs believed in something else after arriving in this world, and their skin color changed as it did now. In Action's mind, there was nothing that the orcs, who had massacred countless of his compatriots, could not do, thinking that they had given up their own beliefs for power. Why would it be strange to abandon demons and convert to other powerful beings? What's more, Action also heard what those green-skinned guys said when they were talking, as long as he didn't have auditory hallucinations. Those green-skinned guys were speaking orc language. Doesn't this prove their identity? Action, was not blinded by hatred. I made my judgment only after having solid evidence. Action thought so, and in fact his judgment was correct. The green-skinned guys he saw were orcs, but they were not the bloodthirsty orcs controlled by the blood of demons in the memory of the Dreenii. Under Thrall's leadership, the new orcs whose shamanic culture had overcome the influence of the demon's blood were recovered. Unfortunately, Action didn't know what happened after the orcs came to this world, and the misunderstanding arose. Unexpectedly, we encountered orcs again in this world. We are not familiar with the situation in this world. What should we do? Veland has a headache. There is nothing worse than finding out that your enemy is a local snake in a place you are unfamiliar with. The strength of the Dreenii is very weak, so weak that they cannot withstand any failure. As long as they fail even once, the entire race will fall into a state of eternal destruction. Good news, Lord Prophet. Just when Veland was at a loss, Aaron, who was leading another team of explorers, ran in, looking at the joy on his face. You knew that what he'd brought must be good news. Aaron, what did you find? Action asked first. After discovering the traces of the orcs, he knew that the situation of the Draenei was not good. Even the prophet Velen could not think of a solution for the moment. At this time, Aaron's appearance gave he had a glimmer of hope that perhaps Irulan's discovery could relieve his people's current predicament, not knowing that he was being treated as a life-saving straw by Action. Irulan said with joy, Master Prophet, Action, I discovered traces of humans. Are humans also in this world? Weilun's face was happy at first, and then the joy slowly dissipated. What's the use of discovering humans? The chance of those humans knowing us is too small. Besides, no one in the clan knows the relationship between humans and orcs in this world. The hope of getting help from humans is too slim. Just when Velen felt disappointed, Aaron continued, I have observed those human shirts, and they are exactly the same as those of the Arathor kingdom that is allied with us in the world of Draenor. I guess we may have come to Khadgar's place, the world on the other side of the dark portal. Aaron's words made Velen's eyes light up. They were also humans, wearing the same war robe, and the style of the war robe was exactly the same. What if the humans Aaron discovered were not Arathor's army? Is it possible? Velen knew that the orcs controlled by the demon's blood invaded another world through the dark portal. The humans who had allied with them in Draenor were the expeditionary force that counterattacked from the world invaded by the orcs to the orcs' hometown. No one knows the virtues of orcs controlled by demon blood better than the Draenei. The blood of countless Draenei compatriots is engraved in the hearts of every surviving Draenei. Orcs invade the world where humans live, and Velen knows what will happen without even thinking about it. The bloodthirsty orcs will kill any living thing they see and destroy every city they see. The humans who were invaded by the orcs must hate the invaders, who slaughtered their compatriots. This kind of hatred between races will last for many years. As the saying goes, the enemy of the enemy is a friend. It is not impossible for the Draenei and humans to join forces to fight against the orcs. What's more, the two sides are already allies in the world of Draenor. Thanks to the holy light, my people and I have not yet fallen into despair. Velen knew that contact with humans was the only way for him and his people to solve their current predicament. They could also learn more about the world through the humans here, so he did not dare to neglect it at all. Aaron, you hurry up and find those humans. You must get in touch with our human allies before we are discovered by the orcs. According to Action, the orc town is not far from here, and the traces of the Draenei may be discovered by the other party at any time. What Velen and the others have to fight for now is time. As long as they can get in touch with humans before the orcs do, their situation is no longer so dangerous. When it came to contacting humans, Aaron's expression became weird, and he was heard to say, Master Prophet, I don't think we need to contact those humans. The human scouts have a spell that can enhance their vision hundreds of times. In my case, when they confirmed their identity, they also discovered me. Is it that kind of magic called Eagle Eye? Velen had heard about this spell when chatting with Khadgar. People blessed with this spell can easily see thousands of meters away. It is not surprising that there is such a person among the human scouts. Aaron. Elon felt very ashamed. He was sent by the prophet Velen to explore this strange world. The first thing he had to do was to hide himself. As a result, Elon was discovered by others. Fortunately, those humans had no ill intentions towards the Draenei. Otherwise, the entire race would have been in danger because of Irulan's negligence. Since those humans discovered you, they didn't have any contact with you? Velen felt that it was not a bad thing that Elon was discovered. At least humans already knew about the existence of the Draenei. It was impossible for the human scouts who discovered Elon not to report the matter. Most of the higher-ups in the human race have now gotten the news, and even agreed on how to treat the Draenei. This undoubtedly saves a lot of time compared to the Draenei taking the initiative to contact humans. He alone shook his head. The human scout did not approach them easily after discovering them. Instead, he carefully hid his figure and observed in secret. If he alone had not determined their identity, he would not have dared to lead the team. Back, he hurriedly returned to Velen, not concealing his whereabouts on the way. On the one hand, he informed Velen of the good news, and on the other hand, he led the way to the human scouts to let them know where the Draenei were now. Save time searching. Velen looked at Elon, and suddenly his expression changed, and he ordered Elon in action, tell the tribesmen to prepare for the arrival of human friends. Humans are coming? Anakin and Aaron were stunned for a moment, and then immediately withdrew. Since the Lord Prophet said that humans are coming, they must have come. If we didn't find out, it was because we were not capable enough. Facts have proved that Velen's words were correct. Less than a quarter of an hour after Edicorn and Aaron told the news to the tribe, A reorganized group of Chimerock Knights appeared in the distant sky. Chimerock, who has 2 heads and armor similar to dragon scales on his head. After Lakmara and Lamarck became Leo's subordinates, the entire group became Leo's private property, and these were temporarily freed by Leo. Creatures in the world of Draenor are multiplying in large numbers without external restrictions, and the number of the entire group is more than 10 times that of the Terror Island, although most of them are still in their infancy. As long as no accidents occur, the prosperity of the Chimerock tribe can be expected soon. Velan looked at the rapidly approaching Chimerock brigade, and his eyes unconsciously fell on the leader Lamarck. A demigod-level beast mount. Are humans deliberately showing off their strength, implicitly warning us that this is a human world? Or are they really that powerful? Velan had a hunch that this conversation would not be so pleasant. Humans were not friendly to outsiders who broke into their homeland. Chapter 1119 The Moon Clan. An army is marching at high speed in the Alterac Mountains. The composition of this army is very strange. At least no one has ever seen such a race in this world. Draenei. This race has indeed not appeared in this world before. Or in other words, it has not appeared in this world on such a large scale. As the leader of the Draenei, Velan was in a very heavy mood at this time. When Leo led the human Chimerock brigade to find the foothold of the Draenei, things developed just as he had expected. Humans were very worried about intruding into them. The alien races in their homeland were extremely unfriendly, even though the Draenei had allied themselves with them in the world of Draenor. Prophet Velan, as long as we capture this orc town, there will be no other forces between the Draenei and the territory of the Kingdom of Arathor. Then we will be able to communicate with each other. Leo pointed to the magic floating in front of him. Map, said to Velan beside him. Without the obstruction of the orcs, I believe that the Alliance's financial resources will soon help the Draenei repair the Exodar spacecraft. Now that the Dark Portal has been opened, we only need to open the Dark Portal again. Get through Seer Velan and your people, and you can return to Draenor. Leo said it nicely. But Velan is not a fool. The human intention is very clear. They do not want the Draenei to stay in this world as allies. It is okay for humans to provide help to the Draenei, but you want to stay. It's not okay in this world. After the ship is repaired and the Dark Portal is taken, the Draenei must return to Draenor. And getting help from humans is not free. It requires payment. And this payment is to help humans capture the town called Hammerfall. There is no doubt about the wisdom of Velan, who can lead a race. Although he does not know where Hammerfall is, and does not know the situation of the world, this does not hinder his judgment of things. It can be clearly seen from the magic map that Hammerfell can hang alone in the territory of the Kingdom of Arathor. With the strength shown by Leo, it would be easy for him to capture a town. But why didn't he take action? If it wasn't for a fool, he would have guessed that there must be something fishy in this. It's not that humans don't have the strength to capture this town, but they can't do it for other reasons. Or it's inconvenient to do it. The humans had scruples and couldn't move, so they let the Draenei move and attack Hammerfell under the guise of the Draenei. A cover? Yes, it's just a cover. Even though the entire team has more than 10,000 people, the soldiers in the team all have horns and hooves. There are only a dozen or so real Draenei, and the rest are Velan, who Leo found with unknown origins. Race: the Moon Clan. Mutated satyr demons. They can walk like humans, have goat-like horns on their heads, and walk on separate iron hooves. This kind of demons are very cunning and always move in groups. Their gregariousness and strong body are not the most difficult thing about them. The most difficult thing about this race is that they have also mastered the methods of using various war weapons. Perhaps their individual strength is not too strong, but when they gather in a certain number, even the big demons, who are several levels higher than them, will have a headache. Individual strength is not strong, but they can make up for it through collective strength. Master the use of war weapons, and absolutely obey the commander's orders. Isn't this race a natural-born soldier? Of course. These are not the reasons why Leo chose the Moon Clan to attack Hammerfell. The biggest reason why the Moon Clan was allowed to participate in this attack was that when they put on their armor, they looked different from the real Draenei. Not too big. As long as they don't give the Horde commanders time when they attack Hammerfell, and just use their troops to kill them as soon as they arrive at their destination. How can anyone be in the mood to identify whether they are authentic Draenei in a life-and-death battlefield? Even if some people find it strange that there are more than a dozen authentic Draenei strongmen who are not leading the team. I believe that with these people here, even the suspicions of the defenders of Hammerfell will disappear because of them. Leo's purpose in recruiting the Draenei was very simple. So simple that even a person who didn't know the situation could figure it out with a little thought. He just wanted the Dreenii to cover his operation. Hammerfell is located in the highlands of Aratha, in the same area as Stromgard, the royal city of the kingdom of Aratha. Song Taizu said it well. How can one allow others to snore beside the couch? How can one tolerate the tribe's people under the nose of Stromgard? Nail? It is imperative to get rid of Hammerfell and pull out the nail that the Horde has planted in the kingdom of Aratha. However, Hammerfell is a special place after all. If there is no preparation for war with the orcs and even the Horde, the Alliance you can't touch this place. And even if you want to touch it, you have to find a fig leaf that can be justified. As Leo said to Jaina, the war will not be started by the Alliance. At least on the surface. A war between the two major camps, the Horde and the Alliance, will definitely weaken the strength of the entire world. Internal strife, when there are strong enemies, outside will discuss many races and forces. Leo would only do such offending things if he was stupid. The Dreenii appeared in the Alterac Mountains, and the Exodar landed so close to Hammerfell. For Leo and the Alliance, this was the best opportunity given by God to defeat the Dreenii. The banner captured Hammerfell, and then Arathar's army took Hammerfell back. If the orcs wanted to cause trouble, the Alliance would have something to say. Looking at the small black dot appearing at the end of the horizon, Leo knew that Hammerfell was in sight, ready to fight. Before Leo could finish his words, with a swishing sound, tens of thousands of the Moon Clan raised their weapon, a long-handled scythe as tall as a person, in a uniform movement. Long before Leo and the others arrived at Hammerfell town, tribal scouts scattered around the town spread the news that an unidentified army was approaching. At this time, Hammerfell town was busy, with troops mobilizing, and various the defense equipment has been equipped with weapons. Once someone attacks the city, the tribal soldiers guarding Hammerfell will deal the strongest blow to the opponent as soon as possible. Leo was not surprised that the tribe was ready for war. It would be very difficult for an army of tens of thousands to hide its whereabouts. Hammerfell, located in the Aratha Highlands, was no ordinary town. The defenders here were in a state of war all year round. The vigilance was very high, and the price the army had to pay to hide it from their eyes and ears was too high. Not to mention that Leo had no intention of hiding anything. Hiding his whereabouts and taking down Hammerfell secretly. This is not what Leo wants, because it will not achieve the effect he wants. The march with great fanfare and the attack of chariots and horses were made clear, so that the defenders of Hammerfell could clearly see who was attacking the town. And everyone among them saw that an army with horns and hooves was attacking. This is Leo's purpose. If the Horde soldiers are not allowed to see the Dreenii, how can they send the news back to Orgrimmar? Without sending the news back to Orgrimmar, how would Thrall and the others know that it was the Dreenii who attacked Hammerfell? Orcs have been in this world for many years. Many of the younger generation of orcs have no idea about their original hometown of Draenor. However, the older generation of orcs still have images. And these images must include having been with the orcs. Dreenii from the world of Draenor. I really want to see the orcs' expressions when they know that the ones attacking Hammerfell are their old friends in Draenor. The Dreenii. Leo held his chin up with a smirk on his face. The news that the Dreenii appeared in this world will inevitably arouse Thrall's suspicion. It takes a while for the orcs to react after receiving the news. This period of time is enough to prepare Aratha to do many things, such as taking down Hammerfell, ownership of the town. Velan looked at Hammerfell in a daze. It was one thing to hear action say it, but it was another thing to actually see it. The Dreenii prophet discovered a problem. That is, the skin color of the orcs. In Hammerfell, the orcs in the town are different from the red-skinned orcs Velan thought. They have green skin. In other words, the orcs in Hammerfell are not the bloodthirsty orcs affected by demon blood as Velan thought. Why didn't Action make it clear? Velan frowned. A small oversight can sometimes be fatal. The orcs in Hammerfell have obviously gotten rid of the influence of demon blood, and the Dreenii may not have the possibility of discussing cooperation with them. As a leader, Velan's first priority is the interests of the race. All past hatreds can be put aside for the sake of the reproduction and development of the race. It is not inconceivable to cooperate with orcs who have escaped the influence of demon blood. However, this possibility has been shattered, because under Leo's half coercion and half enticement, the Dreenii intervened in the dispute between humans and orcs. Now they can only follow the human path into darkness, being plotted by humans. Wei Luan felt very uncomfortable, but now that it was over, he had no other choice. We're here. I don't think we need to talk nonsense with him. We can just launch an attack. Leo shrugged and looked at Velan. Leo of the Moon Clan can command with a single thought. But not the Draenei. These sheephoofs only obey the orders of their prophet Lord Velan. In Leo's plan, the Draenei at the front of the team must charge first. Only in this way can the tribal defenders in Hammerfell feel that this team is a Draenei army. They didn't even give us the most basic chance to communicate. It seems that as I guessed. This town is not simple. Velan sighed secretly. As the saying goes, people under the roof have to bow their heads. With the current situation of the Draenei, he can only hold on to the ally of the kingdom of Arathor. Draenei warriors. In the name of the Holy Light, attack! With Velan's order, the dozen or so strong Draenei walking at the front of the team wanted to rush forward. Followed closely behind them were the Moon Clan holding their sides high. Chapter 1120 Discovery. Velan could swear that he had never seen such soldiers remain silent on the battlefield. Even if the sharp blade cut off their hands and feet. Even if the battle axe cut them in half. None of them let out a single scream. They are like a group of silent gods of death. Wielding scythes. Silently killing or being killed by their enemies. Such a strange army appeared on this supposedly bustling battlefield. And the atmosphere became strange and terrifying. Silent people are more frightening. Even the orc warriors who pride themselves on being brave can't help but feel a bit of fear when fighting against such a team. It's not that the orc warriors are afraid of death. It's that the opponent's situation is too weird. When you face an army that ignores everything, including your own life, you will feel the same way. Who is our enemy? How come they don't know pain at all? And are not afraid of death at all? These guys don't hesitate at all to kill the enemy, knowing that they will die if they bump into them. As if the meaning of their existence is to kill people, even if they cost their own lives for it. No matter how brave the orc warriors are when facing a group of opponents who have to support them even if they die, they will feel guilty. The Moon Clan gives them the feeling that they are not living people, but unconscious puppets, as cold as undead. It would be easy to deal with them if they were really undead. It would not be unacceptable to the orc warriors. The problem is that they are not undead at all. These silent opponents will also be injured, bleed after being injured, and will die. There is no doubt that they are living beings. But why can we find any trace of the emotions that living creatures should have in their eyes? Orc warriors are under a lot of pressure. This pressure not only comes from the physical body, but also from the mental aspect. Unknown opponents make them nervous. Nervousness makes them prone to making mistakes. The price of making mistakes on the battlefield is death. The number of defenders in Hammerfell was not large, and a large number of soldiers died after the battle. Even though the commander roared at the top of his lungs, he still could not stop the decline of the battle. However, in just half a quarter of an hour, after paying nearly 1,000 casualties, they fell behind. Hammer Town's first line of defense was declared broken. The Moon Clan rushed into the town wielding scythes, and the brutal and fierce street fighting began. Even with complete defense facilities, they can't stop our attack. Once they are killed in the town, the orcs can't even think about winning. They are just making a last-ditch effort. Leo curled his lips. The battle to attack Hammerfell was over when the Moon Clan entered Hammerfell. Arathor Highlands was finally under the control of Strongard, and an important nail in the orcs' path to the eastern continent was set aside. Next, we need to prepare to deal with the orcs to prevent them from going crazy. You must know that the main war faction among the orcs, who are clamoring for war with the Alliance, is not small. The main reason why the main war faction, mainly the Warsong clan, has not been able to affect the orcs' external strategy. The key is that they do not have a leader that everyone expects, and an excuse that is enough to convince all the orcs. Hammerfell, which is of great significance to the orcs, fell into the hands of the Alliance. As long as it was done well, this would be an excellent understanding of the war. Before knowing Alexta's attitude, Leo would still have scruples. But after knowing that the Dragon King was eager to mess up the so-called history set by the Titans, many of Leo's constraints disappeared. And there were many things that he had not been able to do before. Cards that are easy to play can also be displayed openly and openly. Like the Moon Clan. The Moon Clan is not a race of this world, but a member of the Legion of Hell. Leo obtained the Soul Stones of Diavolo, the Lord of Fear, and Mephisto, the Lord of Hatred, among the 3 demon gods of Hell, and also possesses the evil power. It is not difficult to create the races in the Hell Legion with the energy that can mutate living things. It would be easy for Leo to create something like the Moon Clan. Of course, it would not be so easy if the Moon Clan evolved into the Night Clan, and the Night Clan evolved into the Bloody Clan. The heart of the swarm is a good thing, and Leo has spent so much effort in vain. Having this thing in hand is equivalent to having a gene bank that integrates collection, storage, and replication. Just like the insects of the Ozayaki civilization, their rapid development was indispensable to their artifact Heart of the Swarm. It was precisely by relying on the power of the Heart of the Swarm that Ozayaki's bugs became stronger and stronger as they fought. And fought more and more until they encountered the rising Troll Empire. Thinking about why Leo sent Grul's body to the Kingdom of God after Leo obtained it in the Void Storm, and handed it over to Anubarak and Anixuter for disposal. Wasn't it because of the Heart of the Swarm? Do you need? How could a biological gene as powerful as Grul be weak? Is the creature created by using the Dragon Slayer's genes and evil energy weak? Of course. The functions of the Heart of the Swarm also have weaknesses. They can only collect flesh and blood life, and are powerless against psionic bodies and elemental creatures like ethereal beings. Leo holds the method to create the Hell Legion. And he also owns the Kingdom of God. Wouldn't he be stupid if he didn't know how to use it? The previous Sand Knights and the current Moon Clan are just the tip of the iceberg of the Hell Legion. As Leo's strength increases and the Kingdom of God develops, more and more Hell races will inevitably appear under Leo's command. There are many things that restrict the development of the Heart of the Swarm. The biggest difficulties are matter and energy. Although the Heart of the Swarm can analyze and remember the genes of flesh and blood creatures carried into it by the bugs, analyzing genes is not something that can be accomplished overnight. It takes time and even more energy. In terms of material support, Arathar occupies the most fertile land in the world of Draenor. Leo is not embarrassed by this. The key is energy. His Kingdom of God has not yet been formed, and any excess energy is invested in shaping the Kingdom of God. There is very little energy that can be given to the Heart of the Swarm. Fortunately, this situation is gradually improving as the Throne of Elements slowly integrates into the Kingdom of God. Taking down Hammerfell is very simple, but dealing with the troubles after taking it is the biggest problem. But what Leo needs to focus on now is not that. What he cares about is the situation with Sarah. No matter who attacks Hammerfell, Hammerfell will eventually fall into the hands of the Alliance. The Orcs will be excited about this, and the voice of the War faction will overwhelm the Peace faction. Under such circumstances, Sorfang will never daring to give up Utgard Castle to the Alliance, in order to prevent the Orcs from having the opportunity to default on their debt. Sarah led part of the Alliance's northern expedition to the Howling Fjord before attacking Hammerfell. Counting the time, Sarah should arrive at Utgard Castle. I wonder if taking over the Vrykal Castle will go smoothly. Leo's mind was spinning with thoughts. Sorfang's attack on Utgard Castle was not going well. The resistance of the Vrykal was fiercer than the Orc commander had imagined. In order to capture the castle, the Orcs suffered a lot of casualties, and had to without the help of the Forgotten Revenge Army. The Orc expeditionary force would have been directly disabled. The Orcs paid such a heavy price to capture Utgard Castle. How can you make them willing to give it up to others? Leo is not worried about Sorfang. He is worried about other officers in the Orc expeditionary force. Master, I have successfully taken over Utgard Castle. What Leo was worried about did not happen. Sarah's takeover of Utgard Castle was uneventful. In order to prevent his men from causing trouble, Sorfang had already removed the thorns. There was no conflict. Sorfang acted cautiously. Leo knew what Sorfang meant. He was afraid that the Orcs would conflict with Sarah's people, and the Alliance would take advantage of this. Now that humans have become more and more powerful, they are expected to be the second mortal race that can treat dragons as equals. Orcs are far less powerful than humans at this time. In order to avoid giving an excuse to humans, Sorfang has no choice but to do this. Kind of sad. If you can't afford to offend me, I'll hide. A kind of sadness for the weak. Leo curled his lips and said secretly, the aura of the weak. Well, he admitted that he was complaining, and he would very much like to see the Orcs come into conflict with Sarah's people over Utgard Castle. As the saying goes, the situation before and after the trip to Warma's temple is completely different. Leo is not afraid of provoking disputes between the tribe and the Alliance, because he knows that Thrall will definitely suppress the opposition within the tribe. The more ferocious he makes, the more ferocious the Orcs make, the more powerful Thrall's suppression will be. And this suppression is destined to be only temporary. As long as the main Orc war faction headed by the Warsong clan finds an opportunity, their backlash will scare a lot of people. When that time comes, will Thrall still be able to sit firmly in the Warchief seat? If Chief Thrall's position is unstable, the tribe will inevitably be in turmoil. Leo wants this effect. If the tribe is stable, how can he move his hands? There is one more thing I need to report to you, Master. As Leo was thinking, Sarah took the initiative to contact him. I found many corpses of Vrykal in Utgard Castle. Sorfang didn't even clean up the battlefield after capturing Utgard Castle? Leo felt that the Orc commander would not act so stingy. Master, those corpses are all female Vrykul. Not a single male. Sarah's words cleared up Leo's doubts. No wonder Sarah specifically mentioned it, because the corpses of female Vrykul were too difficult to find. Because the living female Vrykul had all become Varg under the Lich. Inside, the Valkyr twins that Leo destroyed during the Second Battle of Tyr's Hand were the best among the Valkywar. It is said that the Vrykul were the first creations created by the Titans in this world. They were originally made of stone, and transformed into flesh and blood creatures due to the influence of the flesh curse of the ancient gods. As the first creations of the Titans, there is no doubt that the Vrykul are powerful. But the existence of the curse of flesh has continued to weaken their abilities. According to legend, the ancestors of human beings were the Vrykul, who were unable to endure the severe cold in the north and migrated to the south. Of course, this is only a legend. In order to prevent their abilities from continuing to weaken, the Vrykul fell asleep one after another. The Vrykul in Utgard Castle were the first batch to fall asleep. Leo had reason to believe in the corpses of these female Vrykul discovered by Sarah. It is one of them. Most of these Vrykul fell into a real eternal sleep for some reason. Sarah, protect the bodies of those Vrykul. I will be of great use. Leo chuckled. Now there was a model for the Dark Rog clan. Chapter 1121 Unstoppable Determination. Sometimes things in the world are so helpless. Orcs hate humans, but they have to hand over Utgard Castle, which they captured at great cost to the Alliance. Sorfang not only cannot object to this, but also wants to help suppress it. Opposition in the military. Just looking at this incident, the orcs seem to be weak, and they have been oppressed by humans. However, if you connect all the things that happened before and after, the story changes. As invaders, how do the orcs who entered this world from the world of Draenor have the right to express their grievances? You, a foreign invading race, came to our world, burned, killed, looted, slaughtered villages and destroyed cities. After the defeat, we did not kill you, but left you a way to survive. This is already a big-hearted decision that has no limits. Tarina's is simply a saint-like existence. You invaders who have survived to this day have no repentance and no gratitude for the generosity of us humans. Instead, you have a hostile attitude towards us and want to drive us humans away. What is your mentality? Races like yours that invade others but don't repent, and instead act like you are bitter and hateful, are really like wolves. From a human perspective, there is nothing wrong with such an idea. It is simply extremely normal. Leo felt that the humans and orcs in this world were like the Celestial Dynasty and the island nation before he traveled through time. The orcs were the island people who clamored and refused to acknowledge history. Under the influence of many forces, humans spared the orcs. What did Tarina's gain from his leniency? Hatred and a group of enemies who clamored to destroy human beings all day long. This is often the case. It is not that good causes will lead to good results. Repaying evil with kindness will result in repaying kindness with evil. This is why some people say that good people will not live long, and disasters will last for thousands of years. When dealing with an enemy, one should suppress him again and again. He should not even be given a moment to breathe. He should be suppressed until he dies. Because only a dead enemy is a good enemy. Only by burying the enemy in the soil, and leaving his bones only when you rot in the soil and become dregs can you be qualified to talk about other things. Since Leo is a member of mankind, he will certainly not give the orcs time to recuperate. Who makes the orcs the enemy of mankind? Suppressing the orcs has nothing to do with personal emotions. It is just a racial struggle. At Leo's level, he has to consider more about the general situation. Even though he admires Thrall for leading the orcs out of trouble and establishing a foothold in Kalimdor, this personal feeling will not affect his action. Even because of Thrall's wisdom and ability, Leo will be more ruthless and ruthless. You said Lexa went to Draenor? Leo tilted his head. He couldn't help but raise his eyebrows when he heard the news about Kaeldats. Thanks to the Blood Elves' years of operation in the world of Draenor, Rexxar had only entered the world of Draenor for less than 2 days. The whereabouts have been exposed. Of course, Leo was skeptical about whether Rexxar's whereabouts were discovered by Blood Elf scouts. In terms of power in the world of Draenor, Kaeldats was far inferior to Illidan. This matter may not have been deliberately passed on to Leo by the Night Elves through the hands of the Blood Elves. After all, humans are not the only race that has conflicts with the orcs. Regardless of whether it was Kaeldats or Tyrant who told me this news, their purpose was only to use human hands to deal with the orcs. How to deal with it? Go directly to Draenor and kill the lone Rexxar? No. This will leave the door open, and there is no chance that someone will use this to cause trouble in the future. The idea of killing Rexer directly was rejected by Leo as soon as it came up. Although it was the easiest thing to do, it would also cause the most trouble. He couldn't leave himself with endless troubles just for the sake of temporary pleasure. If you don't do it directly, then do it indirectly. Leo shook his head. If the elf told him Rexer's whereabouts, the other Rexer would have died in an accident. It would be impossible to even doubt this on Leo. Although Leo is not afraid of orcs. No one likes unnecessary trouble. Besides, why must we kill Rexer now? Fixed thinking is something that can kill people. Even if you are a genius. Once you fall into the fixed thinking, you will be played to death. On the contrary, even an ordinary person will have shocking performance as long as he can get out of the circle of fixed thinking. The elves want to use human power to plot against the orcs. Leo can't help but ask, why should he follow the script they arranged? Rather than let Lexa die like this, it would be better to let him make some contribution. Thinking of this, Leo laughed, and his smile made Kaeldats wary. The Blood Elf Prince knew that Leo must have some sinister idea spinning in his mind as soon as he saw Leo's evil smile. Someone is going to be unlucky, and this person is probably Rexer. Kaeldats mourned for the orc hero, hoping that he would not be too miserable by Leo. Where is Lexa now? Nagrand? Hearing Kaeldats' answer, Leo moved his fingers, and a magic map appeared in front of the two of them out of thin air. It was a map of the world of Draenor, pointing to the southeast corner of Nagrand grassland. Leo asked Kaeldats, can you lead him to this place? Looking in the direction of Leo's finger, Kaeldats saw a place named Kilthoro Castle, which was once the fortress of the Burning Blade clan, and is now the residence of the Magars, who lost Galdala. Maga? That's right. It's Maga. The shattered world of Draenor only has a limited scope. Without the protection of the elemental gods, how can Carlos Hellscream and others hide? There are so many orcs following Carlos. How can we not find such a big target if we really work hard to find it? What surprised Leo was that the elemental gods did not move Carlos and the others far away. Perhaps the elemental gods were very confident in their own strength. They believed that even if the armies of humans and blood elves could find Carlos and the others again, people themselves can also take action to save the orcs. And keeping the orcs who have lost Galadar under their noses will facilitate their rescue even if something happens. It's a pity that the elemental gods never thought that they would die. Otherwise they would hide the orcs more secretly. It's time to let the mad dog Carlos out. And I want to see what happens when Carlos meets Lexa. Leo rubbed his chin, tapped his finger on the magic map that represented Kilthoro Castle, and said to Kaeldats, send someone to watch Rexer. And if he deviates from the direction, have someone lead him away. When we go back, the orcs in Kilthoro Castle must be very willing to see a member of their own race who can bring the news from the outside world. Kaeldats looked at Leo in surprise. He originally thought that after learning Rexer's whereabouts, Leo would be impatient to kill the lone orc strongman. Unexpectedly, not only did Leo not be in a hurry to kill instead, Rexer asked him to join the orcs calling themselves Magar in Kilthoro Castle. What was his plan? With various thoughts running through his mind, Kaeldats said, this is no problem. Both the Blood Elves and Arathor have enough troops in Nagrand. And with the terrain of Harlan, there is no need to worry about what the orcs will do. Although Kaeldats doesn't know what Leo has in mind. This does not mean without hindering his judgment. Leo asked Rexer to join the orcs in Kilthoro Castle. Not out of kindness, but because he had other motives. That's no problem. It's true that the hometown of the orcs is Draenor. But hometown does not mean his home court. The strength that Leo can use in Draenor is definitely not something that the orcs can match. It's almost enough to say that it is his home court. Even if Rexer and Carlos merged, it would not be able to change the world. Instead of caring about what Rexer and Carlos Hellscream will do, it is better to focus on the battle situation in Northrend. Dealing with the Scourge cannot be done. No more delay. As for the Lich King, Leo really doesn't want to delay it any longer. It's only right to destroy him as soon as possible. After all, there are still powerful enemies like Deathwing and the Ancient God that need to be dealt with. It's useless to waste too much time and energy on the Scourge. In fact, it is really not easy to deal with the Lich King. When Leo transferred millions of demon armies to Northrend through Manaroth, there was news about Uldur. And then when the Alliance captured the Darklon Fortress, there was news. News about the Draenei appeared. And now Rexer's whereabouts have arrived. One thing after another has divided Leo's energy, making it difficult for him to launch an operation to annihilate the Scourge. Until now even Leo couldn't help but wonder, is the Lich King really the protagonist of this world? Otherwise, why would there be so many things to distract me? Is it the will of this world that doesn't want the Lich King to die like this? Or are there other factors secretly obstructing it? Leo doesn't have an answer to this question yet. But no matter what it is, it can't stop Leo's determination to destroy the Lich King. As the saying goes, killing people when they are sick. Keeping the scourge will always be a trouble. Not taking advantage of its weakest, destroying him at that time will definitely be a disaster in the future. Leo didn't want to be ruined by the Lich King at the moment when he was inextricably killed with Deathwing and the Ancient God. Speaking of dealing with the Lich King, Kael'thas became more energetic. Who made the Lich King and the Blood Elves have such a deep rift? To deal with Rexer and the Orc Kael'thas, you will need to use up to 8 points of 10 points of strength. And to deal with the Lich King Kael'thas, you will need to use 12 points of force. Leo, what are you going to do? Manarotha's demon army has entered the Sholazar Basin through the Dragon Blight. With their strength, the crocodiles and wolverines living in the Sholazar Basin can only retreat and dare not provoke them. These demons will face the ice from the west. Crown City's defense line launches an attack. And what we have to do is not to watch them fight, but to launch an attack from the Echo Valley in the east to the Scourge Highlands after the demons attract the main force of the Scourge. If necessary, I will even send people directly attack Mordretha and close the door of death there. When the Alliance launches a general attack, I need the cooperation of the Blood Elves troops. You want me to lead an army to attack from Crystal Song Forest? Kael'thas carefully recalled the deployment of Ice Crown City, and quickly understood what Leo meant. Once the main force of the Scourge was transferred to the west to resist the demons, the east defense line would be empty. At this time, the Blood Elves would do it again, by seducing the remaining undead natural disasters and moving away their few defenders. It will be much easier for the Alliance army to launch a surprise attack from Echo Valley. As long as they can capture the Scourge Highlands in Mordretha, the army can directly reach the gate of the Lich King's lair, Ice Crown City. Okay, I promise you. Kael'thas agreed without hesitation. After waiting for so many years, Arthas, your death day has finally arrived. Chapter 1122 Guards. Carlos Hellscream is a mad dog in Leo's eyes. This guy will bite anyone he catches. He will bite anyone who doesn't suit him, regardless of whether you are from the Alliance or the Horde. And he will bite him to death. Leo couldn't look down on such a guy with only muscles in his mind, because the final outcome of a mad dog that bites people will definitely be everyone shouting and beating, everyone betraying their relatives, becoming a bereaved dog, and finally dying miserably in the disgusted eyes of the world. There's a saying that goes well: existence is reasonable. And since characters like Carlos Hellscream exist in this world, they must have their uses. If you let a brainless guy like this out to deceive his teammates, he'll be sure to do it every time. Even a smart guy like Thrall can't do anything about it. While walking in Utgard Castle, Leo was thinking about things in Northrend, which made him look absent-minded. Scarlet, who was walking side by side with him, gave him a blank look. This guy didn't know what he was thinking. He obviously asked me to come to the basement of the castle, and said he wanted to show me something. But he looked like he was distracted. If not for Sarah, who was leading the way, Scarlet would have reminded Leo in her own way. When she and Leo were alone, Scarlet had a side that no outsider knew. Master, here we are. Sarah, who was walking in front, paused and stopped at the entrance of the basement. Scarlet discovered that the basement was very tightly guarded. There were actually 10 dragon blood guards at the door. Anyone who wanted to enter the basement without alerting them neither is possible. The strict guard aroused Scarlet's curiosity. What was there in the basement worthy of Leo sending all his personal guards over? Sarah's words brought Leo back from his thoughts, and he winked at the dragon-blooded bodyguard, who immediately opened the basement door. Looking in from the basement door, a group of tall female warriors holding spears, swords, and wearing metal armor stood quietly in a neat line. Although there were many of them, they did not make even the slightest sound. This is a group of powerful warriors with strict discipline. Scarlet looked at Leo in surprise. She didn't know where Leo found such female warriors. It wouldn't matter if there were 1 or 2 or more than a dozen or 20. But it was obvious that there were more female warriors in the basement than so point. Don't think that Scarlet doesn't know how powerful these female warriors are without trying them out. Based on her experience, she only needs to take a closer look to understand that this is an elite team that has fought in hundreds of battles. How are you? Are you satisfied? Leo pointed to the female warriors, who were filing out of the basement under Sarah's order, and said to Scarlet, "This is the personal guard I specially prepared for you. They will protect you. I feel more at ease when you go to the battlefield. Because you, a silly girl, always do stupid things." At the end of the sentence, Leo shrugged, with an expression like you're giving me a headache. In normal times, Scarlet would definitely have to argue with him. She is not stupid, but sticks to her principles. What kind of paladin is she if she doesn't even stick to her principles? But now Scarlet's attention was attracted by the group of female warriors, and she didn't care about Leo's words. The Dark Rog clan was originally a group of human female warriors. They chose to fall because they were corrupted by the power of H.L. and became a member of the Hell Legion. Rog is composed entirely of women. They are agile and are best at archery. Of course, they are also capable of close combat with spears, daggers and shields. It can be said that the Rog family is equivalent to the replica of the elves in another world. Unfortunately, the world called Sanctuary is regarded as a battlefield by the two forces of heaven and H.L. and it fails to provide the mortal race with relatively loose freedom like this world. Development environment. To make Dark Rog, Leo used the template of the female Vrykal that Sarah discovered in Udgard Castle. These Vrykal were tall and strong, and their strength and agility were comparable to those of Rog in the world of Sanctuary. The characters are much stronger, which makes them better than the original Rog family in melee combat. It is perfect for them to serve as personal guards to protect Scarlet. After all, the Hell Legion is female and conforms to human aesthetics. There really is no one more suitable than the Dark Rog clan. The personal guard you prepared for me? Scarlet pointed at the Dark Rogs. She didn't expect that Leo would quietly prepare a guard force composed entirely of women for himself. And every woman in the guard force was an elite warrior. Building such a force is not easy. He put a lot of thought into me. A feeling called sweetness spreads in the female paladin's heart. About to launch a general attack on the Scourge Legion, Leo had to worry about Scarlet. The female paladin's identity was important, but her strength was insufficient, and she could easily become the target of the opponent's attack. It was imperative to prepare a reliable guard force for her. According to Leo's plan, the first shot of the general attack on the Scourge was not fired by the Alliance or the Blood Elves, but by the millions of demons driven by Manaroth, across the northern part of Dragonblight, through Wintergrasp Lake and into the Sholazar Basin. The long journey made Kazak and Razlak very dissatisfied with Manaroth. The two demon lords got rid of the responsibility of guarding the dark portal. They were waiting to be killed. If Manaroth hadn't been the top demon they could fight, Kazak and Razlak would have turned against them. Manaroth can feel the dissatisfaction of his men, but he is not worried about what tricks these guys can play. He is the Destroyer, the most powerful Abyss Lord in the world of Anelin, and he has restored his full strength. Kazak and Razlak have the courage to resist. Besides, this time won't be too long. After Manaroth helps the Terror Clamps control the crocodile people in Sholazar Basin, they will attack the flesh and blood workshops of the Scourge from the Avalanche land. Of course, things in Manilos have already been on track. As expected, there will be problems. The Dread Clamps are also very popular among the crocodile people. It will be a matter of time before they control the crocodile people tribe in the Sholazar Basin. Leo is not worried about this. Otherwise, he wouldn't be so leisurely messing around with the Hell Legion. The personal guards I prepared for you are extraordinary. Are you interested in seeing their strength? Scarlet looked at Leo, and there was a smile in the eyes of the female paladin. She knew that Leo had chosen his opponent, and she also wanted to see the fighting style of this personal guard. So Scarlet nodded and agreed. Down. Wintergrasp, which is said to never freeze, is the largest body of water in Northrend. It has unique strategic significance because there is only a large mountain range stretching for hundreds of miles between Wintergrasp and the Ice-Crown Fortress, where the Lich King is located. Mountains that stretch for hundreds of miles sound scary. But in fact, in this world with magic and various powerful creatures, it is not an insurmountable chasm. If the Alliance is determined enough, the Alliance's ability will be enough to send the army from Wintergrasp to Ice-Crown Fortress, directly attack the Lich King's lair. But the huge financial resources required to do so make the leaders of the Alliance unable to make up their minds. Wintergrasp Lake is not only strategically important, and possessing it can form a certain deterrent to the Scourge Legion, but the production of this place is also extremely rich, because it is rich in elemental materials. How could Leo ignore such an important place? At present, the Horde and Alliance have not realized the importance of this place, and the Horde expeditionary force, led by Sorfang, is unable to reach Wintergrasp. This is the best time to seize this strategic location. Due to Leo's promotion, the situation of the entire northern expedition in Northrend has changed beyond recognition. The Silver Crusaders, who were supposed to take root in the Storm Peaks, have not chosen a stronghold yet. Although Leo mentioned this to Scarlet, the Storm Cliffs were also recommended, and Scarlet had also discussed it with Fording and others. However, due to the harsh natural environment of the Storm Cliffs, they have not really made a decision yet. Since the Silver Crusaders don't like Storm Cliffs, they should find another place. Leo thinks Wintergrasp Lake is a good place. The Argent Crusaders built their stronghold in Wintergrasp. Not only did the Argent Crusaders have a foothold in Northrend, they could also threaten the Scourge and occupy this treasure land rich in elemental materials for the Alliance. Kill 3 birds with 1 stone. Why not? The above is official business. In private, Leo has something else on his mind. There is a Titan ruins on the boundary of Wintergrasp. It is said that there was once the Titan's tomb, and there are treasures left by the Titans in the tomb. Of course, the reason why a legend is called a legend is because it only consists of words, such as said to be heard, and so on. No one has confirmed it. Or in other words, someone who has confirmed it has not publicized it. Others have doubts about this legend, or simply don't believe it. But Leo doesn't. Others failed to confirm the legend of the Titan treasure in Wintergrasp because they couldn't find the right place. Wintergrasp is so large, and the natural environment is extremely harsh. In addition, the elemental creatures born in Wintergrasp want to it is extremely difficult to enter the Titan ruins, let alone find treasures within the Titan ruins. What is an extremely difficult task for others is not a problem at all for Leo, because he has long known the approximate scope of the legendary Titan treasure in Wintergrasp. With a large number of subordinates, and after delineating the general area, the Titan's treasure hiding place is no secret to Leo at all. Alkavon's treasury is also a Titan ruin, and the guardians inside are also Titan's creations. It is an excellent training place before contacting Ulduar. Through the difficulty of Alkavon's treasury, you can defeat the Titans in Ulduar. Creation's fighting power has its own confidence. I don't know what it will be like for the Dark Rog clan, members of the Hell Legion, to face the guards left behind by the Titans. Leo is looking forward to this scene, when the creations of the Titan civilization and the members of the Hell Legion collide. Who can have the upper hand? Reaching out to pull Scarlet over, Leo smiled and said to the female paladin, "Since you agree, let's go. Trust me, I will give you a big surprise. The collision of 2 civilizations will definitely be interesting. I hope the Dark Rogs will not disappoint me. Otherwise, I will be embarrassed in front of Scarlet." Chapter 1123 Alkavon Treasure House. Strictly speaking, there are only 4 Titan creations in Alkavon's vault: Alkavon the Rock Warden, Coralon the Fire Warden, Amaron the Storm Warden, and Turavin the Ice Warden. But if you think you only have to face 4 guardians after entering the treasure house, you are totally wrong. How could the 4 guardians, as beings created by the Titans themselves, be without wisdom? Taking advantage of Wintergrasp's unique environmental advantages, the guardians of the treasure trove successfully pulled up an army. This army, composed entirely of elemental creatures, guarded the various passages in the treasury. Anyone who spied on the Titan's treasure would be punished to their head-on attack. After Scarlet followed Leo into Alkavon's treasury, she was attacked by the first batch of elemental guards before she could clearly see the situation inside the treasury. The elements here are so active. I never thought there would be such a place on the mountain wall of Wintergrasp. The female paladin was surprised by the activity of the elements in the treasure house. Frost, fire, and wind blades came out of the treasure house, trying to kill her and Leo. The elemental creatures in the treasure house don't care who you are, and they won't ask you about your identity. Their mission is to protect the secrets of the treasure house. Any outsider who enters the treasure house is the target of their killing. If you don't say hello, you'll kill me. It seems like you can't communicate. Leo shrugged. The dark shield easily blocked all the magic thrown by the elemental guards. With his strength, these elemental creatures couldn't even break through his defense. The gap between the 2 sides was too big. Go and get rid of those guys, and let Her Majesty Scarlet see your strength. You are her personal bodyguards. As he said that, Leo pointed forward, only to hear the sound of the strong wind. Black shadows passed by him, and Scarlet at high speed, at a speed comparable to that of a warrior charging. High speed? This is Scarlet's evaluation. Dark Rog is the personal bodyguard formed by Leo for her. Of course, the female paladins must see clearly. Only by having a thorough understanding of their strength can Scarlet know what to do in battle or encounter. Only in times of danger can both parties cooperate better. In terms of pure physical strength, Dark Rog, who is modeled after a female Vrykul, is at least the strength of an epic warrior. After all, the female Vrykul Sarah discovered in Utgard Castle was to prevent her own strength from weakening and falling into how could the early Vrykul, who were sleeping forever and were among the first creations of the Titans in this world. Be so weak? With the level of Titans, no matter how weak the creatures they create are, they cannot be much weaker. At least in the eyes of humans. Drink. Ha! After the dark rogs rushed forward, bursts of magical light flashed in the passage ahead. At the same time, the shouts of the female rogs during the battle also came. Groups of light exploded in front, and the four elements of fire, wind, earth, and water became more and more active with the battle. Scarlet saw that Dark Rog was clearing those elemental guards one by one. With his strength, he was comparable to human legends. The bodies of first-class warriors. They had almost no casualties. And even if they were occasionally injured, they would recover quickly. Powerful physical recovery ability. Scarlet discovered Dark Rog's second ability. Their physical self-healing ability no longer requires the priest's healing spells, as long as they are not killed instantly. The wounds on their bodies will heal at a speed visible to the naked eye. Are these women still human? The female paladin looked at Leo with doubtful eyes. The appearance of Dark Rog was not much different from that of human women. At most, it made people think that they were taller. Scarlet always thought that these female warriors were from Leo. The human elites recruited from all over the world do not seem to be like this now. Don't look at me like that. You didn't ask yourself. Leo looked innocent. They are indeed not ordinary humans. Do you remember Gruul? When I made the dragon-blooded bodyguard, I was thinking, since the blood of a powerful creature like a dragon can strengthen the human body, there is no reason why other powerful creatures can't. At this point, Leo didn't say any more. Scarlet could understand that the dragon blood guard, who can transform into a dragon made by bathing in the blood of a dragon, can be accepted by the world. Why can't Dark Rog? It has to be said that humans in this world are very receptive to new things. Of course, Dark Rog's very similar appearance to human women is also an important reason why Scarlet can quickly accept them. In this world where the strong are respected, it is not unusual to change one's body in order to pursue strength, as long as it does not violate human aesthetics and does not do anything that would make people angry. It will not be criticized by mainstream society. Of exclusion. It was precisely because Leo understood this that he placed Dark Rog beside Scarlet as a personal guard, without worrying about being rejected at all. Otherwise, why wouldn't he recommend the Beetle Demon and the Moon Clan? The battle ahead is continuing. Dark Rog is advancing very fast. It is difficult for the elemental guards' magic to defeat them. However, their attacks can cause fatal damage to the elemental guards. With them, they are clearing the way for Leo and Scarlet. There is no need to stop at all. Just keep walking forward. With the help of the light of magic, Scarlet saw that every time Dark Rog attacked, there was light flashing on their weapons. These lights were either red, bright white, or ice blue. They can also do magic? Scarlet was really surprised. She has great strength, quick movements, agility, proficient combat skills, and strong recovery. Such physical qualities are enough to envy countless warriors. Not counting these, Dark Rog can also use magic when attacking. In addition to physical attacks, there is also magic damage. If their abilities were revealed, I don't know how many people would be envious. You know, these abilities are what warriors dream of. They are fast, capable of fighting and resisting. Warriors with this kind of physique are not weak no matter how weak they are. Having them as guards can really make people feel at ease. Only now has Scarlet truly accepted Dark Rog. The female paladin's talent is outstanding among the younger generation, and her own strength is not weak. How can she become her personal guard without any ability? Fast advancement means that it takes a short time to enter the core of Alkavon's treasure house. The Titan's building is indeed big enough. Leo and Scarlet walked all the way for half an hour before reaching the center of the treasure house. During this period, the number of elemental guards killed by Dark Rog within this time has already reached thousands. These elemental guards made Leo and Scarlet a small fortune. If the elemental materials they dropped were converted into gold coins, they could buy enough food to feed an army of 10,000 for 5 years. Nowadays, Alasho's stalls are big and expensive, so it would be good to make some money to subsidize them. With this thought in mind, Leo collected all the materials he could collect. As long as the place he passed was cleaner than a plate licked by a dog, it seemed that he wanted to truly carry forward the tradition of loving cleanliness. The Alkavon treasury is similar to a T-shaped row, and Leo and Scarlet are now standing at the only fork and center of the treasury. Originally, according to Leo's idea, Scarlet should choose the path after arriving here to see which side to go first and which Titan creation to challenge first. However, after getting here, The scene in front of him once again told Leo the reality. The difference with the game. In the game, the major bosses will only stay in a fixed place waiting for players to challenge them. But in reality, the bosses can move around and choose whether to attack according to the situation. The 4 guardians of rock, fire, storm, and ice in the treasure house all gathered in the center of the treasure house, waiting in formation for Leo and Scarlet, trying to kill the intruders who had caused trouble in the treasure house. It's not easy to deal with 4 guardians at the same time. Although Dark Rog is strong, Alkavon and the other 4 Titan creations are not vegetarians. Do you need my help? Leo was about to summon several powerful subordinates. But Dark Rog was already fighting with Alkavon and others. The Rock Guardian Alkavon jumped out first, and he made a heavy jump from top to bottom to press towards the Dark Rog, who was rushing at the front. His 20-meter-high body, made entirely of rocks, used tremendous force. If it hits, it has the potential to smash Dark Rog into meat pies. Dark Rog's body suddenly stopped while he was charging forward, and turned from extreme movement to extreme stillness. Alkavon did not expect that Dark Rog's physical assistance would be so strong, and he miscalculated the landing point and hit the empty space. There was a loud bang in the treasure house. The sound seemed terrifying, but it did not kill even a single enemy. No matter how powerful the force is, it is useless if it fails to hit the target. Alkavon felt that he had been tricked by Dark Rog. He had smashed the floor for nothing and was about to stand up. Dozens of figures suddenly surrounded him. Spears, swords, and other weapons shining with various colors were crackling. Hacking indiscriminately, Alkavon suffered a lot of damage in just one encounter. Dark Rog's attack was not just a random chop. Their attack points all fell on Alkavon's right ankle. When Alkavon managed to stand up, his right ankle was riddled with gashes. Before performing the heavy jump, Alkavon would never have thought that he would be injured by the opponent in a confrontation. And the injury was still on his ankle. For a creature like him with a huge body and a heavy body, the joints of the legs must be protected. Everything has advantages and disadvantages. His huge body not only brings him great strength, but also brings him a heavy body. Once the joints of the legs are damaged, it will be hundreds of times more difficult for a creature like Alkavon to stand and move than for other petite creatures. Cunning mortal! Alkavon's roar echoed in the treasure house. The Rock Guardian stretched out his hand and grabbed it on the ground. With a flick of his wrist, a large number of rock fragments flew out. The power carried by these rock fragments was not small. Several Dark Rog were unable to avoid it. He was beaten and flew several meters away. Fortunately, Dark Rog is strong and the armor he wears is also of high quality. A mere piece of gravel cannot kill them. With their recovery power, they only need to rest for 2 or 3 minutes before they can go forward to fight vigorously. It was a tragedy for Alkavon. The injury on his foot was not easy to heal. The ice, fire, poison, and other elements attached to Dark Rog's attack attached to it, making Alkavon's wound heal extremely slowly. Seems easier to deal with than I thought. Leo stopped when he saw this. It was true that Dark Rog was created by him. But after they were born, they were already creatures with independent thinking. Leo only mastered their superficial data and their soft abilities such as combat experience. It's very vague. Dark Rog's fighting consciousness when dealing with Alkavon surprised him a little. So Leo decided to let them show off their skills first. Chapter 11:24 Poor Alkavon. Seeing that the killing effect of throwing rock fragments was good, Alkavon leaned down again, grabbed the ground with his big hand, flicked his wrist, and the flying rock fragments attacked Dark Rog again. To deal with an opponent as agile and fast as Dark Rog, a ranged attack is definitely the best choice. Alkavon has only 2 range attack abilities. One is to throw rock fragments, and the other is to raise a cloud of dust to create a suffocating cloud. Throwing rock fragments is an overt attack method, while the suffocating cloud is covertly used. The latter is a spell used by Alkavon to inflict evil on people. When he attacks, the ground always shakes, and then a cloud of dust is produced. If you rush into the dust mist without understanding the situation, you will soon find that you can't breathe. What puzzles Alkavon is that his suffocating cloud has no effect on Dark Rog. These mortals are completely unaffected after rushing into the range of the suffocating cloud. They swing their swords when they should and run when they should run. Don't these mortals need to breathe? Even if they know that I have the power of suffocating clouds, and hold their breath when entering the range of clouds and mists. My suffocating clouds are not that easy to deal with. They will attach to these mortals and block every breath in them. In the end, they would suffocate to death even if they opened their mouths wide. But why doesn't the suffocating cloud work on them? Alkavon did not know that the Dark Rog he fought was not immortal as he thought. but a dark Rog with undead and demonic attributes. Do the undead need to breathe? There is no need to answer this question. The suffocating cloud and mist, an attack method that is extremely dangerous to other creatures, is far less threatening than throwing rock fragments in front of dark Rog. After suffering a loss, you must learn to be good again. When Alkavon leaned towards the ground to grab it, knowing that he was going to repeat his old tricks, dark Rog immediately made the right response. A team of dark Rog holding long swords stood at the front of the team holding shields. The rock fragments that were blown by the strong wind hit the shields with a muffled sound, and the shields made of fine steel were knocked out. The cracks show how much power these rocks carry. The shield was cracked, and dark Rog said it didn't matter. They used the cracked shield as a throwing weapon and threw it at Alkavon, and a new stainless steel shield appeared in their hands. Dark Rog is the personal bodyguard Leo selected for Scarlet. They are responsible for protecting Scarlet's safety. How could Leo not care about them? If something goes wrong due to equipment issues at a critical moment, wouldn't Leo regret it to death? Therefore, Leo gave these dark Rogs permission. They could take out the equipment that had been stored long ago from Leo's Kingdom of God. If they wanted to reduce the combat effectiveness of dark Rogs by destroying their equipment, Alkavon would be exhausted and unable to do it. Arrive, with companions holding shields blocking Alkavon's rock fragments. The dark logos were unscathed in this round of attacks, taking advantage of the gap between Alkavon's attacks. The dark logos rushed out, and Alkavon's they surrounded him before his hands even touched the ground. And their spears and daggers once again came into close contact with the rock guardian's right ankle. His right ankle was attacked again, and Alkavon roared angrily. Without thinking, he raised his foot and stepped on it. Boom! A shockwave visible to the naked eye centered on the contact point between Alkavon's soles and the ground and quickly spread to all sides. Trampling. A powerful stampede. If he is trampled, Dark Rog will have to reduce his strength. Of course, the premise is that Alkavon can step on it. Dark Rog was fast and reacted quickly. The moment Alkavon raised his foot, they all dispersed. By the time the Rock Watcher's attack was launched, there was no enemy around him. Use your high speed to fight guerrilla warfare? Leo rubbed his chin. Dark Rog's tactics were very good. To deal with a huge enemy like Alkavon, you should make full use of your speed advantage. If Alkavon was alone, he would definitely be beaten to death by Dark Rog. However, there are 4 guardians in the treasury instead of 1. Seeing that Alkavon was struggling to deal with Dark Rog's attack, the other 3 guardians naturally stopped watching. The Ice Guardian Tulawan was the first to lend a helping hand to Alkavon. The biting cold air hit me before I even arrived. Dark Rog used speed to deal with Alkavon. What would happen if he lost his speed advantage? The ice is spreading, with Turawang as the center. The white frost quickly spreads to the surrounding areas, but in the blink of an eye it covers an area of about 300 meters. As soon as the Dark Rogs enter the area covered by the frost, the ice begins to spread. It will freeze their steps. Even if Dark Rog can use his strength to shatter the ice, their speed will be greatly reduced. Without speed, how can we come and go as soon as we want and retreat as soon as we want? With the addition of Tulawan, close combat will not be so easy. If you want to fight against Alkavon and Tulawan under the frost deceleration, Dark Rog cannot do it. But the price paid for doing so is not small. Losing numbers in the first battle was not what they wanted. What is Rog? Their old profession is archers. The Dark Rog clan, who were descended from Rog, did not put down their bow and arrow skills. They immediately changed their weapons when they found out that they would be disadvantaged in close combat. Galala. The sound of the bowstring pulling was very harsh in the treasure house. The bows used by Dark Rog were not ordinary bows, but strong bows as tall as a man. Such bows were paired with arrows 3 fingers thick. They were not so much bows as arrows. Hands. It would be better to say that they are moving humanoid bed crossbows. Whoosh. 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 When the bowstring was stretched to the extreme and then released, the arrow tore through the air and shot towards Alkavon with a sharp whistling sound. It is better to cut off one of his fingers than to hurt 10 of them. The Dark Rogs have mastered the art of fighting. They did not attack Tulawan but continued to attack Alkavon, vowing to destroy the Rock Watcher. Alkavon was in a state of misery at this time. His right ankle was attacked twice by Dark Rog, during which time another trample was performed that placed great burden on the ankle. The injury to his right foot had reached the point where it seriously affected his movements. Facing Dark Rog's volley, Alkavon tried to dodge but was unable to do so. Alkavon should be thankful that he was not fighting alone, and that his companions gave him a helping hand in times of crisis. The blazing flames jumped out from in front of Alkavon in time. The temperature of these flames was so high that people were shocked. The arrows that Dark Rog shot at Alkavan were melted into molten iron. You must know that those arrows were made of fine iron. How terrifying is the temperature that can melt them in less than a second. The powerful fire control ability makes him worthy of being a watcher. However, if you think that melting arrows can defeat Dark Rog's attack, you would be underestimating these warriors of the Hell Legion. Leo folded his hands, looking like he was watching a good show. Bang 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 explosions came from the feet of Alkavan. The flames of Flamekeeper Coralon could not completely block Dark Rog's attack. The flames melted the arrows and eliminated the physical attacks, but failed to block the magic attacks. The magic that Dark Rog attached to the arrows successfully passed through the flames of Coralon. Poor Alkavan. He shouldn't have been the first one to jump out. He was so miserable after being set on fire by Dark Rog that his right ankle had a crack that penetrated most of the ankle. The crack was as thick as an ordinary person's thigh. Leo doubted whether this guy could still move. If this guy was a flesh and blood creature instead of an elemental creature, he would definitely be in pain. The Rock Guardian is not good at long-range attacks. With only one rock fragment, the threat is extremely limited when Dark Rog is prepared. One of the 4 guardians in the treasure house has been eliminated. The combat power of these female warriors cannot be underestimated. Scarlet was very satisfied. If she wanted to severely injure Alkavan in such a short period of time, she would never be able to do so without the help of the Ashcandy sword. Dark Rog could do this with only the standard weapon in his hand. Although there is also the reason that Alkavan underestimated the enemy and was careless. It can also be seen that they are extraordinary. You did a great job. Now it's time to look at me, Scarlet said, as several rays of light rippled under her feet like spreading water waves. They were the Paladin's Halo ability. The range-wide blessing ability of the Halo is very powerful in group battles. Scarlet's piety, punishment, concentration and other Halo blessings are all added together, and Dark Rog's combat power is increased by several points. After turning on the Halo, Scarlet was not idle. As the golden light flashed, she rushed forward. With the blessing of freedom in her body, Tulawan's frost was completely unable to do anything to Scarlet. The female paladin stepped on the frost with both feet and moved at a high speed. He continued to kill Alkavan. Seeing Scarlet rushing forward, the Dark Rogs quickly launched a counterattack to attract the attention of Tulawan and Coralon, allowing Scarlet to have less resistance when dealing with Alkavan. The sword of Ashcandy drew a golden crescent in the air, commanding the Holy Seal. Scarlet's sword is very fast. Even if Alkavan is not injured, he may not be able to dodge it. Not to mention that he has difficulty moving now. With just a sound, Ashcandy's sword sliced through Alkavan's ankle like tofu, completely destroying his right ankle. Alkavan was shocked and angry. He didn't expect Scarlet's sword to be so sharp. Damn mortal. How dare you hurt the Rock Guardian? His right ankle was separated from his body. If Alkavan didn't want to fall to the ground in embarrassment, he could only do the golden rooster position. However, with his weight, one leg was obviously unable to support his movement. Scarlet's sword turned him into a rooster, became a target. After using the seal of command to destroy Alkavan's mobility, Scarlet did not retreat. Nor did she take advantage of the victory to pursue the Rock Watcher. Instead, she twisted her body and turned to kill the Storm Watcher Imran. It turns out that Imran, who has never joined the battle, is summoning other elemental guardians in the treasure house. The Storm Watcher was insidious, hiding behind and calling people silently. Unfortunately, his size was too big compared to humans, and Scarlet couldn't even see him. Why is this silly girl so excited when she sees a battle? Has she forgotten that we are here to test Dark Rog's combat power? Leo put his hand on his forehead, and the halo representing the energy halo under his feet was flickering. Skipping chapter 1125 does not affect viewing. Chapter 1126 scare him. Leo's energy aura turned on, and Scarlet and Dark Roger suddenly felt their bodies light up, and their speed was more than twice as fast as before. The female paladin, who was charging forward, exerted force under her feet. The force exploded and her whole body was like a cannonball, leaving a golden afterimage in the air and rushing to the side of Storm Watcher Imran in an instant. There was an obvious look of astonishment on Emerald's face when Scarlet rushed towards him. He was still laughing at the female paladin. He felt that this human being was overestimating his own capabilities. With Emerald's strength, he was fully capable. When Scarlet was halfway through, he used the storm spell to intercept her. Unexpectedly, Scarlet's speed suddenly increased, catching him off guard. Cunning humans. Imran cursed in his heart. Scarlet's strength was not enough to scare him. But the sword in the female paladin's hand was different. Imran saw with his own eyes how it could break through rocks like tofu. Watcher Alkavon's ankle. Among the 4 guardians of the treasure house, Alkavon has the toughest body and the strongest defense. Even he can't block Ashkandi's sharp edge. And Emerald is even less good. Afraid of the sharpness of Ashkandi's sword, Imran did not dare to stand still and resist Scarlet's attack. He raised his leg to retreat. She was able to successfully approach Emerald at full speed. So how could Scarlet let him run away? At the moment the Storm Watcher raised his leg, Scarlet swung one arm, and the Ashkandi sword was thrown out spinning in the air. The sword body burning with golden flames made a chirp sound, and fell in front of Emma. With his horrified eyes, Aaron cut the Storm Watcher's left ankle in half. After the horror, there was great joy. What Imran was afraid of was the Ashkandi sword in Scarlet's hand. Now the female paladin threw the sword as a hidden weapon. Although it caused a lot of damage to Imran, there was nothing left in her hand for the Storm Watcher to worry about. Stupid mortal. Now it's my turn to fight back. Imran's retreat stopped, and he rushed forward regardless of the injury to his left foot. However, before he could really charge forward, another heavy sword appeared in Scarlet's hand. The second Ashkandi sword. How could there be another one? Imran was dumbfounded. If you don't play like this, one Ashkandi is already incredible. How can you have 2? This is cheating. Scarlet didn't care whether Emerald was surprised or not. While taking out the second sword of Ashkandi, the female paladin erupted again. By the time Emerald came back to his senses, it was already too late to dodge. The sword of Ashkandi slashed at Imran's ankle, and with another seal of command, another treasure trove guard was disabled. Leo saw all the battle ahead. He originally thought there would be a hard battle in Alkavon's treasure house, but he didn't expect that the battle would go so smoothly after it started. Alkavon and other treasure house guards were very capable. Niha met Scarlet and Dark Rog holding the sword of Ashkandi, and happened to eat them to death. The key to dealing with giants is to first cripple their feet so that they lose the ability to move, and then slowly grind them to death. It has to be said that Dark Rog's fighting intelligence is very high. It can be seen from the fact that they found Alkavon's weaknesses from the beginning of the fight. Even if Leo and Scarlet don't take action, they can defeat Alkavon and the other 4. Keeper of the Treasury. After all, they were created based on the first batch of Titan's creations, and their abilities are not weak. Combining the advantages of the Vrykal and Dark Rog, the combat power of this batch of Dark Rog is far stronger than the first 2. Dark Rog's strength was higher than expected, and Leo was not generally satisfied. Moreover, during this trip to Alkavon's treasure house, Leo also saw that the Titan creation was not as powerful and invincible as he imagined. As long as it is used correctly, methods can easily solve them. Of course, Leo was not dazzled by this victory. The difficulty of Alkavon's treasure house is not on the same level as Ulduar. The latter is the prison used by the Titans to imprison the ancient god Yogg-Saron. The observers left by the Titans monitor the world's base camp, which is far beyond the Alkavon treasury. Rock Watcher Alkavon's right leg was crippled. Storm Watcher Imran's left leg was crippled. 2 of the 4 Great Watchers have been injured, and the remaining Ice Watcher Turawan and Flame Watcher Korra long wanted to kill the enemy, but was unable to save his life. Especially the Ice Guardian Turawang. After Leo turned on the energy aura, the threat of Turawang's frost spells was greatly reduced. With the blessing of the energy aura, Dark Rog even stepped on Turawang's frost land. Not much slower than normal, Dark Rog's speed is not affected, and Rock Watcher Alkavon is in tragedy. Neither Tulawan nor Coralon are masters who are good at speed. They could not keep up with Dark Rog's speed, so they could only roar in vain, watching helplessly as Alkavon's other leg was crippled by Dark Rog. And then he collapsed to the ground with a painful cry. The Rock Watcher had great power, but was frustrated and defeated because he could not hit the target. It can be seen that partiality is really undesirable. Only focusing on the development of one attribute while ignoring the growth of other attributes can easily be restrained. The threat of Alkavon, who lost his legs, was reduced by 90%. Dark Rog even developed the fighting style of beating a drowned dog, running in and out, and kept attacking Alkavon with his spear and sword. Kill the Rock Watcher Arcavon. When he heard this prompt, Leo was still looking forward to it. But after waiting for a long time and nothing happened, he became angry. It's up to you to decide whether to give someone something or not. Don't you know that it's immoral to whet someone's appetite? It doesn't matter whether Goldfinger has morals or not. What matters is whether Leo can do something about him. Leo couldn't even find this mysterious guy. So what could he do? Well, if you want to whet your appetite, Let me see what you are up to. Leo waited in depression. Goldfinger loved to do mischief. So the benefits that should be given to him would still be given to him. And the more bizarre situations he created, the greater the benefits would be. The battle will not stop because Goldfinger whets Leo's appetite, but will become more intense because Dark Rog kills Alkavan. Tulawan and Coralon roared with anger when they saw their companions being killed. Frost and flames enveloped the entire passage. But the 2 layers of ice and fire could not do anything to their enemies. Scarlet was protected by the holy light and was not injured. And Dark Rog, their physical bodies are strong and resilient. And the burning of fire and frostbite of ice cannot affect their combat power for a moment. Emerald's roar was a little more frightening than the 2 companions. The Storm Watcher saw the fate of Alkavan. He seemed to see his own future, thinking that he would be killed by a group of mortals like Alkavan. Killing. Storm Watcher Emerald's heart was filled with fear. It is true that Emerald is a creation of the Titans. But who says that the created life does not have its own thoughts? Following the orders of his maker, the Titan, Emerald served as a guard in Alkavan's treasure house for countless thousands of years. During this long period of time, he had already had his own thoughts. It is a simple tool again. So Emerald will be angry, afraid, and frightened. Scarlet didn't notice this scene during the battle, but Leo noticed it outside the field. That guy seems to be afraid of death. Why don't I scare him and see if I can get some unexpected surprises? An idea flashed in Leo's mind. He stretched out his hand to grab it, and a big hand transformed by magic appeared out of thin air. Amidst Emerald's fearful scream and Turawan Coralon's anxious roar, the Storm Watcher was caught in front of Leo. Scarlet looked back at Leo. She wanted to take advantage of the opportunity to kill Emerald. But since Leo took action against the female paladin, he let go of the Storm Watcher before retrieving the ash candy thrown before. After wielding the sword, Scarlet rushed towards Flame Keeper Coralon with 2 great swords. In panic, Emerald desperately shot out balls of wind blades and electric currents, trying to bring himself psychological comfort in this way. Comfort? Yes, it is comfort, because as early as when he was caught by that big magic hand, Emerald realized that he and the other party were not on the same level. If the owner of that big magic hand had murderous intentions against him, he would never be able to do so with his strength. Yukiri. Letting the electric current and wind blade hit the dark shield, Leo tilted his head, with a disdainful arc on his lips. Emerald was desperate. The magic attacks he used with all his strength were of no use to Leo. The lightning bolts and hundreds of wind blades hit the dark shield without causing even the slightest ripple. Even if he couldn't hurt Leo even if he stood and didn't fight back. Do you want to fight again? Leo looked at Emerald. His flat tone had a sense of danger that made the Storm Watcher's hair stand on end. And Emerald immediately stopped. He did not dare to attack again, because he knew that if he was not wise, the mortal with black hair and eyes opposite him might kill him. I like obedient guys. Leo laughed. Emerald's performance made him more and more sure of what he was going to do. If you don't want to die, come up with conditions that are enough to impress me. At this point, Leo emphasized his tone, raised his index finger and said, remember, you only have one chance. He doesn't want to kill me. I can save my life. Emerald was shocked at first, and then overjoyed. He had already developed independent thinking and really didn't want to die. Leo gave him a life-saving straw, so of course he had to hold on tightly. You are here to gain control of the Dome Hall. I know how to gain operational authority. One thing you must note is that once you activate the center of the Dome Hall, the city hidden underground in order to protect the Dome Hall from being discovered will when you reappear. You must be prepared to be discovered by other creatures. Emerald only wanted to survive, and the responsibilities given by the Titans were easily abandoned by him in the face of the fear of death. Oh! Leo raised his eyebrows. He was impressed by Emerald's bargaining chip. If Leo was not mistaken, the underground city that Emerald mentioned was the remains left by the Titans in Winter Grasp. With the help of this mole, what he will get will be a highly complete Titan city. Such a city will be of immeasurable help to him in understanding Titan technology and acquiring Titan knowledge. With a flick of his fingers, a bunch of gray-black flames bounced from Leo's fingertips into Emerald's body, leaving a mark on the deepest part of the Storm Watcher's soul. From then on, Emerald's life and death depended on Lei. In a moment of thought, I am impressed by your conditions. You will be my servant from now on. Chapter 1127 Rune Upgrade. Kill the Flame Keeper Coralon. Kill the Ice Watcher Turawan. Goldfinger still didn't give any reward. Leo's attitude towards this was, okay. I'm used to it. 3 of the 4 guardians of Alkavon's treasury have been killed. But Goldfinger refuses to give out the final reward. Could it be that he still needs to kill all 4? It is not difficult to kill Stormwatcher Emerald. But Leo also points to him to help him obtain central control of the Titan ruins in Wintergrasp. So it is naturally impossible to do so. The central control system of the Titan ruins in Wintergrasp was very sci-fi. Standing in front of it, Leo felt like he was facing a big Rubik's Cube. Looking at the 6-story Rubik's Cube, Leo felt that it was huge enough to be as big as the sun. Leo would probably have thought that the well's energy was a dormant energy source if he hadn't learned from Imran that it was the city's central control system. Leo made a questioning gesture to Imran. How to gain control of this Titan ruins can only be asked by the Storm Watcher. Imran did not dare to neglect in order to save his own life. His life was now in Leo's hands. The Storm Watcher, who was afraid of death, quickly said, "Master, you only need to input the magic power into it, and leave the rest to me. That's fine with me." The manipulation to gain control of the central center was very complicated. Imran felt that even if he told Leo, he still wouldn't understand. Titan's technology was far beyond that of this world. It would take 10,000 years for the mortal race to understand Titan's technology. Neither may work. Even if I tell you, you won't understand. So why waste my words? That's what Stormwatcher Imran thinks. Leo frowned slightly. From the mark he left in the soul of Imran, Leo noticed the thoughts of the Stormwatcher. Even as a prisoner, this Titan's creation did not really think highly of Leo and Scarlet. The Stormwatcher has never been able to face up to the mortal race, and he still has a superior mentality. He has already fallen into this situation, and he hasn't figured out the situation yet. Does Imran really think that his life is safe, and he can show off his cool and noble character again? Seeing Emerald go to the side to tinker with something like a console after he finished speaking, Leo couldn't help but shake his head. His new servant really didn't have the consciousness of a servant at all. It seemed that he needed to be beaten hard to make him understand what kind of attitude a servant should have. Thinking in his mind, his movements were not slow. While Imran was busy, Leo Ian input magic power into the control center, and the big Rubik's Cube activated by external force slowly became active. The control system is starting. For some reason, when he heard this emotionless mechanical sound, Leo had a bad feeling in his heart, as if something bad was about to happen. Is Imran up to something? Strong demigods like Leo have a certain sense of danger. His intuition tells him that if he activates the central authority, something bad will happen. It's just from the imprint left in the deepest part of Imran's soul. Judging from the feedback, the Stormwatchers did not have any evil intentions. Where could the source of danger come from if it didn't come from Imran? Leo was secretly on guard while thinking quickly. Emerald was the guardian of the city created by the Titans to guard Wintergrasp. From Emerald's previous words, Leo deduced that the Titan city of Wintergrasp was not buried deep underground due to natural changes. Otherwise, Imran would not have said that the city would reappear on the surface after gaining control of the center. This city sank into the ground before the Titans left. To bring it back to the surface now would be tantamount to violating the Titans' will. Wait! Leo was startled. He knew where the danger came from. Emelon! Stop it! Hearing Leo's urgent shout, the Stormwatcher turned around and asked with a confused look on his face, "What?" Leo was really mad at Imran. You can just say what he said. Why didn't his hand stop moving? Didn't this guy hear what he said? I told you to stop. Now is not the time to talk nonsense. Leo only needs to stop Imran at this time. As for dealing with this disobedient guy, there will be many opportunities in the future. What are you stopping for? I'll be fine soon. Emerald did not obey, and his hands were still moving on the console. In his opinion, Leo was just causing trouble. An immortal who didn't understand Titan civilization could just stand aside and wait to gain control of the center. You want to die? A cold light flashed in Leo's eyes. Imran had repeatedly disobeyed his wishes. Such a servant could not be kept. No master would like such a servant who is not strong and disobedient. Not to mention that Imran's disobedience will bring danger to himself as his master. In the first moment, Leo detonated the brand that was left in the deepest part of Imran's soul. The Stormwatcher screamed and fell on the control table and stopped moving. The soul mark is not something that needs to be superficial. If you really think that it is a decoration placed deep in your soul, then you will just wait until your soul is gone. After dealing with the disobedient Imran Leo, the sense of crisis in his heart did not disappear, but became more and more intense. He turned around and looked around regardless of Scarlet's strange gaze beside him. System is activating. The big Rubik's Cube was becoming more and more active. But the rising mechanical sound gave Leo an increasingly cold feeling. Kill Stormwatcher Imran. Goldfinger's rising sound is back. But this time it's different from the previous 3 times. The host has obtained the knowledge of Titan runes. And the Rune Master's ability is being upgraded. Goldfinger finally gave out the reward, which confirmed Leo's previous guess that only by killing all 4 guards in the treasure house can the final reward be obtained. Speaking of runes, Leo suddenly remembered that the 4 guardians, Imran and Alkavan, were the rune giants created by the Titans. However, Leo did not expect that after killing 4 of them, he could actually obtain the Titans' runes. Literary knowledge. Rune Master ability upgrade? Could it be that the rune knowledge of the sanctuary world could be used to make up for the shortcomings of the Titan runes? In normal times, this news would definitely make Leo happy for a while. But it was different now. Leo was not in the mood to care about anything else when he had not determined the source of the crisis and what would happen. The system was activated successfully. The big Rubik's Cube spoke again. And what it brought was not good news. Please enter the command. Want more instructions? Emerald never said anything about this. That guy who failed to achieve anything but failed. Leo no longer has any psychological burden for killing the Storm Watcher. That guy Imran is really a bastard. He didn't even tell him such an important thing. Does this guy want to save a hand, or does he want to make Leo realize his power through this? Importance? Well, no matter what Imran's plan is, Leo will not allow his subordinate to play tricks in front of him. Especially if this subordinate has no ability. Leo will not tolerate him. If you don't say anything when you don't have the ability, and you still have so many thoughts, you think it's just being an official. Please enter the command. The sound of the big Rubik's Cube didn't change at all. But it sounded more and more dangerous to Leo's ears. What made Leo depressed was that he didn't know how to prevent the danger from happening. Please enter the command. Leo found that he had never found the sound of machinery to be so annoying. And he was so angry that he really wanted to smash the Rubik's Cube. This broken machine left by Titan, oh no. If it's a machine left by Titan, why can't I understand its prompts? Leo was startled. And when he was feeling strange, he heard Goldfinger snickering. It's that guy's fault. Of course, the machines made by Titan use the language of Titan. Others would definitely not be able to hear what the big Rubik's Cube is saying. This was confirmed by Leo from Scarlet's confused eyes and blank expression next to him. The reason why Leo could understand what the big Rubik's Cube said was that Golden Finger played a vital role in it. Noticing Goldfinger's behavior, Leo quickly asked, "Don't just have fun on the sidelines. Is there any solution?" "There's no other way." Goldfinger simply rejected Leo. "This is actually a good thing for you. There's nothing to worry about." After saying that, Goldfinger fell silent. No matter how much Leo shouted, he stopped showing up. Damn diving party. That guy said it was a good thing for me. But why did I feel uneasy? Leo didn't doubt Goldfinger. That guy wouldn't harm him. But what was the reason for this feeling that something big was about to happen? The input command is incorrect. The detection program starts. What the big Rubik's Cube said has finally changed. What is this detection system? An unknown creature was detected, the Guardian died, it was confirmed that the city was invaded by an unknown creature. And the defense system was activated, the defense system was damaged. Following the big Rubik's Cube's words, the whole city was trembling. And Leo could clearly feel that their location was gradually rising. Can the city float to the surface without gaining central control of the city? Leo felt that things were not that simple. And the next words of the Rubik's Cube confirmed his suspicion. Data uploading, the observer has received the data. The system has entered sleep mode. When the big Rubik's Cube said that the data was uploaded, the city shook violently. When it said that the upload was successful, the Titan ruins that had been buried under winter grass for countless thousands of years appeared on the surface again. After entering the surface, the big Rubik's Cube gradually stopped. After turning it and entering sleep mode, the vibrations in the entire city stopped. Leo knew that the Titan ruins here in Wintergrasp Lake had finally come to a standstill. But his face didn't look good. On the contrary, it became much uglier. If he heard correctly, the Rubik's Cube mentioned the observer. And this guy also uploaded data to the observer. What data did big Rubik's Cube upload? Who was it uploaded to? There was a hint of gloom in Leo's eyes. What he was most worried about now was alarming the existence observer Aldelon. Chapter 1128 Alchemical Synthesis. The city left by the Titans in Wintergrasp reappeared on the surface, which had a great impact on the environment of Wintergrasp. Just imagine how spectacular a city rising from the ground would be, especially since this city was built by Titans. Its vast area has created a huge momentum that is far beyond comparison with other cities. The moment Leo and Scarlet felt the shock, the entire continent of Northrend shook slightly. When the shaking stopped, 1/5 of Wintergrasp disappeared, replaced by an unknown number of lakes buried underground. A 1,000-year-old ancient city. If Leo could see the whole city at this time, he would definitely sigh like this. It's so big. Big. This is the most basic characteristic of Titan creations. Who makes Titans so big? The things they create are naturally very big in the eyes of humans. Compared to humans, the Titans are so powerful that they are unattainable. Think about what they have done. Imprisoning the old gods, banishing the 4 elemental lords such as Ragnaros and Neptulin, and destroying the entire world as their experimental factory, and giving Neltharion, Alexstar and other 5 guardian dragons powers that are so powerful that they are close to the limits of this world, etc. None of this is what humans can do. The city located in Wintergrasp Lake, according to the information revealed by Storm Watcher Imran, it did not sink into the ground due to natural reasons. Instead, the Titans buried it underground and hid it actively. This is what the Titans want to hide. But now Leo has brought it to light and pulled the city out of the ground. What he did was obviously against the Titans' wishes. To disobey the Titans is to offend God. God? Yes. Titans are gods. Think about the pantheon of forces established by Titan. Listen to how domineering this name is. Doesn't it also explain Titan's positioning of itself? In fact, even the power of a newly born Titan far exceeds the combat power of many races in the universe after they become gods. It can be said that the Titans are a powerful race in the universe who are born to stand on high ground. To use a vivid metaphor, Titans are the tall, rich and handsome people in the universe, while humans, whose bodies are so weak that even a rock can kill them, are completely incomparable to Titans. Humans, a race that is not taken seriously by Titans, are not even considered ants in front of Titans, because Titans will not look at humans seriously at all, and weak races have no place in front of the strong men of the universe. But such an ant dares to go against Titan's will and covet Titan's city. How will Titan react? The powerful Titan may not have any reaction to this. After all, a lion will not waste time on an ant with its teeth and claws. But don't forget that there is something called observers left in this world. These observers are all Titans. They are not only responsible for the task of monitoring the world, but also have the responsibility to clean up a group of races, or individuals, that challenge the majesty of the Titans when necessary. Among the observers left by the Titans, the most dangerous one is Aldelon, the Titan observer in Ulduar. What Leo is worried about now is that the data uploaded by the big Rubik's Cube has alarmed Aldelon and awakened the sleeping Titan observer in Ulduar. And what impact it will have on the entire world. In this world, whether dragons, elves, or even human dwarves and other races, they all have a heartfelt awe for Titans. According to legend, Titans created all races in this world. The status of Titans in this world is equal to its the creator god. Leo doesn't think Titan has any kindness towards the creatures in this world, since this place is positioned as an experimental factory by Titan. The races born here are Titan's experiments. There are good and bad experiments. When Titan leaves, anyone who is not stupid can guess the role of the remaining observers. The observers are the executioners, who eliminate all races that they think cannot survive within the tolerance of Titan. As early as when the ancient gods used the curse of flesh and blood to pollute the rock creatures created by the Titans into flesh and blood creatures. The fate of this world was already doomed. The only difference was sooner or later. If the observer Aldelon is really alerted, real trouble will come. Rubbing his eyebrows, Leo suddenly felt a headache. It's just a small treasure house. So how could it be involved in such a big thing? Imran is an idiot. If he hadn't acted without authorization, the Rubik's Cube would never have been fully activated. Speaking of the big Rubik's Cube, Leo tilted his head and looked at it for a while. Why did that thing look a bit like something? In the previous battle, the reason why Leo left the Storm Watcher Imran alive was to gain control of the Titan city in Wintergrasp. Now that the city's central control system is in front of Leo, you have to try it no matter what. Anyway, the data to be uploaded has already been uploaded. It is too late to stop Aldelon from alarming him. So there is no need to act with too much scruples. Titan City Central Control System is a large Rubik's Cube. This big Rubik's Cube reminds Leo of a small Rubik's Cube he owns. The Horadric Cube. Can the magical Horadric Cube surprise Leo again? Just give it a try and you'll find out. Taking out the Horadric Cube, Leo held it in the palm of his hand and injected a magic power into the cube to activate it. Even though the volume of the Horadric Cube was less than 1% of the large Rubik's Cube, Leo was we are confident that we can put the big Rubik's Cube into the Horadric Cube. Because the Horadric Cube, which was created by integrating thousands of years of human magic and alchemy skills in the world of Sanctuary, is by no means as simple as it appears. There is an independent space in this cube, and this space can accommodate thousands of large Rubik's Cubes without any problem. Using the Horadric Cube to collect the big Rubik's Cube is an extremely safe method. Even if the cube cannot refine the big Rubik's Cube, the Titan City that has lost its control center will not be taken away by anyone, as long as the Alliance maintains a strong presence in this area. Just dominance. Regardless of whether it succeeds or not, the control of this city is in the hands of the Alliance. How could Leo not do such a thing? Even though the Horadric Cube is small, its ability is great. Things are just as Leo thought. The dormant city control center was illuminated and sucked by the light emitted from the Horadric Cube and moved towards the cube obediently. During the movement, the size of the big Rubik's Cube shrunk rapidly. At the last few floors, the big Rubik's Cube turned into a small cube the size of a fist. Then the suction force of the Horadric Cube increased, and the small cube was sucked into the cube with a whooshing sound. Space within. Horadric Cube, you really did not disappoint me. Leo smiled proudly. He turned to Scarlet and said, "Don't stand there stupidly. Silly girl. Go and contact Fording and Marlin before other forces enter the city." Led by the Crusaders set out quickly. Long before Leo and Scarlet set off from Utgard Castle, the Silver Crusaders arrived in Northrend under the leadership of Tyrion Fordring, and their contribution to the annihilation of the Scourge was indispensable. According to the plan, after the Silver Crusaders gain a stronghold in Northrend, Ash Lord Mograin's Knights of the Ebon Blade will also come. The two sides will share a stronghold. Silver Crusaders Lord Fordring and Ash Lord Mograine, the two have decided to join forces. Lafayette and Ash Lord join forces. A powerful combination. Leo is planning to let the Silver Crusaders and the Knights of the Ebon Blade garrison this city in Winter Grasp. This not only solves the problem of the Alliance's Northern Expeditionary Force having insufficient manpower to take care of the three strongholds, but it can also sell soldiers of the Silver Crusaders and Black Blades. A favor from the Death Knight of the Knights of the Wind helped Scarlet become more secure in her position as Lord of the Silver Crusade, and allowed these two forces that claim to be neutral to the outside world to unknowingly get closer to the kingdom of Arathor. I wonder if Fordring and Mograine can find a way through the mountains north of Winter Grasp. If they can find it, the attack on Ice Crown City will not be flanked on two sides, but surrounded on three sides. Scarlet did not hesitate and contacted Fording after taking out the magic communication stone. A big problem has been solved. The Argent Crusaders and the Knights of the Ebon Blade have a foothold in Northrend. The end of the Scourge is getting closer and closer. Leo played with the Horadric Cube. This thing is really good. It is indeed the crystallization of human wisdom from another world. Now that I have collected the city control center made by Titan, if I don't practice it, I can feel the Horadric Cube. Isn't it a pity that Cube's ability is so great? This is what Leo thought and did. Since the purpose of the Horadric Cube is alchemical synthesis, we can't let the big Rubik's Cube be refined within the cube. But a new question arises. What should we add? Leo thought for a while, and as his mind turned, the long-lost War Fortress appeared behind him. Could it be that Leo wanted to combine the War Fortress and the big Rubik's Cube? Yes, that's what Leo thought. War Fortress has become useless to Leo now. Its potential has reached its limit. Even its most powerful killing moves cannot seriously damage a demigod. It is only useful against minions. However, minions Leo was destroyed with just a few spells. It would be a pity to abandon the War Fortress. So after obtaining the large Rubik's Cube made by Titan, Leo felt that this was an opportunity to improve the War Fortress. Using the alchemy synthesis ability of the Horadric Cube to enhance the War Fortress's capabilities would have arrived. He has upgraded his limit again, making it even more powerful. Perhaps War Fortress can once again become a major help to him after this improvement. If you want to play big. After integrating the War Fortress into the Horadric Cube, Leo did not hesitate to use the ability of the Rune Master to spend energy to exchange all the runes in the Sanctuary world. From the number 1 rune AI, I didn't miss any of the 33rd rune sod. Originally, there were Titan runes on the big Rubik's Cube, and now with a full set of runes from the world of Sanctuary, the two major rune systems are integrated into one. If the synthesis of War Fortress is successful, I will not be disappointed. Leo's eyes flashed with anticipation, and the Horadric Cube was activated. Chapter 1129. There is a fortress flying in the sky. Well, it's actually just a medium-sized fortress with an area of about 20 acres and a height of only 50 meters. What is surprising is that this small fortress is actually made of steel. It is thought that if it were not for the countless shining runes on this steel fortress, it would never be able to fly into the sky with its weight. Inside the fortress that outsiders cannot see, a Rubik's Cube with a height of 3 stories is constantly swallowing. Skeleton tanks and skeleton fighter planes enter from the outside and come from the other side of the Rubik's Cube with shining runes all over their bodies. One side comes out. It seems that the Rubik's Cube in the steel fortress is strengthening the skeleton tanks and skeleton fighters with runes. Leo, who gave this order, wants to use runes to enhance the combat power of the skeleton army. If it were just that simple, then the upgraded war fortress would have been a waste of Leo's hard work. And even more of a waste of the runes he spent a lot of energy to redeem and synthesize. Leo's skeleton mechanical army is not just a machine. Among their attributes, they also have undead attributes. Each of them has a certain degree of wisdom, although this wisdom is still very weak. It is completely different with their skeleton mechanical army, although many things are inconspicuous to you. After some changes, these inconspicuous things may make things turn upside down. For example, the mechanical army of skeletons strengthened by runes attaches to them shortly after they come out of the Rubik's Cube. The runes on their bodies transform them. Jam! 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 The crisp sound of steel echoed from the skeleton machinery covered with runes. War tools such as skeleton tanks and skeleton fighter planes underwent unimaginable changes. Their bodies were being dismantled and reorganized. Leo stood at the top of the steel castle, under his powerful spiritual perception. Everything that happened in the castle could not escape his eyes. He was also very surprised by the changes that happened to the skeleton mechanical army. Originally, Leo just wanted Rubik's Cube to strengthen his army of skeleton machines to give them stronger attack power and defense. Who would have expected that the souls of skeletons integrated into the war machines would actually play a role in the Titan rune and Sanctuary rune? An unknown mutation occurred, and the originally weak souls of the skeletons became dozens of times stronger. The strength of the souls allowed the originally useless skeleton souls to take over the control of the skeleton machinery. Are the changes that have taken place in the skeleton mechanical army good or bad? Leo is waiting. He is not worried about problems with the skeleton mechanical army, because even if they are strengthened and mutated by the Rubik's Cube, all the skeleton machines are under his control. The souls and the skeleton machines that have become stronger due to unknown mutations are still under his control. Control means that no matter how the situation changes, Leo will not lose control. Leo has enough capital to keep his calm. Amidst the crunching sound of scraping steel, the first batch of skeleton machines that came out of the Rubik's Cube were dismantled and reorganized. After a lot of trouble, they turned into weird humanoid machines. This is Leo's Spartan moment. Okay. Is this what you mean? Mechanical puppet? Transformers? I said. Why don't you explain what's going on here? Leo was calling Goldfinger. He wanted to hear this guy's explanation. He was unsure about the changes that had occurred in the skeleton mechanical army. This time Goldfinger responded to Leo, only to hear him explain. It's just based on the mutation of the souls in your machines. Who asked you to use the skeletons? Aren't the skeletons summoned by the Necromancer in human form? Do you think a soul in human form would like to transform into a tank or airplane? It seems you are right. Leo curled his lips. Goldfinger's words made sense. The skeletons he used to synthesize the skeleton mechanical army were indeed in human form. In the past, these souls were muddled, and they would not take the initiative to seek change. Now, after these souls have mutated, their abilities and wisdom have become stronger. Of course, they will care about some things that they didn't care about before, and the change in their appearance is one of them. So they have become self-aware? Self-awareness is a troublesome thing. Just look at Alexa and other aspect dragons, and you will know that with self-awareness, they will violate the will of their creator, the Titan, for their own benefit. Even if they do not actively violate it, they will allow others to destroy it. The rules set by the Titans are ultimately a betrayal. Leo doesn't want such subordinates to appear. No one likes the feeling of being betrayed. Self-awareness? How is this possible? There was deep contempt in Goldfinger's voice. And the object of his contempt was of course Leo. If you want to form self-awareness with such a little mutation, you underestimate the birth of intelligent life. Don't think that the birth of self-awareness is easy. Look at the creatures left behind by the Titans. Why do you think the Titans often let them sleep for tens of thousands of years after creating them? Is it so difficult to form self-awareness? Leo didn't expect that the birth of a trace of self-awareness would take so long. And the creator was a Titan, so he thought it wouldn't be difficult. From this point of view, the formation of every race in the universe is not a simple matter. and must have gone through a long and tortuous process. You know a lot. Leo's words did not elicit a response from Goldfinger. It was obvious that this guy was diving again. Holding his chin, Leo had a thoughtful look in his eyes. When he asked about Golden Finger, he didn't expect that the other party would respond to his question. Now, not only did the guy give him an unexpected answer, it was even more rare. I said something to make myself understand how difficult it is for a life race with self-awareness to be born. Isn't this a bit abnormal? Titans, intelligent life. Leo muttered softly, his intuition telling him that this was a clue. A very important clue. If he could deduce some connection between the two, he would definitely get some unexpected gains. Pacing back and forth in a small area, thoughts flashed through Leo's mind. He was trying to connect the two key words of Titan and intelligent life. Time passed by like this. Suddenly, Leo stopped. He seemed to have an idea, but he couldn't confirm it without confirmation. Shafar, the leader of the Ethereal Revenge Army, is now Leo's subordinate. With Shafar and his men, it will be much easier for Leo to do things. I want you to help me collect some information. Some information can only be collected by Shafar and his men. As the leader of the Revenge Army, one of the three major powers of Ethereal, Shafar's power has a very wide reach in the universe. As you command, my master. After listening to Leo's instructions, Shafar agreed and quickly went to collect information. The information Leo asked him to collect was not top secret. As long as he asked his men to keep it, he believed that it would be done in less than half a day. Go ahead. Don't make me wait too long. After Leo finished speaking, he closed his eyes and waited silently. Fortunately, he was alone now. As the High Lord of the Silver Crusade, Scarlet had to stay in Wintergrasp. Otherwise Leo might not have time to think about some issues alone. Waiting is annoying. But fortunately Leo is not completely ignored. The new capabilities of the War Fortress after the strengthening of the Horadric Cube are still waiting for him to explore. He can take advantage of this period to explore the steel. New uses for Fort. Shafar's power is indeed not an exaggeration. Although it is an exaggeration to say that ethereal spirits are present in every corner of the universe. Their tentacles are indeed wide enough. It is not difficult for such an organization to collect some information that is not secret. Shafar's reply came within an hour. Master, the information you want has been found. After hearing Shafar's reply, Leo moved his lips and said, Tell me carefully. Yes, Master. Shafar's tone was full of respect. Who let Leo hold his life and death? Even his soul was under Leo's control. Prince Node was pinched to death by Leo. Since he couldn't resist, Shafar could only surrender. According to the information we got, Titans have visited countless worlds. And through your suggestions, my master, I discovered a common denominator. The races that rule these worlds are not flesh and blood. Life. Leo didn't even move his eyelids. From everything the Titans did in this world, we can deduce their behavioral patterns. Coming to a world with the strength of a Titan must gain the right to rule that world. After gaining the right to rule, then transform the world and create a large number of beings with the same model as them. Just like the earth spirits and other creatures at the beginning of this world. If the ancient gods had not launched the curse of flesh and blood unwilling to fail, would this world have been able to give birth to flesh and blood creatures such as human dwarves and elves? Without the flesh and blood curse of the ancient gods, this world would probably have been dominated by rock men long ago. Therefore, Leo knew what Shafar said. And he was not surprised at all. If Shafar only collected this information, he would be very disappointed with Leo. Master, listen to me. Shafar seemed to know Leo's reaction. In order not to leave a useless impression in Leo's mind, he did not dare to show off and continued quickly. Part of the world visited by the Titans remains the same. Existed, and most of them were destroyed because this universe is full of too many variables. Many worlds did not follow the steps set by the Titans. Even the creations left by the Titans in those worlds were destroyed by some newly born races. Destroyed? There is still some information here. Leo is interested, and Shafar is not completely useless. He finally got something real. I'm listening. Go on. Master, judging from the information collected by my men, most of these worlds that did not develop according to the trajectory set by the Titans were destroyed, and only a handful were successfully preserved. The ones who destroyed these worlds were a group of people who called themselves the Burning Legion. Demon. What? Please explain it to me carefully. Chapter 1130 Plan. If a computer is infected with a virus, the first thing that comes to mind is antivirus. If the virus is so powerful that the antivirus software cannot kill it, then just reinstall the system. But what if you can't even reinstall the system? Leo's fingers kept tapping on the armrests of the lounge chair, and the sound of gold and stone clashing kept ringing as he raised and lowered his fingers. As a strong man who could even kill gods, Leo had no doubts. Every single movement contains tyrannical power. If a world is compared to a computer, the titans who visit this world and kill the native creatures in this world, and then build their creations in this world to rule it, are the installers who install the system on this computer. After the system is installed, Titan, the installer, will leave. After all, the universe is so big and there are countless worlds waiting for Titan to transform and install the system. They cannot stay in one world for a long time. Titan is very busy. Installing the system does not mean that everything is completed. Whether a computer can actually run the system must be actually tested. Titan will check the system during the initial startup, and then they will leave observers to monitor the system operation. Is it normal? Without Titan, observers have assumed an important responsibility. That is, correcting mistakes. Once the observers find an individual or race that interferes with the operation of the system, they will take action and kill them. According to Leo's observation, it is no surprise that those who shoulder such responsibilities in the world he is in now are the 5 guardian dragons. The Titan gives the aspect dragon the ability to be as powerful as a world and gives them different missions. How is it different from a computer's firewall? Are firewalls powerful? Leo said, of course he is powerful. Look at the blue dragon king Maligos. If he hadn't used Golden Finger to deprive Maligos of control of the Eye of Eternity, Leo might not have defeated the blue dragon king. This is only one of the 5 guardian dragons. If there are 5 of them, Leo will have no choice but to run away. But can a firewall alone guarantee that there will be no problems? Of course not. Therefore, in addition to the overt forces of the 5 guardian dragons, the Titans also have backups. They are the observers who secretly monitor the operation of the world. As far as Leo knows, the observer Aldelon is responsible for heavy equipment, the existence of the system. As long as Aldelon believes that there are problems in the world's operation trajectory that even the 5 guardian dragons cannot solve, the Titan observer will activate a certain program in Ulduar. While starting the program, Aldelon will also learn to upload the data from the big Rubik's Cube in Wintergrasp. Leo gets a headache thinking about this. Doesn't it mean that Aldelon's movement will definitely alarm the Titans? Can I face the Titans with my current strength? Not enough. Leo knew very well that it was so difficult for him to deal with the Maligos, and it would be too much to ask him to face the Titan directly. Face the Titans. Hee. Leo's face showed a little excitement, and he whispered, this person must have something to pursue. The sound of stepping footsteps came from far away. Kael'thas and Jaina were walking from a distance. There were only 3 people in this steel fortress: Leo and Kael'thas Jaina. The reason why Kael'thas was invited here was because Leo discovered a major shortcoming in the mechanical army. After being strengthened by the Rubik's Cube runes in the steel fortress, the capabilities of the transformed skeleton mechanical army were not only enhanced several times, but as their capabilities became stronger, their needs increased. The biggest problem was energy consumption. Although there are runes on the transformed mechanical army to help provide energy, it is not enough for them to achieve self-sufficiency in their own energy. Under normal circumstances, if a robot cannot be replenished, its energy will be exhausted within half a month. If a battle occurs during this period, the time will be greatly shortened. In other words, the combat power of the rune machine enhanced by magic has been significantly improved, but its endurance is seriously not up to standard. Although Leo thought of many ways, these methods were either impossible to implement for a while, or the cost was too expensive to fundamentally solve the problem. In the end, he had to try to ask Kael'thas for help, hoping to use the Blood Elves' magical power, deep foundation to solve the problem of energy supply for rune machinery. With the relationship between Leo and Kael'thas, the Blood Elf Prince would certainly not refuse. Kael'thas rushed over as soon as he received Leo's summons, but to Leo's surprise, he followed Kael'thas. There was actually an uninvited guest named Jaina Proudmoore from SARS. Jaina has been very close to Kael'thas recently. Could it be that her father wants to end his single life? Leo couldn't help but pray for Kael'thas, hoping that the Blood Elf Prince's life would be tough enough and he would not be killed by Jaina. Is there a way to fix this? Kyle? Seeing the expectation on Leo's face, Kael'thas wanted to shake his head and try to get revenge on this guy. Unfortunately, with the character of the Blood Elf Prince, he really couldn't do such a trick on others. The education he received since childhood to have him do things in an orderly manner would be, to say, rigid. So Kael'thas' actions were completely different from what he thought. The The Blood Elf Prince's answer made Leo's eyes light up. Kael'thas really had a way. Which really made Leo overjoyed. As long as the energy supply problem of the rune machinery can be solved, Leo will have a powerful army in his hands that is strictly forbidden, is not afraid of death, and does not need supplies. Standing up from the recliner, Leo said to Kael'thas, "Tell me and listen." Kael'thas was about to speak, but Jaina gently pulled the Blood Elf Prince to stop the former's actions. What tricks is this woman trying to play? Leo noticed the little moves between the two and couldn't help but wonder. Are these two guys really hooking up? But it makes sense to think about it. It was Kael'thas who was deeply in love with Jaina at the beginning. Now the Blood Elf Prince's love for Jaina may not be revived. If I'm not wrong, the Marshal should have obtained a lot of things from a certain Titan ruins. After stopping Kael'thas' movement, Jaina took a step forward. Although she was just guessing, it could actually be heard from her tone that she had concluded that Leo had obtained Titan technology. I got Titan technology. It's my business. You don't want to share the benefits, right? Leo rolled his eyes. Jaina, a prodigal girl. After all, you and I are both human beings. As a member of the human race, we don't want to fight for the welfare of the tribe, but also share the benefits with outsiders. Is it appropriate? Jaina's purpose is well known to everyone. She did not let Kael'thas reveal how to solve the problem of rune machine energy supply. It was just to help Kael'thas get more benefits. Instead, there is no objection to Lydron or other blood elves being Leo. After all, this situation is normal. No one is born to owe others. If you want others to contribute to you, why don't you pay for it? Okay. The problem is that Jaina is a human. The same human as Leo. She fights for the benefits of the blood elves. But Leo feels uncomfortable no matter what he thinks. This woman is really a born politician. She helped Kael'thas come forward because she saw that Kael'thas was not good at bargaining. So she took over the task of asking for benefits. Of course, she also understands that I will not let Kael'thas help in vain. And she will not be rejected by me when she asks for benefits from Kael'thas. She is so shameless and scheming that ordinary people can't match her. Leo lamented Jaina's methods. After this incident, her relationship with Kael'thas was definitely much closer than it is now. Although Kael'thas was smart, all his intelligence was used in magic. In terms of handling skills, she is not on the same level as Jaina. If the Blood Elf Prince really wanted to be with Jaina, wouldn't he be eaten up by this woman? I think you also know that all the territories in this world that can be occupied have been occupied. And useful resources have their owners. If you want to expand the territory of the kingdom and enhance the strength of the kingdom, to be honest, it is difficult. The resources on land are like this. But what about those in the sea? Leo said with a mysterious smile. This was the benefit he had prepared for Kael'thas. In fact, even if there was no rune machine power supply, he was still going to tell Kael'thas about it. Because he wanted to, it is absolutely not enough to rely on the kingdom of Arather alone to develop undersea resources. And even bringing together the entire alliance may not be enough. Because there are too many unknown factors in the undersea world. Jaina and Kael'thas were shocked. Leo wanted to develop the resources of the underwater world. He wanted to march into the mysterious ocean. Is it possible? It's not that Jaina and Kael'thas don't believe Leo, but it's just that this matter was too unexpected for them. Why are your thoughts so unpredictable? Kael'thas really didn't know what expression he should make. Leo really dared to think about marching into the ocean. Raising an eyebrow at Kael'thas, Leo asked, "How is it? Are you interested?" Of course Kael'thas is interested. The ocean is a huge treasure house. Now that the territories and resources on land are being heavily exploited, if we can march to the ocean and obtain resources from the ocean, it will be like opening up a new expansion path. As long as it doesn't take a dim-witted leader to be interested. How sure are you? Kael'thas didn't ask too much. Based on his understanding of Leo, there must be a solution since Leo proposed it. However, marching into the ocean is not a trivial matter after all. Kael'thas must know the risks at this time. How to make a decision. Leo raised his index finger and said confidently, if it is only in the shallow sea area near the coastline, I am 100% sure. The deep sea area needs to be explored slowly. The reason why the ocean can stop us land creatures is nothing more than breathing. The problem is, look at these rune machines. They don't need to breathe. And they are protected by runes, and are not afraid of being corroded by seawater. As long as their energy supply problem can be solved, they are our best assistants in marching into the ocean. And don't you guys forgot, I have already formed an alliance with the water element Lord Neptulin. But with the help of the Tide Hunter, I am still worried that I will not be able to stand in the ocean. Rune machines are tireless and not afraid of danger. As long as their energy supply is sufficient, they can keep working. They are indeed the best pathfinder and cannon fodder for entering the ocean. Kael'thas pondered for a while and finally made up his mind. Tell me more about your plan. Chapter 1131. It's time. As the saying goes, if a person has no long-term worries, he must have immediate worries. Land resources are limited. It is inevitable to enter the ocean to develop new territories and obtain new resources. Opportunities are reserved for those who are prepared. It is much easier to prepare early than to think of a solution when the situation comes. When Deathwing's plan to destroy the world is launched, neither the land nor the sea will be peaceful. At that time, in addition to fighting on land, everyone will also have to enter the underwater world. Since Leo already knew what would happen, wouldn't he be a fool if he didn't make arrangements in advance? It is very similar to the world before Leo traveled. The land area in this world is much smaller than the ocean, and there are countless coveted resources in the ocean. However, due to the dangers of the underwater world, no race can develop it on a large scale, even if the same is true for those who are as strong as the elves. Leo proposed a plan to enter the underwater world. How could Kael'thas refuse? You must know that a large part of the kingdom of Quel'Thala's established by the Blood Elves is an island. The Quel'Thala's islands in Silvermoon City are really not small. The Blood Elves have survived there for thousands of years. He knew the resources very well, and it was precisely because he knew the richness of the seabed resources that Kael'thas agreed so happily. To do these things is not something that can be accomplished overnight. Marching into the seabed is not a trivial matter. It requires too many manpower and materials. And the first large-scale development of the seabed can only succeed and cannot fail. Otherwise, whether Arother or Quel'Thalas will be injured. So he must use all his strength to deal with it. Leo and Kael'thas are both smart people. They know the priorities of the matter. At this time when dealing with the Scourge Legion is about to enter a critical stage, it is really not appropriate to make extraneous matters. The two only reached a certain agreement and did not immediately put it into action. This is the moment when the Scourge Legion is at its weakest since it appeared in this world. If we don't take the opportunity to destroy them, will we still give the Lich King a chance to breathe? If there was no trip to Wintergrasp, Leo would not feel that time is tight. But not now. Who knows what Observer Algalon will do after the big Rubik's Cube uploads the data, and how he can take out the Scourge without speeding up the process. To deal with observers? After Kael'thas and Jaina left, Leo gave an attack order to Manaroth, who was in the Cereza Basin. Manaroth, put down what you are doing and let Kazak and Razlike escape from the avalanche to attack the Scourge's flesh mill. It's time to deal a fatal blow to the Scourge. Before Manaroth drove millions of demons into the Sholazar Basin, the overlords of this land were the Wolverines and the Crocodile people. Since we are talking about before, it must be the past tense. Now the most powerful demons in the Sholazar Basin are the power is none other than Manaroth, an outsider, under the threat of millions of demons. Both the Wolverine people and the Crocodile people felt the crisis of survival. The two races that were originally fighting stopped fighting each other and carefully followed the actions of the demons. Fortunately, although Manaroth did not take these two races to heart, with Leo's order, the Saboteur still had to restrain his men so that they would not embarrass the Wolverines and Crocodile people. Leo wanted to conquer the Crocodile people in Sholazar Basin, and had already sent the Terror Clamps there. How could he let Manaroth mess up? As for the Crocodile man's mortal enemy, the Wolverine man, how could the Crocodile man who originally lived in the Sholazar Basin feel the crisis if they were not left behind? How could the Crocodile man, as a fearful force of outsiders, gain their favor if there was no crisis? Destruction and killing are the nature of demons. They were finally liberated from the Dark Portal. Before they could get enough of killing, Manaroth forced them to hurry up. After arriving in the Cereza Basin, they were restrained from causing any destruction. The demons, I can't bear it anymore. Kazak and Razlike are like beasts trapped in a cage and hungry for many days. Once they are released, their destructive power will be astonishingly terrifying. Now, Leo asked Manaroth to open the cage and release the beasts locked inside. The disaster of the Scourge has arrived. The demon army crossed the avalanche land like a tide. Looking down from a high altitude, they saw black spots all over the mountains and plains, like swarms of passing insects, devouring all life they saw and destroying everything they saw. Wherever the demon army passed by, only ruins and flames were left. Under the blazing flames of the demon, the avalanche land has become unworthy of its name, because there is no snow at all, and all the snow has been evaporated. Flesh Mill is the gateway of the Scourge to the west of Icecrown Glacier. even if you think it's a small place just because it's called a mill. In fact, this place is no smaller than a city. Taking into account the Scourge's layout here, it's going to be captured. This place is no easier than capturing a large fortress. Calculated according to normal circumstances, the time it takes for an army to capture the flesh mill is calculated on a daily basis. Such a long time is enough for the Scourge Legion to respond. But can the demon army attacking the flesh mill now be considered a normal situation? The overwhelming demon army easily tore through the defense line of the Scourge Legion with overwhelming force. The resistance of the undead Scourge was so insignificant in front of millions of demons. From the beginning of the battle to the complete destruction of the flesh mill, the total was less than half hour. In such a short period of time, if the Lich King was dispatched, 1 or 2 natural disaster troops might be able to rush to the flesh mill to help fight against the demons. However, the reality is that there is no such thing. After crushing the flesh and blood workshop, the demon army was not satisfied. Under the order of Manaroth, the demon army, led by Kazakh and Razlek, headed towards Icecrown City. What stood in front of them was the Scourge. Another stronghold, Kopresa. Less than half a day after he gave the order, the demon army attacked Kopresa. If the Scourge had not stationed heavy troops in Kopresa to protect the Gate of Terror, the demon army would not have stopped. Has the area around the Terror Gate of Kopresa become a meat grinder? Leo, who received first-hand information from Manaroth, was not surprised. The number of demons reached millions, which sounded really scary. But the Scourge were not vegetarians either. What is the advantage of the Sea of the Undead in terms of quantity? It is an overwhelming quantity. A despairing quantity. It is purely unpleasant to have more people than the Scourge Legion. The impact of the demons is strong. But the Scourge Legion has more cannon fodder. Once the demon army is entangled, the two sides enter a war of attrition. And the demon army without backup will inevitably lose. However, what Leo wanted was for Manaroth to use Kazakh and the others to attract the main force of the Scourge to stay in Icecrown Glacier. He did not expect the demons to take down Icecrown City. The fiercer the fight between the Scourge Legion and the demons in Kopresa, the better. Only in this way will the main force of the Scourge in Icecrown Glacier move westward. And the Alliance army will encounter less resistance when launching an attack from the east. Leo silently calculated in his mind that millions of demons were fighting against the undead of the Scourge Legion. The latter wanted to consume the demons with a sea of undead. It would be impossible to achieve it every 1 or 2 months. After all, the Scourge Legion had no Syndra. Gusa and other strong men have lost the group-killing weapons such as the Frost Dragon Legion. It is not easy to defeat the demon army led by Kazakh and Razlek. 1 or 2 months is enough time for the Alliance to prepare all arrangements. Waiting is the most anxious thing. But fortunately Leo is not completely idle. While Scarlet is busy dealing with the affairs of the Silver Crusade, Leo is also busy mobilizing supplies to expand his Rune Machine army. While waiting in Wintergrasp, another thing happened. That is, the Scarlet Vanguard army came to surrender. General Abetes found the Scarlet Vanguard, and with his help Bridget saw through the Dread Lord's plot and successfully killed him. Later, Abies persuaded Bridget to lead the Scarlet Vanguard to join the Silver Crusade. And the Scarlet Crusade was completely incorporated. Leo did not interfere much in the whole process of integrating the Scarlet Vanguard army. He only let Abies be responsible for guiding it. As for how to arrange the Scarlet Vanguard army and make it smoothly integrate into the Silver Crusade, it was entirely up to Scarlet and Fording. It's so boring. Leo watched the big Rubik's Cube keep making rune robots. And the word bored was written on his face. The same process made him yawn. The Scourge Legion and the Demon Army are still strangled together at the horrible gate of Kopresa. If nothing unexpected happens, it will take at least 10 days for the two forces to decide the winner. However, the Demon Army without backup is in the endless sea of the undead. The offensive was already showing signs of decline. If Manaroth hadn't been at the rear, Kazakh and Razlek would have probably led their men in retreat. After a month and a half of fighting, less than 600,000 of the millions of Demon Army were left. The price paid by the Scourge Legion was dozens or hundreds of times that of the demons. To Leo's pity, the demons' flames were too powerful, and the blazing flames burned them down. All the corpses on the battlefield were destroyed, and Leo felt heartbroken to see so many corpses being wasted. It was the demons' flames that burned the corpses, so the Scourge Legion could not get any supplements. The Sea of the Undead could not support the war with war. Every death of the Scourge warriors reduced the number of Scourge warriors. As a result, the Scourge Legion also suffered a large-scale attrition. Ice-crowned Glacier, the main force of natural disasters, lost 50% in the confrontation with the demon army. Of these lost undead, low-level undead such as skeletons accounted for the vast majority. But there were also high-level undead. Leo, who had been paying attention to the battle situation, saw that the Scourge Legion was getting weaker and weaker, so he couldn't help urging Varian and others to speed up their troops. Transfer. Master, Kazak and Razlai cannot capture Capressa. Do you want me to take action? Seeing that the demon army was about to be defeated, Manaroth asked Leo for a battle. He believed that as long as he took action, the Scourge would never be able to defend Capressa. The day after tomorrow, the Alliance army will attack Ice-crowned Glacier from the east. Before that, I need you to attract more natural disaster troops. Master, this is easy. Manaroth grinned ferociously. All you need to do is destroy Capriza's Gate of Terror. Chapter 1132, Capture of Madrisa. Good news for the League has been coming one after another these days. First, Leo and Scarlet found the Titan ruins in Winter Grasp and brought them to light. The Alliance had an additional city in Northrend, and it was a city that could threaten Ice-crowned Citadel, the home of the Scourge, allowing the Argent Crusaders and Ebon Blade to the Knights have a foothold. And these two forces that claim to be neutral can transfer their forces to Northrend on a large scale to help the Alliance destroy the Scourge. Then the current Scarlet General Bridget led the Scarlet Vanguard army back, allowing the forces that had split off from the original Silverhand Paladins to completely return. With Bridget and her group of Scarlet Vanguard army soldiers, the Alliance was equal to many. Countless guides have been produced. And in terms of familiarity with Northrend's environment, the Alliance's northern expedition is far inferior to the Scarlet Vanguard army that has stayed here for several years. In a strange place, there is a completely different safety factor between having a guide and not having a guide, especially because the natural environment in Northrend is so harsh. With the Scarlet Vanguard army as a guide, the Alliance's army can avoid many dangers, reduce unnecessary non-combat attrition, and be more able to the Scourge Legion, who wanted to use the terrain to calculate the Alliance's northern expedition, could not succeed. Once again, the demon army driven by Manaroth finally fought against the Scourge. The demons and the undead Scourge fought in darkness in the west of Ice-crowned Glacier. Millions of demons fought for a month and a half under the endless offensive of the Undead Sea. The casualties were so great that less than 300,000 were left, and Capriza became a veritable meat grinder. If Manaroth, the Destroyer, hadn't destroyed the Gate of Terror in the end, the demon army would never have captured Capressa. Demons and humans are enemies, but when they are fighting the Undead Scourge, humans are constantly encouraging the demons. It is not that humans want to shake hands with the demons and make peace, but they want the demons to eliminate more undead scourges and weaken the Scourge strength, thus reducing the pressure for their upcoming offensive on the Eastern Front. In order to resist the demons' attack, the main force of the Scourge Legion moved westward, and most of them were damaged while dealing with the demon. Seeing that the demon was unable to advance eastward after capturing Capriza, and was bent on recapturing Capriza and reopening the Gate of Terror, the Scourge Legion is heavily surrounded, and the time has come to destroy the Scourge Legion. Attack! Leo was too lazy to talk nonsense. He only did the right thing at the right time. As for what Varian and the others were going to do to mobilize before the war, to use honor and hatred for the Scourge to stimulate the soldiers' emotions and inspire their fighting enthusiasm, that was Leo had little interest in their affairs. His rune machines and Dracolic were both units that could exert 100% of their combat effectiveness without any motivation. Malygos, go directly to Madrisa. With the Alliance's current military strength, it would be easy to break through the Scourge Highlands. Leo did not believe that Sarah and Varian could not do it. In order to speed up the efficiency and ensure the early demise of the Scourge Legion, Leo decided to directly kill Madrisa behind the Scourge Highlands. Destroy the death door there. Speaking of dealing with the undead, Leo said there was no pressure. Not to mention that the main force of the Scourge had gone to Capriza. Even if they all garrisoned Madrisa, it would only delay the defeat. With the Necromancer ability, Leo is really too easy to deal with the undead. Since Leo conquered the Blue Dragon King Malygos, the Black Dragon Prince Nefarian has fallen into a state of unemployment. In other words, Nefarian is finally free. He is no longer Leo's mount, but the leader of the Dracolic Legion. Riding the Black Dragon Prince is not as majestic as riding the Blue Dragon King. It is understandable that Leo changes his mount. As you command, Master. After so many days, Malygos' concept of time has long since changed, especially after seeing Leo's strength and potential. The Blue Dragon King felt that he had let go of his original pride. Perhaps in Maligo's view, Leo is still inferior to the Titans. But the Titans are elusive after all. While Leo is real, the Blue Dragon King is not a fool. And of course, he knows what choices to make. Just as the Alliance was marching into Ice-Crown Glacier from Echo Valley and Crystal Song Forest, a huge blue dragon spread its wings and flew towards Madritha with a shadow that covered the sky. The speed of the Blue Dragon King Maligos is completely different from that of Nefarian. When he reached full speed, it only took half a quarter of an hour to fly from Daklan Fortress to Madressa. It took such a short time for him to fly. Speaking of the Scourge Legion's response, I'm afraid they haven't yet come into contact with the Alliance's army. When Maligos' shadow covered the Death Gate, the undead Scourge of Mordretha realized what had happened and that they were under attack. A bunch of small fish and shrimps. It's really boring. Leo's mental perception is so powerful. But in just a short moment, he can clearly see whether there are strong men in the undead Scourge of Mordretha. Speaking of which, the Scourge Legion is indeed different from what it used to be. The Door of Death is so important. There is not even a strong person that interests Leo, which shows how weak he is. Maligos, if you are interested, destroy them. If you are not interested, leave it to Nefarian and the others. Of course, Leo wouldn't be interested if he wasn't strong. If it weren't for the purpose of clearing obstacles for the army at the rear, Leo wouldn't stop at Madressa at all. A swarm of ants. Maligos looked down. Although there were many undead Scourge people, he regarded them as nothing more than chickens and dogs. No matter how many enemies came to him, Maligos was not afraid. The Blue Dragon King is also known as the King of Magic. In front of him, there is no quality but only quantity, which is doomed to failure. Sea of the Dead? Hum hum. After a few magic spells, the world will become peaceful. According to Maligos' original intention, he didn't want to take action against these minions at all. He could just leave it to Nefarian and the others. However, the Blue Dragon King then thought about it. This was his chance to show off in front of Leo. Why should he give it to others? Determined to show off, Maligos immediately activated his magic. He flapped his wings, and the entire sky turned white. This white was not the white of white clouds, but the blizzard that enveloped the entire Madressa. In the biting cold wind, ice cubes the size of millstones were formed in the air at a speed visible to the naked eye. And then, they were smashed down by the strong wind. Madrissa's undead natural disaster was in great trouble. They could not even touch the sides of their opponents. It was smashed to pieces without being touched. In just 5 minutes, all the low-level undead in Madrissa were killed and injured. After the low-level undead army, which accounted for 80% of the total defense force, was wiped out, the entire natural disaster defense line in Madrissa was in a dilemma due to lack of manpower. The blizzard continued to fall, and ice cubes the size of millstones continued to hit. Although the lethality did not reduce the killing efficiency, it was much weaker. Firstly, all the low-level undead are almost dead, and the remaining ones are all middle and high-level undead with strong strength. They can withstand the damage of the blizzard for a while. Secondly, most of the surviving undead stay in Madressa. In the fortifications, there are buildings to help the undead block the attacks of the blizzard. Maligos is known as the Lord of Magic. And if you think that's all he's capable of, you'd be wrong. If frost doesn't work, let's replace it with fire. Maligos thought in his mind. The blizzard stopped while the magic power was beating. Countless pillars of scorching fire shot out from the ground. The previously snowy sky of Mordretha suddenly ignited with blazing flames. These flames, but regardless of whether you have a building or not, they attack from underground. Those natural disasters of the undead hidden in the building become turtles caught in the urn, and they are burned to the point of misery. The undead scourges suffered numerous casualties. Maligos, the defensive line of Mordretha, completely destroyed it with just 2 spells. The lethality of magic is so strong, and the strength of the King of Magic is terrifying. From this, it can be seen. Maligos, the Blue Dragon King, is proficient in magic, and is a mobile weapon of mass destruction. Leo said this about Maligos. With this subordinate who is good at large-scale strikes, there is no need for Leo to take action in the Sea of the Undead, which the Scourge is best at. I didn't expect that it would be so easy to capture Madrissa. I didn't even have to use my hands to take it down. Leo felt quite emotional in his heart. The Scourge Legion, which was once an unshakable behemoth in his eyes, has become so vulnerable under his hands. If the Scourge Legion is so weak, what will happen if it is not destroyed? Looking in the direction of Ice-Crown City, Leo hesitated. With his current strength, it would not be a problem to kill the Frozen Throne by himself. But does he really need to do that? The hatred for the Scourge, the hatred for the Lich King, and the hatred for Arthas have existed in the hearts of Varian, Kael'thas and others for many years. The Scourge invasion war launched by the Scourge has caused great harm to the world. The damage was too great. No matter humans, dwarves, or blood elves were all harmed. These races urgently needed to vent their resentment against the Scourge. If Leo had destroyed Icecrown City by himself, then who do they vent to? Resentment can affect people's emotions, and even make them lose their minds. Years of grudges are about to be avenged, but there is no one to take revenge on. Shouldn't everyone's hatred continue to be buried in their hearts? A person who is full of resentment and cannot vent it will go crazy. No one can predict what a crazy person will do, but it can be imagined that it must be terrible. This is true for individual people. Isn't it more terrifying to have one or several races full of resentment? Leo will not plant unpredictable disasters for his race, and the world where he lives just for the inevitable destruction of the Scourge. So, for the Scourge Legion, just be a punching bag and a punching bag. When everyone has vented enough, you are finished. Isn't this good? Leo took out his usual gold recliner and placed it on Maligo's head, then leaned back and lay down on it. This war is indeed not challenging at his current level. The only thing to worry about is the Lich King. No, to be precise, it should be the weapon in the Lich King's hand. The Rune Demon Sword Frostmourne. Chapter 1133. It's easy to leave without seeing him off. If Maligos, the King of Magic, does not have a strong enough force, it is not impossible to rely on cannon fodder tactics to defeat him. But the number required is too huge, let alone the current Scourge Legion. Even the Scourge in its heyday, the Legion doesn't have that many cannon fodder troops either. Moderese's natural disaster troops were completely wiped out in just half an hour. And Leo was free. He neither wanted to go to the Frozen Throne nor was he interested in fighting in the Scourge Highlands. So he simply closed his eyes and rested his mind. Now that the main force of the Scourge Legion has moved westward to Capriza, if the already prepared alliance cannot achieve overwhelming success, then they should stop going to the northern expedition and just go home and wait for the Scourge Legion to come and destroy them one by one. The battle in the Scourge Highlands ended quickly. Although the undead Scourge stationed there fought hard, they were still unable to stop the Alliance's advance. All undead that appeared in the sight of the Alliance warriors were torn into pieces. The resentment of the human dwarves and other races against the Scourge for many years broke out in one day, and its momentum spread like wild tigers, and no one could stop it. The first one to arrive in Madrasa was not Arathar's army, but the fearless expeditionary force led by the Grand Duke Fortigon of the Kingdom of Stormwind. The latter did not stay much after arriving in Madrasa. After discovering the Door of Death, after being destroyed by Leo, Fortigon immediately led the fearless expeditionary force forward to kill. Leo didn't even raise an eyelid at this. It was not a smooth road after Mordretha. If you want to get to the Icecrown Fortress, the home of the Scourge, you have to pass through Amirheim. There are a lot of undead and natural disasters in that place. The Alliance, the army could not even think of passing through Yimahim without going through a bloody battle. Capture Yimahim and open the passage to Icecrown Fortress. If Leo takes action, the Alliance can do it without spending a single soldier. But Leo will not do that. It's not that he doesn't want to. It's that he can't. The various races in the Alliance are eager to release the hatred they have accumulated against the Scourge in their hearts for many years in this battle. The soldiers of the Alliance need to fight to release the resentment in their hearts. If they do not go through a bloody battle, this hatred will be lost. I kept it in my heart. Something would happen if that really happened. Since everyone wants to fight, let's go and fight. I can save some energy. Leo wanted to save some energy and not look for trouble. But many times if you don't look for trouble, things will find you. A large black spot appeared in the distant sky. It was a group of Saurine, and the Blood Queen Lanathel and her men appeared. The Valayan clan were all blood elves who died fighting the Scourge. Lanathel was Kael'thas's confidant during his lifetime. When the Valayan clan rebelled against the Scourge under the leadership of Lanathel, the two just merged quickly. Although there are many people in the Blood Elves who hate the undead, and they even hold a hostile attitude towards the Valayan clan who were once their compatriots, Kael'thas is not one of them. The Rhine clan has the greatest welcome attitude towards joining the clan. With the return of Lanathel and others, the rising Blood Elf clan can mobilize more troops and become stronger. When it comes to hatred against the Scourge, the Blood Elves, who have a hatred of destroying their families and countries, are not any less powerful than other races such as human dwarves. How could there be no Blood Elves in the key battle to destroy the Scourge? Leo opened his eyes. He sensed the aura of Kael'thas. The Blood Elf Prince and Blood Queen Lonathel were approaching him at high speed. Of course, this was not the main reason why Leo opened his eyes. There was a vaguely powerful aura around Kael'dats and Lanathel. If Leo hadn't been able to detect this because of his super mental perception, the existence of Tau breath, who came with Kael'dats and Lonathel, Leo Olympian looked around and saw beside the Blood Elf Prince and Blood Queen an elf ranger wearing close-fitting leather armor, carrying a big bow, and showing off his slim waist. Approaching him quickly, Sylvanas Windrunner, the leaders of the Blood Elves, Sarine, and the Forsaken came together. What on earth was going on? Others might be confused, but not Leo. If the Scourge Legion is as weak as this, the Coalition forces are rushing towards Icecrown City. They are likely to completely wipe out the Scourge Legion in one battle. At this time, Sylvanas should also appear. Your Highness Kael'dats, Queen Lonathel, Queen Sylvanas. Leo nodded to the three of them as he spoke. While speaking, he stretched out his hand and made a gesture of invitation, indicating that Kael'dats and the three of them should stand on Malygos. The Blue Dragon King was depressed. Leo was his master. Being his master's mount was nothing. What did the three of Kael'dats count? With his majestic status as the King of Magic, it would be too shameful to be trampled under the feet of three unrelated mortals. What's the use of being unwilling? The three of Kael'dats were invited by Leo. So Malygos still has the right to object? Standing on the back of the Blue Dragon King, Kael'dats had never thought about it before. As a magical race, the Blood Elves knew how powerful Malygos was. Even if Kael'dats became a demigod mage. Even if Kael'dats sea is full of arrogance. And now, he doesn't think he can compare to the King of Magic. Therefore, Kael'dats seemed excited when Leo invited him. Compared to Kael'dats' excitement, Sylvanas seemed very cold. The Queen of the Forgotten came here to discuss something with Leo. She only cared about what she wanted to care about. Other Sylvanas felt nothing at all. Precisely because Sylvanas didn't care about other trivial matters. She became the calmest among the three. She was as calm as if the mount she trampled under her feet was just an ordinary griffin beast and not Mary, the King of Blue Dragons. Goose. Leo, I just want to ask you, is our previous plan still valid? As the saying goes, this time is also the other time. When Leo found Sylvanas through Kael'dats, his strength was far different from what it is now. The plan discussed by the three parties at that time may not be what Leo is now. Agreed. Sylvanas came to Leo just to confirm his attitude. What you say is like water thrown out. How can you take it back? Leo understood Sylvanas' worries. If it were him, he would also have doubts. After all, the situation at that time was completely different from now. Your Majesty the Queen, don't worry. I, Leo, am not a villain who goes back on my words. Hearing what Leo said, Kael'dats felt relaxed on his face. What the Blood Elf Prince was afraid of was that Leo would overturn the previously discussed plan. If that happened, it would be difficult for him to do it. You must know that he was the middleman at the beginning. Leo and Sylvanas got on the line. Fortunately, the thing you were most worried about did not appear. Right. If you say that, I feel relieved. Sylvanas stared at Leo for a long time. And after confirming that he was not reluctant at all, she left these words. After saying this, she jumped off Malygos' back and quickly disappeared from Leo's body. Within sight. As expected of Sylvanas Windrunner, even Passonia may not be able to match this speed. Leo secretly praised Sylvanas' speed when leaving. Even Passonia, who was known for her speed, was no match for the Ranger General. Kyle, where is your Jaina? After Sylvanas left, Leo turned and looked around. Just when Kael'dats and Lonathel felt strange, he suddenly spoke. Why didn't you see it? An imperceptible blush flashed across Kael'dats' face. Leo wasn't asking Jaina. He was clearly teasing him. Jaina is the Lord of Theramore and one of the leaders of the Alliance. Doesn't Leo, who is also the leader of the Alliance, know where she is? Seeing that his prince was embarrassed, Lanathel hurriedly came out to help Kael'dats out of the siege. Marshal Leo, the end of the Lich King has come, and the Scourge will also be destroyed. What are your plans? My people have heard some news. Some interesting things have happened to the crocodile tribe in the Sholazar Basin recently. Lanathel smiled slightly and easily turned the topic elsewhere. Although Leo knew her purpose, he had to stop teasing Kael'dats. Local snakes are local snakes. The Sarine clan is very clear about what is happening in Northrend. Even the crocodile tribe in the Saraza Basin that is not noticed by outsiders has not escaped their eyes. You mean the crocodile people? They have pretty good abilities. Leo didn't mean to hide it. In fact, The horror of the claws can't be hidden from anyone with a discerning eye. Instead of hiding it, it's better to show this card openly. I have discussed with Kyle before that after we deal with the Scourge, we should try to march to the ocean. Conquering a race that can go to the sea will be a great help to this plan. The recent anomalies in the crocodile tribe in the Sholazar Basin are indeed related to Leo. Kael'thas and Lanethel secretly murmured. And sure enough, it was not enough for Leo to have the rune machine. He clearly wanted to conquer the crocodile men to provide an extra layer of insurance for his march into the ocean. After all, the robot was more important in flexibility and handling of unexpected situations, far inferior to real intelligent life. It seems that you are very confident in destroying the Scourge Legion. Leo, don't you have confidence? Leo's rhetorical question following Kael'thas' words made the Blood Elf Prince laugh. Yes, under such a general situation. What else can the Lich King do? Can a guy who became a demigod through Frostmourne still be able to reverse the situation? Is it going to end? Faced with the siege of the Alliance, Blood Elves, Forsaken, and of the Land Clan, even if the Lich King has the power to defy heaven, he still cannot escape the end of his fall. In this battle, the Scourge will be destroyed, and the Lich King will fall. Kael'thas is full of pride, and the upcoming battle of Icecrown Citadel is his battle of revenge. Kael'thas is confident that among the strong men, he will be the one who will eventually kill the Lich King. Leo, if you want to stay in Madrisa, I won't accompany you. When he thought of revenge, Kael'thas couldn't stay still. Seeing that Leo had no intention of setting off with him, the Blood Elf Prince said goodbye. Leo waved his hand and said 4 words, good riddance. Chapter 1134 Changed History. Arthas, your father's blood and the blood of your people demand justice. Alliance soldiers stood in front of the gate of Icecrown City, and Grand Duke Bolvar for Dragon was shouting to Icecrown City. After nearly a month of hard fighting, the coalition forces finally conquered Emirhaim and cleared the final obstacle to Icecrown Fortress. Although the Dauntless Expeditionary Force, the vanguard of the Alliance, had reduced its strength by nearly 2/3, they were still in Bolvar. Under the leadership of the leader, he was still in high spirits, and the troops only made simple corrections before rushing towards the Icecrown Fortress. The Alliance's army reached the gate of Icecrown City. The army was already approaching the city. The situation of the Scourge Legion was grim. Under the siege of the Alliance army, Blood Elves, the Land, and the Forsaken, can the Scourge really hold on to their last fortress? No one thought that the undead Scourge had this ability. So what if the Lich King is sitting in Icecrown Citadel? Can he still defeat Kael'thas, Varian, Sylvanas, and many other powerful players on his own? If Lanethel had not led the Sarine clan to betray the Scourge, perhaps the undead Scourge could have used the Coalition's unfamiliarity with the terrain of Icecrown to lay some traps to block the Coalition's advance. However, there are no ifs in reality. With the Blood Queen, with the help of the Sarine clan under her, the Coalition forces no longer had a blind eye on the terrain of Icecrown Glacier, and it would not be easy for the Scourge to trick them. As for Icecrown Citadel's city defense system, Lanethel, as the Blood Queen, knows everything about it. The information she can provide with her position in the Scourge is too much and too precious. With Lanethel's presence in the Scourge, the Coalition has few secrets, precisely because he knew the defense situation of Icecrown Citadel. Bolvar was confident in conquering this last bastion of the Scourge. His fearless expeditionary force did not rush forward blindly, but took targeted measures. By the time King Varian and the others arrived with the main force, I had already broken open the gate of Icecrown Citadel. Bolvar thought so. He didn't know that there was a pair of eyes hidden in the dark above his head quietly staring at him at this moment. Malygos is known as the King of Magic. He is proficient in any field of magic. It is impossible for him not to be able to use invisible magic. With the strength of the Blue Dragon King, even few people in the world can detect the invisible magic barrier he has set up. Leo can stand proudly on top of Malygos and let the Blue Dragon King fly over Icecrown Citadel. Is it really because I have made a major change in the plot? Without the participation of the tribal army, only Duke Bolvar's fearless expeditionary force, the Gate of Scourge incident would not have happened. Leo was muttering in a voice that only he could hear. Bolvar didn't know that before the dauntless expeditionary force he led arrived at Icecrown City, Leo's Dracolic army had already arrived at this place. They were good at hiding their whereabouts. The Dragon Lich, led by the Black Dragon Prince Nefarian, Polition, and Ektaz, had already scouted dozens of miles around the Icecrown Fortress. In the original historical track, when the Alliance army and Bolvar's army, led by Sorfang Jr., reached the gate of Icecrown City, They were overthrown by the Forsaken under Putres. When the Lich King emerged from Icecrown Citadel, the Forsaken used Scourge catapults to hurl countless specially crafted barrels of plague towards the Wrath Gate. The overwhelming plague barrels carried the plague toxin specially prepared by the Royal Apothecary. Even the Lich King couldn't stand the plague toxin that exploded among the coalition forces. How could the warriors of the Alliance and the Horde withstand it? During the Battle of the Wrath Gate, Archduke Bolvar and his fearless expeditionary force became history. Because of this incident, the Alliance became increasingly distrustful of the Horde. What made Varian even more angry was that, as a member of the Horde at the time, Los Hellscream not only showed no guilt over this, but instead sneered at the Alliance. This also made humans hate the Orcs deeper, and the rift between the two camps became deeper, making it impossible to shake hands and make peace. Leo was deeply wary of the annihilation of the Dauntless Expeditionary Force, and what happened to Bolvar. He didn't want such a tragedy to happen under his own eyes. So he asked the Dracolic army to investigate before the Dauntless Expeditionary Force arrived at Icecrown Citadel. Traces of Putres. Nefarian and the others didn't notice anything at all. Was it because Putres' people hid it too well? Or did they really give up? Of the two possibilities, Leo is more inclined to the former. Dracolic is good at hiding his whereabouts. Since they can't find any trace of Putres, it means that the Royal Apothecary of the Undercity has probably really given up. After all, the current alliance is too strong, and Putres may not have the courage to do harm. It's a pity that we can't use this opportunity to catch the bug Putres. But this should be a headache for Sylvanas. Why should I worry so much? I just need to ensure that Grand Duke Bolvar and his fearlessness as long as the expeditionary force is safe and sound. Nefarian, you, Ectoraz, and Parish Island should all be alert. If you see a natural disaster catapult carrying a barrel of plague, tell me immediately. In his heart, he thought that Putres did not dare to show up. Leo did not relax his vigilance in action, and the surveillance of the Dracolic army did not relax at all. What if Putres was a fool? What if he was forgotten for the sake of revenge? If the Revenge Army really dares to do something that risks the disapproval of the world, it will be too late to make amends at that time. If the original plot had been followed, the gate to Icecrown Citadel would have opened after Bolvar shouted, and Arthas would have slowly walked out of it with Frostmourne in his hand, saying, "I will show you. What is the justice of a king?" Unfortunately, this is not the original plot. Naturally, the characters participating in the show cannot follow the original script. The door of Icecrown Fortress did not open, and Arthas did not appear. The answer to Bolvar was the closed door, and the sound of Northrend wheezing. The howling biting cold wind. The Scourge had no reaction to Bolvar's call. Bolvar waited for a while, but still didn't get a reply. The Grand Duke of the Kingdom of Stormwind was angry. What do the Scourge Legion mean? I led people to kill you at the door of your house, and showed that the carriages and horses were going to destroy the place. You should do it anyway. A bit of a reaction. Right? Arthas. You coward. Do you think you'll be fine if you hide? Evil will eventually be punished. The Scourge will be destroyed, and the Holy Light will judge you. Bolvar raised his sword and shouted, "For justice! Attack!" Quack! Quack! Several giant siege vehicles slowly moved forward under the escort of a group of soldiers holding large shields. The thick ramming wood on the top of the siege vehicle, which was covered with iron and needed to be hugged by several people, was pulled away bit by bit as the siege vehicle advanced. Once they get close to the Icecrown Fortress, they can immediately attack the fortress gate. Damnable humans. No one can offend the great Lich King. The Lich's unique hoarse and unpleasant voice rang out in the fortress. And another powerful Lich, the Death Rattler, who took over after the great Lich Kel'Thuzad was killed by Leo, appeared. Leo couldn't help but curl his lips when he saw this rare female member of the Lich. It is true that the Death Raider's personal strength is not weak, and it is only a little behind the great Lich Kel'Thuzad. But when it comes to arranging troops and commanding troops to fight, there is no comparison between the Death Raider and Kel'Thuzad. This Lich lady is a newbie on the battlefield. It is more realistic to expect her to be able to repel the fearless expeditionary force commanded by Bolvar than to expect a sow to climb a tree. If Lonathel hadn't betrayed the Scourge, the Death Rattler would never have been the commander. It seems that the Lich King really has no one left. So he actually found such a person to be responsible for Icecrown Citadel's second command. A line of defense. Leo shook his head repeatedly. With the Scourge's strength so weakened, Icecrown Fortress would never be able to withstand it. The only thing to worry about was how long it would take for Bolvar to break through the fortress gate and how many casualties it would cause. Facing the attack of the dauntless expeditionary force, it is time to learn from Putres and let the natural disaster catapults keep hitting them with plague barrels until the entire dauntless expeditionary force is annihilated. The Death Raider really wanted to do that. But all the plague barrels stored by the Scourge were used against Copressa's demon army. New plague barrels had not yet been made. And she could only watch the dauntless expedition pressing forward step by step. And do it in a hurry. Damn humans. You chose this time to attack Ice Crown Fortress. If there are plague barrels, I will let you kill as many as you can. The Death Raider kept cursing. And she didn't want to think about it. If she hadn't known that the plague barrels in Ice Crown City were exhausted, how could Bolvar not wait for the main force of the coalition led by Varian and others? Knowing yourself and your enemy means you will be victorious in every battle. This is not unreasonable. If Lonathel hadn't provided information that allowed the Alliance to know the reality of Ice Crown Citadel, Bolvar would still be renovating the army in Amirheim, thereby giving the Scourge a better chance. Leave enough time to craft a new batch of plague barrels. Fortunately, there are Noahs in reality. Such a thing will never happen. Alliance soldiers do not need to carry plague barrels and risk being infected by plague toxins to attack Ice Crown City, thus greatly reducing casualties. Soldiers of the Scourge Legion, warriors of the Lich King, kill those living people for me. Under the shouts of the Death Raiders, countless undead crawled out from the ground, and the fearless expeditionary army immediately fell into the siege of the undead army. In this regard, the soldiers of the dauntless expeditionary force did not panic. Under the command of Bolvar and officers at all levels, they maintained a tight battle formation and fought towards Ice Crown Castle against the attack of the undead army. Ice Crown City is the home base of the Scourge Legion. How could the Scourge Legion not station a large number of troops here? Soldiers who have fought against the Scourge Legion many times have long been aware of being attacked by the undead army. Damn living people. You will eventually drown in your own blood. The scream of the Death Raider was a bit hysterical. As she was speaking, a sharp arrow penetrated her head. The arrow came silently and struck the Death Raider's soul and her skull with the force of lightning. Shattered together. The witch demon who took over Kel'Thuzad's position was like a rooster that was crowing but had its throat cut. And its hoarse cry suddenly stopped. Leo's eyes narrowed, and he saw Sylvanas' figure disappearing among the undead army of the Scourge. Chapter 1135 The Gate of Divine Punishment. A terrifying arrow. The powerful Sylvanas. The poor Death Raider managed to survive just a few days after the Archlich Kel'Thuzad took over his position. He died before he could show off his power. And he was so frustrated that he was killed instantly with one arrow. If you have a miserable life, you can't blame the government. If you have a bad life, you can't blame society. What a tragedy. Who allowed the Death Raiders to rely on themselves in Ice Crown Citadel, thinking that they were incomparably safe and neglecting to take precautions? Originally, with her ability, Sylvanas would not be able to kill her easily even if he wanted to. Unfortunately, the Death Rattler was careless, and she would be embarrassed if Sylvanas died. Through mental perception, he discovered that Sylvanas was quietly approaching Ice Crown City under the cover of the Natural Disaster Army. Her whereabouts were so secretive that he almost lost her several times. Leo couldn't help but sigh. This is a ranger, capable of both long-range and close combat. He is better at staying invisible. With a strong person like Sylvanas watching, no one dares to be careless. From Sylvanas' actions, Leo guessed the thoughts of the Forsaken Queen. She clearly wanted to take advantage of the cover of the Scourge army and the chaos in Ice Crown City after the death of the Death Raider to sneak into the city. Looking at the closed gates of Ice Crown City and the towering walls, if Sylvanas really wanted to sneak in, nothing dead would be able to stop her. The Queen of the Forgotten is proud, and she always bears the thought of her defeat at the hands of Arthas. When the Scourge invaded the kingdom of Quel'Thalas, Sylvanas was the defender and didn't have much room to maneuver. The situation was undoubtedly extremely unfavorable for a ranger like her. But now, Arthas is the defender, and Hilvanas is on the attacker's side, changing the offensive and defensive situation. Sylvanas can show off her strengths as the attacker. The proud Queen of the Forsaken wants to fight Arthas again. Leo rubbed his chin and whispered, Sylvanas' battle of revenge? Interesting. Queen of the Forsaken Sylvanas versus Lich King Arthas will definitely be interesting. Leo admitted that he was moved, but he still didn't know if the Gate of Scourge incident would happen. Leo couldn't put it aside for his own interests. Bolvar and his dauntless expeditionary force were ignored. Seeing Sylvanas disappear from his range of perception, Leo Lion said it was a pity that Sylvanas had little chance of winning against Arthas. Unless Arthas didn't have Frostmourne in his hand. I hope Sylvanas won't be stubborn and won't hold on when there is no chance of winning. After Leo said good luck to you, his mind returned to the battlefield on the ground. As the commander, the Death Raider was killed, and chaos inevitably broke out in Ice-Crown City. Although the Death Raider had no ability to command an army, she still had the title of commander, and the undead of the Scourge were in her. He also knows what to do when given an order. After Sylvanas attacked and killed the Death Speakers, the low-level undead, who had no intelligence, fell into chaos. Without anyone to direct them, they would only act according to their own instincts. Out of the hatred of the dead towards the living, the undead flocked to the Dauntless Expeditionary Force, without anyone to direct and coordinate them. Trampling and squeezing inevitably occurred. The bodies of the undead may be strong or weak, and all the undead are squeezing in one direction. Weak low-level undead like skeletons will be squeezed to pieces by high-level undead. When he recovered from the panic of being killed, the undead army outside the city wall had lost 10% due to trampling on each other. 10% may not sound like much, but if you look at the number of the undead army, you will understand that this number is tens of thousands, or even hundreds of thousands. The Scourge lost so many troops without any effort. Bolvar earned big. If no one causes trouble, Bolvar can really lead the Dauntless expedition to knock on the door of Ice-Crown Citadel. What Leo is now guarding against is the troublemaker who suddenly jumps out. As long as Putres doesn't show up. If this guy dares to show up, Leo will kill him immediately. It's strange to say that the Alliance's troops have all arrived at the door, but the Lich King didn't even react at all. There are so many strong men in the entire Ice-Crown City. But a death whisper appears. The situation is very strange. Could it be the Lich King? What conspiracy are you planning? Leo was not unclear about the situation in Ice-Crown City. Even without the Blood Queen Lanethel and Syndragosa, there were still many capable experts there. Bolvar led the Dauntless Expeditionary Force to attack at the gate of Ice-Crown Fortress. These powerful men should show their faces even if they are not participating in the battle. There should not be any movement at all. It seems that Bolvar needs to be reminded to be careful after entering Ice-Crown City, so as not to be tricked by the Scourge. Leo's thoughts moved, and Bolvar, who was leading his army to fight against the undead natural disaster, heard a voice in his ear. The Grand Duke paused slightly, and then nodded. In response to Leo, without the participation of the powerful natural disasters, and without unexpected troublemakers such as Putres, Bolvar and his fearless expeditionary army advanced extremely smoothly. Although the undead army was large in number, its quality was not good. They could not stop the advancement of the fearless expeditionary army. As the battle progressed, the number of undead became less and less, while the number of dauntless expeditionary forces reinforced by the rear increased. After a day and night of hard fighting, Bolvar finally succeeded in clearing away the natural disaster forces outside Ice-Crown City. Boom! 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 The dull sound of the impact was like a huge drum being beaten, each one shocking. The faces of the Alliance soldiers, including Bolvar, had a look of excitement. The siege vehicle had a wooden bump that required several people to embrace. They hit the gate of Ice-Crown Fortress again and again, and under their impact, spiderweb-like cracks appeared on the gate of Ice-Crown Fortress. Are you about to break in? Leo's patience is very good. He has been hiding in the dark. The Dragon Lich Legion has not relaxed its surveillance around Ice-Crown City. The closer to success, the less relaxed it becomes. Not to mention that Bolvar has not yet entered Ice-Crown City. Even if he leads the fearless expeditionary force in, things won't be over until the coalition forces gain a firm foothold. The Wrathgate incident caused heavy losses to the Alliance. A large number of human elites were wiped out in one fell swoop. Even the Grand Duke Bolvar of the Kingdom of Stormwind was defeated. Humanity's vitality was severely damaged by this battle. Leo would never allow such a thing to happen. The battle outside Ice-Crown City has ended, and the gate of Ice-Crown City is about to be breached. More and more coalition soldiers are gathering in front of the gate of the city. Maybe they are not aware of anything, but as a bystander, Leo is at a high altitude. But something was wrong. The coalition soldiers gathered in an extremely narrow area. Once they were attacked by a powerful range, the casualties would be unimaginable. Danger? Leo frowned and became wary. If Putres was really hiding nearby, now would be the last time to take action. Nefarian, Parashylon, Ektoz, all cheer me up. Under Leo's order, the Dracolic who used illusion dance to hide their bodies became more and more cautious, and they monitored the vicinity of Ice-Crown City even more closely. Facts have proved that Leo's caution was not in vain. Just when the coalition soldiers were focusing all their energy on Ice-Crown Fortress, when the coalition soldiers were unknowingly crowded into a small area in front of Ice-Crown Fortress, When the vigilance of the coalition soldiers was at its lowest point. An army was quietly approaching the battlefield. It's finally here. You really kept me waiting. Putres. Leo got the news as soon as that army appeared. With Dracolic as his eyes and ears, he monitored the dozens of miles around Ice-Crown City. Putres and the Avengers who followed him simply couldn't do anything to them. Get close to the battlefield without anyone noticing. As planned. Have you asked me for my opinion if you want the Gate of Wrath incident to happen? Leo snorted coldly, stretched out his index finger, and lightly swiped the natural disaster catapult being pushed forward by the Avengers. A wave of extremely obscure laws flashed away. This wave was extremely secretive. So secret that even if the Avengers pushing the disaster catapult didn't notice either. When the fearless expeditionary force attacked Ice-Crown City, Leo's attitude towards Putres was to kill him on sight, and not give this guy a chance to appear. However, as the battle progressed, Leo changed his mind. It would be too boring to just kill you like this. I've been waiting here all day and night for you to show up. Wouldn't it be a big loss if I don't have some fun with you? Looking at Putres, who thought his whereabouts were secretive, Leo's mouth drew a mysterious arc, an expression called a bad smile. While the coalition's attention was focused on breaking the gate of Ice-Crown Citadel, Putres and the Avengers who followed him pushed the Scourge catapult to the appropriate position, and plague barrels as tall as one person were lifted onto the catapult. Ha 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 ha. Seeing that everything was ready, Putres laughed triumphantly. The laughter exposed his position, and allowed the coalition forces to see the natural disaster catapults behind him that were ready for launch. So many disaster catapults. So many plague barrels. The coalition soldiers all changed color. The Forgotten Ones put on this co-pilot. What did they want to do? Death? All living people. Putres laughed. His laughter filled with unspeakable pride. The revenge of the Forgotten has arrived. Gala. 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 The natural disaster catapult moved, and each plague barrel was thrown out, drawing parabolic trajectories in the air, and hitting the coalition soldiers gathered in front of Ice-Crown City. Bulver's expression changed drastically, and he yelled anxiously, "No! Retreat quickly! You still want to leave now? Go to HL!" Ha 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 ha. The panic of the coalition soldiers made Putres very proud. The royal apothecary looked up to the sky and laughed wildly. He seemed to have seen the scene of the coalition soldiers struggling painfully under the plague toxin, until the entire army was annihilated. This guy laughed so happily. Leo looked at Putres, who was laughing wildly, with a trace of amusement flashing in his eyes. Laugh. Laugh a few more times, and you won't be able to laugh anymore. Chapter 1136. It's your own fault. The revenge of the Forgotten has arrived. Ha ha ha. Putres laughed maniacally. He enjoyed the panic of the coalition forces. He liked to watch living people slowly die in pain and struggle. It can be said that Putres' heart was twisted. The dead have resentment towards the living. Why are you alive but I am dead? Why am I a cold corpse while you feel the sunshine and breathe the air? Forsaken people like Sylvanus can control themselves very well and retain enough sanity, while Putres and the Avengers who follow him are obviously another kind of people who are blinded by hatred and have completely twisted madness. What's scarier than a madman? It's a bunch of lunatics. What's scarier than a bunch of lunatics? It's a bunch of lunatics with weapons. The royal apothecary Putres is crazy. Such a madman is a threat to the entire world. This guy must die. Leo has sentenced Putres to death. Boom. Finally, a plague barrel completed its parabola and hit the ground. The powerful impact caused the plague barrel to fall apart. The nearby coalition soldiers fled in all directions, like frightened ants. The plague barrel cracked. And then nothing. There was nothing inside the shattered plague barrel. Not only the first plague barrel was like this, but all the plague barrels that were smashed down by the Avengers with the Scourge catapult were like this. After they shattered, the plague toxin did not appear as everyone expected. The coalition soldiers were stunned. What is going on? Is Putres kidding us? Or has the royal apothecary created a new, colorless, odorless plague? The coalition soldiers looked at Putres with doubts. Putres, who was laughing wildly, noticed something was wrong, and his crazy laughter stopped abruptly. What's going on? Why are the plague barrels empty? These plague barrels were obviously made by me. Why are they empty? Putres was dumbfounded. He had no idea what was happening. Before bringing out the plague barrel, he personally checked it to ensure that there were no mistakes. After confirming that it was correct, he led his army to set off. Now those living people should be wailing under the plague toxin. Pain is all right. But why is the plague barrel empty? Putries couldn't figure out how there could be no plague toxin in the plague barrel. God had played a big joke on him. Wow! When Putries was confused, the sky suddenly darkened. The huge figure of the Blue Dragon King Maligos covered the sky. A voice came from the Blue Dragon King's head. I seem to have disturbed you. The great apothecary of Putries. Leo! Putries knew who was speaking as soon as he heard this voice. And he would never forget Leo, the human warlock royal apothecary who once broke into Naxxramas with him. Damn it! Are you responsible for my plague bucket? Putries looked at the sky, his soul fire beating wildly. And there was a chilling malice in his eyes. Don't look at me like that. I'll be scared. He said this, but the expression on Leo's face was completely different. I just saw a group of sneaky rats, and I couldn't help it. Stretched my hands and feet, Leo said as he stretched his right hand forward, and a green light ball emerged from his palm. It's you! It's you! Seeing the green light ball in Leo's palm, Putries jumped in anger. If it wasn't the plague toxin he developed, what could it be? You despicable thief! I will tear your bones to pieces. Putris was so angry that the plague toxin he had spent countless efforts and years developing was actually obtained by Leo under his own eyes. The hateful human warlock not only dumped his plague bucket, but also let himself. I have become the butt of laughter, and I am still watching my own jokes. Now I stand up and laugh at myself even more arrogantly. I am too arrogant and disrespectful of others. Ignoring Putris' anger, Leo said slowly, Don't be so excited. I'm really just curious. Since you want it, I'll give it back to you. After saying that, Leo rolled his wrist, pressed down with his palm, and the green light ball quickly fell downwards. Putris was frightened half to death when he saw this. Although he was crazy, he was not stupid. This poison was used by him to deal with the Lich King. Can Putris resist the poison developed with demigods as the imaginary enemy? The answer is of course no. What's more, those toxins were compressed and refined by Leo with perfect poison rules, and their lethality became more and more terrifying. Not to mention that Putris didn't prepare an antidote for this plague toxin. Even if he did, it would be useless. Knowing that the situation was not good, Putris hurriedly fled away, without even giving a warning to the Avengers and the great pharmacist who followed him. Are you afraid that if you remind the Avengers, they will fight you for a way to escape? Leo despises the character of Putris. This guy is so selfish and ruthless, and the Avengers who choose to follow him are so blind. Don't leave in a hurry. You left something behind. Leo pointed towards the ground, and with a crashing sound, thick pillars of bones emerged from the ground. These pillars of bones formed a prison, trapping Putris and the Avengers who followed him. Inside, the road on the ground is completely blocked by these bone pillars. Blocked by the pillar of bones, Putris immediately attacked with all his strength. But due to the strength of the pillar of bones, he could not break it for a moment. Enjoy it, Grand Apothecary Putris. You can't do this. No. After picking his ears, Leo looked confused. What? Can you speak louder? Leo said, ignoring Putris' vicious curse, and snapped his fingers. The pillars of bones that trapped the Avengers closed inward, forming a sealed space just when the green light group fell. The bone prison trapped Putris. Reese's curses and hoarse shouts were all blocked, and an airtight space was officially formed. Marshal Leo, what's going on? While Bolvar reorganized the army, he asked Leo. He was not a fool, and of course, he would not think this was an accident. Leo had definitely anticipated Putris' actions, and those plague barrels could not be Putris. C's mistake was not that the royal pharmacist was teasing, but that Leo had done something without the other party noticing. Bolvar did not blame Leo for not reminding him. Instead, the Grand Duke wanted to thank Leo. If not for Leo's help, he and his fearless expeditionary force would have died. Bolvar really did not expect it beforehand. The Forgotten Ones are so heartbroken and crazy. We have solved a small trouble. Now it's okay. The Grand Duke can attack Icecrown Castle with confidence and open the door to the Frozen Throne. After Leo finished speaking, he added, Putris and his men are with Sylvanas is not of one mind. I suspect that their master is the Burning Legion. I have to stay here to watch over them until they are dead. Putris' potion is hard to guard against, and I won't worry if he doesn't die. Not everyone has mastered the perfect poison laws like Leo, and it is impossible for Leo to protect all the territory of the Alliance all the time. If he misses this time, it will not be easy to kill the royal pharmacist after he becomes vigilant. Putris' potion is too terrifying. The toxins he creates cannot even be resisted by demigods. And if he doesn't die, he will bring a lot of trouble to the Alliance. What Leo hates most is trouble. Putris must die today. The so-called treating others the same way as others. To put it bluntly, doesn't it mean letting others suffer for themselves? Leo shrugged towards the bone prison. He could sense that the Avengers in the bone prison were dying in large numbers. The stronger ones, such as Putris, could resist for a while the weak ones died suddenly on the spot, under the corrosion of toxins. Their bodies decayed and fester at a speed visible to the naked eye, and eventually collapsed and disintegrated, with their bodies and souls turning into ashes. Kill Jaden. Will you save Putris the dog? Instead of killing Putris immediately, he chose to let the poison slowly corrode Putris' body and soul. This was not because Leo meant to play tricks on him, but to test him. Putris joined the Burning Legion. Leo knew well, when he first met this guy, that Kill Jaden was now in charge of the Burning Legion. Before Passerian entered this world, with the Storm Fortress and the demonic portal, Leo wasn't too worried about Kill Jaden. But that's not the case now. Who knew that Passerian and the demons of the Burning Legion were entering this world? What the world has done after that? A few months is enough time for them to do a lot of things. Leo didn't want to be tricked by the deceiver at the critical juncture of his own battle with the Lich King. The tragedy of Alda could not be repeated. As long as Kill Jaden dared to take action, Leo could teach him a lesson and give him a short period of time. I can't take any more action inside. Unfortunately, the deceiver was very calm, and nothing happened until Putris was corroded by poison and turned into dregs, his body and soul destroyed. The tragic Putris, just as he ruthlessly abandoned the Avengers who chose to follow him. Kill Jaden also ruthlessly abandoned him. Kill Jaden, you lurking in the shadows annoys me. Leo cursed secretly. It was not easy to guard against secret attacks, especially from a guy like Kill Jaden. Leo felt quite pressured. Bolvar didn't know Leo's concerns. After hearing him say that Putris had defected to the Burning Legion, the Grand Duke understood why Putris would do such a thing. Seeing that Leo intended to stay and keep an eye on Putris, Bolvar thought that with this demigod warlock watching over him, he would be able to fully devote himself to the battle to attack Icecrown City. Therefore, he did not force Leo. Thinking after Leo nodded in greeting, Bolvar raised his sword high and gave the order to the Dauntless Expeditionary Force, which had recovered from the panic, to continue attacking Icecrown City. Warriors of the Alliance, the Scourge Legion that has brought us endless disasters is right in front of us. Let us break this castle and completely erase those damn undead scourges from our world. Chapter 1137 The Mysterious Plan. The gate to Icecrown Citadel has been captured. The road to the Frozen Throne has been opened. The last fortress of the Scourge is under the attack of the Coalition forces, and the final battle is about to begin. Bolvar's Dauntless Expeditionary Force did not rush in after conquering the gate of Icecrown City. With the Putris incident and Leo's reminder, the Grand Duke restrained his desire to fight, camped at the gate of Scourge, and began to build a defense line. Be prepared to fight a long war, blocking the gate of Icecrown Citadel. The Scourge Legion is like a dog that is beaten behind closed doors to the Coalition forces. They cannot escape even if they want to. Bolvar does not need to go deep alone. He can wait until the main force of the Coalition forces arrives, and then rely on his tyranny. The military strength gradually disintegrated and encroached until the defense inside Icecrown City was defeated. In fact, Bolvar did exactly that. Less than a day after the Dauntless Expeditionary Force conquered the gate of Icecrown Citadel and blocked the access to the last fortress of the Scourge, the main force led by Varian Scarlet and other Alliance leaders caught up. We met successfully. We can't rush to attack now. Icecrown City is the last bastion of the Scourge. Even if we know that the Scourge's defense force in this castle cannot be defeated for a moment. Not to mention that our soldiers are too tired and they need to rest. In the makeshift war conference room, Varian and other Alliance leaders were gathering together. Everyone was discussing the plan to attack Icecrown Citadel. If someone observed carefully enough, he would discover a detail. That was the first time Scarlet's position was ranked above Varian. Seats can reflect a person's status, and the ranking of seats among leaders directly reflects the strength of the country. Scarlet is seated before Varian. Could it be that Arathar's national power surpasses the Kingdom of Stormwind? Unfortunately, no. The Kingdom of Stormwind is still the strongest among the major human forces. Scarlet's current position was changed by Varian on his own initiative to thank Leo for saving Bolvar and the intrepid expeditionary force. If Leo hadn't broken Putris's conspiracy, Bolvar and the intrepid expeditionary force would have been destroyed. The whole army was wiped out. If that happened, Varian didn't know if he would go crazy. Out of gratitude, Varian took the initiative to exchange seats with Scarlet. In Varian's mind, the meaningless reputation was not as important as Bolvar and the dauntless expeditionary force. For Aratha, the improvement of status was also for the subjects of the entire kingdom. An exciting news. Our soldiers do need to rest, but the offensive against the Scourge Legion must not stop. Magni, the Lord of Ironforge, spoke. It is urgent to destroy the Scourge Legion. Attacking Icecrown City is not just ours. The Silver Crusaders, the Knights of the Black Blade, are about to arrive, and it's time for them to contribute. Magni's words were approved by everyone. The Scourge is the enemy of all living things. It is not the responsibility of the Alliance to eliminate the Scourge of the Undead. Speaking of hatred for the Scourge, who most hopes that the Scourge will be destroyed and the Silver Cross reintegrated the army, and Mograine's Knights of the Ebon Blade don't think twice. Of course, the Forgotten Ones and Sylvanas are no less eager to eliminate the Scourge than the Argent Crusaders and the Knights of the Ebon Blade. But the incident of Putris and the Avengers throwing plague barrels has made the Alliance more interested in the Forgotten Ones. The readers were extremely distrustful and therefore did not count them. Just because Magni didn't want to mention the Forsaken didn't mean that Leo wouldn't. Leo stood up and said to the others, everyone, now is not the time to be impulsive. Sylvanas' Forgotten Army has already ready to go. They will come to Icecrown Castle together with Kael'dat's Blood Elf Army. I believe that with their assistance, the Alliance will reduce a lot of unnecessary losses. As for the issues that everyone is worried about, what I want to say is, Putri, after all, this is just a small probability event. Varian, Magni and others had a look of reluctance on their faces. They welcomed the addition of the Blood Elves, but it was different for the Forsaken. Originally, they hated those dead bones. And now what happened to Putris and the betrayal of the Avengers? They not only hate the Forsaken, but also don't trust them at all. As the Royal Apothecary, Putris could betray him. So who could guarantee that there would be no problems with the other Forgotten Ones? Looking at everyone's expressions, Leo knew what they were worried about. No one was willing to join forces with a guy who both hated and had to be wary of when they could defeat the Scourge alone. However, if the Forsaken were not allowed to participate in this battle, it is absolutely not possible. The hatred of the dead towards the Scourge is 10 times and 100 times deeper than that of the Alliance soldiers. Because it was the Scourge that turned them into dead people. The anger of the Forsaken must be released. If they are not allowed to participate in the Battle of Icecrown Citadel, there will be more and more lunatics like Putris. I don't want another group of idiots to appear after destroying the Scourge. The undead who know how to kill. Leo's expression was serious, letting others see how serious he was about this matter. I know what everyone is worried about. In fact, this worry is completely unnecessary, because the commander of the Forsaken is Nathanos Blightmaker. The hatred between Sylvanas and Arthas is irresolvable. With Nathanos' loyalty to Sylvanas, he will definitely put the destruction of the Scourge first. The Wither Legion under Nathanos has been fighting at the forefront against the Scourge. Even when the Scourge was at its peak, the Wither Legion did not give in at all. If this legion came to the Icecrown Citadel Alliance, it would not be unacceptable. We feel relieved when the Wither Legion comes, but their relationship with the Knights of the Black Blade is not easy to handle. Kaderos expressed another concern. Before Mograine rebelled against the Scourge, the Blighter Legion and the Ebon Blade Knights fought fiercely in the Western Plague Lands. The hatred between the two sides could not be resolved by simply resolving it. You don't have to worry about this at all. Scarlet spoke. The Silver Crusade and the Blackwind Knights were too involved. As the commander of the Silver Crusade, Scarlet had the most say among everyone present. The Blackwind Knights, the Knights of the Ebon Blade, and the Wither Legion have the same goal, which is to destroy the Lich King and the Scourge. Before this goal is completed, the Knights of the Ebon Blade will not actively provoke the Wither Legion, as long as both parties maintain restraint. Even if there is friction, there will be no expand. With the support of Leo and Scarlet, the two people in power in Aratha, others will naturally not object. Anyway, they are not friendly towards the Forsaken, who are also undead with the Scourge, and they are happy to see them. The attitude of the two fighting each other. Let the Forsaken and the Scourge fight. No matter which side loses, the Alliance will be happy to see the result. Leo shrugged. It didn't matter what others thought, as long as Sylvanas' Forsaken army could join the battle to attack Icecrown City. Only in this way could certain actions be concealed. Sylvanas' Forsaken army really won't have any problems? In private, Liskerley quietly asked Leo, even though the female paladin was so sure in the battle meeting. In fact, she could only guarantee that there would be no problems with the Knights of the Black Blade. Her Queen Arather and the Silver Crusaders. The identity of the Lord has zero influence among the Forsaken. If Leo hadn't said that he wanted to let the Forsaken into Icecrown Castle, Scarlet would never have spoken. Don't worry. There will be no problem. In fact, letting the Forsaken participate in the battle for Icecrown Citadel is not as simple as it seems, Leo said, and whispered into Scarlet's ear. Because of the existence of the soundproof barrier, no one except the two parties knew what Leo said. The only information available was Scarlet's expression of disbelief. And not long after, Scarlet quietly returned to Stromgarde. When everyone turned their attention to Icecrown Citadel, an undercurrent surged between Undercity and Stromgarde. In normal times, this undercurrent would never have been hidden from the eyes and ears of the leaders of the major forces. But now that the battle in Icecrown City has broken out, and when the decisive battle to annihilate the Scourge Legion is about to break out, no one can spare the energy to take care of other things. The plan went smoother than we expected. When Leo saw Kaeldats, he said to the Blood Elf Prince, "We have to thank Putris for bringing the Forsaken to Oppose Hill." Vanessa's people gathered together, and his unsuccessful conspiracy gave Sylvanas a reason to eliminate dissidents. At this point, Leo clicked his tongue and praised loudly, as expected of the Queen of the Forsaken. Worthy of the cold-blooded Sylvanas. She is so decisive in her actions. Now there are no more people in the Undercity who hinder our plans. Cold? Kaeldats shook his head with a look of disapproval. I can't believe this came out of your mouth. I think Sylvanas did a very good job. Leaders must know how to make choices. Let go of a few people to let the kingdom continue to exist, and preserve the subjects of the kingdom. This is an inevitable choice. Since the subjects of the kingdom have made you their king, they hope that you will continue the existence of the kingdom, and lead them to glory. Continuing the existence of the kingdom is the first condition. Therefore, ensuring the existence of the kingdom is the most basic and necessary thing for a qualified king. Things to do. After Kaeldats finished speaking, he looked at Leo and asked in a solemn voice, "What do you think?" Leo smiled. Non-committal. Kaeldats is right. But why do we have to give up the minority for the sake of the majority? Just because they block the way of others, the minority has no right to continue to survive? No matter how beautiful the words are, they still cannot hide the truth. A high-sounding reason is just a fig leaf. Behind this fig leaf are 4 words: profit trade-off. Everyone has their own position, and everyone uses their own sense of right and wrong to judge right and wrong. Why should we impose our own ideas on others? Leo spread his hands. I am not a forgotten person. It doesn't matter so much, as long as what Sylvanas does is beneficial to our plan. Chapter 1138 The Unbeatable Xuqiang. Icecrown Fortress has the word city, which means that it is not a fortress-like building. Overall, it has indeed reached the size of a city, and it is also a large city no smaller than Stormwind City and Stromgarde. It's just that there are no residents in this city, and there is no need for a series of public facilities such as houses, because all of them are undead and are soldiers of the Scourge Legion. The entire Icecrown Fortress is a huge barracks. Not only are the natural disaster soldiers here numerous in number, but their quality is unmatched anywhere else. All those who can be stationed in Icecrown Fortress are high-level undead. Countless high-level undead, and relying on the geographical location, are really a headache. It is not ordinary difficulty to capture the lair of the Scourge Legion. The reason why Varian and other Alliance leaders suppressed their hatred of the undead and agreed to join hands with the Forsaken was that in addition to selling Leo and Scarlet's face, it was also extremely important to reduce their own losses. However, no matter what everyone's thoughts are, the addition of the Forgotten has indeed had an effect that cannot be ignored. The Forgotten, who are also deceased with the natural disaster soldiers, can discover many details that are ignored by the Coalition soldiers. And a small oversight in the war is often it will cost many lives. The resistance of the Scourge Legion is really tenacious. Even if Varian Magni and the others take action together, the battle situation is still tense. It has been 10 days, and not even the shadow of the Soul Forge has been seen. Leo stood in the air and looked at the two sides, who were fighting on the ground. Suggested to Kaeldats beside him, "How about you go and help? Breaking through the gate of Icecrown Citadel is only the first step in attacking the Frozen Throne. It is still far from actually entering the Frozen Throne where the Lich King is. Only by destroying the Soul Forge in Icecrown Citadel and occupying the Soul Forge can solve Long Abyss, and then take down the Hall of Reflection. Only by solving these 3 peripheral strongholds can the Coalition attack the Frozen Hall with confidence and kill the Frozen Throne where the Lich King is. The whole plan seems very simple. Isn't it just to destroy the 3 outer strongholds first, and then launch a decisive attack? But when it is executed, it is completely different. No. The coalition's movement was blocked by the Soul Furnace for 10 days without any progress. And the battle was at a stalemate. Of course, as the attackers, the coalition forces did not try their best. The two demigods Leo and Kael'thas did not participate in the battle. If these two big killers took action, not to mention the Soul Forge, even the Sarone Mine and the Scourge Legion in the Image Hall may not be able to be saved. Kael'thas glanced at Leo and answered simply in 3 words, not interested. The Scourge Legion's defense has no technical content at all. It relies purely on military strength to delay. If the coalition forces do not want to spend a high price, they can only push forward gradually. Whether to spend more time or sacrifice more soldiers, any commander will choose the latter when the coalition has the upper hand. If I can't beat you, I'll grind it out with you slowly, wearing down your patience bit by bit, to see if you're in a hurry. The Scourge Legion had figured out what the coalition was thinking. The strong men of Icecrown Fortress only commanded from behind, and did not go to the front line. How could the arrogant Blood Elf Prince be interested in a group of minions? Catching a turtle in an urn, beating a dog with a closed door. There is no rush anyway. The Scourge Legion is just a desperate struggle. Everyone in the coalition, from leaders like Varian to ordinary soldiers, all have this idea. They think they have plenty of time. But they don't know that this is not the case. According to the news Leo received from Brian Bronzebeard, Uldur in the Storm Peaks is not peaceful. The guards left there by the Titans have gradually become very active in recent times. This is what Leo is most worried about. After solving before the Scourge has eliminated the threat from the Lich King, if the crisis in Uldur breaks out early, the coalition forces will have no choice but to withdraw from Icecrown Citadel even if they are unwilling to do so. Who would be willing to fall short of success for the sake of a mountain? The strong men of the Scourge Legion avoid showing up, and their tactics against the coalition are mainly delaying. Could it be that they know something? Leo wasn't sure, and the information he had was extremely limited, so he could only rely on guessing. You lazy guys. Are you waiting for me to do something? Leo rolled his eyes, and had already contacted Sarah in private. The latter's responsibility as commander of the Northern Expedition lies with Varian. After the arrival of Magni and others, it has become in name only. The only army she can command now is the army of the Kingdom of Arather. Her power has become smaller, and she has fewer things to be responsible for. Sarah is several times more leisurely than before. She does not need to calculate too much about the overall situation of the battle. She only needs to issue orders one by one to let the troops of the Kingdom of Arather cooperate with Stormwind City. Allies such as Hearth and Blood Elves are too simple and easy for Sarah. It really feels like overkill. Sarah, it's taking too long here in the Soul Forge. We should strengthen the offensive appropriately. Aren't the Scourge Legion relying on the soldiers to delay the attack? Give them some color. Your will is my goal. Great Master. Sarah knew that her master did not want to waste any more time. This step-by-step battle was a waste of time. She also knew that Leo wanted to warn the Scourge Legion and let the powerful Scourge men hiding in the dark understand that the superiority of their troops was in front of Leo. Nothing. Sending L troops like the Sand Knights to attack? The effect is good, but it may not achieve the effect Leo wants. Sarah thought about countermeasures, while quickly defeating the defenses of the Scourge Legion and capturing the Soul Forge. She also had to undermine the confidence of the powerful Scourge warriors. The former was easy to do, but the latter was difficult. How to attack well? While Sarah was thinking, the name of a race suddenly flashed through her mind, and she thought of a way. Summoner Legion. Come out! Under Sarah's order, summoners wearing robes and holding a grimoire stood up. In these days' battles, they were the ones who played a role in the soy sauce. Apart from letting the summoned demon imps provide long-range strikes, they had no other choice. Things to do. If it weren't for the strict military discipline that restrained them, the summoners would have been unable to help but rush to the front line to cast a few spells. Disband the devil imp. Sarah issued the second order. Although the summoners had doubts in their hearts, there was no hesitation in their movements. No one asked why. This is a battlefield, not a vegetable market. How can there be any room for bargaining with the commander's order? The devil kid was immediately sent back to another space by them. Summon, Sarah said, her eyes passing over the summoners. Her voice penetrated the din of the battlefield and clearly rang in the ears of every summon. The sinking demon. Summon the sinking demon. The summoners were shocked. This was their secret weapon. When they took it out at this time, they thought it was because the officers were not satisfied with the progress of the battle. The warlocks of the Summoner Legion are happy to have Leo's support. In addition to observing the warlock's grimoire written by Leo himself, they can also sign a contract with the H.L. race created by Leo and summon the troops of the Hell Legion to help them fight. The Sinking Demon is one of them. Lakanixu. Lakanixu. The unique cry of the fallen demon sounded in the battlefield. This highly representative classic H.L. unit appeared in another world. The Summoner Legion made a lot of noise. Varian, Jean and others all looked in the direction where they were. They saw a group of red-skinned demons with machetes, only as tall as an average person's knees. With their stature and thin arms and legs, a mid-level warrior can defeat 3 of these demons. What use can they do against a natural disaster army composed entirely of high-level undead? It's not as good as the demon imps summoned before. The fireballs of at least 50 or 60 demon imps can hit a high-level undead at the same time and kill the opponent. It seems that the Sinking Demon has been underestimated. Leo rubbed his chin and laughed. Kael'thas could hear Leo's pride in his laughter. The Blood Elf Prince couldn't help but look at the humble Sinking Demon carefully. What's so special about these demons, who are small in stature, not very powerful, and have weak magic power fluctuations? Kael'thas didn't see it, but he soon no longer had to wonder. Because under the summoner's order, the fallen demon shouted that Rakani Shio came to the front line. Puff puff. As expected, a large number of sinking devils died as soon as the two sides fought. If not for every summoner in the Summoner Legion, who could summon at least 10 sinking devils, making this wave of red demons quite large, the Scourge Legion could have defeated them in an instant. They were destroyed. The sinking demons were not without their contribution. In this wave of contact, hundreds of natural disaster soldiers fell under their swords. Kael'thas looked at Leo with eyes. The Sinking Demon only had so much ability. Why was Leo still smiling? It's not just Kael'thas who has this doubt. Varian, Jean and others also have the same doubt. They don't believe that Sarah is temporarily dizzy. And they don't believe that Leo would watch Sarah being stupid. The answer was revealed when the summoners raised their hands, depending on their strength. The summoners summoned 1 to 3 fallen demon wizards holding demon bone flags and wearing headdresses made of the bones of unknown creatures. After these fallen magicians appeared, they only made one movement, waving bone flags. A surprising scene appeared. The dead sinking demons stood up again. They were resurrected. Those little red devils have been resurrected. Since they can be resurrected for the first time, does it mean that they can be resurrected for the second time, the third time, or even countless times? Thinking of this possibility, even Kael'thas' breathing stopped. A demon army that can be resurrected indefinitely is too terrifying. Facing an army that can be resurrected immediately after death. No matter how elite your army is, you will feel powerless from the inside. What happened next confirmed everyone's guesses. When the sinking demon fell for the second time, the sinking demon wizard waved the bone flag again. The newly dead red little devil shouted to Lakanixu and stood up again. The invincible Xuqiang. Kael'thas no longer looked at the sinking demon with any contempt. He could actually be resurrected infinitely. When such demons gather in a certain number, who can defeat them? While others were shocked, Sarah and Leo were not satisfied. As long as the sinking demon wizard did not die, the sinking demon could be resurrected indefinitely. But if the number of the sinking demon was not enough, it would not pose much of a threat to the Scourge. It seems that we need to pass on the inheritance of Baisabosu and Rakani Shio as soon as possible. But where can we find suitable candidates? Leo was constantly sifting through candidates who could pass on the legacy, while Sarah drew out her sword and thrust it into the ground. In the name of the Lord of Darkness, the fallen demons of H.L. obey my call, King Leoric, and come here. Amid the crackling sound of space shattering, a red wave swept across the entire soul furnace. Chapter 1139 Weakness or Trap. The east wind blows, and the war drums beat. Who is afraid of whom in this world? Didn't the Scourge Legion seize on the Coalition's desire to reduce casualties and stall for time? Didn't the Scourge Legion rely on the undead troops in Icecrown City to hold back the Coalition's progress? It's a pity that you met me. Watching the red wave composed of countless sinking demons drowning groups of undead natural disasters, Leo sneered again and again. The reason why the Coalition's progress was slow was because they were afraid of too many casualties. With sinking demons that can be infinitely resurrected by the sinking demon wizard, there are those who fight. The immortal Xuqiang acted as cannon fodder, and the Scourge Legion's plan failed. Want to consume more? Although your natural disaster army has many people, one of them will die less, and my army of fallen demons will come back to life immediately after death. Can you outlast me? Well done. Sarah. Leo is very satisfied with Sarah's performance. Using the sinking demon is indeed the best way to deal with the scourge. It is perfect for these little red demons to appear as reusable cannon fodder at this time. Thank you for your compliment, Master. I heard Leo's satisfaction from his tone. And Sarah was very happy, because it was an affirmation of her ability. The reason why the coalition forces were blocked from attacking by the Scourge Legion was because the leaders of the coalition did not want their own casualties to be too great. Now that the fallen demon army has arrived, with this excellent cannon fodder, the biggest obstacle no longer exists. An hour after the sunken demon army appeared, the coalition's progress was comparable to the results of the previous 10 days. The fastest vanguard had already penetrated into the depths of the soul furnace. At this rate, we can win the soul forge today. The development of the war situation made Varian, Jean and others very happy. And the ordinary soldiers were also extremely excited. The battle became much easier with the sinking demon at the forefront. The army of fallen demons that can be infinitely resurrected seems to be an unsolvable and heaven-defying existence. But is this really the case? How could a small demon race be so defiant? How could a group of small demons have no weaknesses? Kaeldats didn't believe it. After the initial surprise, the Blood Elf Prince quickly discovered the weakness of the fallen demon army. He pointed at the fallen demon wizard and asked Leo, ordinary little devils can be resurrected infinitely. What about those wizards? If they die, can they be resurrected? Leo smiled and didn't answer. Kaeldats is worthy of being Kaeldats. He found out the weakness of the fallen demon army so quickly. As Kaeldats suspected, ordinary sinking demons can be infinitely resurrected by sinking demon wizards. But sinking demon wizards cannot. Once they die, other wizards cannot resurrect them. This is the weakness of the sinking demon army. As long as you know this, the sinking demon army is not difficult to deal with. For example, if Kaeldats wants to deal with the sinking demon army, he only needs to use magic to kill a large number of sinking demon wizards. And then the sinking demon army will not be able to deal with it. Another threat. Of course, all this is based on the fact that the fallen magician cannot be resurrected. If there is Baisabosu, the situation will be completely different. Baisabosu, who can resurrect the fallen demon wizard, was born to make up for the weakness of the fallen demon. If the army of the fallen demon is to have no fatal weaknesses, Baisabosu is indispensable. Leo has Baisabosu's inheritance in his hands. The reason why Baisabosu has not been found is because he has never thought about it, let alone looking for a candidate who makes Baisabosu's personal ability not so good. Protrude. In the past, the army of sunken demons did not appear, and Leo did not care about Bishabosu's selection. But it was different now. Kaeldats was not the only one with a keen eye. And the natural disaster expert hiding in the dark was not an idiot either. They will soon find out the weakness of the fallen demon army. There are only two powerful heroes of the sinking devil race in the Hell Legion. One is Baisabosu from the legal system, and the other is Rakani Shio from the physics system. Without them, the combat power of the sinking devil army is not at the same level as with them. While thinking, the names of two people flashed through Leo's mind, and his eyes lit up. Yes! Kaeldats noticed that Leo's figure disappeared for 20 or 30 breaths. When the latter appeared again, he had a mysterious smile on his face. What did this guy do again? The Blood Elf Prince was a little curious, and Leo's mysterious appearance made him very interested in exploring. Kaeldats, who focused his attention on Leo, did not notice that two figures appeared silently in Arothar's army. Damn living people. How dare you go against the Scourge Legion? Do you think you can defeat us with these weak demons? Ha 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 ha. I will let you know how ridiculous you are. Seeing that the coalition forces have entered the core area of the Soul Forge, the natural disaster expert responsible for the defense of the Soul Forge can no longer remain anonymous. Bronium, the father of thousands of souls, finally stood up. This was the first one after the coalition forces invaded Icecrown City. A strong man standing in the light of natural disasters. Bronium is not a fool. If he were stupid, the Lich King would not have given him the task of guarding the Soul Furnace. The reason why he dared to stand in the open was not because of impulse, but because he did have the means to deal with the army of fallen demons. Method. The worrying thing still happened. Kaeldats could see the weakness of the sunken devil army. As a natural disaster expert, Bronium also saw that as long as a large number of sinking devil wizards were killed, the threat from the sinking devil would be eliminated, will decrease geometrically. But how can Bronium kill a large number of fallen demon wizards? Soul Eater, kill them, without letting everyone waste their brain cells. Bronium took out his trump card. which was that the Scourge Legion used the resentful souls of countless dead creatures in the Soul Forge to create soul eaters full of hatred for all living things. A spirit body formed by the entanglement of countless resentful souls appears as a face with infinite hatred. This face full of resentment and hatred is frightening. If you have good eyesight, you can still see the face. The looming resentful souls are biting each other. Such strong resentment. How many lives must have died? And what kind of torture must these creatures have suffered before their death to possess such amazing power of resentment? Leo looked at the Soul Eater and couldn't help but feel a little pity for the resentful spirit created by the Scourge Legion. You said it's not good for you to appear in front of anyone. But you showed up in front of me. Should I torture you? What about abusing you? The Soul Eater didn't know what Leo was thinking. Out of hatred for life, he was controlled by Bronium and let out a silent roar. At the same time, a blue beam of light shot out from the Soul Eater, aiming at the right target. It's the army of fallen demons. All the sinking demons swept by the blue light beam immediately fell to the ground without even letting out a scream. They had lost their lives. There are many sinking demon wizards among these dead sinking demons. The reduction in the number of wizards has caused the resurrection of sinking demons to slow down a lot. Seeing that the dead fallen demon wizard was not resurrected, Bronium smiled proudly. His judgment was indeed correct. Those little red demons can be resurrected infinitely. But the demon wizard holding the bone flag cannot. As long as the sinking demon wizard is killed, the troublesome sunken demon army will no longer be as ferocious as before, and will no longer pose a major threat to the Scourge Legion. Kael'dat's turned to look at Leo, as if he wanted to see something on the latter's face. To the disappointment of the Blood Elf Prince, Leo did not appear annoyed or anxious at all, but looked at Soul Eater unusually calmly. He studied the blue beam of light emitted by the attacker, using the resentful soul in the body to create a beam of light full of resentment. Using the resentment to corrode the vitality of living creatures and turn them into dead people. This type of attack method is too primitive. Well, from Leo's perspective, the Soul Eater's use of soul resentment can only be evaluated in 5 words, which is unacceptable. Soul Eater's use of soul power is too poor. The same resentment, if Leo had used it, would be enough to knock down 80% of the fallen demons present. But Soul Eater did not kill even 1%. The use of power is not on the same level at all. This is the difference between you and me. Leo shook his head, curling his lips as the wailing soul was lured into the Soul Eater's killing move. What was Leo thinking? Didn't he see that the weaknesses of those little red demons had been discovered by the Scourge? Kael'dat was a little confused. His intuition told him that Leo must be so calm because he had a way to deal with it. Could it be that those demon wizards can still be resurrected? As soon as Kael'dat had this idea in his mind, he saw the light of magic falling on the body of the sinking demon wizard. And the dead sinking demon wizard came back to life. Can it really be resurrected? Kael'dat's eyes were a little solemn. If those demon wizards could be resurrected, wouldn't the army of fallen demons have no weaknesses? As long as they couldn't be killed at the same moment, they wouldn't be able to be killed. Such an army is terrible. The Blood Elf Prince didn't notice that when he was amazed by the resurrection of the fallen wizard, Leo was looking at a figure standing in Arothar's army. The resurrection of the sinking demon wizard instantly wiped out Bronium's pride. He didn't expect that the weakness he discovered was not a weakness at all. And the opponent already had a way to deal with it. Since it is not a weakness, but it is pretending to be a weakness, why would the other party do this? Bronium was horrified. He thought that this was a trap. This was a trap that the other party came out to catch him. Unfortunately, he stepped in stupidly. Since the other party had fished him out, wouldn't the next step be to deal with him? When Bronium thought of this, he was about to hide again when a familiar mental force locked him. The feeling of being targeted by a natural enemy made his soul tremble. Guh. Bronium said the other party's name with difficulty. Godok. Bronium is known as the father of 1,000 souls. And Godok is the soul reaper. The latter harvests souls. Bronium, the father of thousands of souls, will be defeated to death. Unless Godok is careless. Otherwise Bronium would have no chance to turn around. Long time no see. Bronium. Just by listening to the voice, you would think that Godok doesn't have much hostility towards Bronium. But if you look at his actions, you will find that the opposite is true. Godok cast spells one after another, and groups of resentful souls howled and floated out of Bronium's body. The aura of the Father of 1,000 Souls was weakening at an eye-popping speed. His power increased in just a dozen times. It fell from legend to epic in just one breath. Godok, I'll fight you. Bronium roared in despair. He was about to launch a self-destruction when a human warrior wearing ice blue armor suddenly rushed forward. Vesuvius. Bronium was shocked. He was completely despairing. The warrior slashed with his sword, killing Bronium to pieces before he exploded. Chapter 1140 Bury them. When Goddic and Vesuvius took action, Bronium and Soul Eater were destined to be losers. Vesuvius kills Bronium, leaving the Soul Eater alone. How can a spirit body, made up of countless resentful souls, struggle when it encounters a Soul Reaper? The Soul Forge was lost. The Soul Forge, which had blocked the coalition forces for 10 days, only resisted for less than 2 hours after Leo intervened and declared its fall. The coalition forces captured the first large-scale stronghold in Ice Crown City. One step away from the Frozen Hall. One step closer. The victory of this battle inspired the confidence of the coalition forces, and the appearance of the sinking demon gave the leaders of the coalition forces hope of annihilating the Scourge Legion in a short period of time. With the sinking demon that can be infinitely resurrected. What does the undead natural disaster's fearlessness of death mean? No matter how many natural disaster troops there are in Ice Crown City, there is a limit. Every time one of the undead natural disasters dies, there will be one less. However, the sinking devil can be resurrected infinitely. As long as they are not wiped out instantly, their number will not be reduced. With the addition of the sinking devil, need more words about the results? After capturing the Soul Forge, the coalition's advance did not stop. The soldiers followed the sunken demon and entered the Sarone mine with a great victory. The coalition forces encountered stubborn resistance in the Sarone mine. The Scourge Lord Tyrannus, who was responsible for guarding the Sarone mine, changed his defensive strategy. He shrank his troops into the mine tunnels that the coalition forces must pass through when advancing, and used narrow mine tunnels to limit the sinking. Demonic play. Due to the limited scope of the mine tunnel, there are only a few people who can fight against the Scourge Legion. Although the sinking demons can be resurrected indefinitely, they are killed as soon as they are resurrected. Not only do they fail to play a role as a helper, but they also occupy a limited space, and hindered other coalition soldiers. In this regard, the coalition forces were helpless. The strong men of the Scourge Legion were indeed not incompetent. Tyrannus thought of a way to deal with the sinking demons so quickly, which surprised Leo a little. However, Tyrannus could only do this. Leo was just a little surprised. A small natural disaster lord couldn't stop him. Good people will go to the end and send Buddha to the west. Since they have already taken action, they will help the coalition to the end and help the coalition forces to clear out the natural disaster strongholds in Ice Crown City except the Frozen Hall, so that the decisive battle with the Scourge Legion can come as soon as possible. You want to use the mine tunnel to delay time, Tyrannus, but you made the wrong calculation. Leo shrugged, and a steel fortress floated in the sky. The Scourge Lord Tyrannus, who was commanding his men to defend, found that the coalition forces were retreating quickly, leaving only a small number of fallen demons continuing to attack. What tricks do those living people want to play? Tyrannus was confused. He knew the coalition's changed offensive strategy, but he did not dare to let the troops withdraw from the mine tunnel, because he was not sure that he would be able to slow down the coalition's attack if the mine tunnel was lost. Bite the bullet and fight to the end. The helpless Tyrannus could only choose to stop silently, carrying it to death, then go die. When all the coalition forces withdrew from the mine tunnel, Leo's eyes turned cold. Since Tyrannus liked staying in the mine tunnel so much, he would do a good job and let him stay in it forever. He raised his right hand high, and then waved it down heavily, following Leo's movements. The steel castle floating in the sky stretched out countless thick cannon barrels. The magic light condensed at the muzzle reflected the cold metal reflection of the steel castle. Gives people a sense of chilling, which makes people feel extremely depressed. Countless beams of light shot out from the steel castle, and the entire world was filled with magical light. Under the salvo of thousands of cannons from the war fortress, the sky changed and the earth trembled. Boom 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 boom. The deafening sound of SH. Ling tore everyone's eardrums, and coupled with the scene of the earth shaking, it really felt like a disaster coming to the world. In fact, it is correct to call it a disaster. But this disaster is aimed at the Scourge. Tyrannus and his men who stayed in the mine are finished. Leo had no intention of playing by the rules. Tyrannus set the battlefield at the mine tunnel of the Sarone mine. He wanted to use the terrain advantage to block the advance of the coalition forces. Leo had no obligation to break through the mine tunnel. The choice was to bombard the entire mine tunnel and bury the Sarone mine and Tyrannus together. If you want to stop me, do you have the ability? In front of me, who has absolute power. Your little tricks are nothing. Leo stretched out his index finger and shook it. Tyrannus's method was right. What was wrong was that he failed to recognize the gap in strength between the two sides. Leo, who had an absolute advantage in strength, did not need to enter the battlefield designated by Tyrannus to entangle him, directly destroying the battlefield and the people together. With absolute strength, it is that simple to bulldoze the Sarone mine. The host kills the Lord of the Furnace, Garfers. The host kills Korek. The host kills Ike. The host kills the natural disaster Lord Tyrannus. The extraction of equipment is successful. The host obtains eternal frozen ice crystal and the corrupted soul ring. Do you want to extract it? The natural disaster warriors in the Sarone mine united with their troops and were wiped out in one fell swoop. The war fortress, which was integrated with Titan's rune technology, wiped out the second natural disaster stronghold leading to the frozen hall with a single salvo of thousands of artillery fire. The killing effect was terrifying. It's eye-popping. Magic items were actually released. I thought it would be like killing Bronium and Soul Eater, and nothing would be released. Goldfinger was a rare act of generosity. Leo curled his lips. He never stopped complaining about Goldfinger's stinginess. Although Tyrannus is a natural disaster lord with a strong reputation, his strength is completely incomparable with Leo. Leo has every reason to be surprised that Tyrannus can obtain two magic items. Among the two items, the broken soul ring was of little use to Leo, but it was a very good thing for Goddic, the Soul Reaper. While the eternally frozen ice crystal Leo remained, Leo felt the ice magic flowing inside the permanently frozen ice crystal. The reason why this thing is called permanently frozen ice crystal is because it will not melt. There is a subtle and extreme ice law in the ice magic inside the ice crystal. The power of the ice law maintains the shape of the ice crystal, so that it will not change even if it is in flames. Hold it in your hand, and the permanently frozen ice crystals will make you feel a little cool. Wear it on your body, and the permanently frozen ice crystals will make you fearless from the heat. Place it in the sun, and the crystal clear ice crystals will reflect the sunlight, like a beautiful diamond, which is dazzling. Eyes. Carrying a permanently frozen ice crystal is equivalent to carrying an automatic cooling device. Of course, this is not the reason why Leo left it. The most important thing is that the permanently frozen ice crystal is very beautiful. Leaving behind the permanently frozen ice crystal like a beautiful big diamond, Leo wanted to give it to Scarlet. Isn't it said that all girls like gems? And Shan Yo should be no exception. The Sarone mine was bulldozed in this way. It took less than half an hour. The morale of the coalition forces was greatly boosted. Now the only obstacle that prevented them from entering the frozen hall was a reflection hall. If possible, Varian and the others would like to take advantage of the situation and kill them. Unfortunately, the coalition forces have one more thing to do before entering the frozen hall, which is to fill the hole. Leo used the war fortress to collapse the Sarone mine, burying the Scourge Lord Tyrannus and all his men. The fight was very satisfying. The tens of thousands of magic cannons on the war fortress were all finished with one blast. The aftermath was done. It's not that simple anymore. The completely collapsed mine formed a huge hole, and if the coalition forces wanted to pass through it, they had to build a passable and safe road. Leo didn't pay much attention to these trivial matters. The middle and low-level officers would naturally handle the filling of the hole. He and Kaeldats had other things to do. After killing the Death Raider outside Icecrown City, Sylvana sneaked into the last stronghold of the Scourge alone. With her ability, the chance of the Scourge discovering her was extremely low. Leo and Kaeldats estimated that after so many days, Sylvanas has probably fought against Kaeldats. And even if she lost, she should have escaped. Judging from the fact that there is still no chaos until the undead disaster, Sylvanas's trip must have failed. She failed to kill the Lich King, but it is not known whether she was injured or not. And if so, how serious the injury was. Leo had already judged the outcome of this duel when he discovered that Sylvanas had sneaked into Icecrown City. Arthas holding Frostmourne was not something Sylvanas could defeat alone. There is no airship to pick up Sylvanas now. The Queen of the Forgotten can only escape from Icecrown Castle on her own power. I hope she is okay. Leo and Kaeldats looked in the direction of the imaging hall. For a long time, Kaeldats asked Leo, "Did you deliberately blow up the Sarone mine?" Leo glanced at Kaeldats sideways and asked, "Why do you say that?" Lanathel once told me that the Hall of Reflection is where Arthas placed Frostmourne. If Sylvanas sneaks into Icecrown City, there will be a battle between Arthas and her in the Hall of Reflection. Kaelsasi gave the reason. Even if the magic power of Frostmourne is stronger than you, and I have to deal with it carefully, let alone those soldiers below. If Sylvanas and Arthas fought in the Hall of Reflection, the magic power left there with the traces should last for several months. If the soldiers enter now, They will only be harmed by the magic left in the Hall of Reflection, or even be corrupted into undead by the breath left by Alsace. I can't hide anything from you. Leo didn't hide anything. Since Kael'thas guessed the truth, he admitted it generously. Morale cannot be discouraged. I cannot dampen everyone's desire to fight when the army is so powerful. I can only use other methods to stop them. To be honest, I thought that the 10 days of staying in the Soul Forge were enough. But I didn't expect that the energy in the Hall of Reflection would remain for so long. It seems that Arthas did this intentionally. After all, if it weren't for you and me here, other people would probably fall into his trap. Then what are you going to do? Take advantage of the road construction period to wipe out the atmosphere in the imaging hall? I don't need to take action in that kind of thing. Leo pointed downward. I think the paladins of the Silver Crusade will be happy to help.